Check, 1, 2. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It may be Saturday morning, but it is business time here when it comes to the Dota 2 Master Series. We are in the lower bracket half. It is literally do or die for a lot of these teams who have one last chance before leaving us. Already, sadly, we've said goodbye to XD and to the guys who've stolen our hearts, really, the guys from Sinister 5, who really put up a titanic struggle against APG, going down 2-1 in the end. Reminder to everyone, we are live here from EGE at CTICC in Cape Town. So if you're watching, whether it's on Facebook, whether it's on YouTube, whether you caught us via Reddit, we hope that if you're in Cape Town, you'll come down and watch the guys playing live. First game is going to start in just a couple of minutes, but we'll be going through 2 of the lower bracket games today, as well as our winner bracket final. So plenty of Dota action to look forward to. Of course, don't forget as well that you can sign up if you want to be part of the action yourself. If you've got a team burgeoning for some more action, sign up on the Versus Gaming website, where you can sign up your team to play in one of the various leagues, climb the ladder, and perhaps you could be playing for your share of R500,000 as the guys are this afternoon, or at least this weekend. At this stage, I'm now going to throw over to our more than capable panel to take us through what we can expect over today's matches.
Thanks, Gareth, and as always, it's a pleasure to be here. What a setup, and joining me, Wilson XXL, will be Snare. How are you doing?
Thank you, I'm doing great, I'm feeling good.
And the lovely lady herself, Succubus. You well?
I'm good. I'm excited.
You excited?
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Well, unfortunately, not every single game is going to be covered on this panel, but don't worry, we will keep you appraised. Out here on stage, we will have Energy versus Pulse, and backstage, the boys of BVD and APG are going to duel it out. So we have quite a lot to cover in the first opening moments here. quite a lot has happened since day one. Obviously, we had to wave goodbye to two teams we hoped went a little further. Who would have thought that XD would have dropped out in the first round?
Yeah, I think XD is like the biggest surprise. We were all expecting them to, given how they've been playing and how they've continually been improving each tournament and getting better, we all expected them to go maybe top 4, like to push for that position. So them going out first was a massive surprise. And I think they went out a little bit before Sinister 5, so technically they're the first team eliminated, and I would not have seen that coming. That's not something I was genuinely surprised to see.
Yeah, especially to see how confident, especially Reddit was with their whole boot camp, the playbooks. They over-prepared for this, and I thought, okay, well, whoever they face, they can technically at least beat. But I mean, going up against Energy in the lower bracket is rough.
Yeah,
it's really rough.
Yeah, and we also had to wave goodbye, a very fun farewell to the boys of Sinister 5, and we saw such determination on their faces. They had already made it here in less than a year. Just goes to show that anyone can sign up, and if you guys have the chops, you can make it to take a stab at this R500,000 prize pool. But we were also surprised to see them go. Just sheer determination on their faces. We sort of thought they had it over APG for a time.
I think it was one of those situations where, when you get too excited and you think you can do it too much, and then... But I think they fell inwards, like they kind of imploded, right? Their strategies didn't work out for them because they tried to go too far with them. So it's a similar situation with XD. I think they overplanned, but they overplanned, didn't work for them. For Sinister 5, they tried to do too much, tried to play outside themselves a bit too much, and ended up not working out.
I think also, they weren't winning by a landslide. It was very even matches. It was 5 to 8k net worth ahead on APG's side. Essentially, it was anyone's game, and it got to the point where whoever makes the first mistake and whoever can take advantage and capitalize on that mistake will win the match. And in the first game, it went to Sinister. In the second game, it was very even. They made one mistake in the bottom lane. APG took full advantage of that, taking a Rax. And then again, another mistake at Rosh, where they took Rosh and inevitably ended the game because Death Prophet had to buy back to defend the lane of Rax, which is very unfortunate. And I think the third game, I think the nerves just got to them and they weren't playing as well. Their draft was kind of funky as well. It was taking too much risks when they needed to, play something comfortable. But, I mean, my hat goes off to Sinister 5, where we saw them last night. They seemed very happy, very accomplished. They weren't, down in the dumps, so to speak. So I think they're just happy that they made it and they accomplished their goal to be at Masters in a year, which in itself is huge.
And they certainly impressed all of us here. Apart from resting on their laurels, we have quite a few games to get through today. Right, so first we're going to talk a little bit about what's happening backstage, because the teams are basically lined up next to each other.
Yeah.
And we've got ourselves BVD and APG. APG obviously possibly the villains responsible for knocking out the team of Sin 5, but they are the lower bracket kings. Do you think they have enough to take it up to BVD despite the RDK factor?
I was thinking actually about how APG got here. Like them eliminating Sinister 5. So Sinister 5 is like a very new team, but then the reason APG was able to do it was using a very new player. So it is possible that the way that the place that they've gotten to now, APG, the place where they themselves know that they're on at their top form, it is possible that they can be using this tournament as a way to reclaim former glory and get better. Like, so it's like an Oracle False Promise. They just won't die. They'll keep going. So even if it's against BVD, they'll be more prepared for BVD. They know BVD. They've played BVD. They've lost to BVD, sure, but they know them. Again, it's a big difference playing against a team that you're very aware of. I think Bob Yule said at the very end that one of the reasons we're able to win the last 2 games versus Sinister 5 is that their drafts got predictable, and I think that's something that BVD could fall into as well.
Okay.
For me, both teams have been inconsistent. They don't, one day they show up and they absolutely blow it out the water, and the next day they do something silly and they're their own worst enemy, and that's evident on both teams. So whoever pitched up and is ready to play today, more than the other, that's who we're going to see go home or go further in the competition.
Is there any player that will make or break this match?
Well, for me, personally, RDK against Conspiracy. Look, Conspiracy, great player, but RDK is experienced at LANs, and I feel like he's a better carry player, just purely because of experience and because, well...
Other than being a legend in his own right.
Other than being a legend in his own right, yeah. And then, of course, Mikasa, that guy is... he's just a next level player when it comes to that. But also the supports, Impact, 225, those guys, they synergize well, but APG can really surprise us sometimes. And when they come up and pitch up to play, they really, really do. So that's the thing. If you're going to see either BVD or APG win or lose, I don't think it's a guaranteed. We can say for sure that team's going home or that team's going home, because both teams, if they pitch up, they play. If there's something not right in the mindset, everything falls apart, and that's evident with both.
It does depend a lot on RDK.
APG? Who's responsible?
Bob Yules, I think he's probably their biggest player.
Yeah.
It's like every game that I see that if he does really well in the support, especially when they give him support that he can actually have a high impact at the early game with.
Yeah.
So his Rubik's, he doesn't really play IO anymore, but every now and then still does pull out a Next Assassin, Earthshaker, these kind of heroes, especially like even Spirit Breaker as well, things that allow him to do stuff. Whenever Bob Yules is doing stuff, then it frees up a lot of more space for the rest of APG. But if he's not doing stuff, then it's like, okay, now I have to rely on
O'Malley
support.
Clockwork? Do you think we'll be lucky enough to see that?
I hope so. But what I would like to see is Flanks and Bob on their best heroes. We get Flanks Pudge and we get Bob Yules Rubik. Bob Yules Rubik and Flanks Pudge. I mean, if they draw off those two heroes that they are really, really proficient in.
Certainly.
They could really create havoc around the map and just be everywhere and create that space for the other players to do well and exceed above what we would say better skill. It's just those two guys, when they roam together and create havoc around the map, they can really change the pace of the game. Give us a Bob Yules Rubik and give us a Flanks Pudge, please.
Just keep it good to Bob Yules. I don't think we'll see O'Malley Clockwork though. I think BVD probably, it's either BVD banned, right, or the way that APG drafts doesn't suit the clock anymore. Like I haven't actually seen it. Most of the time that O'Malley, his initiation heroes he's not the suicide initiator anymore. He's not playing Clockworks and Bat Riders anymore. He's playing a lot more Earthshakers, Slaughters, these sort of like tempo controlling as you jump in, then you just leave immediately.
We saw his Clockwork do wonders in the last Masters LAN. When we were at the studios, in the VS Gaming studios in Midrand. I mean, he went up against Hunter in a tri-lane, and Hunter died 3 times on a Juggernaut to O'Malley's Clockwork.
Yeah.
That should never happen. It's just, that guy is just, he really is a god on that hero.
That being said, Hunter's already out though.
I know,
Well,
but I mean, like,
you never
it's just those type of plays. Like, when do you ever see a solo Jug
You never know
die?
with Aperture Gaming.
Yeah,
You just
you never know. That's the thing. So I'm saying whoever's pitched up to play today, they will take it. And it goes both ways, I feel.
Well, that's going to wrap it up for APG and BVD. However, this is not taking place in a void. We are here at the CTICC, and also here is our good friend Ryan, who's been running around getting a view of the atmosphere. Let's see what he has for us.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm here with Wesley, one of our cosplayers here at EGE. Wesley, how are you doing? And give us a little bit of a taste into what is the character that you are cosplaying today.
Hi, I'm Wesley. I'm cosplaying a character called Seal Phantom Eye from the anime Black Butler.
I have a couple of questions for you. I'm going to refer to my cell phone for the questions. So basically, what is your favorite anime?
Off the top of my head, Code Geass. That's my favorite one, yeah, Code Geass, yeah.
And what games do you play?
Well, I've played Final Fantasy, Soul Calibur 4. I'm into role-playing games mostly. Yeah.
So in terms of your genre of play, you like your role-playing, right?
Role-playing games, yeah.
And have you done any cosplay events in the past, be it Rage or any other gaming expos?
Well, I'm relatively new to this. So at FanCon, that was my first official cosplay debut. And before that, just like casual things at, Japan Day, I dressed up as something as well. And
I think a big question from my side is like, for those out there that are looking to also get into cosplay, like, what do you how do you start? And then how do you follow through with it and actually get to the event to cosplay?
It starts with you loving something, and you just want to dress up and portray that character. And you can start as simple as you want. You don't have to do the difficult things like the arm movements, like what I did. It was stuff I had at home, and I love the character. And I just went to these events and dressed up and found a community that does the same thing. So
it's cool, right?
Yeah, it's cool.
Well, there you have it, Wesley. Thank you very much. Hope you enjoy the rest of the event, and we look forward to seeing what other characters you have in store for us in the future. All right, cool, guys. There we go. We've got Wesley. Thanks very much, and we'll catch you in a bit.
for that, Ryan. And yep, the atmosphere is absolutely bubbling here at the CTICC. Do make your way down here, Hall 1, and come and meet and greet us. You're meeting and greeting some of the legends in SA eSports. So, down to the business of the day. On stage, we have ourselves Energy and Pulse.
Yes.
Now, we discussed these teams extensively yesterday.
Yeah.
And do we still agree with our original predictions, so to speak?
Yeah, I'm still top 2 Energy, man.
Yeah.
If I was a really betting man, I'd say that WRG will barely beat Energy at the finals. But I think Energy, yeah, they're my favorite team for this. I'm sticking with mine, like no matter what, even before the draft.
Like, I've seen some wonderful things out of Pulse, but like I said, facing Energy is rough, and they consistently been in the last couple of months top 3 in the country, in the top spots. So I don't think they're going to let Pulse take anything off of them in this best of 3. They are going to go 2-0. I feel Energy. It's just
this Pulse team is looking strong, though, guys.
It is looking strong, but now you've got the deadly duo of Habibi and Odu back in action. It's just something.
Just the old BVD.
The old BVD. It's just like you can't. And then you've got Lucca, Chelsea, as well. It's just these guys are phenomenal at what they do. Phenomenal. And you've got Chosen One. It's just like, there's just no comparison.
I think you've described the entire team
No.
there.
I'm just honestly, like I love Pulse. I think they can do wonderful things. Can they beat Energy? Don't think so.
This matchup is kind of like legacy, right? So Pulse is representing the genuine old school original legacy.
Yeah.
Energy is the 2nd generation legacy. Like WRG is obviously the 3rd generation, but like this is still this is basically a history of Dota. A history of Dota is going to be coming out here in terms of drafting, in terms of play. Everything that we're going to see here is things that have. Like Energy owe a lot of what they'll be able to do today to what Pulse have done in the past.
Yeah, I mean, Doppler and Smack have been around for ages, and they were playing with the international guys. I mean, guys that are now, playing in TI. That's the likes of company that Doppler and Smack were keeping back in the day. But again, we've got the same situation on Energy side. I mean, Lucco was there. I mean, we all knew him as Lucco back then. Now we know him as Chelsea, but he was also there in those days. And Odu and Abibi have been around for years. I mean, they dominated the scene for half a decade, guys. These are no newbies. I wouldn't even call them 2nd generation, because these guys have been around just as long.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, here you're telling me Pulse has the experience overseas, thanks to the 2 star players. You've got yourself Doppler, for example. And they're used to playing on the wire. They're used to playing in the loser
The loser bracket.
loser bracket.
Yeah.
Where it's all or nothing. You put everything on the line.
Yeah.
Energy eSports? Sure, these players have been in loser brackets before in South Africa. But do you think Pulse has the edge here? Just purely from having that much more experience on the loser bracket?
I'm not sure. I think Energy is kind of like in a situation where they're angry now. They did not seem happy to lose to Morphling. So I think even the way they dispatched XD yesterday, it was like ruthless. Like from the get-go, they were not playing very happy Dota.
It was like 3 to 44 in the first game.
Yeah.
They were out for blood. They were angry. I don't think they're going to let any mistakes like that slide again today.
Yeah, I actually think it's probably more dangerous for Pulse. Also, considering this is a best of 3 as well. Like, I think it's easier to beat a team like Energy in a best of 1, like we saw yesterday.
An angry beast bites harder.
Yeah.
Like now they're mad.
And that's evident with the old Bravado as well. As soon as you knock them down to any lower bracket, they came back with a vengeance. So I think it's going to be the same mentality.
Well, guys, let's take a preview of the beast of EN. That's your side of EN, and as you can see, they put heart and soul into each and every game. I think you've described them before as the most emotional players.
Yeah, they really do wear their emotions on their sleeve when they make a brilliant play, or, I mean, they all scream. And there's one shot of Wesley Rose, aka Odu, on the last VS Gaming where he's like, yeah, and he's like, really. And then obviously they got that shot of Chelsea when they got knocked down by XTC. He was almost in tears. And I think they feel when they lose and they know they've made a mistake, they feel it really hard and they can't conceal their emotions. And that just makes you love them even more. You know, it's genuine. It really is genuine.
Yeah. Do you think that actually gets in the way of playing good Dota?
It can, because you can tilt. As long as I think that's like you need someone in your team to stabilize you when you look like you're going to tilt. And I think the difference between them now and at the last event is having Habibi, a player who's notorious for not tilting.
Yeah.
Like him and Sim, I think the reason why Bravado is able to do so well because these are players that never go on tilt.
So humble. I mean, when he's losing, he's laughing.
Yeah, he's chill. He's gonna
so
like
chill.
stabilize the team,
guy.
keep you calm.
Yeah.
So I think like as long as they're able to centralize the emotions around him and not tilt, like that's the one place where I would definitely say that Pulse has the edge over Energy is that Pulse never let anything get to them. Pulse never looks like even if they just got crushed, they never look like they got crushed. They're just like, oh well, this is Dota. They have they're more calm about the game.
Yeah.
They're more stable. They're more relaxed about it. You know, they understand you win some games, you lose some games. Energy wants to win every game. And obviously that's not realistic, but that might also get in the way.
Yeah.
As long as they understand that you're going to lose some games, it's okay, it's fine. Don't let it get to you.
Yeah.
Like just focus on winning the next one. I think they'll still be fine.
I agree with you, though. Having Habibi on the team is going to stabilize that factor quite a lot because he's just such a humble player. He really is. And it's nice to see him back on the scene again.
Well, let's take a look at the cool, calm, and collected heads of the side of Pulse. There you have it. And if anyone could be my uncle, or if I could vote for an uncle, it's that man right there, the man in the middle. Damn, he's a jolly guy, and I do love him.
He's a really fun guy.
Yeah, he is.
He's really nice.
And like you say, they keep a cool, calm, disciplined head on their shoulders. And that might win it for them here, potentially. Now, given that that's the case, and maybe the strategy is to try and tilt one of the players on the side of EN, obviously, they've got the Habibi factor to try and cool them off. But if that were the strategy, what players should they be focusing on?
Oh, they should tilt Chosen One, like every game. If you keep tilting Chosen One, eventually, every time that I see Energy having him focus, eventually what starts happening is they're forced to rotate or forced to protect him because he's not a player that's comfortable being super behind in the earlier portions of the game. So if you can do that, you can force them off kills or force them off their game. And then you can win. Then it's like, all right, you can force emotions.
Definitely. And then when the supports have to rotate to save him, then the lane that they were helping falls behind as well. Then essentially you've won 2 lanes just by doing that. I mean, Chelsea, you can't expect Chelsea to outright win his lane because he's solo off lane. So inevitably the carry is going to get farmed in his lane. He might die once or twice. A good off laner never dies. Like literally that's his job. Just don't die, get your levels. But to stop the carry from farming, you can't really viably do that as an offlaner unless you're Donny. You know, like I've seen Donny go against a tri lane and just completely wreck it. But let's face it, so I mean, inevitably, if you can get the mid to tilt, you have to get the support to get out the safe lane. Then you can focus the safe lane, and essentially you've got 2 lanes lost already. And it is hard to come back from that because realistically, Chelsea's not going to be able to do much to get the game back for them.
Given what we're saying here,
Yeah.
what do we expect to see out of the draft? Surely there are some heroes which perform better whilst tilting than others.
So actually, I have no idea what I'm going to see from Energy because yesterday, in the game that they played against XD, right, they drafted one game that had Leshrac, Nature's Prophet, Earthshaker. So it's like kind of weird picks, and I know they sometimes draft the support Brewmaster, so Energy, I think, has probably the widest field of heroes.
Yeah.
They're more comfortable, especially on the supports, they're more comfortable playing a large variety of heroes.
Can I just say that support Brewmaster was genius.
It was
did
great.
a lot of work. But I feel like for this game, they're going to stick to what they're strong and comfortable at. So Death Prophets, Legion Commanders, that type of thing. Because when they took a game of WRG, for instance, it was literally Legion Commander, Chelsea, Odu. Well, Odu's not anymore in the position 1, but that Death Prophet just completely wrecked everything. And
I tell you what.
The comfort picks me, I think.
Let's get the opinion of the guys who are actually going to be on the game. That's going to be Halbert and Reigns for you guys. What do you think?
Hey guys, thanks very much. It's great to be here this morning. I'm so pumped for this, man. I've been waiting for VS Game Masters for so long. Day 1 was a lot of fun, but it's all BO1, so you get through it pretty quickly. BO3 time, Energy versus Pulse Gaming. Our next matchup here, it's going to be quite something, and it's a BO3 range, which means we get some time to do our thing, man.
Exactly, and to start off the day with Pulse versus Energy, I mean, I don't know about you, but does this remind you of the Dota 1 days where you had Doppler, Smacker, and on the other side you have Vlaka and Chosen One, all their Odoo?
I think like Bravado Blue versus Bravado Black, as they were
Back in the days, like how it happened before.
Yeah, no, I hear you. It seems like, because Smacker was part of that. Was he part of Blue or Black? I can't remember.
I think he was in the blue team. Like he was in immersion sometime as well, if I'm not
true. I mean, these players go really, really far back. And even Strike, I think, was around the Dota 1 days.
Yeah. So very experienced individuals. But let's see. I mean, I'm really keen about this one. It's a best of 3 as well, so they're going to go all out. None of them want to go home. So let's see.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? You live through this one. You're going to get to see more of this actual event. Have a big audience. It's going to be great. But let's not hog too much of the lineup just yet. We'll get our chance. Let's throw it back to our panel. Wilson, take it away.
Thanks, Albert. And yes, we've been taking a look at a few stats. We've been taking a look at a few things. But he does bring up a damn good point. Unlike yesterday, which was all best of 1s, this is a best of 3, which means tilting people is possibly harder.
It's harder, but also more successful. Because if you tilt someone hard in game 1, they usually stay tilted into game 2. Then you know that you've pretty much won a free lane, like without having to do anything.
And then sometimes it does affect the draft. So they'll maybe pick something unconventional when they should have picked something that they're more comfortable with. So they'll pick something to, like a desperation pick, and then it ends up not working out, basically. Almost like what Sinister 5 did yesterday with the Enchantress pick. The goal was to win in the first 20 minutes with this Enchantress, and it just didn't work out. It was a very risky pick. It could have gone either way. But in the end, inevitably, they should have just picked something that would have fitted the draft better and would have secured them that goal instead of, 50-50 chance.
I think I
know you hate that pick.
I really didn't like that.
But she does
pick.
make a good point though, because yesterday, game 2, Sinister 5 were playing to win game 2 decisively. Then they lost, and it clearly tilted them. Then game 3 just went south. So yeah, I think that's something that you can see it come up, and you can see what happens if you tilt a player into one game, easily win the second one.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's get down to the business of the draft. You just brought up the fact they shouldn't draft weirdly. But if that's the case, I mean, our predictions have been a little bit off. We certainly didn't see Monkey King picked up as often as he was last.
Yeah. That's the thing. We saw lots of best of 1s, which does call for weird drafts sometimes. Cheesy strats or play to win one game strats. But best of 3s, you get down to the more conventional, the more known to be picked hero comes down there, because they don't have to just win that one game or they're out. Now they've got a chance to settle down. If they lose a game, it's fine. They can come back in the second game and in the third. So I think we're going to see more comfort and standard picks this time around because we have best of 3s today.
We'll probably see slower Dota.
Yeah,
so
as well.
We're not going to see as like super high impact trying to win in 25-minute games. Like yesterday we saw a lot of Viper and a lot of Vipers being banned out as well. I don't think we'll see as many Vipers in the lower bracket. We might still see some like 1 or 2 games, but I think he was banned in 7 games yesterday. Like pick banned in 7 or 8 games. It was a lot. Like
just quite a high number for a Viper.
For Viper, right?
Yeah.
But that, like Viper allows you to be able to win games super quickly if you're able to snowball off the laning phase. So because you don't have that particular advantage, you don't have to this time around. You might see people focusing more on, like Earthshaker was ignored quite a lot yesterday because
he was often banned.
Yeah,
I think it was.
He was banned a lot. He was banned like 5 times, but he was barely picked.
He was picked like twice. Yeah.
But I think that the reason why is like Earthshaker is one of those heroes that requires your team to coordinate very well in how you fight. So best of 1, you don't necessarily want coordination. You just want like chaos. So in the best of 3 where you can be more coordinated, you might see picks like that come up more often, and definitely more Night Stalker if it's not banned, which it should be.
Well, we shall see what they end up picking. It's going to be Pulse up against the boys from EGE Esports. As you can see, we have this new lovely drafting screen for you guys. So, less Viper, more conventional Dota.
Yeah, and slower Dota. I don't think we're going to see.
So we're looking for long-term heroes.
Yeah, it's an aggressive meta, sure. We're going to still see those aggressive supports, the fighting supports, but I feel like we're going to see some more standard offlaners and mids.
Oh, look at this. So they ban out the Odoo Ricky.
Yeah.
Well, Habibi's been playing a lot of the Ricky, but that's out. No cuddle.
No cuddle. Yeah, but I mean,
don't want either of them to pick that.
Viper banned again. Okay, so it looks like Viper's going nowhere. If Viper goes nowhere, that means that we should assume all the heroes we saw yesterday will be in vogue. So Kunkka. Okay, I'm not sure about Monkey King, but I definitely think we'll see a lot of Kunkka. We might see one this game.
But Kunkka's just too good as a roaming fighting support.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to.
Well, if he's that good, why doesn't he get banned out?
because you have to ban like Coddle and Night Stalker.
Or Ricky, or there are better bans out there. I mean, you can still deal with Kunkka to a certain degree, but I mean, dealing with a Ricky is just the invis tax, how it disrupts team fights. It's the way it roams. It can easily just go from lane to lane. You always have to have sentries down.
Yeah.
It's just more annoying to deal with.
Also, I think you should see a lot of this here. Like Clockwork is one of the great things about Clockwork is how versatile it is. It's incredibly good in the offlane, but I think it's probably better as support. Yesterday I was really inspired by how was it Energy that played it? No, it was XTC that played the support Clockwork. Dota died. Like he demolished the game with the support Clockwork. So I think Pulse is probably also thinking in that same way as well.
I mean, realistically, think Clockwork only really needs 1 or 2 items to be effective.
Yeah, doesn't need a lot. Just needs some levels. Energy's been winning a lot when they have Habibi playing Spirit Breaker. So the hero been playing a lot. I think has been Spirit Breaker, Leshrak, Night Stalker, and there was one other hero. I think it was the Ricky. He's been playing and they've been winning with those heroes. So I think the decision now has to come, what do we reveal in game 1? What are we willing to show off?
Oh, and here comes the Sand King.
Oh, I like Sand King. Sand King is always a good hero.
He's been a fairly popular pick as well. Very elusive hero. Manages to get out of some of the most incredible situations. Maybe not as elusive as Puck, but pretty damn close. He has an invis to rely on, as well as a very mobile, heavy stun.
And it is nice because if he does get caught up by the clockwork, he's got a burrow strike. He can easily just get out of the cogs. And he's also one of those heroes that tend to build Blink and Force Staff. So it's a handy hero to have. It's also got an amazing teamfight ulti. It's got Disable. And of course, Caustic Finale is never fun in a teamfight either.
No, Caustic's not fun. But Gyro, what?
Yeah.
What? We saw Gyro lose horribly yesterday, so...
But it is good team fight.
It is.
Combos well
It
with
is.
the Sand King.
It's great team fight, but it's kind of hard to play versus Clockwork before you have BKB. Because Clockwork can just get in front of you, right? You drop power card once, and even after you drop your cooldown, you can't do anything. Like, you can't move into the fight unless you already have the Hurricane Pike, and normally Gyro wants to build different items after buying the Dragon Lance. And also, like, we saw yesterday, we saw Pulse use a lot of Juggernaut, and we also saw Juggernaut absolutely destroy a Gyrocopter in the game that Bravado played, so... It's kind of like I wish I'm fine with Gyro if it's revealed later, but right now it's kind of inviting Pulse to pick around it. So you probably see them get if you get like Juggernaut, Queen of Pain, or Juggernaut SF, then suddenly Gyrocopter's in a really bad position after that.
Okay,
Force Staff is going to be essential.
So let's be fair. We have seen Energy take heroes that we could consider a carry or anything and make it a support. And support Gyro is not that unethical. I mean, you build Aghanim Scepter, you've got the global presence. I mean, you can help out the Sand King when they're trying to pick someone off. So we have seen support Gyros before, but that was probably about a year and a half ago to a year ago. It's been a while, but they could do it. I mean, we saw support Brewmaster yesterday and it worked out well. And a hero that normally either goes mid or offlane, we saw as a support.
A support CK?
Yeah, we saw a support CK. So we've seen some unconventional Dota so far. And here we go. The Jakira's popping up again. A hero that's actually been pretty consistent throughout this tournament so far.
Probably has a pretty damn good win rate,
Yeah,
given
it has
what
been.
the boys from Sim 5 were doing. Very spell heavy.
I think he's more effective versus towers and also very annoying in the harassment phase of the lane. He's also pretty tanky support, so it's not that easy to kill. And yes, hasn't got a reliable stun, but you combo it up with a Clockwork, for instance, or it's an easy Ice Path him, or a Darkseer that can, if he does miss that Ice Path, and just vacuum them into it. But he's more for in lane, and also what Jakira's Liquid Fire does to towers is pretty decent. So for me, he's a very, very good support. He's a bit slow, but he can get away with it because he's so tanky.
He was picked 5 times this tournament thus far, but he's actually lost 3 games, surprisingly.
He's the one game that he did win for Sinister 5 was when they played him as a carry, ironically.
Oh, yeah.
And when they picked him as a support, they lost those games.
Mid-Jakiro is legit,
Yeah,
actually.
it really is.
Also, this is actually another hero that's also quite good against the Gyrocopter. Again, before this hero has BKB, if you lay down the Ice Path, he can't approach your team because his attack range is so low.
Yeah.
On the Gyrocopter side, it's kind of annoying. So, also this gives Pulse the ability to play a bit faster in the laning phase.
Yeah.
So they don't have to try and concern themselves with winning in the mid game. I think that's where Energy is super strong in the laning phase. So you want to try and draft as much as possible to deny them that strength.
Yeah. And also, I mean, what he does in lane with the Liquid Fire, because he can literally harass you without drawing aggro, which is really, really effective. And then you get close enough to the tower, you can just drop a Liquid Fire on the tower and kind of do the chip away damage to it, so it makes the tower easier to take. I don't know, for me, Jakira is a very good support. And, I mean, if you need to catch up to heroes, you can always fire. Yeah.
When Pulse banned this Nature's Prophet, when I saw the Spirit Breaker ban, I was like, I guarantee Energy's going to pick Nature's Prophet, but Pulse knew.
Pulse knew.
knows.
Yeah.
Yeah, whenever Energy bans Spirit Breaker, if they don't pick it themselves, usually they lead this into an NP pick, but glad they...
Well, what's the
they saw
alternative
this.
here?
You just change strats now because normally you get this NP so that you are able to, you take like one fight, you TP in, you have the immediate numbers advantage, and you can push into a tier 1 tower. Now that that's gone, maybe you go for Rasta instead. Hopefully you get early level 6 and then you can actually push forward with that. But I haven't seen Energy play a lot of Rasta.
Oh, we go for the
Be a
Lich.
Lich, our
Right,
first
so-
Lich of the tournament.
Yeah.
And he was picked so much in the last tournament. I mean, the sacrifice mechanic with the creep deny now giving more XP, and that's just amazing. But what I love about him the most is that ice armor. It's so strong.
I think they pick him for defense against Jakiro.
Yep.
Like if he's trying to push with liquid fire, you drop ice armor onto a tower.
Yep.
It takes a lot longer to bring it down.
Of
So
course, yeah.
I'm fine with this.
But also, it's, I mean, you, with the Lich, come on, you auto win lane with the Lich in your lane. I mean, it's
Yeah.
the harassment, the creep denies, it's just absolutely, it's an amazing hero. And what I love about him most is that in a team fight, when he drops that ulti, you make everyone split. So it disrupts an initiation, which is an amazing thing for a support to do, because there's not a lot of supports that can do that without costing too much, or for him to do that without losing HP or dying. So Lich for me is a very great support, and I'm actually surprised that we haven't seen him more in this tournament.
I think
You
you're
need
gonna
a
have
follow-up of Underlord, though. They don't seem perturbed at all.
Yeah.
Usually you see them putting in some serious thought of pick.
Yeah.
Kind of catches them off guard. Not in this case. Underlord very quickly picked up.
Yeah.
Why is that?
This Underlord pick is great because also it shows up their lane once more because Gyrocopter can't actually kill Underlord by himself. Even with the Sand King backing him up, as long they don't have enough stuns between the three of these heroes so far on the side of EN. So all Underlord needs to have, if he has one level into the Pit of Malice, he should be fine at all, like no matter what. And he will probably have the Atrophy Aura, which makes it very hard for the Gyrocopter to farm. Like Gyrocopter's base stats for an AG hero aren't really that good.
No.
It takes a while for him to actually get going. So
What is nice is that he does scale well with item
yeah,
progression. So
still skills all item. But even when he
Yeah.
has item, like before, by the time he gets BKB, he'll be suffering so much
Yeah.
from dealing with the Pit of Malice at all times. And they've got the amount of burst damage they have right now on energy isn't particularly high, so they could conceivably get out of a fight with the Dark Rift from Underlord. And
Yeah.
they do go for the Night Stalk, something that we were thinking about earlier. So now Sand King in the off lane, Lich Night Stalker as support. I prefer this actually because
Yeah.
this means that Night Stalker can actually do stuff, run around and win the game for them.
Isn't this the knight version of Keeper of the Light?
Basically.
Yeah. If
Just
everyone keeps banning my Keeper of the Light, but they leave this guy in.
it's so good.
I was actually about to say I'm surprised that Night Stalker hasn't been banned, but it hasn't been picked, and I'm surprised that it got this far into the draft because
Yeah.
we've seen it first ban every game almost.
Seventh pick Night Stalker.
Yeah,
Kind of
seven.
weird.
Yeah, it is really weird, but this kind of begs the question for me. Yes, we see Lich conventionally as a support, but Lich mid is also a legit strat.
Strike won't play Lich mid.
Just
Nah, you won't.
I just say it does work, especially with the level 20 and 25 talents. If he gets that very quickly, especially if he goes solo off lane or mid, it really does create some havoc. And we've seen it wreck teams.
Do you think that now is a good time to look at heroes with decent night vision, something like a Luna or a Slark?
I wouldn't say Luna, and I don't
I think
think
like both of
Slark.
those heroes are bad right now.
Yeah.
So it's like I can't see a team.
We did see Luna drafted yesterday
Yeah,
in the
and it
backstage
lost.
game.
Yeah, but I mean,
It lost,
it
yes.
lost pretty bad, and it's not just that. I mean, you don't really. Night Stalker gives you that advantage anyway, so you wouldn't need to pick.
What?
He does.
wow.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
This is one hell of a tanky lineup.
This is
Each one of
weird.
these picks are pretty damn tanky.
Carry
Centaur
Centaur.
obviously having the highest strength gain in the game. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
I think he has a higher strength.
Yeah, he does.
3.8 or 4 or something.
Underlord
It's
just
really high.
naturally
I think
very,
you
very
have to ban Necroforce right now, right? If you're
Yeah.
energy. Do they ban it?
They have to.
Yeah, they
yeah,
do.
they do. Yeah. That's,
Wait. Energy banned it? Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. Why did Energy ban the Necroforce? Because I feel like they could have let it through, allowed Pulse to ban something else, but then Pulse has the last pick, so they're probably scared that Pulse pick up the Necroforce anyway, and then it's like super bad for their team because they have
Well, they
a
have
ton
to-
of bad burst damage as
Yeah,
well.
they have to ban it, dude.
But here's the
Have to.
concern. Where is the side of Pulse going to find their damage?
Right? They have like decent-ish damage right now. Like Centaur, if you build, I think what you do now, you last pick Troll if you're on the side of Pulse Gaming.
That's
Like if
dirty. That's dirty.
you just need some attack speed right now because Centaur actually doesn't hit super. He's not a soft hitting hero. He just suffers with his agility gain, so he doesn't hit very fast. So
Yeah.
if you can try and solve that problem, or maybe just farm fast enough with him that you get like an early AC or something. But
We're
I
talking
think
about a carry Centaur.
no, this is definitely carry Centaur. Unless this is like mid Jakiro, support Underlord, off lane Centaur. I think it's probably better if you just have it be carry Centaur. The way that they have their damage set up right now, it's mostly magical burst. But you can win the lanes, because all of these heroes on the side of the dial, Energy only has one hero that buys BKB. The rest of them are actually susceptible to magical burst, so you can deal with them. Also, I'm sure they saw a lich, they're like, there's attack speed.
comes.
So
There we go, Queen of
Oh,
Pain.
the Queen of
just
Pain.
pure magic damage. You just magic and pure damage. So this is carry centaur, offlane jack, offlane underlord, mid lane quap. And Energy doesn't have a good matchup for the quap right now. Where is Lina still in the pool or SF?
Yeah, they are.
Yes.
Both of them are.
Oh, they should pick Puck. That's what they need to do. If they get Puck for the mid lane, it's probably...
And it's going to be a Timbersaw.
What?
Yep.
What? Timbersaw versus Centaur, Queen of Pain. This is wow.
This is brave.
I'm genuinely shocked about what I'm seeing here.
Yep. C1 will be picking up that Timbersaw.
It's Fady Underlord. Oh my
It's a
goodness.
Fady Underlord.
So carry Underlord.
This is going to be good, guys. This is going to be really, really good.
This is I have no idea what's happening here, but okay.
I'm enjoying it. I love it when
I really don't like the Timbersaw pick, if I'll be honest.
I actually quite like the Timbersaw pick.
I don't know. I feel like he doesn't have this game, right?
I think
They're
it's
already
the
struggling
wrong
with
game for a
lockdown.
Timbersaw.
Yeah,
I like a Timbersaw, but I'm not sure it's the right game for him.
they're gonna sort of struggle to kill him, but then how does he kill any of these heroes on the side of Pulse Gaming? Sure, he can. Like, he's gonna do a lot of damage, right, with his staff bells, and he's really good against the 3 strength heroes.
Yeah.
Sure.
But they're so tanky. It takes so long to kill these guys.
It really
And
does.
the
It
Queen
does
of
take
Pain
long.
is a natural silent stick carrier, which is a direct counter to the Timbersaw's
Yeah, but
basic nature.
to survive the energy lineup, she's going to have to go for defensive items first. So she's not going to have a silent stick for a while unless she rushes it. But I don't feel like it's a good idea here.
Maybe that's the game that Energy are playing, and they're playing with our heads too here on the panel. But I tell you what, why don't we find out, and we're going to hand this problem over to our dear casters, Helbert and Reigns.
Well, there's not a problem in the world, friend, because we are right and ready to rumble here with two fantastic sides about go toe-to-toe. And I tell you what, there's nothing more to say about this than these two sides want to fight and fight their will, and that's the best kind of Dota to watch. But Reigns, you had some interesting thoughts in the draft as well. I'm curious to hear what you thought about it.
Yeah, I thought the draft was pretty solid for both teams. Strike playing that gyrocopter once against Bravado yesterday, actually, but they didn't have the Sand King. So interesting. Chelsea played the Earthshaker that game, but I think the Sand King will adapt more to this draft than what they did yesterday. But otherwise, towards Paul's side, I mean, I liked that they banned out the Ember Spirit as Ian's potential mid, and then picking up the Queen of Pain after, because the combo is all there.
I think the other thing as well to mention about it is that this is the kind of point where if you win these kind of team fight compositions, you just get a big advantage over your opponents going into the rest of the series. You win when you just fight. You say, okay, well, we can't fight them. They're better than us. We're going to have to do something else. We're going to have to outsmart them. And that's when you start putting together a really powerful series. But Habibi, he's going to go find out Wazoo as well as Doppler. And Clockwork's not the kind of guy you want to see early on. Wazoo, not too keen to pick that fight just yet. Chelsea was in this round. Oh, Sand King. Look at his beautiful smile. Look how happy he is to be playing. Huh?
It's okay.
This is my favorite hero in Dota, and there's a good reason, because he's Sand King. He's just ready to rumble every single time. Going to burrow strikes on people, going to get some 8% off, and of course, Laka is a fantastic offlaner. So, Sand King, you're in good hands. Okay, I'm maybe a little bit too excited. Rain's going to have to control me.
Yeah, well, you have to start with the introductions of the players as well. You're too excited. I mean, Sand King is in the meta right now, so you have the right to be happy.
Right. I am happy. So anyways, let's go ahead and introduce these players. We'll be on the side of Pulse Gaming, Doppler on the Jakiro. Over on the other bottom lane, heroes, we'll see Fady on that Underlord. Wazoo is going to be playing the Clockwork. Over on the mid lane, we'll have Smacker playing the Queen of Pain. And last but not least, it will be... we're gonna call it this year. It's going to be Bootcamp Lull on the Center Warrunner. And he might be in a little bit of trouble. Strike and Odie want a piece of him very early on. But Reigns, why don't you go ahead and introduce the side of the Energy eSports to
I'm
us?
just scared the fight starts while I do this, but
Yeah,
yeah,
that's exactly what's going to happen. That's exactly what's going to happen.
Oh, it's gonna be okay. No,
it's not
yeah,
happening at
it's
all.
happening. It's happening.
It's happening and it is happening. Wazoo wants to go on to Chelsea here. Going to get quite a bit of damage off and just nice placement there. Not going to tower range. You can see it there. That little circle just stays out of it. Doesn't take any tower damage whatsoever, but gets out a fair amount of damage onto Chelsea. But this is actually pretty interesting here. There's a pretty aggressive position from Chelsea in this bot lane at the moment. He does actually have a friend as well, so it is a dual lane, so they got to make something of it. But it's quite a tanky lane as well. Both Sand King with the Burrow Strike as well as Night Stalker with high armor and just being a Night Stalker, they can take a bit of punishment.
Yeah, they just need to sit back a bit, make sure, or hopefully they don't get the jungle pools over here from the Radiant side. So survive, play around to BB a lot, especially getting the vision is going to be quite important later in the game. But for now, Chelsea just need to stay alive to be more efficient in the mid stages or towards the late game even.
So here's the thing about this champ, this champ of a hero right here, right? Night Stalker is basically a hacker, right?
Let's get free map vision.
He is a hacker, right?
Yeah.
He gets his Ags up, gets his flying vision, and of course he stops your opponents from seeing things as well. So it is just not cool. BB over here, actually in a bit of trouble, being run down by Wazoo. He's tanky. He's going to be okay. There's no cogs on him yet, as he only is level 1, but it's a good solid amount of damage coming up from Wazoo. But a lot of supports would actually be brought down by this. But
yeah, no, but he knew what he was doing.
See?
Just going around and also grabbing the bouncy rune at the bottom jungle. So he knew what he was going for, and then getting it, just like, oh, okay, I think that the Pulse guys are just going to stay in the lane, they're going to farm up, so let me go take what they have.
So, things are a little bit quiet for the time being. I'm curious to know, Renz, do you think...
Yeah, it's quiet because if you focus on the mid lane, you get the Queen of Pain versus Timbersaw, and this is what Timbersaw wants, right? Just
it was
hit me
quiet,
if you
and
can.
then of course we missed First Blood. That's on me, but Cinder Warren is actually your First Blood. It's going to go down to Strike in the top lane.
See,
I didn't expect
Gyrocopter's a good hero.
Gyrocopter is a good hero. Yeah, but Gyrocopter, I think you mentioned, hasn't actually won a game just yet in this tournament.
Yeah, Strike played the Gyrocopter against Bravado. It was really close. I mean, as soon as RDK got the Morphling shotgun, it just didn't work out so well for the game team. But it was a really, really close game, and they could have taken it. But I think the Sand King in this draft is going to help out quite a bit.
Well, I'd hope so. Like I said, that's my favorite, and that's the hero I want to see crush everyone in this. Because here's the thing, right? As shoutcasters, we're fortuitous. We can swap sides whenever we want. We can support whoever we want, as long as they're not the team that's going to go out, right?
Yeah.
So you can
as
always
long as you're right.
threes. If Ian win this one, we can support Ian. But in the next game, of course, we have to support Pulse instead. But it's actually an interesting one as well, right? Because Pulse as a side have been, I would say, a stalwart in the SA scene. Not so much as a side, but rather as individuals.
Yeah.
As you mentioned during... were we live yet? I can't even remember. Live.
No, I think we were still in the draft.
Ego. Yeah. So this is a team that has literally been around forever, right? They are players that we've seen play for the likes of Bravado, we've seen them play for Energy, Immersion. They all go way, way back.
Yeah.
And the thing is that they're now reaching a point where I wouldn't say their skills are starting to fade or anything, but there's a lot of people that are putting their hands up to be the next big thing. And
yeah, there has been a few changes since May as well, though, like Ian picking up BB as a support, and Pulse on the support side, they brought in Wazoo, who's been in VNR for several years, right? So he had a very solid, leadership going on over there, and then suddenly, joining the big guys from Pulse. I think it's a good addition. It's something fresh for him, and he's been doing pretty well as well in this tournament. I mean, first game, close game against APG, but just taking it down.
Yeah, as you say, it's been tight, and they're playing for something huge. This is the VS Gaming Master. This is the grand finals of the entire year. This is what you've been building up to. If you're a Dota player and you've been involved in the scene at all, this is what you've been involved for. This is what you've been fighting towards. And of course, this is make or break. This is low bracket. You lose this one, and you're out. There's no tomorrow.
That's
there's it. There's no see you for the next matchup. It's done, right? And as mentioned, Pulse, they could be going home here today, but of course, Ian is. In fact, no, sorry. This is. Yes, this is low bracket.
Yeah, it's low bracket. And also,
for a second, I was like, Ian's in the low bracket. Like, what's going on here? This is the side that I expected.
It was
to see.
such a tough round one, though. Like you get
was.
DVD Ian, and then you get XTC against XT. It's like, wow, it's just a terrible match. But yep, I saw that you were at the mid lane earlier, and I just thought that Queen of Pain can't really do anything against the Timbersaw early game. Just try to stick up with the tankiness there, and also taking the last hits, which shows a lot. You get the current gold, where Queen of Pain is leading there, but not really in the end. It's so close right now. You can see that he's trying to be aggressive, and he's able to. Like Smacko can't really do anything.
Bot lane though, see some action here. Wazoo, He's up to no good. He does in fact have the Invisivine. Going to get right behind Chelsea. And of course Lucky over here in the Sand King could be in a lot of trouble. The cogs come out, but of course Sand King too strong.
This is why he's so overpowered, and that every team has been picking him. And if you don't pick him, ban him first out.
Well, the thought reigns because Smacker is in trouble mid lane. Should have that blink for. Interesting, Habibi actually doesn't have crippling fear, so Smacker was able to just blink out that one. Almost. What's going on here, lads? So I got ganged by a Night Stalker, but it is only a level 2 Night Stalker, so Habibi needs an extra level to really pose a threat. But at the moment, I guess just being generally irritating. Does also spot out good old boot camp lull in the top lane here.
Yeah, he's just trying to, try to be the irritation. Gone full roaming mode for the energy team. Actually gets.
Yeah, they get the Nova onto him as well. Habibi as well as Odu doing quite a bit of damage. Will activate the Shrine. Should be okay. Wazoo also turns around here trying to help out. Once again, at these low levels, these heroes are actually fairly immobile. But think about this for a moment. As soon as you get that Centaur Warrior ulti, as soon as you have the Clockwork quick shot, and as soon as you have the likes of the Burrow Strike Blink Dagger combination you expect to see on the Sand King, the Timbersaul's ability to chase, Night Stalker just being the fastest man in the world because he thinks he's Usain Bolt. It's just going to be pretty crazy about how the catch is going to be. So you don't want to lose these team fights, because if you lose the team fight, they're going to find you, they're going to catch you, and they're going to kill you. Bottom lane, Chelsea getting caught out. No, they're just giving hugs. Hugs for free, because they also like Sand King.
Yeah, and it's pulling out some skills as well, so giving free charges for the offlane hero for Energy Esports. I mean, right now, Chelsea is doing pretty well. I mean, he's just doing what an offlane needs to do, right? But also being ahead on most of the heroes, like such as the Clockwork or the Sensor, my bad, on the other side of the team.
So, when do you think we'll see these two sides come? Oh, wait, hold on. I was going to say when are they going to get active? They're getting active right about now. Smacker going to start making his way over to the top lane here. And Strike once out. Going to drop the cooldown, but he is in a world of trouble here. Does get caught up by that hook stomp from Bootcamp and will be brought down. That's a 4-man rotation, but that is the one position of Energy Esports. They'll take it. They'll love it. Of course, Chelsea will have a little bit of extra space in bot lane, but he's actually being handled quite well by just Fady alone in this bottom lane. He does have the 2 levels in Caustic Finale, so is a little bit of a threat here, but once again, Underlord is quite challenging to deal with. It has a huge amount of damage early on. You can see already hitting for 123. That's nice. Casual. Yeah. But now getting hit for significantly more than that. Chelsea and friends swarming him. Gonna drop. Put a Malice. Nice Burrow Strike through, but it's not good enough. Fady actually gets to kill Habibi. He's still interested. Still wants to go around. They're going to try to block off his path. Odu doesn't have any mana. It's going to be all up to the right clicks of Habibi. But Habibi is solo. This is getting ridiculous. Are you kidding me? Habibi goes down as well. Odu will secure the kill. But that's... friend, that's a 3-man rotation. And you know how they respond to that? Well, they kill 2 of you.
Well, Chelsea stayed there too long as well. I mean, getting the Burrow Strike in, it's like, hey, I'm really low right now. Should I right-click the Underlord as a Sand King offlaner? But I think it should have. I mean, it brought down Underlord to quite a bit, but in the end, wow, Fady making it, man. He's solo offlane basically right now, and still taking 2 heroes down is a big, big plus.
Can somebody just remind these guys that they're the underdogs? They're not playing like it. I just want to remind you, Pulse are a side that we expected to struggle in this tournament. Energy, one of our favorites to win it. I guess favorites to... I guess we should more fairly say favorites to see White Rabbit Gaming in that final. Yeah. But right now, Pulse actually looking pretty solid, pretty disrespectful towards the inside, actually doing very, very well. Fady picking up that 2 kills on the bottom lane, which should have been 0-1. Instead, it gets 2-1 out of it.
Yeah, which is pretty great. I mean, they were going on 1-4 towards the energy side, and yeah, here comes just I was thinking, like, where are the vision in the map? And right when I wanted to say they have 2 wards for the Radiant side from the mid and bottom lane. Oh, yeah. It's going to be a tough.
Is this spotted out? Or?
It is. Yeah, but it is.
That's his own ward, but
Fady just needs to basically push out the lanes the whole time just to prevent something like that.
Okay. So let's talk a little about Chosen One versus Mac in the mid lanes. Obviously, as we expect, a little bit quiet, hard for either of these 2 heroes to pick up a kill on the other. But I got to say, it's been fairly even as far as last hits goes. Obviously, a couple of extra last hits on Smack, with a couple of extra denies from Chosen One. I feel like Quap should be further ahead. I know you can't really kill a Timbersaw with ease, but it's got the range on. It does have magic damage that can hurt Smacker.
Or do with the rotation.
Yeah, it does in fact get off the Nova early on, but nothing to lock down Smacker, so he's going to be just fine. Top lane, Chelsea will in fact find that Observer Ward. By the way, once again, for those of you who are new, for those of you who don't know, Chelsea's better known to us as Lucka. So when I start interchanging this man's nickname, you'll understand why, but to us, he's endeared himself as Kez Lucka, if you're really old school. But
Gonna make it complicated, Halberd.
I'm gonna make it so complicated. The Sand King,
a bit of
Kez
what?
Lucka, Chelsea, smiley face, Doron.
Like Energy has 8 players suddenly.
Yeah, they do, in fact, and it's truly Matthew known as Doron.
Oh,
Snacker,
Snacker's
the
in trouble,
middle
mate.
lane, once again takes a lot of harassment from Chosen One because he's pretty relaxed about it. He's got to be careful though because
wow.
he is getting low. And
Yeah, he's got his regen rune in him, so... Well, he did, until that happened.
yeah, exactly. He is in fact going to be joined by Wazoo. They're going to use the Civil War on Ultimate as well as Wazoo traces down. But Chelsea comes with a TP, they force the rotation at least. That's pretty handy in itself. They can back off now, only costing the LT, and they don't get much out. Smack is going to pick up the double damage rune though. Do they want? Chelsea is aggressive. He's keen on this one. Gets caught up by the hook stomp though. Nice Sonic Wave coming through by Smacker. Snacker in the rush, but going to have to try to get out of it. Gets done by Chelsea. Brought down as well now. And now Pulse in a very awkward situation here. Where are you going, Bootcamp? You're in there all alone, but they get up a huge bit of malice there. Lucky on the back lines. He is going to be brought down. Wazoo chases after. He wants a BB. Turns his attention now to Strike. Strike, the bigger target. And of course, the slower one. It's nighttime. It's just a moment away. It's actually a fair amount away. Good solid minute and a half. You've got to consider running down. He will, in fact, TP to the bottom lane, though, as he changes his mind.
Wow, it all started with that sensor ulti. I mean, daytime vision didn't work, so it did work towards EN in the end. So as soon as the ulti finishes, EN just pushed back and just countered everything. Luckily, Fady rotated as well, otherwise they wouldn't have even gotten the kill.
I gotta say as well, I was surprised it ended as reasonably as it did for Pulse. I mean, you had Bootcamp right inside the Rosh, but surrounded by his own cogs. His own cogs were surrounding him, just in this lovely spot over here. Let's draw a nice picture for you. Cogs or run out. That's not where you want to be.
Yeah, didn't work out well.
And once again, that is his teammate. So it was a little bit of miscommunication there. I think he just had the only option was to go and support the Queen of Pain in the Rosh pit. And he was like, I have nowhere to go now, lads. But in the end, it's okay. They haven't really lost too much from that engagement. Chelsea in the bottom lane, they're keen on going onto Wazoo. You can see, look at his smile. That's saying he wants to battle. In fact, he does go into battle, gets a stun onto Wazoo, got the help from Odin. So it's going to be the Frost Blast in the end. At least for the time being. Frost Nova, excuse me. No, it is Frost Blast. It's Frost Blast.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at the Night Stalker as well. I thought he was going to go from behind and then try to get the gang in. They have the vision in the enemy jungle as well, but instead Purple, with their jungle ward, they do spot a BB. He's going to be in big trouble if Fady and them sees him.
They are looking very, very vigilant. Oh, this game's just going to explode though. I cannot wait. Friends. Yes. I realize I'm excitable, right? But let's be reasonable about this.
Okay.
They're all going to fight soon, right? And then we're going to see a lot of skills, a lot of spells. I'm going to get really, really loud.
Yeah.
The production guy's going to get upset with me because there's a set war on ulti already. Chose one that goes up the high ground. He's blocked up by the Ancients. He's trying to get around up by the Shrine, but he's got Strike to support. How's this one going to play out? They want it. They know they're there. They want to go on him. They might not know Strikes there, though. They do have some vision facts. There will know Strikes there. He's got that cooldown. He's got that ammo loaded. He wants to call down somebody.
Yeah.
The other thing, I'm gonna make the production team angry. They're gonna be Albert. He's shouting so loud. He's gonna burn the speakers.
The thing is,
complaints, and I'm not gonna care.
it is going to happen though. It's inevitable. We're waiting for Pulse to be strong enough to cast these combos and win the team fights. This is why Energy is so hungry to get these kills right now. Mainly because, oh, okay, we've got Queen of Pain. You know, he's right there. I can take over him solo. And then the rest of the team's just got level 6. Doppler's not even level 6 yet, so if EN gets a team fight, they'll win it for sure. They can't wait too long though, because now when they get their ultis, when Pulse gets their ultis, it is going to be a tough one. But until then, EN's got this. They have the control of the maps. They have, you know, just rotations everywhere. Like right now, Night Stalker going straight into 4 heroes in the top lane.
They want to piece this. Beam goes in, Timid Chain comes in from Chosen One. He is straight down Doppler. Nice sidestep for the chakram. Gonna walk this one off. Just using that age-old how to dodge sniper bullets movement. Worked out for Doppler 3 well in the end. Just slalom, man. Just run some slalom, you're going to get away from it.
Yeah, well, there you do. Oh, Fady might be in trouble here. Strike going from behind. Trying to attack off Fady on the 1v1. No, I don't think it's going to work. But Habibi is going to be behind the lines as well.
Certainly not. But let's take a quick... I've been so into this, I haven't actually looked at the graphs. Will we get a chance? Yes, we will. So at the moment, net worth about 4K in favor of the DotA. The DotA better known as Energy eSports. And as far as the experience goes, also sitting at about 4K. So Energy in a very good position now. They have got to convert this pressure, though.
Yeah. The only weak point right now is that Habibi needs to get more levels up, but hey, it's okay. You've got your level 1 on your Crippling Fear, you've got level 1 on your ulti, and it's nighttime right now, so 1 or 2 pickoffs would work so well for the supports of Energy right now. Let's see. I mean, Smacker is overextending. He's got Crippling Fear. Let's see if Chelsea and Habibi can do something out of this.
Oh, they want to go in here. Do they get off in time? They get the silence as well as the nuke. But the center water and ulti comes out. No blink tag on the Sand. Oh, there's a blink tag on the Sand King. Chelsea just wanted no piece of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, okay, you're probably going to blink and get the double Burrow Strike, but I guess Chelsea maybe a little bit concerned about where the rest of the team were, and obviously that's still a hard kill to pick up with the center war and ulti. He's going to take he didn't damage himself for doing it as well, as he will of course get the damage from the actual heroes that he stuns, of course, due to that ultimate from center war, and it's basically just a really good ulti. That's what I'm trying to say here.
He's really good. The rest of the team also farming really well. Like Chosen One getting his Bloodstone pretty soon. Just going to need to farm a little bit more, but also having Chelsea and Habibi creating that space for him to do so is quite important. Not to mention Strike as well. Yes, Sargon with his stats.
Yeah, Nightsword's been banned
Sargon,
6 times so far in this tournament. First time this hero has successfully been picked up. So Habibi, no pressure, but everyone's looking to see if this is going to be a hero that is going to work.
Got to break it
in this particular tournament.
Yeah,
Don't
so
break
that
it.
would mean that well, Strike, if he wins this one, Drycrops is going to be the first one in the tournaments as well. So having a win as a Night Stalker is going to be something special. I mean, it's been picked up more in the international scene as well. So yeah, it's pretty nice. You have to see more Spirit Breaker as well. It's probably picked like once or twice as well.
Yeah, Spirit Breaker me don't go well. Whoever picks Spirit Breaker loses. And the only team that's been able to change is White Trap Gaming. And they do go in fact on Doppler here. They're going to drop the cooldown as well. Nice double Burrow Strike coming in from Chelsea. Going to catch up Hucamp. He gets on the Hoostum on all 3. And Sonic Wave connects with all of them as well. Chill missed. Fade's going to be brought down here. Very low. Oh, is he? Fade's so low. Chelsea, give him a tap. Give him another. Fade's still alive. They're giving some more ulti. They're getting him out with the Burrow Strike. I think they just missed the TP though. They almost got 2 there for the price of 1. But now Bootcamp's running away. Odu, bravest bitch in the world right now, goes through Chelsea, does bring forward, connects with the Burrow Strike, going to get out and Frostblast as well, help him out. Chosen One drops a Chakram. Can they finish the job? He is so low, but they're not going to commit over that tower. They didn't have the HP really follow up, so they're going to back out, and I guess it makes sense. They do have the lead, no lead to throw it. And of course, Smacker in mid lane doing a little bit of damage as well.
Let's check if Smacker is going to take this.
Are they going to battle?
1v1, no, he's going to be safe, but oh!
He's going to be forced into battle,
Chosen
maybe.
One in trouble. I mean, not Chosen One, but Smacker's in trouble. Chosen One is in the lane right now. Nah, it's going to be okay. Blink's OP.
Let's toss it back, Rens. I would love to hear your thoughts on the previous fight, where it went right and where it went wrong.
Yeah, but this is what the audience is talking about. Like, every team fights. As soon as it starts, it's going to go towards EN because it's still early. I mean, we've got to wait until Doppler and Friends, or Doppler to be specific, to still get to level 6. I mean, Macropie is so strong. They've got, Bootcamp is not really doing so well at this moment. So you're relying on Fade's early game tactics, but it's just not working well. I mean, EN's got heroes for this.
Odu, you are not where you want to be right now. There are many a foe. They pinged him. They pinged Odu.
I see him.
They know he's there.
Yeah, let's see how far Bootcamp goes though.
Odu, hide. Right. Is Odu free?
Doppler's going to try. If only he ice paths as well. It's like, there he is. But he's level 5. You know, that's the problem.
Nothing to see here.
That Jakira is just, yeah. But wait till Odu comes back into the lane. It's probably go from behind. Like, Chelsea's going to, he's teleporting. So, Chelsea, the Sand King, with the Epicenter available for as well. So,
they went down.
There we go. Anticlimactic.
Oh, but the Chain Frost actually hits everything, nothing but net. It's still going. Chain Frost?
Yeah, it's
Chain Frost. Where are you going?
Kamehameha.
Buddy, this is not where you belong.
Hadouken.
Are they all grouped up?
No.
They are grouped up. It still connects. Fading gets a surprise. What's happening? Well, let's just follow you across the map. Chain Frost too strong. Chain Frost global. That's a terrifying notion.
Yeah. Well, Fady did the right choice though. It's like, okay, something's fishy. Let's get out of here. And as soon as that happens, Odu comes from the back, where you saw that he was hiding in that jungle spot the whole time. So he was eager to fight.
Trees.
Yeah, stay in the trees.
Rumors say that Odu, in fact, in previous games, is still in the trees. Still there.
Patience from Odu.
Patience from Odu. Gets everyone with the Chain Frost. So.
He did. It's just the...
we're just going to go full net again, talking about the Lich counter.
The Lich counter.
Patient from Zao is going to end up in the patient from Odie is going to end up in the Lich counter.
Hey, good luck.
I tip my hat when we get the reference. You know where patient from Zao comes from. Good on you. If you don't,
Go on
for
Reddit.
shame. For shame.
Okay,
Yeah,
don't
educate
go on Reddit.
yourself.
It's horrible.
So it depends what moderator. Actually.
Yeah, okay. I'm not gonna go to that. Spectators know much more than me for that one.
Right, so let's take a look at the items at the moment. Reigns, talk us through them. Anything you like, anything you don't like, anything you want to see.
I think the Night Stalker's behind right now. I mean, he's just bought his, he's getting his Hand of Midas right now, which is really good because he's a support. He's going to need to get gold somewhere.
Oh, sorry, bot lane Doppler, very low. Can they finish the job? No, they cannot.
Wow.
He's going to get out of there on the skin of his teeth. Where's your Zeus selfie now?
Yeah, good spot on that as well. I mean, that would be a really important one. You really want to push your supports back. I mean, he's already quite behind, and if he's going to have a really bad game, it's going to be bad for Pulse as a whole team. So with that, you can't really rely on Fady the whole time as the underlord. You can get your Queen of Pain to be online sometime, and as soon as that happens, that's going to be a tough one for Energy. But until then, I think that Ian is just going to keep dominating the map.
Okay. Well, let's actually look at the position. I actually want to see what can people see? Well, at the moment, look at the mini map. That's what we direct
What can
your
people
attention
see?
to.
Ian,
Yeah.
everything.
Yeah. So, Pulse, they have reasonable vision up as well, and Ian also they can see a lot that's going on. So once again, they have reasonable vision up, a little bit in the lane, but I actually think Pulse is better.
Yeah, Pulse has to rely on the wards more, while Ian just needs Habibi to just get around, just make sure his ulti's up all the time. Just really good.
Night Stalker is a fair hero.
He's
It's actually
fair.
it's just really irritating. It's just one of those heroes that you just have to deal with. Interesting wall placement here.
You're going to need to pick him up sometime, especially if the other team does not ban him. I mean, there's just so many heroes to ban out right now as well. And I can't emphasize it enough. Pulse banning out the Ember Spirit was so important. Like, I really think that Energy would have picked that up, but then compensated with the Timber Saw.
So I'm pretty interested in the build coming out from Chelsea as well. Actually going for the 4 start here. So he's going to have a huge amount of mobility, which is going to be something of concern. But I like these two sides. This might not be yet, people. Just I promise you, it's going to explode at a point. Just contain yourself. Stay on your seat. Wait for the moment, because when these two sides finally do hit each other, when they finally do start engaging in a big way in a 5-on-5 team fight, it's going to be huge and it's going to be worth it. But for the time being, just appreciate the type of Dota they're playing. They're both sides working with the tree. That's why this ward's here. This is giving information to the side of Energy of where their opponents can see, where they can't see, what they're up to. And you can see once again this side, exact same thing. They're trying to find these heroes that are playing in the tree line. And of course, that itself is a very frustrating thing to deal with for both sides. They're both experiencing the same, I wouldn't quite call it ratty, it's more like, I'm sorry, just enjoying that sound. It's not quite ratty, it's more pressure that they're creating.
Yeah.
So that their opponents can't get in front of them. But 54 kills from Chosen One already in this tournament. I wonder if that's the highest. Of course, we get Sargon with us, and you can tell us who has the highest kill so far in this tournament. Chosen One, though,
Good
goes
silence there.
onto Doppler, doesn't get pipe up, but he is in trouble. Should be run down here by him. Why could drop the Magnifier down? I think this is more so as a delay tactic, just to try bring down some damage from the creep wave, maybe protect the lane. But top lane, Odie also once again just doing Odie thing. Oh no!
Wow, what
Odie
a
getting
spot.
Wazoo thing. He's going to connect with the hook shot as well, and Odie has nowhere to go. Going to frost on armor himself, not to buy a bit of time, but of course Smacker comes in to assist. Pulse lap that one up. No more of your shenanigans, they say. Take a rest.
That was such a good call as well. I mean, for some points, they did see Lich going towards the top lane and then planting that aggressive ward over there, and then somehow Wazoo is like, okay, he's going to be there at that exact spot, and then gets the rock goes there. Oh, that was awesome.
I actually do want to see that replay as well. I know we do have one available, so let's jump in there. I mean,
So it's on the spot as well.
Yeah, he knows where he is, he catches on, but one thing I want to point out is what you can't see in that replay is that Odie actually traveled quite a far way down. I want to show you guys this tree line quickly. So this is basically where he died, but now, if you look here, the entrance is all the way up here. So you have to run all the way down here into the spot. So where he got caught out was actually nowhere near where he initially entered the tree line. So it's just good understanding, good awareness from Wazoo's clock to pick him up there. And those those lichers in the tree lines that shoot global chain frosts at you are irritating. And when you can pick one up, when you can pick up that kill, it takes so much pressure off the map. And you can see what that's brought them. They're now pushing onto this tier 2. They've gotten a lot. And there we go. There we go. Most kills so far. But now, can he get another one? No, he can't. He's going to be brought down. Did they actually have a lot of bloodstone charges? Still on 9 at the moment. He is brought down. But will in fact also wave goodbye to his tier 2 tower as Pulse on the front foot. Has anyone told them they're 5k behind? They do not care. They do not care, Reigns.
No, but it is still so close though. As you see, I think Pulse is getting online right now and saying, okay, let's start getting those team fights and win them as well, starting with Chosen One, which by the way, you were right. He does have the most kills in this tournament, followed by Depi and then Aghanim.
Oh, can I tell you what's a little bit scary about Depi though? He's played a lot less games.
That's the thing, right? Yeah, so they had the backstage with Energy versus XD yesterday as well. So, you know, with that, it's 2 more games than what XTC have played. Yeah. So with that, yeah, it's interesting. I mean, DP is still looking really scary in some of them, but otherwise, DotA2 could be in trouble here with the Rock Barrage. Here comes C1.
No, both gets his kill. Easy peasy. Chosen One adds another one to his list. Just growing that lead over Depi. So he's got to make the most of these games. He's going to make sure he gets that number 1 spot at the end of this one. A nice thing to tell you grandchildren about one day. Yeah, back in 2017, in my side, one VS Gaming Masters that had the most kills. Ian would love to tell that tale, but a long way to go till then. They've got to get through Pulse, the likes of XTC, Bravado, White Trap getting still alive here, but hook shot
nice catch over there.
It's not the best target. They actually trapped to him. Does he turn around? Yes, he does. Get to the channel. They're going to release the Central War and be silenced up by the Night Stalker on the sidelines. He takes a lot of damage. He's backing off entirely, but he does get the Central War and an ulti out though. Smacker going to get hit by a nice little rocket there, but he is okay for the time being. Shotgun once he got through. They watch this. They're going it deep. He actually went into the high ground. He gets caught out by Pulse boot camp, and Pulse on the top line here. They want to take this fight to them. Chosen One goes down. Chelsea in the front lines getting a bit of a beating from the Pulse squad. Smacker says more, but Pulse say no. And
that was great.
I mean, I say frozen. Let's see a replay quickly because I'm a bit frozen over here.
Oh, that's interesting. Well,
yeah.
You know, as you were talking about.
Yeah, so obviously it's been a bit of an interesting game so far. Obviously we have had, like, it's weird, right? Because Energy in the lead.
Yeah.
But at the same time, we have Pulse with the momentum, if that makes sense. So like they seem to be the team that wants to run forward. They do, yeah. Seem to decide that's more aggressive. I don't think they know they're behind. I don't think they care that they're behind right about now.
Well, they have to be, right? I mean, the early game heroes goes towards the Ian guys with Timbersaw mid, you know, tanking it out. Also getting that occasional gangs with Habibi rotating into the middle. But Doppler and his friends, he's going to need to wait. Let's just say we wait for a level 2 ulti, and, you know, it's exactly what you're waiting for.
Yeah.
Getting those wombo combos down, Queen of Pain to end the show. It has to work at some point. And then, just by the way, he was saying how Chosen One had like 4 kills up, and then, you know, he's got the most kills, and now he died 3 times in a row.
It's the caster's curse.
Yeah.
Because what we're going to see
next
is the next stat from Sargon that's going to be like, Chosen One has died the most in this tournament.
As many times as Halbert calls.
Let's go there. Sargon, who has died most in this tournament?
I don't think he can talk to us right now. Just put up a stat for us.
That's how we communicate. That's the stat man in his natural environment. Just producing statistics. It's what he does. It's what he dreams about.
So it's
goes
basically
to sleep at night. And he thinks to himself, tomorrow morning I'm going to wake up and I'm going to find a stat on how many cornflakes were in my cereal.
That's the joke, because I don't think he sleeps. It's going to be like one day. Well, so it's going to be a hard one.
Ladies and gents, we will in fact be back in just a minute. Slight pause coming up, but don't go anywhere because this game rages on. It is paused, of course, so you're not going to miss any of the action, and the action is coming, I promise you that much. These two sides are going to be absolutely killing each other in a little bit, but I think we'll be back very, very shortly for a technical pause. So until then, we'll see you in a bit.
Dude, it's your PC, bro. No, technical pause screen is up. It just takes source.
nice footprints. Cover. Devil is slowly. This one. I need that.
Well, no, because I need also I need our computer to actually stream out the game. So you can't actually continue because the game is actually being broadcast from Devon and IPC. Oh, so they want to go to the panel. Okay, okay. Okay.
Devon! Cover! Devon,
When it's untapped, you're either intercepted or the one that comes in, right? Oh, that's only a fine score. Oh, no. That's what I see once again. So you finish whatever, and then we'll talk about it. It's like the whole thing.
Well, it's slight technical difficulties here, and obviously we're still got plenty to talk about so far. The lineup working out for more or less for both sides, in fact.
The thing is, though, I think like it's very difficult to predict what this game's actually going like because it's very unconventional from both sides. So it's hard to say who's actually winning. I would like EGE's got more towers, they've got more objectives, they've taken more out of the map, but they're not rolling over the team like you'd expect Timbersaw to do. And they can still kill Chosen One, even though he's network leader.
Yeah.
They kill them fairly easily as long as the team's not around to back him up.
And also we were thinking, okay, it's probably going to be the carry Underlord, you know, the classic Vanguard and Radiance build we saw in Dota 1, but he hasn't really gone for that either. He's gone for the utility build with the mech and, of course, the mana boots, probably into GG boots next, with the pipe. And then, obviously, you get your damage as the carry Underlord from your aura, and you also didn't max that first either. So it's very confusing right now, so to speak. It's more of a utility-based Underlord.
It's interesting that you mentioned Timbersaw. Because Timbersaw is one of those heroes that likes to steamroll. If you get steamrolly, that's it. You might as well pack it in there and the game is pretty much done. But it's certainly not the case here. And what's the worst case scenario? I mean, Chosen One's already gone down how many times now?
I think he's only died like once or twice. Yeah. It's kind of hard this game though, because normally what you want to do as Timbersaw is that you max out your active armor, knowing that when you get into these team fights, heroes are going to be attacking you, and then it takes so much longer to kill you.
Yeah.
But the problem is that in this game, most of Pulse's damage is magic based, so they actually don't ever have to right click him. All they can do is control him long enough, and they can burst him down.
I agree with you.
Which is exactly what you brought up in the draft. You were worried that Timbersaw maybe not the perfect pick because he's good for right clicks, not so good against magic damage.
Look, and he's also kind of getting kited around, also purely because beside of Pulse, most of them are extremely tanky. I mean, you've got the Clockwork that's interrupting his combos. You've got the Underlord that's incredibly hard to kill. The Centaur Warren also incredibly hard to kill. But whenever they go on them, they just stampede. It's really hard for the Timbersaw to really burst and lock down anyone. So he's not really accomplishing what a Timbersaw ordinarily does accomplish in a game, which is why it was a bit of a weird pick. But, you know.
That being said, Nightstalker's doing very well though.
Yeah.
I'm very happy with how Habib is playing this hero. He's not always been able to find the kills. It's not necessarily his fault given how tanky the NND Pulse heroes are.
Yeah.
But he's been moving around the map a lot. He's not been static. Got himself a hand of Midas, getting levels, doing Nightstalker's things.
It's fun to see.
It's not really fun to see because it
We
reminds me
saw,
of losing. But
yeah, we saw our first
Yes.
global Lich ulti of the tournament, which was funny. We're like, wait for it, wait for it. It could have been a lot worse. It could have been like right next to other with no
Yeah.
creeps next to them, dead.
they
You know,
would have all died.
Yeah.
It could have been worse, but you know.
it's just cheeky because he's like hiding in the trees. You know, the Kira doesn't have ice path yet, so it couldn't really do much to Odu. And then he just casually comes out of the trees while they try TP away and whoop, global Lich
And
ulti.
just,
Yeah.
Speaking of, did you see the one push that they were trying to doing on the tier 1 tower when Pulse were pushing top? When Lich dropped down on Ice Hammer,
Yeah.
that push took so long. Like, if Energy actually had the stomach for it, they could have like, taken a fight around that area. Like, they didn't
Yeah.
want to. They were taking, I think, tier 1 bottom and then
Yeah.
pushing into the tier 2 top, and bottom tower as well. But it just takes so long to get anything done now.
And it's a lot stronger as well because, I mean, the tower gains more armor as there's more heroes approaching to take your tower. Then you add ice armor on top of that. It's like, okay, well.
So can I, before we cut back, because they are ready for
Oh,
us,
awesome.
can I get predictions? Based on how the game is going so far. Come on.
It's really hard to say, but I'm still going with energy on this one.
Energy?
Pulse.
There you go.
Really?
Somebody's
Oh,
changed his
no.
mind. Yes.
Energy wins the series, but Pulse might win this
Well,
game.
hey. Right. Okay. So without any further ado, back to you, Halbert.
Thanks very much, guys. I don't accept this.
Yeah.
I want committed statements from Snare. Snare?
They have to stay in the trees. He's
Just
got to stay in the trees.
Snare is staying in the trees. That's
Yeah,
exactly
yeah,
what's
has
happening.
to.
I want to hear like a Pulse take the series 2-0 because it's going to count them out. You are a little bit of a... You're a little bit eager there. They're a strong side. They certainly have a wealth of experience. I mean, they've got to say, NG possibly actually their worst kind of matchup because they're also full of experience. I mean, let's go there for a moment.
All right.
We do, of course, have... You may have seen these guys before. This Night Stalker.
He looks
Lich.
awfully familiar, right?
He does look almost like they were part of the greatest South African side there ever was until WG came around. So do not count the energy out. Do not count Pulse out though yet because they're playing with disrespect. They do not care who they're up against. They're like, Odu who? Habibi what?
Yeah, it's like they sound familiar, but we're not too sure. But yeah,
Just have you
seriously.
heard of Smacker? That's their response. Now, have you heard of Smacker?
Smacker's deadly though. Like, yeah, but on a good day, Energy Esports could literally beat everybody in South Africa. But yeah, we can see right now it's 13-8.
that's a Pulse, man. They don't
tell it.
care.
I can't. I mean, Pulse has really good players. I respect him too much.
Exactly. So this game is definitely on. Once again, there was a slight pause, but we are back in action, and these two sides are just, once again, I'm just waiting. Reigns, any moment.
Well,
We're going on an adventure.
I'm gonna say any moment, and then 2 hours later, it'd be like, any moment, guys. They're gonna do the wombo combo. I can't wait. I mean, you're potentially looking at the Macropire or the Underlord into the Macropire into Queen of Pain's ulti, and then the fight goes on and on and on. And you know that's exactly what we want to see. We're gonna take down one by one. Oh, it's gonna be a hard one, but yeah,
Oh, strike.
pretty solid.
Pretty aggressive. He looks
Chelsea
like he
picked up the full staff as well, so he's gonna be like the main disabler right now for Energy Esports.
Yeah. He is mobile, man.
Yeah.
I'm interested to see if he goes to the Aghanim Scepter. He's got a Void Stone queued up here. So that could be two things. We've got the Elfield, could be looking at Scythe of Vice, could be looking at the Lincoln Sphere. I imagine it's one of the two. I feel like Scythe is like a better, more scary investment, right?
Yeah. Well, it's going to be a hard one. Oh, there's going to be potentially a fight over here by the tier 2 bottom tower. Timbersaw's hinting for it. Smack on the other hand though, stay behind the trees and tries. There we go, there's going to be the glyph there as well. Fady, oh, he might be in trouble here. Instead, it's going to be Timbersaw being talked out, and meanwhile, Chelsea being taken down by Bootcamp Centaur. Oh, it's going to be a hard one here with Smacker. Going to take down C1 once again. C1 in huge trouble, talking about the stats curse, having 4-0 up inside. And Chelsea goes down as well. Smacker to take him down with the right clicks after getting that dagger. And here comes the escape for Fady and his friends, safely back into the shrine at the bottom jungle.
Yeah, we're going to shrine up as well as Smacker and friends. So a nice exchange, I guess, in the end.
It was great. It's awesome. Thanks, Albert.
We're having a great time here. I'm going to say this is certainly one to remember.
No replays, right? Not right now. Okay, but yeah, it was something great for Pulse, but On the other hand, Jaro got out of it. I mean, he was okay. Started to take down the heroes that he needed to and then backed off. So I think Strike's playing solid right now on the gyrocopter. By solid, I mean much better than Bravado. Why are you still laughing, Halbert?
Because the giggles. That's what happened. Yeah,
It's real.
But everything's fine now, right? Everything.
It's all good.
Normal. Everything's good.
The game starts.
That's what we needed.
We're serious now.
Life has returned to the way it should be.
Yeah.
We got no more technical issues, I think, and and most importantly, two sides that are fighting it out for a place in the next round of the VS Gaming Masters. And once again, I want to point. Oh, okay, you're gonna have to wait because I want to say something, but I think that we're gonna have a little bit of a tussle at any moment now. Maybe Vizzed up.
I don't think anything's going to happen right now, unfortunately, Albert.
Okay, so let's go to the thing. I want to remind everyone, for those of you who have joined us in the audience, for those of you who are watching online, make sure that you too become a VS Gaming Dota 2 master. I'm going there.
Yeah,
and go join the VS Gaming League.
It's not impossible.
Oh, and we'll be like bootcamp. He's engaging. He goes in here, catches up, chosen one. They're going to return fire though with Chelsea, and he's taking a lot of damage. Will drop the center water on LB. Isn't enough yet either. He's got an angry rocket over after him as well. The entire EGE Esports team, and of course the Finale is going to slow him down at the end of that. So in the end, Energy pick up yet another one.
He's really confident. Strike's got his Hurricane back as well. Oh, goes for Fady. 3-on-1. He's going to take a nice ice path from the Jakiro, but it's not enough. Chosen one gets one kill of that as well, and Pulse is in trouble.
You're going to pick him up as well. The back lines, Wazoo managed to walk up, but that's 3 for nothing. Fight recap is going to tell a pretty scary tale if it comes to us.
If it comes to us.
There you go, fight recap.
Yeah.
Shy, the shy creature. But 1,200 gold going the way of NG Sports, and worse off 750-ish going the way of, or being reduced from the coffers of Pulse Gaming. And then the XP is the big one.
Yeah, and I think that they underestimated the gyrocopter quite a bit over there. So after winning that fight at the bottom lane, they decided to, give Energy a little bit of a lead again. So right now going above 7k net worth lead. It's horrible for now. I'm not going to say that Pulse Gaming is going to lose from here. They can. They just need a proper team fight going, as they did the second last fight, and take it back from there.
Yep. 8k though, the difference. Let's take a look at the stats. I'm sure everyone would love to see it at the moment. It is, in fact, as mentioned, 8k in favor of NG Esports, and the experience, excuse me. Oh, that's a meaty amount of experience.
Yeah. No, that's just all from letting Strike farm up all the way to level 22. I mean, the nonchalance is just right there.
Bloodstone charge is also going to be a concern. Only 4, meaning there's not as much mana regen as you would like. Doesn't the load swell up as well, so that's going to be handy, but Chosen One seems to have drifted a little bit off where he was earlier. Let's take a look at the actual scores for these players. So Chosen One, 5-4-4. I feel like he had a better start than that. Chelsea, a lot of assists, but 3 deaths. But what's really interesting, other than Strike, no one in this game really putting their hand up. But I guess if you want somebody to put their hand up, it's going to be your gyrocopter.
Yeah.
And he's queued up the butterfly as well.
And it worked out really, really well so far. I mean, if Strike goes into this team fight right now in the mid lane, he's able to get off 1 or 2. And then that's with the Timbersaw going into the fight ahead of the rest of the Energy guys as well. So
they're going in, they're going to catch the Strike gyrocopter. He's going to get forced off back, but on the other side, he gets caught up by recap. They will bring down that clock with Wazoo. Going to fall first. Chosen One in the thick of things. He has nowhere to go. He's going to deny himself out. In fact, I believe there was a deny. No. It was actually the double edge. That's the big nuke that came in there. Cooldown being used, basically just hitting the central wall runner. He's a pretty tanky lad. He'll be okay. But a BB on the back line, he wants to help out his blitz. The chain thrust does connect pretty decently. Comes off the Elder Dragon as well. The Dragon just doing work, but they still don't pick one up. Strike finally comes in. It's actually 3 for 2 at the moment. They still want Strike. They still want a piece of him. What he's got available, got the Sunjin Yasha, so all he has is speed, and he manages to get out of trouble, out of harm's way. But in the end, it's actually a pretty good exchange for Pulse again. These guys, can somebody just go into the booth and say, guys, by the way, you are behind. We realize you're not playing this because you don't care, but would you guess that the side that's won 2 of the last team fights is playing at such a massive depth? I mean, massive, significant deficit. Now down to 5k. Pulse might actually be the side that walks away victorious in this first game if they keep this up and they're playing from behind. What happens when they're ahead?
That's the problem. the only reason they're not hit was Strike is so strong at this moment. I mean, he's been the whole time at the team fights and just staying at the back, although getting caught out by the Centaur, actually manages to kill him in the end. So as soon as Pulse Gaming gets into the team fight, takes out the carry, takes out the Timbersaw, I think they can win. I mean, just after that, assuming no buybacks, they can take down at least one Rex after that.
Right, so...
Here it comes again.
I'm excited. That's what's happening. I'm just really excited.
Yeah.
I'm
It's not what you wanted, though. Oh, just Fady getting caught out by Chelsea. Actually, with Timbersaw going back to base from here, I think.
This is a very
it's a tough one. You can't really do anything about that.
Good night, Sweet Prince. Lucka, gonna have to wait out the next minute. Not quite, but close enough.
Yeah.
Oh,
there's a fight here by the mid lane here. Smacker catching out Odu once again. Leaving with a BKB. Blink's available. Yeah. Crippling Fears on cooldown. Was on cooldown.
These pickoffs are hurting so much. With all these pickoffs, right? Hells, who are supposed to be losing, are always on the front foot. Now you have the deficit. That was once big. Once again, I'd just like to show you this graph.
It's going back again.
It is.
Yeah.
And by the way, that is not updated yet. That is going to be 2K. Damn it, come on. Yeah.
Does that actually work?
It doesn't.
Oh.
I was just hoping it would.
But
it is 2K.
New.
It is 2K. You can see it here. It's 2K advantage at the moment to energy. The biggest problem we've had is when they've had the advantage, they haven't been able to get into the front foot because Pulse haven't given them the opportunity to set up camp, get involved for a fight. They get picked off, they lose players, and then all of a sudden, well, please update this time. There we go.
Oh, there we go, yeah. Nice.
So it's closer to about 3K, I think. But still, that's pretty good comeback from Pulse at the moment. Now, Reigns, I think we have to consider late game potential because we are now 38 minutes in. Who wins this if we get to 50?
I'm going to lead towards energy still, mainly because you still have the gyrocopter free farming. I don't think Pulse wants to or has the heroes to really take down the gyrocopter right now. So leaving him to free farm is pretty much giving the game away until Pulse decides to start, getting those combos in and try to take down one of his heroes and maybe even bait out the gyrocopter, even like make him stand in the front line, take out the Timbersaw first, and then win the fight from there. But it's really unlikely right now. I mean, C1 had a bit of a struggle mid-game, but he's slowly coming back. Level 21, he's got his Bloodstones and other items ready, so it's not a big issue that he died so many times.
Level 24.
On Strike.
Queen of Pain, though, it's pretty...
Oh, Queen of Pain, yeah.
The Queen of Pain actually has a Bloodthorn up as well, so it's a case of... Oh, wait, I hear
that's a really nice
clockwork. That's because he caught out the Odu glitch, and that's going to be another pickup here. And this is what I'm talking about. You can't get on the front foot against this lineup. Pulse are playing the better Dota right about now. That's all you can say. Sure, the statistics are against them. You have Chosen One, who's the man. He's got the most kills in this entire tournament so far. But they can't get on the front foot. Top lane, excuse me. They're going to find out Chelsea. Well, he used the Force Staff to get some distance, though, but he's taking a lot of damage. Can they capitalize? Does the Barrow Strike Blink Dagger will be available? They're just locking him down. He's got to get that Blink Dagger into Barrow Strike combination. Where you simply
maybe a fight at Rush Pit as well.
Oh wow, okay. Enough action for us. He's going to catch up the Gyrocopter. Strike taking a lot of damage here. Can they bring him down? Not quite yet. He's going to get away with the evades. Are you kidding me? And Chelsea might have to take one for the team. He was in that top lane, but he managed to come out, get the saving Barrow Strike. BB, what you doing? BB has to back off. He's still interested. But Wazoo and friends are still there. Can they make a turn on? What are you doing?
Oh, Snatches is it?
BB, you absolute beauty. Steals the Aegis.
That was beautiful.
No way out though. But
worth it.
You're worth it. But we see the death of the hero here, lads. And ladies, of course. BB goes down, but take nothing away. We need to see a replay of that because that is absolutely beautiful. And that makes a big difference. We'll go into that in a second. But let's see it again.
Let's cue music.
There we go, Reigns.
I thought you were going to do it. Oh, that was such a nice snatch over there. I mean, I think Pulse Gaming, if he took out Strike from there, as in you saw him running around, rather 100 HP or so, and then taking down taking down Roshan, but not grabbing him Aegis, also go against Pulse. But right now it's going to be who's going to win.
Well, if you get the Wazoo put shot in on the back line onto one man who can get out of there best. But they don't manage to get out here at all. He gets locked down, brought down. Chelsea's out of this one. The Chain Frost, though, doing a lot of work. Doppler in trouble will be brought down the sidelines, and they're saying that's enough. Underlord takes what's left home. But basically missing... they're all back. They're all back. So it's 2 for 2. But remember, the Night Stalker died before that fight, so the engagement not what Pulse needed at all. In fact, it's a big. I want to go back there. Now we had an opportunity to just let the game calm down. Let's discuss that Age of Snatch and what that really means, friends.
That was good from Energy. I mean, it all worked out towards Energy in the end, which shouldn't have been. I mean, if Strike died there at the fight, if they took Age, if Pulse took Ages, and I think that fight at the Tier 3 mid at the Energy's base would have been so different. I mean, imagine not having the Nightstalker or the Gyrocopter there, or forcing out the Gyrocopter to buy back. I think Pulse would have gotten a lot out of it, but right now, we're back to step one. Energy is going to need to, just give pressure on the map again, while Pulse has to find another way to try take down the Gyrocopter once again.
Right, well, everyone's alive, everything's calm for now. Energy still have a sniff of a lead, 2k at the moment. Roshan, no longer a factor for the time being. This game's almost dead even with the one thing I do agree with you, Rez. I think this Gyrocopter is looming.
Yeah.
He is one item away from being an absolute monster. Scorpion's favorite item, Killer, that's going to be tough for something more important later. Maybe the likes of the MKB or Davis get some more damage out.
That's true.
He's got the evasion from the butterfly, got the magic resistance. Could also potentially exchange the Senjin Yasha for something at a later stage, but one would expect first the Ring of the Killer, and then maybe look at getting himself something like the Moon Shard. Just eat a Moon Shard, then look at maybe changing that for, I don't know, a Skadi or something, just something that's a little bit better late game.
Yeah, it could depends on the other hand for Pulse Society is grabbing his Maelstrom. I think he's going to give up his bottle for it, which is okay, right? I mean, he needs to be the DPS for this team as well from now, and with the Bloodthorn, he's already quite powerful.
Well, the team that is statistically behind is literally on the front foot here. They're going up onto the high ground. They're going to pick up a big one. They could pick up Chosen One for free. He is slowly trying to get out. No, he does not. Chosen One down. Time to start looking at buybacks, friends, because that's what's going to become most important here. And Chosen One does have it, but he's hanging on to for the time being. Strike trying to push back the Pulse Hordes as they are playing with a lot of aggression. The silence comes out onto the Queen of Pain. He is silenced for a long time because it is night, and that is a BB's night. They're going to go forward, but they do get the hook stomp on him. Are they going to bring him down? No, they're not. Chelsea comes in with the epicenter. They do finish the kill on the Night Stalker, but Chelsea gets off a huge epi, but he's going to be punished for it. Brought down, Strike, caught in the cogs. He's got support from Chosen One, who has brought back now. They're pushing back Pulse. It says sounds like Fady wants out. Fady takes them out, and Fady keeps his team alive. That hurts. That hurts a lot. And right now, that advantage that Energy have in the bank is turning around, and it's going to start looking scarier and scarier. That's a buyback from Chosen One as well. So one buyback down, you lose your Queen of Pain. Sure, that's a big one. Did they pick up the Gyrocopter?
They
no,
didn't.
Not.
He was
Strike
really
survived.
low once again, and that was the main problem for Pulse Gaming. They really need to take down the carrier of Energy eSports in order to at least take down the Tier 3 tower. They came close, but Gyrocopter's alive, and you can't really do anything about that when he's hitting you from behind the lines.
But he's also wealthy. Strike is
Super
sitting
wealthy.
on 4.5k. He's going to have to keep the buybacks. So that's 2.2k that he can rarely spend for the time being. But it does mean he's about 200 or potentially looking at something like Demon Edge, and we'll see then likely what he's up to. But he hasn't even queued anything yet. He doesn't know himself. He hasn't. Oh, maybe he's just one of those guys who doesn't queue things and makes casters' lines a little bit harder. But Strike definitely, he's in range. Look, something off the equivalent, buying the first item of what he was going for.
Yeah, it's a really good call though. Yeah, let's go have a look at the last team fights over there by the Tier 3 tower. I mean, Gyrocopter just stays at the back line while he gets Timbersaw. We actually got caught out really quickly, buys back, goes back to the front line. But that ulti from Chelsea was just devastating, man. Although he died up, most of the heroes were really low. And I think Pulse was really lucky to have Fady over there to take them out, or to position them out.
And that's the thing, right? He's literally just... I mean, this is one of the reasons I like Winter Waven and Underlord as a combination, because it's the easiest get out of jail free card in the game. It's better than the Naga Siren, because you literally end up at home afterwards. So...
yeah, it works out so much better. I mean, if you pick up a support Naga Siren for that same thing, you might as well go for the Underlord, right? Because early game is just so strong as well.
Hold on, boys. Oh, it's all gone pear-shaped! Chelsea went through with the Burrow Strike. They will pick up Odu, but this is one of those moments where things can turn around. They do manage to pick up Odu. They're going to get out, try and get out of here, but they lose one, they lose the clockwork. Fady on the back line trying to do some damage on the top line, but back in the fray. Chelsea, he goes down top of it, fighting up against Strike. Strike's a big man with the flat cannon, hurting everyone. The Sonic Wave will go through that BKB, but now Bootcamp, he's just brought to his knees by Chosen One. It's 3-for-1. Advantage goes back the way of EGE Esports, and that is double damage. Gyrocopter, you're going to push that advantage as best you can. Can they get into the base? Fady, he wants out though. That Underlord says it's time to go home. We'll go home alone. And Habibi flying through in the bottom lane. They want some more action. They want some more kills. And in fact, I think it's important to try to get the buyback. The problem is that you still have the Queen of Pain up, right? So if you overpush your welcome, you end up sacrificing more than you want to, and not even gain the buyback. So Energy, respecting that, they're going to back off for the time being. But even though they win the fight, it's almost not as big as the previous one.
Yeah, and that's all to Strike, taking them out at the backlines once again. I mean, they take out Odu, and it's okay, because, you know, he's meant to be, you know, just cast your stuff and then just let the rest of your team do the rest of it. But
well, he wins Satanic.
Getting Satanic as well, it's just perfect. Now, who's going to kill him?
How do you kill him?
Well, you have the Queen of Pain, but you're going to need to do it right.
Okay, so let's theory craft this, right? So Queen of Pain gets a Bloodthorn out, gets a fair amount of damage out. BKBs through it, takes the Sonic Wave, all the same pure damage. He clicks the button, he's in full HP again. You need to lock this man down. If you, for a moment, let this man stand and fight, stand and deliver with Flat Cannon, that there is going to hurt, and it's going to bring him back to full HP again. And you have wasted everything. And the moment that happens, Chosen One is going to absolutely lap it up. He is going to wreck everything. Odu is going to toss a Chain Frost through there. You are going to eat every ultimate from the side of Energy, and you are going to find yourselves desperately praying that your Pit Lord can get you out of there in time, and hoping that Odu's Chain Frost doesn't turn to that global again and kill you on the other side of the map.
That's the thing. And that Chosen One is actually the most problematic hero right now for Pulse Gaming. If Clock, just by the way, I just want to mention about the clockwork. Wazoo is playing excellently on this hero. I mean, getting all those hook shots on point. I mean, taking out Timbersaw is great, but you really need to take out the Gyrocopter. Otherwise, team fights aren't going to be won.
How? The only thing to think of, right, is if Strike goes for farming some side of the map, which he doesn't need to do, because he is a 6-slot Gyrocopter right now, right? But if he decides that he wants to enjoy the right life, he wants to go and pick up that tasty wave and can't just
channel the inner bulldog.
Then you can Underlord onto him with everybody, and you can kill him. Maybe.
Yeah, and hook shot with the clockwork. I mean, in team fights, clockwork is hook shotting the Timbersaw, which is great. Like it works. You're taking down the Timbersaw the whole time. It's just that the DPSs are just going to make you regret.
So I'm waiting for this. Yes, I'm waiting. They're going to catch up Fady here. He's going to be able to get out of harm's way thanks to Civil War around here. I literally, my silence there was anticipation. That smoke just almost set up beautifully, but Fady gets bailed up thanks to Bootcamp. And Center Warner on his ulti paying off, but that's a big one. He's got another 45 seconds.
When you mentioned the Queen of Pain getting out thanks to Bootcamp, I'm like, what? How long did Bootcamp for? I'm going to realize that the Centaur is actually getting his aliases up. But yeah, otherwise it's... Oh, there we go, another smoke coming in.
Well, that's smoke coming up. Let's see what they do with it. Every time, man, every time I just want to like heavy breathe into this microphone, because at any moment we could see something pretty special come out.
Heavy breathing. Oh, Habibi could be in trouble here. Oh no, they're waiting for the rush. It's so close. They had the time there, right? But they don't really know exactly like when Roshan pops up. So they're just waiting. And they should be able to get the Aegis this time. I don't know, like what would you do if Night Stalker comes in and snatches it once again?
Oh, just fight Tabibi. I'll just walk over to the booth next door and say, Tabibi, can't beat you
I'll solo cast from there.
Can't beat you in Dota. I'll beat you in real life.
No, that's
only to lose and feel really bad about myself. It's just... that's the great thing about being at a LAN event. There's two things I like about being at a LAN event. The first one is that if you really don't like your position enough, you just go next door and say mean things to their face.
Bayside is right there, right? We're actually in Cape Town.
That's too meta. But I do think the other thing I like about a LAN event is that you get a live audience. And you guys have been a little quiet for my liking. So since it's a fairly full-looking crowd right about now, let's hear what you have to say. So I want to know who here is behind EGE Esports. Make some noise. That is terrifying. Okay, I hope you're all Pulse fans, or this is just not okay. So, let's hear it this time. Ladies and gentlemen of the crowd, let's hear it for Pulse Gaming!
Oh, it's a lot of backers like that.
Yeah,
I like that.
We know who they're like. I mean, Energy favorite.
Oh, it's
But
Masu with the hook shot.
Catches out Chelsea both strikes through. They're all caught out in that box though. And now on the back lines, they're going to use the shotgun. Nice bit of Mattis catches out too on the back lines here. A lot of damage actually going to strike the gyro, but he's still got that Satanic Amp. Do not be alarmed if he goes up to full HP. He will pop it immediately. Standing strong in the front lines. In the back here, we do have a little bit of a tussle going on with Smacker trying to do what he can, but now they're trying to push back the side of Pulse, and Pulse is going back, and they are falling. They lose 2 on the back line. Chelsea with the epicenter barrel strike onto 2. They're going to bring down Fady as well. Fady low, Fady still standing, Fady down. Buyback comes in from Doppler on his Jakiro. Smacker still stands, but they are 3 down, and that means Roshan almost certainly strike into the pit. Roshan gets a fight he can't win, and Energy eSport might not be crowd favorites right about now, but they're certainly not Roshan's favorite, and that they'll pick up that Aegis of the Immortal, and I think a bit of tasty cheese as well for their efforts if they want it. Odu wants it. The Odu's cheese.
Oh, wow. That was such... the good spamming from Clipping Fear was, you know, the nightmare for Pulse Gaming. And that actually forced the buyback from the Jakiro as well, not knowing that Fady would die so quickly from that as well. I think I was just hoping that Fady would just ulti back into base with 1 or 2 heroes, but losing all of his friends there was 4 heroes down. Quinnipen was the only one alive, so if I don't know what the plan was. Maybe Smacker wanted to go in and take out 1 or 2 heroes with the Jakiro, hence the buyback, but oh man, the Aegis goes towards Energy as well. It's not going to work too well for Pulse.
It's on the Chosen One, which is also pretty interesting. It does mean that you can still bring down the strike monster, but how? That's the problem, right? Like, you can bring him down theoretically, doesn't have the Aegis, but chances are he just comes back to life with what is called the Satanic Aegis at this point in the game.
Yeah. I don't think Chosen One needed the Aegis as well. I mean, since the mid-game, he's been doing really well, grabbing all the kills, being impossible to die, which is another problem for Pulse. Oh man. I really want to see, like, you know, one of the plans where Pulse, a potential fight, for example. I mean, they take down Odu every single time, but it doesn't help that Odu already costed his spells. Like, he did his job. So once he does that, it's like, okay, Chosen One and BB, you're up.
So here's the thing as well. Oh no. They're going to catch out the center Warren. Barrow strike time beautifully after the Hex. He silence up, will pop the blade nail, but they don't care. They go through a Sonic Wave though. Connects. They're still standing. Does he get the ulti off here? Yes, he does. He might just... No. Chain Frost going to secure that kill though. On the back line, they do push out the Nightfall. The Chosen One's still in the front line, so it does the Aegis. Can be aggressive. Also says the Lotus Orb. Underlord says, out boys, time to get out. Plantronics is... Well, I like doing that. I like calling somebody Plantronics.
Plantronics is a really good player.
Fady wants to be called Plantronics. Yeah, Fady taking the team back out, but they do lose a Centaur Warrunner. And that's okay for now, I guess. He does have the buyback. Energy are literally just stalking it at them. They're stalking this high ground. Chelsea wants in. He wants the Barrow strike. I can promise you as a fellow Sanctum player, he wants nothing more in the world than to see 2 heroes staying on top of each other, and those will be 2 heroes he's going to stun out very, very soon. Strike on the high ground though, with that Satanic feeling comfortable. Chosen One saw the Aegis, the cheese on Odu. They have every... And the cheese actually been popped, or hasn't been popped along. Looking for cheese. Where are you, cheese? Cheese has been popped. Once again, nice pop. I can push back strike. Chosen One tossing through 2 shotguns this time. Got that Aghanim Scepter up.
She's on Night Stalker, by the way.
She's nice. Nice. Well, that's what I have you for. Brains, you drop some knowledge bombs. Like tasty cheese.
Just basically look
probably
for it
cheddar.
quickly. Yeah.
BB wants it. He's got it.
Like, the only reason why Energy didn't push up was because they're not sure whether Doppler had the Macropire there or not. But also, I think they could have. I mean, Centaur Warren is so important for Pulse right now that, you know, as soon as he's alive, he's able to, you know, try to counter, defend the top lane. Although, as you said, Strike just comfortably taking down the tier 3 tower to so little HP. And, you know, that's just damaging for Pulse. And they're stressed right now. They can't really push up. As you said, the rat, is happening right now with Gyrocopter rotating anywhere and trying to just push up the lanes. And that's a nightmare.
So stressed, man.
Yeah.
Like, I feel stressed for these teams. Like, I kind of don't want the game to end, but I want to point something out, right? I'm ignoring this stat. See, that stat doesn't matter because we're 56 minutes in, and at this point, everything is too strong. Every hero in this game can hurt. Every hero punches hard, except for Strike. He punches like a meteor. Right, that is a meteor crashing into team at this point. He is very, very powerful, and I will show you the network just to get an idea of how strong he currently is. He's big, but the Queen Pain actually quite close behind him. But the stat that matters, the thing that matters most in this game, what you're playing for right now is this right here, buyback status. If you can't buy it back, you have a problem, and this is the three. These are the three that have problems right now. It's Odu, as well as Wazoo, and of course last but not least, Doppler. They're the guys who are going to find either some farm or some time. It's going to Jakiri actually bought back, so he's got about 3.5 minutes left on that. If you can't buy back, you pretty much lose the game.
Chelsea's in trouble? No, not really.
Wait! Oh! Boot camp goes the wrong way. Chelsea lives to fight another day. And once again, that's what you're playing for, those pickups. That moment can be the one that takes you a little bit further. And what they're playing for is a big deal here. You win this first matchup, it's going to do more than just put you one up. You are in the heads of your opponents. You've had a close tussle. It's been a big game. And the one that pulls through, they go motivated, feeling confident, strong, ready. The other side has to regroup. They have to pull themselves back together. And often, that can be a breaking point. Energy are a side as well that is supposed to do exceptionally well at this tournament. We know that they can beat any team, but they can also lose to any. And that might be Pulse right now. And for Pulse, the pressure, it's got to be there, but no one's expecting you to beat Energy. No one here thought that you could do it, and right now you are still fighting strong, even with a huge deficit. You don't care, we don't care. We just want to see more fighting. And of course, it's going to slow down almost guaranteed because these sides are going to be very, very cautious. Once again, paying for the buyback, but at any point, it can just break out to another massive team fight. So do not leave your seat. If you need to go to the bathroom, you have something to drink, do not do it.
Do it later.
Do it later.
Yeah, you're right about that. I mean, even with the ages on the Timber Source still... Oh, it actually worked. As I said that, it disappeared. So they're possibly just being really cautious, as you said, and then waiting for the next Roshan, and then maybe grabbing it from there, and then try to be more risky. But until then, they are just going to try push out, maybe wait for a pulse mistake. If it's not happening, they're going to push back and try another lane. Rinse, repeat. Actually, they could take the top tier 2 as well on the Radiant side and install up.
So I do want to point out this. I lied, guys. I lied about stats. I actually did some stats. I just thought you'd be interested. So check this one on as well. Hero level at the moment, we have pretty much everybody at a high level. It means all have their maximum abilities, of course, which is very, very handy. But a lot of heroes almost at 25, including the Lich. I don't know how often you see a Lich. I mean, what is his talent? I mean, that's a talent. Attacks apply 30% move speed or 35% armor structure armor. So, I mean, how often do you see a Lich get level 25 in a serious game? Maybe the pubby sometimes, but...
Yeah, it's pretty rare. I mean, it's a best of 3, and then the first game is already going towards an hour mark. So with that going at this rate, I think all the heroes will be level 25, assuming that they're just going to look out for each other's mistakes, or the other team's mistakes, waiting for Roshan, and then it's just really difficult right now. But meanwhile, I think Night Stalkers would be the one to watch out. I mean, Habibi Night Stalker supports apostrophe. It's not going to, or quotation marks, it's not going to work out well.
There's something we need, right, Reigns?
Yeah.
You see, you've probably all heard the term Caster's Curse. What you may not know, and we've discovered this very recently, is that you also get the Statsman Curse, right? The Statsman Curse is 3 times worse as the Caster's Curse. So I need Sargon to give us a stat that says this will not end in a base race, because we all want to see a base race. And, you know, he's 3 times more powerful than we are. So let's see that stat, Sargon.
I don't... Sargon is going to say, or probably going to say, Gyrocopters will probably win the base race. He's not even there. I mean, he's like, oh, I'm so over it. Halbert's talking too much. I'm just going to sit back and relax and enjoy the game myself.
Can we do that too? We'll just run to the crowd. We'll enjoy this one. But Reigns... Chelsea going to get caught out to hook shot and hoof stomp. Fady wants a piece. They're going to root him up as well. He force starts back. Does have that sandstorm available for now. Chelsea does get off the Hex. But can he get out? Can he survive? He does not have any friends around him, but he has a lot of foes. And Pulse Gaming pick up a big one there. 97 seconds. Of course he has buyback. Of course he does. So
yeah, but do you really want to do it? I mean...
Don't want to do it. You're hanging on. You're
press buyback, go all the way to the bottom
lane. You push out all the
lane.
lanes and you get back and defend. You do not let them force this out of me. And fortunately for him, look at the position. Look at the mini-map. Here we go. Pushing in. River, that's fine. Pushing in. So at the moment, good position to die in. And that's one of the things we should point out about that death range. But I'll let you handle. Why is it important that he died where he died?
Why is it important that he died where he died?
Yeah.
It's good for Pulse. Is that what you mean?
No, I was going to say that it's good for the fact that they can't capitalize on it immediately.
Yeah, of course. And overextending like that is troubling for the guys of the EN team. Like right now, they're going to be play safe again. But imagine if Gyrocopter was the one to overextend to that position. It would be huge for Pulse, right?
Yeah, they would definitely try for... Oh, they catch the hook shot onto Hodu, though. Hodu, once again, he's going to get back. Does he survive? He's so low. Will be brought down once again. Pulse with their tails up, moving forward. These guys are 25k behind, and they're the one making these plays. They're catching up, but like chipping away. Let's take a quick peek at the replay if we get a chance. There we go. So nice work there. Hodu on the back line, one south. But they said no.
Yeah, but Hodu extending like that the whole time. Because all he needs to do for EN is just to cast his spells and then let the rest of the team do his job. And with that, I won't say it's good that he dies, but if the teamwork was there or if Energy was prepared to fight over there with Sand King, I don't think they would have lost the fight. I think they would have gotten maybe 2 or 3 heroes that went onto Hodu.
No, I hear you.
4v5s, you know, it just doesn't work out well.
Well, once again, these sides will just stalk one another. So
Yes, Dagon.
Oh no.
Dagon Timbersaw. You're tanky.
So for those of you who
and
don't
you can
know,
do magic
here's
damage.
a little tidbit about Reigns. Reigns, what is the best pickup item-wise for Timbersaw?
I don't know what you're talking about. I love the Bloodstone. It's awesome.
Why would you sell me like that?
Yeah,
Try this again. Hey Reigns, what's your favorite pickup on Timbersaw?
Dagon level 5, and which he has queued. Go back to Timbersaw. He
Bang,
queued
bang,
Dagon
bang,
5.
bang. That is actually pretty interesting.
And it's good. You take out the likes of Jakiro, you know, it's like easy pop-up at the back. It works really well, but it legitimately works out really well.
Been sure, why not?
Chosen one confirmed.
So what's your favorite item on Sand King?
The blink?
No,
okay,
I mean, if you
okay,
had
let's just
any
do it.
item on
Alright.
Sand King.
No, Dagon 5 would work out really well because he would just go behind the Jakiro and take him out really quickly.
Right, and Night Stalker?
Okay, stop. They're taking rocks right now.
They are taking rocks right now, and Sun Contest in the end. Pulse will pick this one up, and they get their own taste. I think they still have they do still have to cheese up on the Night Stalker. So a smoke response coming out from Energy Esports. Looks like they're keen on it, but what can they find off of it's going?
Man, they just
gonna
need to
blow
take
up.
this
It's
fight
gonna
in.
blow up. Wherezu on the front lines. Wherezu on the front lines walks straight into. They catch her with the burst strike, but only one. But the man's come through. A lot of LT tossing around there. The chain thrust is bouncing, but it's actually going to be the Clockwork who drops first in the sidelines. Strike. He's going to go toe to toe with Fade. He doesn't actually want too much of a piece of this. Does get some help coming up from Chosen One. They want out. They're going to stop backing out, but no. Smacker right in the mid. Think of things. Tosses up the Sonic Wings. Strike is low. Strike is very low. Strike down though. Strike should get some sort back south for the time being. Fady still fighting through. They're still beating down on this Queen of Pain. Smacker, will he live? Will he die? Gets Burrow Strike up. He's oh so low, but he is oh so out as well for the time being. Chelsea come through. They're going to pick up the Smacker Queen of Pain for the first time. Does have that Aegis. He's going to pop, but he is all alone. Gets some support coming from Jakiro on silence, but his options are to blink straight down to Pulse. Doppler gets brought down. Fady says, time to back out, boys. Can he bring them all up with them? Yes, he can, but the second Warren didn't get there.
And Gyro's still alive.
Strike.
Would you look at that?
Oh, do you look at that?
I mean, if Queen of Pain killed Strike right there, they would have won the team fight. But because he was managed to get away, hexing the Queen of Pain, by the way, which is really good from the support side, and then getting Strike back into battle, and then all he needed to do is just backhand and right click, right click, right click. 3 heroes, 4 heroes down.
Close as well.
It was really close. It just never happened, and I just feel really sad
I'm going to
for
go
the Pulse
Strike
fans.
off this game, and I'm going to ask him if he's starting a new bank. I support local. I'm going to be like, hey buddy, I see that.
Oh,
5.5k extra. That's not 5.5k. That's reliable 5. I mean, or rather, that's after your buyback goal.
Yeah.
So, they go back in. Wherezu on the front lines. There has been buybacks used. Wherezu low. Can they bring him down? Yes, they can. And they're still going forward. Chelsea catches up. Smacker down. He does have the buyback. Gonna have to use the boot camp. He's low. Chakrams galore on top of him. Burrows trying to get up. Chosen One, godlike. And now Fady on the back lines watching in despair as Energy breach the high ground. Smacker buys back, but is there enough left in the tank? Gonna shot it. That means nothing. The Chosen One says, Shadow Strike me all you like. I'm attaching myself to your axe. I don't need chakrams. I need a right click. And they start beating down the hopes and dreams of Pulse in this first matchup here. Strike and Friend. just politically start taking down towers, taking down racks, and there is a long time before that center Warren is back up. They're going to get 2 out with a bit of Naris, throw it through the shotgun door. Smacker cannot die here, or it is certainly GG. It may be too late already, but they are hanging on. Strike and friends going to force up the fortifications, and now going to trust on the Magpie, but it gets absolutely nothing. Chosen One is so tanky. He's still fighting through. Fady says, I'm going to right-click you. You've got the blade mill up as well, so he'll feel fairly safe. I mean, as safe as you can go up against monsters. You have a 40k gold lead against you. Strike wants a piece of this, comes back in, starts smashing down on Smacker as well as Fady. Going to have the put him down. BKB's up. Can they do something? They're fighting through. They're going to have the... What was that? That was just weird movement. Double 4-star coming through into Strike. Put him in an odd position, but did get him away from the chain frost. Now, Strike as well as Chosen One. Oh, they catch him out. Wazoo gets on the Strike. 4-stars away. They got a 4-star back as well.
Close.
Still fighting strong. Centaur Warrunner still on the deck. He's back in 30. They kept the middle racks alive. This game is not over. Energy say, we have got enough. We're backing out. Pulse stay alive. They're going to turn to the shrines.
Halberd.
Reigns, I need a breath.
Are you okay?
I'm not okay, Reigns.
Help me. Drink some water.
Just talk for a bit. Just give me a moment to just sit back, enjoy as they just ignore gems on the deck, because who cares?
Yeah, well, that was exciting. This is the energy we were looking forward to see, right? So whoever called that Strike and Odu to change positions in this lineup, man, we need to treat him to dinner sometime. But otherwise, well, also, C1 getting that godlike streak was something to talk about. I mean, in the mid-game, he was struggling. He went from 4-0 to 4-4, and suddenly now he's at 17 kills. So, you know, it's just, well, leading the stats up there with being top player with most kills, to be more specific. And then with that, it's going really strong for Energy right now. Pulse is in trouble. I mean, losing another team fight would cost them the game right now due to dropping their bottom racks.
They're missing 3 buybacks. One of them is on Smack, is probably the most important. The other one on Center War, and also a big deal. Fortunately for them, Fady still has his up. But as you say, I think you lose the next team fight as Pulse, you lose. Energy eSports are way better position. And the big thing is, the man, the myth, the legend, the personal bank, he's going to start buying moonshots for his teammates now. There's nothing else to buy. Some wards for his support and some moonshots, because he has all the money in the world and nothing to do with it. I mean, he's replaced the Sanjin Yasha with that Skadi now.
Yeah.
And we're like, where do you go from here? I mean, you could get another item to drop the TP boots and just be like...
Oh, Smacker spots out her BB with Bootcamp takes him down. That's a free kill for Pulse Gaming. Wow, that's... What do you think about that? I mean,
I think
Halberd...
that's okay. I think
no,
9 seconds
like suddenly you get that. Suddenly, Energy... You know, here we go. Here's a hero or two. Let's feed a little bit. You know, make the game really hard.
Yeah, they're just basically giving everyone a scare in the crowd. But I think let's hear it from the crowd one more time, because Pulse are on the front foot. There's enough of you. Let's hear it one more time for Pulse Gaming.
Hey.
Better. And for those now, like, well, yeah, Energy, they're gonna have to defend you. They want to try save their Night Stalker's buyback. Pulse, potentially last chance saloon. Come in here. They have a very strong Smacker. AC, Bloodthorn, MKB, BKB, Ill Scepter. Still some power trips. There's also a Moonshot activated on them as well. So
they want it though.
Just as strong as Smacker. Not really, Smacker's a monster. But still, they're just tossing out those Dagon 5s. He's got the Octarine of course well, so the cooldown is a couple of seconds. No. And Fady says no. Fady says time to back up, and there's still one going, oh, Chelsea could have got the Burrow strike off his life.
Really close. They're waiting for it though. It's just really difficult because there's no Night Stalker for Energy Esports. It's a potential 4v5 situation. So if they do see a mistake from Energy Esports, they could just go out and easily win that team fight. Or, well, I won't say easily, it didn't happen. But if they do pick out 1 or 2 heroes, such as the Gyrocopter for example, they could just win that team fight and grab a Rax off Energy's mid lane. But situation is looking really terrible right now for Pulse. They're going to need to win a team fight, and with Night Stalker back, it's going to be a difficult one.
I mean, that's the thing, right? If you hold out the 3 minutes, the Smacker just wait. They say, boys, let's cool down, let's defend the high ground. We can defend for 3 minutes. We know we can defend for 71 minutes. Like, this game is long. And they're going to go in, they're going to find out Bootcamp here. He's got the Sid Warren LB up, but he gets stunned up by the Rock. The BB being as annoying as he possibly can be on the side. And Chosen One, he wants in, tosses through both chakrams, but double 4-star means that is a flying Sid Warren, and he has flown all the way up his high ground, survives a little bit longer. as these two sides line up, the brawl is on. Rashawn is far away.
I think you're finally going to get that fight that you want. And this is due to because Pulse Gaming needs to defend this Rax in order to stay in the game longer. I mean, as you said, it's 71 minutes right now, but it could last up to, let's say, 100, 120.
What if it lasts until next week? We're going to be here for
It's
next
fine.
week, and I will still be happy. I will still be screaming. Because this is a fantastic game of Dota. It hasn't been exciting end to end. It's been tension building. These two juggernauts going at each other, slugging it out. Heavyweight boxers that are just going back to their corner, getting the briefs with the coaches, saying, "Yeah, you're going to get him." But one of them is going to be champions of this map and this game. Because you know what? This is the kind of Dota we want to see, regardless of whether or not these two sides can go up and tussle with White Rabbit Gaming, and then regardless of where they finish.
Yeah.
This has been a competitive, fantastic matchup. It's been entertaining, and it's not done yet. There could still be a sting in the tail. Pulse, it doesn't matter. They're 36k gold behind, and nobody cares because they can still take this one. They can still fight back, and if they win that dream fight, if they have that hero moment, you could see Energy feeling very, very bleak in a couple of minutes. But right now, make no mistake, Energy on the front foot, Energy in the lead, and Energy wanting desperately to go up this high ground, wanting desperately to get hold of Smacker and his friends, and desperately to finish out this game because they have a tournament to win.
They have a tournament to win, indeed. I mean, right now, if they take on a Queen of Pain, it's highly possible that Energy would just rush up the lane and then try to take as many Raxes as possible. But for now, Smacker, as you keep mentioning, it's just so powerful at the back right now. I mean, it's hard to kill the Centaur, for example, if Energy wants to rush in. The Underlord's right there as well. It's going to be a bit of a hustle. I think they want to get the rush in for Energy.
All right, well, they all know he's up. Rocket Flare catches that one out. And of course, Ian, they're going to face check it. So they know exactly what's happening here.
Strike trying to get Strike trying to get the rush. What am I saying over here? Yeah, but there's another cheese available. There's Ages, potentially. And that's if Pulse Gaming does not gang up and exactly what they're doing. Smoked up, ready to form a potential gang. There's a courier with vision, potentially, but they're smoked up.
That's what it is. They are bringing the courier into battle. The courier is doing more than he's supposed to. The courier wants to be the hero.
Oh, Chelsea spots it all the way from behind. Nice blink, just timed me out of that.
No one wants this fight. Everyone's scared of what's about to happen. Nice shot from tall down. There's the chain frost. They're going to go with the Burrow strike in the back line. Chain frost hitting everything. Chelsea, though, he is completely isolated, but the chain frost doing work, still bouncing. But in the end, they're going to pick up 2 in exchange for the Centaur Warrior. Pulse, they're the ones who are coming up ahead of this so far. But now if they want out, they're going to go through the twin chain. Chosen one. He says he wants more, but once again, the Underlord has to bring them back because the base is under siege, and that means good old Roshan goes the way of NG Esports, even though they dropped 2 for 1. It was the offlaner and their sport in exchange for just the offlaner, but Pulse wanted out, but do Pulse want back in? I think Pulse do want back in.
They do want back.
Pulse want to battle, and Energy backing off for the time being.
Yeah, Strike's just being really careful as well. As soon as something fishy goes out, and that's what Pulse needs. He needs to kill the Timbersaw, or they need to kill Strike as well. And this could end up in Pulse's favor. So Pulse getting this Roshan actually can turn this around pretty quickly as well. So
don't say that so soon. The last time they almost got Roshan, a BB.
Nightstalker's nowhere near for now. There we go.
He's always lurking. You never know where the Habibi is. He's actually there.
Yeah.
They actually managed to be off the courier as well. They just chopped out a flare, caught out the courier. So even more. So it means nothing. Nothing matters. Nothing matters other than buybacks. And they're all ready to rumble. Except of course for the Centaur Warren, he's about 500 short. They do have the Aegis on their side. He will pick up that buyback before, and this game basically resets. You see the Slayer Axe? No one cares. See these stats? Nobody cares. The only ones that matter are these ones on the side here, and that one in particular. That Centaur Warren needs to get his buyback up and need a battle, and they're fighting for buybacks, and here's the thing. Roshan's up. What objectives do you have in the game right now? Well, the objectives are killing enemy heroes, picking them off, finding wherever you can. They have the Pit Lord, the Underlord ultimate that can get them anywhere on the map, get them out of trouble. Pulse are definitely going to want to have a fight. They're going to want to rumble, they want to tussle, and Energy are going to want to sit it out. They don't want to fight into the edge. It doesn't matter. The fact that Smacker has this SmackD has cheese, it's not good for them. They could potentially go awry here. They could potentially get that bad engage, that hero moment. That's what we're talking about, the hero moment for one of these players. Any of them in the position to do so. They're all strong now. And it's energy. I thought they didn't want to fight, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm very wrong. Chelsea goes in. They're going to have a TP from Chosen on top of it. Chelsea caught out, hit by the Coxwell. They're going to get a double hooch combo. The Shark comes flying through. Double edge, in fact. And on the back lines, they're fading, getting very, very low. If they can bring him down, they can trap the fight. It's just crazy. It's beautiful coming up from the black cap, but they're caught out by everything.
Wow.
They drop 2. Odu as well and strike down. And now Pulse to the front foot. Habibi, he's down 2. That's 3. 2-man standing. The buyback's going to have to come out because there is nothing stopping Pulse right now other than a very, very costly team fight. Odu buys back, Strike buys back. They're going to have to buy back on the Night Sorter because Pulse, they don't care. There's no ways they're stopping. They're going to go up the high ground. They're loaded up. They don't have ultis though. That's the big thing. Even without the Agnum Scepter, they almost have another ulti on Wazoo. Are they?
Wow.
Are you kidding me?
How overpowered is Smacker right now?
They won out.
Yeah, they have to be careful. I mean, you did predict the game to be 200 minutes.
Okay, I need a moment. Reigns,
Yeah.
please.
Yeah,
Let's hear this in an intelligent manner now.
The replay mode. No, that was
then
really,
it's
really
slowly
good from you.
engaged.
You were on points, but wild initiation from Chelsea. Right? It was great. Gyrocopter being there with the Eye of Scotty, just getting that black cannon out. That was awesome. But, you know, Smacker is just way too strong. As you see him initiate, just right-clicks the heroes down, and with the macro from Doppler, which hit 2 heroes into the ice path as well. You know, that was just devastating. Losing 3 EN characters over there, it's just, oh, wow. It turned out really great for Pulse. Which, by the way, the net worth went down from 37k to 22.
Oh. There's a fall. I mean, it just doesn't matter though. The XP doesn't matter. It's close anyways. But once again, you've reached the point in Dota with things that are supposed to matter. Things that are supposed to make sense don't anymore. Because everyone just hurts far too much. This over here, this is basically just something that you get through now after you get through the destructive force that are these heroes. Look, I mean, I want to point out, Gyrocopter has 3.5k HP. The Ancient, sure, it's got 1, but only 4.2. It's definitely harder to get through a Gyrocopter right now than it is to get through an Ancient. So you have to bring them down. This is exactly what Dota is about. Defense of the Ancients. Well, these are the defenders of these Ancients.
Yeah, it's never right down until it's over, right?
Yeah.
Best of 3, but they play it like it's the 3rd game, and that's what I like about. You know, the guys from Pulse and Energy are just going straight out of it, and I see Habibi trying to be more risky at the back lines, or in the front lines of the Dire side. I think he wants to, you know, okay, well, he's just grabbing information at this moment, but it's going to be difficult for him to get in if they do go into a fight. Smacker in the front line, though.
Get the tier 3.
That was a 1-hit as well.
Just catch him. I mean, they're just tossing out these daggers. Look at the cooldown. It's crazy. Sharkham's flying through once more from Chosen One. The back lines, though.
C1 in trouble, maybe.
Chelsea, the catch up. Wazoo taking a lot of damage from the back line of the ulti, flying through from Lich Strike. DK beat up, doing what he can, fighting through, but they are being pushed back here. And Chosen One picks up the clockwork on the back lines. They go back in. Underlord says no, rewind out. Chelsea very, very low. They'll pick him up on the way out, but no, they caught up Smacker. Smacker with the Aegis. He wasn't in the Pit Lord ulti. He is all alone and nothing but Ian surrounding him. He blinks back, but they still want more. They still follow on. They pop the Lincolns. He heals himself up to just get through the signs. Can Smacker get out? Can he survive? Smacker being burst out, and Strike says no. Strike picks up another, and please tell me he has buyback. Please, he does have buyback.
He does.
That's good because that would be bad.
Super rich, by the way. And also, he just saved his cheese. I mean, there's no point, you know, cheesing himself when he's overextended that much with his teammates back. But yeah, that was an unfortunate loss. And also, good job for the Underlord. I almost said Pit Lord. Please, I apologize.
You make whatever mistakes you like at this point. Call whatever hero you wanted. Call each hero just a boss for life, because all these players have been raid. Yeah, they all are raid bosses. Yeah. Look at this. Chosen One now on the front lines. He says time to get some objectives out the way. They are beating down on this rack, and they're going to go back in. Fady comes back in. They've got the buyback. The ice pop goes wide though. Smack on the back lines. The Sonic Wave whip. Strike. What is he in the front lines? The BKB up. He's being forced back. Pulse trying to fight through, trying to find the opening. Wazoo down, Chelsea down. It's all even at the moment. They'll be back up at the same time. The hoof stuff onto Odu's lich, but Pulse are losing another. The center Warren is so low. He will back up though. It's a great ice spot. This time they're going to pick up Odu. Odu down, and now they turn their attention to another man, a dead man, and that dead man was Chosen One, and that's a big one. Now Pulse once more on the front foot, moving forward. They have 42 seconds until that Timbersaw respawns naturally, but he does have his buyback. But the buybacks are all shattered at the moment for the side.
I would like to see the replay for this though. How important was Fady going straight to the gyrocopter and then hexing him, making sure that he pops his BKB, and that actually forces him to get back into the lane and losing that fight, you know, finishing Odu up, and then, you know, it just didn't work out for Energy after all.
Pulse just casually walked in, took Drax, by the way, whilst we were watching the replay, but absolutely casual. Just, hey guys, nice to see you. We're just coming here to kill your Rax. And
oh, taking on the second tier 3 tower as well right now.
It's just, because they have to, right? The Rax don't matter. You'd rather be facing Mega Creeps than not have buybacks. So they're going to wait out that Rax for Chosen One, and it's the right call.
Yeah.
But once you look at these heroes, they are just absolutely pulled up. Look at the items at the moment. You have your Shiva's Guard can be stashed by Chosen One, right? You have BKB on the... In fact, it's not BKB on the Chosen One stash, but just in an awkward position. But that is a stash. That is a stash Shiva's Guard. I can see it's right over there. But even in, you have a refresher orb being built up by your Central Warrunner. He has the Ags. I want to point out, you know what that Ags does? Rain, tell them what that Ags does.
Kills it. No. Oh, what does the... Okay, the Ags.
That's what it does. Heroes affected by Stampede take reduced damage and run through obstructions because, hey, why not, right? Now you have to deal with that twice.
This is exactly what happened. That's how the Night Stalkers managed just to get around so much of that as well. So staying in the back lines, and then as the Stampede goes out, he just, you know, gets behind everyone, gets into the team fight on time as well.
So, once again, this game is just reaching a point where Dota is broken, and he's, oh, how close is he? 1,000 to plus, it's about 1,008. He's close, man. That is a game changer, right? That could give them the win, especially if they get caught up by a surprise. They're going to do a little bit of dewarding here. 83 minutes in the game. One of the longest I've cast. Certainly up there. Probably going to 90. Maybe we'll see 100 because both these sides are battling through. One thing to note though, Strike. 5-minute cooldown on that buyback. That's a big one. Sorry, not Strike, Smacker. Smacker. Strike looking good actually. 1 minute 14 before you can come back. So they'll just wait that out. Easy peasy.
Wait it out. Roshan is up once again, so they can, you know, find a way to snatch that. And with that, they can, you know, just maybe potentially win the team fight out of that. Strike is so important right now for Energy Esports, DPS-wise.
But that's the thing, who isn't important? I mean, I want to point out, there's been a lot of work done just by Odie. He's getting off some massive change for us. And the thing is, everyone's so tanked right now that they're like, cool, whatever, we'll tank it. But it provides slow as well. It's providing more than just the damage output. I would be scared if he gets an axe. Oh, hold on, they go in, they're going to catch one. They're going to blow up the Jakiro, and they're still going forward. Fady gets stunned up, but they still want in. Habibi, not sure of this one. He's countering on the sidelines here, looking for any opportunity to go back in. Strike, beating down on the range rack. He's going to get it for free. Gets caught into the icon. Gets caught up by Wazoo. Forced off back once more. Gets rooted up. Fady with the bit of malice. They're still wanting to strike. Pops the BKB on the backline. Chosen One absolutely going hard. And that Black Cannon Scotty just bouncing around everybody. Chelsea though brought down to his knees. SK out of this one. And now they're forcing forward. Pulse want more. Pulse want blood. They're going to try to go after BB. Caught on the edge of the icon. Chosen One in the front line. He walks back into it. He's taking a lot of damage. Gets the Lotus Orb up on him. Caught up by the cogs. He wants out. Can't get out. They're going to pick up 2 for nothing. The Jakiro, he died, brought back, but now having to just sit this one out. Strike managed to get out. TP is away. Habibi picks up a bouncer and says, okay, time to cool off. Let's get back out of here. But can they make anything else? Can they force the buyback? Here's the messed up part, right? Is they don't, they're at a disadvantage. They win the team fight. But they're the ones who brought back. They had the Jakiro buying back on Doppler, but oh, hold on, because 10 minutes have already passed. I didn't even realize I've been having so much fun on this one, but the big man is up and the pings are coming out because I think
Energy knows about that. Yeah, it has to be. There's no way else to go.
They don't have the vision.
Yeah, but where else could they have been, right?
It's the only objective.
Yeah, so wow, I just want to talk about Doppler, buying back, and also hitting every single of those ice pots. How important was that? Blocking out Night Stalker when it was necessary, and also stopping Ori to escape over there. Timbersaw, that was a brilliant one. Wasn't able to escape any of that.
I'm sorry, I'm just... Reigns.
Hey.
Who wins this game in Dota? Who wins the game?
Who wins the game? Whoever takes down the Ancient, my friend.
I want to say Pulse have got this, right? They're sitting with the Aegis, they're sitting with Cheese. They might not have the buyback status on the Jakiro, right? But they have that extra life on Smacker. So theoretically, Smacker...
Smacker should just... Actually, Gyrocopter should just buy a Divine Rapier. And then...
doesn't have any... See, this was just going to say, right? Smack has TP boots, right? They win the fight. He's got his Aegis. He fights Gyrocopter. He exchanges Gyrocopter. They both buy back. He exchanges again, except he's not buying back the same time to the Aegis. Oh, hold on. They've got somebody else. They've got out the Central War Run here as well. And certainly the Night Stalker. And they're going to catch out 4. They're going to push back Strike. They all want him out. He's forced off twice. But Smack on the front line hits a huge Strike wave. The Pinner manages there. Strike solo. Strike goes down. They pick up 4, but they all buy back. And they're coming for Pulse. But they say no. Fady says, we're all out of here, lads. We're going home. Chelsea gets everyone with the bonus strike. But it doesn't matter. The damage is done. Is the Aegis still up? The Aegis is still up. They can just go again.
That was amazing. Just taking down one hero and escape. Taking down another, escape. You know, just rinse and repeat until you eventually take down all the racks, all the towers, and then win the game for Pulse Gaming. But for now, they're just being really careful. And meanwhile, winning the team fights slowly, or partially winning the team fights. You know, pick out hero or 2, escape. It's working. It's just working. And also have to be really careful. Bearing in mind that, as you mentioned, that Smacker has no TP. Back into base if necessary.
Oh, there's just so much that can go right, so much that can go wrong. This game is sitting on a knife edge. Smacker still has that. It's got to be now. The clockwork comes back and they got to fight. It's now or never for Pulse Gaming. If they can't win this one, when would they win? It's just too ridiculous, too hard. And if they can break energy here after 88 minutes, we're going to hit the 90-minute mark, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
And how if you're energy, if you have this lead, say we couldn't beat them with a 40k gold lead.
How are you going to do it now, right?
Pulse. Exactly.
Yeah, it's a hard one, but let's just say I want to have a look at Chelsea a bit. Since he bought the refresher, we haven't been talking much about him, but if he's able to get a double epicenter, for example, I mean, it could potentially just take down, let's say, the likes of Jakiro, which happened the last fight, which they have forced a buyback from him, and then get Smacker down as well. But it's just really, really hard. Talking about Smacker, he bought his TP boots.
Oh.
So,
nice.
yeah.
He's got 2, man is walking on 2
There's
cheeses.
nothing else he can buy,
He's stacking
to be
cheese.
honest.
There we go. You want some cheese? I got 2 of them. Let me grab that. I don't need it anymore.
Would you like some cheese? I think that's what you said to me during breakfast. Would you like some more cheese?
They never get it right. They never get it right with cheese. They never get the extra cheese part right. I'm just saying. It's terrible. But you know who has the extra cheese? Well, it's Pulse Gaming. They actually engage in him. They're going to catch up. I don't even know who this is. There's so much on him. There's a center warning. He immediately buys back. Energy get the kill that they need so desperately.
Yeah, and now they're all going back.
Oh, but they're going in. Who do they catch out?
The Sand King, but...
They're still going forward. Chosen one south. They definitely want a double chakras down onto Waz, who's just blocking the path, trying to get away, missing all the Timid Train. This is one of the best players in South Africa. He is missing Timid Train. Do you know why? Because he is so stressed. These are players that are struggling. The mental fortitude, the BMT you need right about now. Whoever loses this match, this could be it. This could be the series. The winning side here could have the momentum.
Yep.
The pressure, everything on their side. The relief would be enough to be worth it.
Exactly, and because it is a best of 3,
minutes.
excuse me. Yeah, first game, and it feels like what they need to take to win the grand finals. That's how it feels right now.
Right, I just need
so just imagine now they still have to play a second game and potentially a third after this.
So here's the good point about that, right?
Yeah.
If you are sitting in EGE right now and you are not at the VS Gaming Dota 2 Masters, you are in the wrong place. 90 minutes, Pulse Gaming versus Energy Esports. It's a massive, massive encounter, one you may not see again for years. One of the best games I've had the privilege to cast. You should be here, right now. And if you are in Cape Town, if you're watching this on the stream, you need to be here. This is a full order. I don't know where you're going to sit. You're going to stand, we get some new chairs in here, sit in front of the rest of the guys who are already seated, but get here, enjoy this, because this is the kind of Dota you're not going to see for a hell of a long time. Anyways.
monstrous. You mentioned about the Bloodthorn, the moonshots. It doesn't seem like Gyrocopters are willing to share. No, actually, excuse that. Bought Simba saw a pair of moonshots, or one moonshot, which is really, really cool.
Oh, they've got bottom lane. They're going to do a world of damage here to the Pitbull, but he managed to get out. They're bouncing Strike around. Can they bring him down? Yes, they can! Strike is down. Strike 5-back status is no! Strike 5-back status is not happening. Strike might just be the defining factor of this game as they bring down Habibi. They have 120 seconds. Pulse Gaming, are they going to win it? They're on the front foot now, lads. A miracle required. Chosen One, Chelsea, Lucker, as well as Olu have to do something insane because that is a very, very dead gyro. That is a lot of money. That means nothing. And Pulse with their tails up, heading down the front lane. No lines required. Only one thing they need right now, and that is some skulls of Energy Esports and one Ancient. Wazoo blade mails up. He wants to go in. They all want to go in. Smack on the front line. Starts going down on the tier 4s. Can they do the Chelsea? He tries to go. He gets picked up. They're on him. They're all on him. And Chelsea is out. Chelsea is down. Fady and friends on Chosen One. Chosen One bounced around like a pinball. And now Odie on the back lines. What can he do? What can he say? He's just beating down on Fady, but he's just a lech. He's just a poor support who's got no real ability to stop the hordes of Pulse. Chelsea back in with the buyback. He gets stand up. He gets brought down. Surely, yes, he does. And it's all going downhill for Energy because Pulse are winning the first game here. And Pulse take one of the best games we've seen in one hell of a long time. GG, well played. And it's not over yet because round 2 is coming up in just a minute. Do not go anywhere.
What?
Panel,
it's
we need a
round
break.
1.
Reigns, you have any last words?
No, go ahead. You said everything right.
What a game, buddy.
Yeah.
Don't leave me hanging. Panel,
Good
take
job.
it away, boys.
Was that not an epic game, guys? Come on!
Let's hear
That
it!
was amazing! That is what we're here to see. And Pulse couldn't be happier, I am sure.
Well, we said we were going to see longer games in best of 3s, right? Well, classic Dota. I mean, this was a privilege to watch.
They fought it as though it was literally the last game they could play, and they still have another one afterwards.
Like, it only sucks when your first game 1 of a best of 3 is 90 minutes long. Now you're like, okay, guys, what do you have left in the tank? 'Cause also endurance factors into this as well. That was amazing, honestly.
This had everything but rapiers everywhere on the floor. It
Yeah,
had gems
yeah.
casually on the floor,
But
it was cheeses
I'll tell
on
you
the
what,
floor. It was
before
like,
we start dissecting everything, let's take a look at Gareth, who's sitting with the crowd.
Thanks a lot, panel. I'm here with Theo and Franco, who are 2 Dota fans who came obviously down to EGE and watched, and what a treat we had today. I mean, that first match was absolutely amazing.
Yeah, it was absolutely amazing. I definitely think the combos that were chosen by the 2 teams were amazing.
You guys have a favorite team that you had to support?
Yeah, we're here for Pulse.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, we just won Pulse Gaming too.
Oh, you're Pulse fans. Oh, well, you came just in time to see that epic victory. Do you guys play Dota yourselves?
Yeah, we do.
Do you have a favorite hero? And if you say techies, I'm going to end this interview right now.
No, I'm actually a Bara fan.
Invoker.
Oh, of course, you had to have one Invoker fan, okay. Pity your guy got kicked out in the Arcana vote, but Team Rubik here. And your thoughts, are Pulse going to take this 2-0, or are they going to let the guys come back with at least one map to the Energy guys?
Yeah, I really do think they're going to take it all.
It's looking good now, so we'll see where it goes.
Awesome. Well, we've got an awesome crowd here for so far the matches we've had, and we hope that it's going to keep building as we go through the rest of the games today. Over, back to the panel.
Thank you, Gareth. And yes, what a beautiful crowd we have. So, with all that said and done, a little bit of news from backstage, because whilst this epic was going on, we've had a little bit of a match between APG and BVD. They're playing in the other loser brackets, and they've also had themselves a best of 3. This time, going 45 minutes, APG wins it with an AM strat at 25-24. Tight scores. So, down to the business at hand. 90-minute game. You guys have sweating everything into those booths.
Yeah.
How do you keep it up for game 2?
You know what's weird about these long late games, right? Is they get to a point in the game where everything before it, like, literally doesn't matter.
Yeah, like net worth, for instance.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, you give like we were discussing before, you give the guys 100,000 gold, and they're already 6-slotted. All that really matters at that point is who's got buyback or not.
Like we saw for a large period of the game, it was literally being decided by, okay, if Roche, you could almost see the equation is, if Roche is up, fight around Roche. If Roche is down, fight around buybacks. As soon as the one buyback is forced out, immediately a team would back off or try to force another one. And they'd lose 2 heroes, get their buybacks forced out. It was just everything you could possibly want in Dota. And also I think because of the way that the lanes were, or just the drafts were kind of weird and kind of out there, right? I don't think any of the teams knew who had the actual late game edge until the game actually ended.
Absolutely.
There's actually a point where Pulse could actually have won a little bit sooner if Smacker landed the ulti in mid on the gyro, because at that point gyro didn't have buyback either.
Yeah.
And he missed it by like literally just a margin. It was like we were like, oh, it should have landed.
That was just after he bought back, so he couldn't even go deeper. You couldn't push, because then if he pushes and he dies, and the game ends, and suddenly I have to just wait for buybacks.
Yeah.
So
I think I may have lost it a little bit, disheveled my hair, my tie.
Late game Dota.
Late game Dota,
That's
definitely.
my favorite.
18 minutes, it's absolutely gigantic. But the players are going to need a short break, so let's give it to them for a moment. We'll be right back, though.
With me are these two lovely gentlemen. We have Trax from Sinister 5 and Bob from Aperture Gaming. Say hi, guys.
Hello. Evening.
Evening, yes. Very good, very good. Now, guys, we have all been in this space before, and as you know, it is a safe place, safe environment. So you guys can open up. Now, I know we have discussed this a little bit before. I'd like to kind of just give the audience a little bit of perspective into how you guys are feeling going into this next game. How does that sound?
We can talk about it. Yeah. Yep,
You good with that? Yeah. Good with that? Very good. Who would like to go first?
I would like to go first. You can give it in.
Yeah, you sure? You good? All right. All right, well then, Bob, starting off with you, I'd like to maybe just open up. How are you feeling right now going into this next match against this team right now?
We're feeling reasonably okay. We have a lot of respect for Sinister 5. What they've done in the Dota 2 scene, coming from Prem Division and all that, it's been quite inspiring from us, and us as like an MGO, APG, and myself as a team, that we kind of respect Sinister 5 a lot. So we're looking forward to the match.
Wow, those are some harsh words. Now, over to you, Trax. Do you have anything maybe remotely nice, as he just said about you, maybe?
You played well.
Always fun to see Ryan stoking a few fires that maybe didn't need to be stoked, but there we have it. APG obviously doing okay. They're still alive, fighting in the back there.
Yeah.
Only 1-0 versus BVD. It's a result in and of its own that we should discuss, but we're not going to, because this one was absolutely gigantic.
Yeah.
So, there's a lot of things that contribute to one team winning or losing.
Yeah.
For you, which one was the greatest factor?
This game, I think that Pulse just itemized better, like for the majority of the game. There was a period in the game where we saw Gyrocopter buy a Butterfly immediately after buying BKB.
Yeah.
And when he got it, it was basically a useless item. Like, it only started having an effect once he had the Satanic as well to back him up with HP. But when he had that item, it was like, this is 6k gold that you can't use because all their damage is not physical anyway. The only time, and then not long afterwards, we saw Queen of Pain buy MKB immediately after buying AC. She transitioned into this pure carry build.
Yeah.
Like, the way they were playing it was like, have your hard carry in the mid lane, sort of like TI4 EG, your hard carry mid, then everyone else around you is just supporting that carry. So, and they itemized perfectly to deal with exactly what Energy brought to the table.
I also feel like we also had a discussion between me and Snare. She should have swapped out the Yules, maybe. That was one thing we had a bit of a debate on, was maybe she should have gone for the Manta style rather. She could have still, manted out of the roots, which, the Lich picked up that route of Atos, which kind of grounded her. So she had to have the Yules in case she didn't have BKB, but she could have used Manta because especially because she was going for that right click and attack speed build. It would have scaled well with the rest of her itemization. So the only thing we would have changed maybe is the Yule Scepter in the late game. In the early game, brilliant. Once you transition to the late game, the Yule Scepter can be compensated by a different item. You don't really, you have enough mana. You don't really need those mana items to, it's just, with the AC with her MKB, all that, it would have stacked up a lot better. That's the only thing I would have changed on Smacker's build in the late game.
So it really just came down to itemization. Is that a common theme amongst 90-minute games?
Usually, yeah. Because when BKB start like decreasing in their duration, then it matters what else you can do to control heroes.
Yeah.
I mean, I think they had like 2 Bloodthorns on the Pulse side.
2 Bloodthorns, yeah.
That being said, Energy had like what? 3, they had 2 bashes.
Yeah, no, they had like 3 Abyssal Blades. They had a Sheep Stick, I believe, on Chelsea as well. I think the Lich should have maybe gotten a Sheep Stick as well.
So like it normally comes down to how much you're able to control the enemy team in terms of your itemization. So if you can do that, the team that does that more effectively generally tends to win because everyone at that stage does such an insane amount of damage. All that matters is how mobile you are. And we saw like as soon as BKBs went down, suddenly there was a period of like 40 minutes where Jakiro was absolutely useless. And then towards the last 30 minutes of the game, Jakiro was like, wow, okay, this hero's great again because BKB's finished. Suddenly Ice Path is a thing again. You can't attack anything because you've been liquefied. It just, I don't know. The late game Dota, the reason why anything can happen is because you can't play Dota. The team that disallows the enemy from playing Dota as much as humanly possible in the late game tends to win. And we saw that exactly in this scenario.
Well, both of you started off predicting that this was going to be an EN 2-0 potentially, or definitely an EN victory for this game. I know you changed your mind halfway through.
With these drafts, none of the teams could effectively push really, really fast. So it took a long time for them to escalate to the point where they got the items where they could, take Raxus fast. Because I mean, they were tanky, didn't do much like physical damage except for a gyro, but it takes a while for a gyro to come online. So that's why the game was so, what did you say? The
topsy-turvy.
Topsy-turvy, yeah, topsy-turvy Dota, because it just takes such a long time for either side to do much of anything. And then when it gets to that late game stage, everyone has buyback. So it's a case of playing the buyback game, trying to get those pickoffs on those key heroes so you can take a Rax.
Don't you feel like Gyro was kind of underwhelming?
Gyro was very underwhelming this game. I mean, there was one point where you had the flat cannon with the Ivaskadi and everything did well, but he immediately, because the BKB's 5 seconds long, he got disabled almost immediately when he was starting to do enough damage. And I mean, it gets to that point where the itemization, as Snape was saying, becomes really relevant. So it's just...
Is that why EN fell flat just ever so slightly here?
With the damage output, yeah, because I mean, Smack at that point was doing way more damage than the gyro could output. Not just because of the right click, but also because of the skill set in general. The ulti with the pure damage, it just does more. And she's more mobile, she can get away. So I think if Energy had a different carry, maybe not a gyro, they would have won.
Because it feels like Timbersaw did a whole lot of work that game. Like Timbersaw basically, Chosen One kept them in that game for as long as they were, but it didn't feel like Strike had the opportunity to do too much with the gyro hero. I feel like that was also one of the reasons why they lost. Like,
do you think the Timber pick was a bad pick?
It got good.
Okay.
Like,
it got
It
good.
did get good.
Yeah,
That
it
is
got
true.
good. It wasn't that good in the first like 35 minutes, but it got really good. And then when it got good, it stayed good for a very long time. But the only problem is that when he's the primary hero that's actually doing everything, then you don't have the hero that you put your one position player on, right? The one that you want the guy to be writing it up for him, getting 700 GPM. That hero is not doing anything, even though they're committing a lot of resources to getting him up there. Like, he was only useful really for like, he'd get a good cooldown, good flat cannon, great, but then not much else happens afterwards.
And look, the Lich ulti was amazing. Odie played amazing on that.
Definitely.
To disperse the players.
I believe though, sorry to cut you off. I believe though, Gareth is sitting ready to rock and roll with another interview for us up here on stage.
Thanks a lot, panel. It's not quite an interview, it's actually a little bit of a challenge I've got here today. So as we know, gaming is a lot about skill. Let's say 90% skill and 10% luck. And so in the spirit of that, we've got two competitors, fiercely skillful and obviously fiercely lucky. They're going to go in a Ching Chong Cha or paper, rock, scissors battle to win some cool VS Gaming swag. So I've got Aaron here and I've got Sarge, and they're going to go at it. Let's go best of three. You guys know the rules, all right? Ching Chong and release what you're going to do. Okay, let's get a bit of death stare going on. Okay, you guys are ready? On 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh, Scissors takes the first round. Okay, this is lower bracket finals. If you lose again, you're out. Okay, let's do this. 3. Sorry, let's go. 1, 2, 3. Oh, they both go with the rock. The nerves, I can smell that there's terror sweat in the air. Let's do this one more time, hopefully. In 1, 2, 3. Oh, paper beats rock. We are down to a final. One each. Who's going to take away the swag? In 1, 2, 3. Oh, scissor tie. Oh, the nerves. I can feel it. Okay, let's do this, guys. One more time. In 1, 2, 3. Scissors takes it after an early loss. He ends up taking the last 2 games. Congrats to him. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, you can sign up on the VS Gaming website to be part of all the leagues, all the action, and potentially be here on stage playing like these guys are for over R500,000. Back to the panel for now.
Thanks, Gareth. And we will see if EN can come back from this early loss. Any predictions? Do you think they have what it takes? We were talking about tilt factor earlier.
I think the one thing we spoke about earlier is how if they get angry, and losing a 90-minute game does nothing but make you extremely upset. So I think they can come back. I believe. I'm down for this.
And as we were saying earlier, they do have Habibi on the team now, who is experienced and doesn't really tilt. That guy never tilts. So I think he'll keep the rest of energy very level-headed. And I feel like this game really was anyone's game when it got to a certain point. So
well,
no buybacks. There
we
we
shall
go.
see in the draft, which will commence now.
Yeah. This is going to be great. So,
So do you think any particular tweak adjustments are going to happen here in the draft? Is Energy going to come out with something a little bit more aggressive?
I think
Are they going
Energy
to be a
just
little
has
bit more standard?
They just need a better carry. Like I was actually fine with 95% of the draft. Just I wasn't very unhappy with how they went for the gyrocopter pick. Also, like this first ban Viper, they know that it's likely that the Night Stalker is now going to be banned away from them, or Spirit Breaker. So I think just a little bit more aggressive. Also, the Lich didn't really also do too much. Like Chanel was saying that it did its work in team fights, dispersing all the heroes and allowing them to take individual kills, but not enough to justify a full pick like that.
And then, of course, when they got the Lotus Orb timings right, then you had 2 Lich ultis bouncing on either side, so it kind of just made everything chaotic. So you get heroes on their own getting
So maybe
picked
you'd
off.
like to see something other than a Lich.
I would like to see something other than a Lich, especially when the Lich dies at the late game. They took the tower so much faster when the Lich wasn't up to ice armor it, so it makes a huge difference.
So what would you prefer to see? I mean, you know the guys of EN very well. You know Chelsea almost personally. Odu. We've had plenty of chats.
I would like to see something more in the fighting roles, like maybe some disruptors, maybe some Rubiks, that type of thing.
Yeah.
I'd like to see the stock standard, but also the Shadow Shaman, so they can do a bit of ratting.
I want Spirit Breaker. Actually, I want first pick Night Stalker from them. But then if they might give away Spirit Breaker.
I don't think they'll get the first pick Night Stalker.
Look at the respect shown. They ban out Clockwork.
Rasta, there we go. Shadow Shaman. There we go.
Rasta's even better.
This is
so
what
this
I wanted
is an
to see.
aggressive hero. You can push the after. We expected it to see it last game.
Yeah.
It's one of these heroes that has been coming up this tournament, but
it did get banned last game.
You described him wonderfully as having almost the best of both worlds.
Yeah.
Very good push and a very, very, very good disable.
Yeah.
Oh, and it's also he's got massive nuke, so he's literally all-in-one support, and he can self-sustain him, so you don't have to worry about him having to buy wards because he's always going to have farm. He's going to get those items up.
Yet again, another Sand King comes to join the fray, and we did see the Sand King do a lot of work in game 1. It's going to be a bit of a challenge. I'm keen to see what good old Pulse can do with him.
yeah, they pick up this hero now, so it's a little bit of a changeover. So this is the initiation hero, so they're giving up on. They know they can't have Clockwork, so I suspect this is the 4-position Sand King. I think it fills a similar niche to what Clockwork is supposed to do in terms of how they play Dota.
Yeah.
Like I doubt they're going to put this in the offlane. I think they want a tankier, beefier hero to go there.
Yes.
Shaker.
The whispering. Are they listening?
Oh, here we go. We've
It
seen the
is
Underlord
tanky,
again.
But it is an Underlord.
Underlord again, yeah.
Look,
so
it
seems like we're following the same trend.
Underlord's extremely tanky. It's very hard to take down. It also reduces damage. It just gains everything. And then obviously you can do that whole Uber TP thing, you know. We kill you, take your buybacks, and then as soon as you buy back, we all Uber into our own base
And we
again.
saw game 1 was full of those moments where they would say, guys, that's it, I'm out. Quickly, take us home.
But the one teleportation back was kind of when they could have killed the gyro, it was literally like that, and then smack and everyone left. Yeah, it would have been huge.
The Uber plays did make a huge difference in game 1. There were a couple of situations where they took fights which were very unfavorable for them, but they were able to all escape in good peace. I think actually this could be one of the premier offlaners of the tournament. Like I had not thought before seeing these games that Underlord would be this good.
Yeah, it was very underwhelming in the last couple of months, so it's making a big comeback here in this tournament.
This is a
Magnus.
hero I haven't seen in a long time.
I wanted to see him yesterday in one of the drafts, if you guys remember. I thought he would fit perfectly, and, well, let's see what they can accomplish with this.
Chelsea Magnus.
Chelsea, it's probably going to be a Chelsea Magnus.
So this means you ban, you just have to pick which hero do you want to play against. So normally you would ban out the Juggernaut. You don't want to play against Jug Mag, you don't want to play, Sven is fine. that gets given away anyway. I mean, I've seen a couple of Lifestealer Magnuses come out of recent times, and Lifestealer's also really good against Underlord, so perhaps Pulse would consider banning that out.
And also, Magnus, fantastic pick for this particular team. You've got Chelsea, you've got Strike, you've got C1. They'd love to get their fingers into a Magnus. It's good fun, and I've seen them play it before. Really, really good stuff.
Yeah, but a Magnus is good for other reasons as well. I mean, that Empower is great on any carry hero.
Yeah.
It makes things a lot worse. I mean, put it on a PA, it's absolutely disgusting. But also another thing to note that only a few teams have done so far is the new Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah.
Basically, it's, 700-800 damage
It
there and
gives
back.
the mag, it gives allied and power.
Yeah, and I'm talking about with the shockwave.
Oh,
the shockwave
the
changes in the Aghanim Scepter.
Phil, what that is a problem is that Underlord will no longer be able to call Uber to take his team out. He will no longer be the Uber Lord we saw in Game 1.
Yeah, because Magnus can blink and skewer the rest of the team back, and it's only the Underlord that goes back, so it's definitely a good choice.
It's Bus versus Uber.
Yeah, pretty much. Bus versus Uber. Or a Magnus no moment. But honestly, it does scale well. I mean, even with these two heroes alone, you can have RP into Ether Shock, because it is an AoE as well. So, I mean, just for me, it's going to be primarily to stop this Underlord, but also to initiate some huge team fights. And then it could make or break a Rax taking as well.
Is Ian going for Sven here? Either Sven or Lifesteal. I think they want some strength here after banning out this Necro. And obviously, Pulse ban anti-mage. You kind of have to, right?
Yeah, you could.
See Magnus.
Anti-mage is a problem. It's the Juggernaut.
So basically, they're choosing to give away. Yeah, it's either Lifesteal or Sven that Energy are going to go for as their one position. Because whenever you pick Magnus, you kind of have to have at least one melee hitter. They could even go for Ursa, I think, but Ursa Magnus is kind of wonky. It doesn't necessarily work all that well all the time. Because especially on the Radiant side, you need to be able to take Roshan with that hero very quickly in the early game. And I'm surprised they banned Zento, given that we saw for a fact that Underlord was playing in the 3 position last game.
Yeah.
But it could still be, I don't know how I feel about 4 position Underlord, because that puts Sand King in position 5. And I feel like that hero needs Blink Dagger, fairly early on.
What we do see sometimes drafted together with a Magnus is a Templar Assassin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also provides a great amount of push for when you're going up onto the high ground if you have that Desolator in hand.
The hero's been losing a lot though, tier. It's been steadily getting worse. All the best players that I know that play tier, they're nah.
Not anymore.
Yeah, I think it's suffering from Lena syndrome, where it's super good for a while, but then people figure out how to play against it, then you start losing. It's not fun.
Fair enough.
They needed a really stable lane support now. Warlock could. They need some counter initiation. Actually, Warlock will not be the worst thing in the world, because it's a hero that can actually zone out the Magnus with the Shadow Word. Pulse do play it.
Earthshaker's still in the field.
What? Are you serious?
Yep.
Yeah, it is still in the field, but I don't know if they're going to go for the triple melee strat. I think they do need a range support that does control the fights a bit more. So I do agree with the Warlock pick. Let's see if they do it, and they take the Darkseer. So they're choosing
this is support Underlord. Right, so Energy definitely knows something we don't. This is really strong though, because actually this is carry Underlord again. Sorry, was Seto on the offlane.
Yeah, but you say carry Underlord, but if you do that, it's normally a different build, and you would max your aura before you max anything else. So
it's basically a double offlane, and then your carry is mid. But now this is actually kind of bad for Energy.
Because think about it, Smacker was the carry in that game.
Yeah, he really was.
He really was
doing all the damage.
Yeah.
The Darkseer is obviously very, very good for setting up all the combos that the side of Pulse might want to engage with. For example, just with the Underlord and Darkseer, it's pretty damn scary. And you're going to throw the Sand King ultimate over, and on top of that, that's pretty much a dead team, whichever way you slice that cake.
Even before that, it's super hard to lane against Darkseer Sand King, because Sand King, all he needs is 1 point into either the Invis or the Caustic Finale, and then you get Iron Shell put on top of you by Darkseer, and then you just run in the lane, and they can't do anything. They take so much damage just trying to contest and get from farm.
Unless, of course, they have a Kunkka.
Well,
now Kunkka's forced to stay there.
These two supports are dangerous.
Yeah.
Roaming together in the early game. You don't. How are you going to get away from a Shadow Shaman and Kunkka?
You don't.
With let's say a prayer.
With
global silence. But before level 6, and if he doesn't have it up, it's a long cooldown at level 1 as well.
Yeah.
So it's just.
Right now, I'm sure Pulse is very happy that they banned Juggernaut, because can you imagine what it would be like laning against Rasta, Kunkka, and Jug?
No, thank you.
It would be pretty terrible. You just get spun on and die every time. So, this silencer though, is this? Where does the silencer? This support silencer with Sand King, or I doubt they're going to put this mid, right? All you need. This is actually kind of good versus Magnus though. If Magnus is in the lane, normally when you're getting zoned out through right clicks in the lane, you like to be able to farm with the shockwave.
It's not the worst thing.
If you have Arcane Curse, you can't do anything.
It's not the worst thing in the world to put in mid though. It's not the worst thing in the world, but it's
I feel like not with Underlord though. They
No,
need
not-
a,
not
they need
with
like
Underlord,
a carry
maybe.
to go mid. They need like SF, TA, Storm, these kind of heroes. Probably not Storm, not against Magnus and Rasta.
And it's difficult. I mean, you can place him. I mean, I would never imagine a carry silence. We haven't seen that in Age of Man, but I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world. I mean, Silencer is one of those heroes where you can put anywhere and it will work, but will it work better than is the question.
I think they could probably go Quap again, right? Like right now,
They could go Quap again.
like Kunka's good
But-
against Quap, sure, but they
yeah.
could still. There's still reasons you can go for this hero. Smacker did really well, and if he gets an early enough defensive item, I think he'll still be okay.
Yeah, you'll still be okay. But this is dangerous. I mean, these 3 heroes alone. That's a scary draft.
So
Whatever they draft now is basically bonus. You
I think
know,
what probably happens now for Energy, they want to pick their carry now so that they can get the mid. They can at least get a better idea of what the mid matchup is going to
Yeah.
be. Because I don't think you want to be purely counter picked or counter ban as your for the mid matchup. And they've only got 5 seconds to decide what are they going to do. What's it going to be?
The troll.
So that's going to be the melee hero they go with.
Oh, Empowered Troll. That's not going to be fun.
Empower Troll, it can bash. This is actually kind of good because you can bash low onto the Underlord.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if you can cancel Darkness, but you can definitely stop him from casting out the Pit of Malice. So
Yeah.
that has like a half-second cast time. So if you bash him long enough, you can kill him there.
That silencer has to be unbelievably Johnny on the spot if he's going to hope to get that silence in time to stop all of this, because usually Empower is something you put on as a setup.
Yeah.
Long before the fight even happens. Troll Warlord, it's an easy button away, very, very quick. Kunka, most of his skills take time. So he's casted them long before they actually see effect, and out comes the Ember Spirit as the final pick for the side of Energy Esports. This
I also just thought about something. Troll is super good in the lane versus Doxia. Doxia can literally do nothing up against this. And Sand King doesn't really threaten Troll either. So I think Energy just won the laning phase, like off of these heroes. And with Ember Spirit, the heroes that are left mid, like is Viper banned. So Viper was first banned.
Yeah.
There's no Viper, there's no Puck, there's no Queen of Pain. So the heroes that definitely beat Ember that are left are
There,
like
there
what,
is still an SF.
SF, Lina are the heroes that can deal with Ember.
Yeah.
But either way, like there's ways for them to get kills on the enemy heroes. Now that you have Kunka as well, with the X-Mark spot into the searing chains, pretty much guarantees kills for most of the
I'm
game.
worried about the Silencer's life with the Ember Spirit.
Yeah.
It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough being in the Silencer. And I mean, the push potential in this team now as well. I mean, just with the Shadow Shaman, now you've got the Troll Warlord with Empower. It's just, towers are going to fall like flies.
Yeah. Like defending this is quite hard for
Yeah.
Pulse. Like they can actually get ran over in this early game.
Oh,
And
they
need
can get
to-
run over easily. First 10 minutes, 20 minutes.
we
can.
said the same thing last time, and they did pretty
OD.
damn well. Oh, we've been looking for this hero to come out forever now. It's
Yeah.
an Outworld Devourer. Lovely.
This fits the bill of the type of hero that they need. Like they need a pure hard carry in the mid lane. So this is gonna get formed. Like literally, this game is Smacker. Like Smacker's gonna decide this entire game for Pulse. If he does badly in the mid lane, then
It's
like
just pretty much over because
super low chance
they
for
don't
him.
have any other way of dealing with this lineup.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's pretty much the story here, but I can tell you one thing, the crowd has gathered, and what a beautiful sight you guys are. Give yourselves a round. Wonderful, wonderful crowd, but I'll tell you one other thing. Sitting in that booth are two casters who are just etching to see this game too, between the two epics of Pulse and Energy Esports. Over to you, my friends.
Thanks very much. I can tell you one thing. We are most certainly very, very keen to see how this story unfolds. But we calm down. We're okay. We're okay. We're okay.
Are you
right?
okay?
I don't know.
You had to drink so much water after the first game.
Yeah, it was an absolutely crazy one. But
Yeah.
it's not over yet. That lady is yet to sing, as it were. In fact, there's probably another thing that's there. I mean, okay. So we said it before. You beat Energy here. One of two things are about to occur. Option A. Oh, they were upset, they're depressed, they're broken, they're a side that's going home. Or two, you just made the wrong people angry.
Yeah,
So-
Pulse Gaming did definitely go up strong in the first game. And what's interesting about this game is that in this draft, OD and Magnus has been picked the first time in this tournament. I mean, assuming it's already halfway into it, right? And picking the two mid lane heroes for the first time is pretty interesting. I mean, because we've seen the more popular heroes. Ember Spirit, by the way, was banned out by Pulse the first game, but they led it through to Energy in this one. And I would be afraid for Pulse. I mean, one of Energy's favorite players would be, or heroes would be the Ember Spirit. And although they got that, it's going to be a difficult one.
I hear you. This is an exciting lineup, and once again, you have two teams that are built to fight. I mean, Pulse, you get caught up with that vacuum into Burrow Strike, well, there's a very angry Smacker, and I can guarantee he's going to drop Sandy's Eclipse, and he's going to drop that hammer on your head so hard that you're going to wake up dead. But here's the thing. The other side of the river, they're pretty strong too. Magnus, RP, potentially into Ghost Ship, into Searing Chains, into the angriest of all strikes. You could be very dead very quickly. So we'll see how it pans out. But I think the biggest guy here for me is Doppler. If he can get those tiny globals off, if he can shut down that RP before they combine into something crazy, because it could be big and bold and beautiful and spectacular, and Pulse could send back one of the favorites of this entire tournament out quietly into the darkness of next year, because that's pretty much what happens after this, man.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I mean, in the first game, we saw the Radiance, which is Pulse Gaming, you know, wait for the wombo combo, get the levels up, and then get the skills up and work together in the mid game for that. And now we see Energy doing the same for the second game. Meanwhile, Chelsea being quite aggressive over there in the off lane.
Yeah, he's going to give Doppler a couple of shots. We've got to be careful with Fady once again and picking up that Underlord.
Oh, aggressiveness coming in from bottom lane. Odu gets this. Oh, well, I thought Wazoo was going to die for a second over there, but it's not enough damage.
Yeah, Dethi doesn't have the vacuum yet. He probably has to, which is awkward for a Dark, so you don't really want to pick up vacuum early on, but he's got no other way to disrupt that shackle coming from the Shadow Shaman. Of course, that could just sign death. And obviously the Burrow Strike we would expect to see come out pretty early. In fact, it really has come out from Wazoo, playing the best hero in the game. Look at him. Look at him go.
Look at him go.
Look at him go. So, my love for Sanking is undaunting. If they didn't pick up the Earthshake, I know the panel wanted to see the Earthshake. I wanted to see the Earthshake because it's probably my second favorite. But we're being spoiled right about now.
Can't have both in one team.
Yes, we can.
How? Play
In the
supports.
words of Kai Buckersquad, if you have both a Earthshaker and a Sanking, it doesn't matter what items you have, you can win a game. Because one Epi and one Echo that matter enough, and you are 5 heroes up, man.
Such a fan. AoE is there though, but yeah, you're right. Smacker just had a little bit of a, you know, getting pushed by Chosen One, but in the end, you're an OD. Early game, you should be able to dominate. Ember Spirit will struggle a little bit, but just grabbing those last hits shouldn't be a problem for Chosen One.
It's actually interesting that the Ember is doing as well as it is. I mean, you do expect Smacker to be very, very dominant in this. Oh, bottom lane, are we seeing a fight? No, just Dethi running away. Going to be fine in the end.
Yeah, Odu being really aggressive with the other.
Yeah, Odu just... So I want to show you guys once again, that's a tower range,
yes,
right?
Thank
so he's literally just edging on. He knows exactly where it is. He's going to be happy to give a couple of shots in there. And obviously with the Shackle, it's one of the things that works really well against Dark. He's actually not even level 2 yet. He's having a really hard time. The Wazoo Sanking has made his way around, just getting some wards down, one would assume. But until he's got that... until he's got his third ability up, I'm forgetting his name, Surge, thank you. He's going to be a little bit vulnerable, but even then, Shackle's so good.
Chelsea grabbing Doppler, the Silence is in trouble.
Does he just run him down? Yes, he does. Gets him with the level 2 Shockwave. Nice work by Chelsea. That's your first blood.
That was great. He actually managed to take the Silencer back towards his tower, although it didn't reach, but still, Chelsea did amazing there. I mean, it's a solo mission, and if you can kill a hero as a solo offlane, it's already a huge bonus for the whole team.
Yeah, exactly. It's not what you expect out of it. And obviously, Chelsea, Lucka in that position, he's not expected to kill us. He's expected to survive and find experience mostly. Some farm would be great, but they're going to go onto Smacker in the mid lane. Chosen One goes in, but he gets rooted up, and he's got assistance from Habibi. Connects with the torrent as well. Odu comes in though. There's everybody on Smacker now, and he's going to go down as your second kill. Energy had enough. And I think we got our answer. Which energy is coming out? It's the angry one.
Super angry. I mean, dropping the one game is probably the trigger. You know, that helps them. Okay, we're going to need to win game 2 and 3, or else we're going to go home after this. And I can say the same for Pulse, except they've won game 1, and they really need this. I mean, if they lose this game, it's going to be really difficult for them to come back from game 3.
You really don't want to be in a position where you have to play a third match up against Energy, because then your confidence is also going to be shot, but you're going to be tired. A 9-minute game takes a lot of you. You saw them making mistakes in the previous matchup. We've reached that point where the team that's going to make the least mistakes is likely going to win the entire series. Energy, however, they're looking good early on. They don't look like the tilted side they may have been. They've drafted well. They've come to lanes in a strong way, and I've got to say, that moment from Chelsea, it's the little things. That first blood, Chelsea getting that kill on the silencer could have been enough just to bolster his team. Think, hey guys, we can do this. We are EGE Esports, and we are not here to go home today. We intend to be here tomorrow. So, middle lane, once again, they are going to re-engage this back. This time picking a nice spot. Shadow Shaman is so slow. It's just it's like literally driving a car underwater.
Yeah, I mean, he's got his boots of speed queued up, so just a matter of time. But until then, the rotations are going to be more difficult. But I think Habibi wants a piece of Smacker in the mid lane. Actually, Smacker with the boots of speed does help him quite a bit.
Bottom lane, they're going to engage onto Strike here. They get off the Barrow Strike. They're going to try and run him down with Deathy. Wazoo, though, taking a lot of damage from Strike. He's just turning and burning. He gets a stun, but there's a Sandstorm. Strike actually surviving it. A little bit of a curious position, because Deathy didn't actually have the second Iron Shell available, so he wasn't able to stick it onto Wazoo. And Strike just says, listen here, listen, back with you, my lane, get out of here. And he actually does a lot of damage to this force. Top lane, do we see some action? No, they're just going to pull the neutrals into the lane.
I was just keeping my
33, 11, 33. Pretty consistent, one might say.
Yeah,
I think he's got about
that is super consistent. Yeah, the 33 assists could have been his kills. So it's all about the kills. Akira will. OD in trouble over here. 3 versus 1. A rotation from Wazoo, and here's Void coming in for OD. I don't know if they're able to take down Wazoo though. Smacky in trouble.
Oh,
the Xbox to spot, make sure it goes back. But Chosen One on the other hand might be taking number tower. Barely survives with a bottle. And meanwhile, here goes Habibi down by Wazoo. Chelsea on the other hand takes Doppler once again in top lane.
Yeah, Odi also low here. Probably going to just be run down by Deathy. And good night. That's an interesting one. Let's see the fight recap.
That was really slow, to be honest. It just happened periodically where you get the volume. Yeah, well.
As you see, even the fight recap, it doesn't tell the full story. It doesn't know what happened because it was slow poison, if you would. But in the end, energy at the end of the day, they have a bit of a net gold advantage. They got 5 kills on the board. They're looking happy. They're looking healthy, and they're going to take this game to Pulse without doubt. So, if you're watching this one, get ready for what might be another absolute cracker of the game between these two sides.
Double damage in the top river. I don't know if they want to go for it right now. Smacker is pretty much pressured right now. He's not only playing against an Ember Spirit, there's always the Witch Doctor behind him, and there's also certain rotations as well. Especially if Kunka gets into the mid lane, it's just trouble for the OD, unless he imprisonments himself, yeah. But it's a difficult one. It's not doing too bad, but you know, he needs to be ahead of the Ember Spirit.
Yeah, exactly. It is one of those cases where this is a hero that can absolutely dominate you, but at the same time, he can be pretty underwhelming if he's behind. He doesn't have a lot of survivability other than the Astral. And the Astral basically delays his death, so he needs to get something up, either be a bit of tank, a bit of mobility. We've seen in the past the likes of the Blink Dagger coming out that gives you the easy escape with the Astral.
Oh,
he might need the Astral right now is Doppler in the top lane. Gets caught out by Chelsea, getting a BB, as well as Chelsea going to claim that skull. As Doppler dies for the second time. I'm not a fan of the support silencer. This is why. He just... And it's a problem I think that this draft has, Reigns, is that you have OD, who's in trouble. He's in trouble. He's going to get turned up. Should Astral himself and... Well, but Habibi faded each time. He's lining up for the Astral instead, but he doesn't quite. He does get it right. Gets both of them instead, but there's just not enough follow-up. Great play, but in the end, enough to force them back. The appearance of Wazoo, but the feigns from Habibi were fantastic.
Pulse needs to put more into it though. I mean, as you said, Doppler dying 3 times, it's not going well for the team. I mean, it's okay, your supports are dying, but your cores are still surviving. That's not the case. Smacker dying twice, although he has more lost hits than the Spirit in the mid lane. He's winning in that, yeah, but you know, he just needs to be ahead, and as soon as that happens, it should be okay for Pulse. It's just the timing for everything.
I mean, I feel like, I mean, I believe you, right? I just don't trust Dota at the moment.
Should believe me.
I just don't trust Dota at the moment. Nothing is going to be okay. Everyone dies in the end. You know, that's the kind of story we're seeing here. EGE Esports, at the moment, just hungry, desperate for revenge. And Pulse, they've got to be feeling good, but have they really... Oh, hold on. Top lane, they're going to catch up Fady, holding onto that shackle. And facing a lot of damage. Chelsea's going to line this up. We know what's coming next. The skewer back for the Pit of Madness. Pretty good, pretty solid. Can they get the last tap required? Yes, they can. Odu, are you down? Yes, you are. Chelsea walks away. It's a good exchange, of course. Support for that one position Underworld. But Chelsea's getting a bit scary. Oh, Chelsea's getting real scary, actually. He's getting pretty close to that Blink Dagger as well. So once he has that up, be afraid, Pulse Gaming.
Yeah, that's just huge trouble. And also, him doing the job for the team, right? Just taking down the silencer, making sure that he's staying low level. So by the time Chelsea reaches level 11 or so, at level 2 RP would be devastating for the support side of Pulse Gaming.
Yeah, it's also the thing is that, and once again, I think for the newer people in our audience, that blink reveal, when you actually do complete that blink dagger, when it does come out, which obviously isn't the case just yet,
it's
you
almost
pretty much
there.
get a free RP, or free skewer, whatever it is. Your opponents will play differently once they know it's up. So this early in, could they get something pretty big out of it. But once again, he's got a little bit of work to do. We'll try to finish that off in the jungle as he gets rid of a couple of wolves, a couple of dogs brought down. And now Deathy,
yeah.
Deathy, you're not going to like this story, Deathy. Torrent comes out and they're going to see it, but he's got support coming from Wazoo. He's very, very low. But in the end, Habibi in trouble. Oh, he jukes from the tree line, but he walks back, doubles back. Deathy does in fact scout around the sidelines. Habibi in a lot of trouble, gets Sparrow Strike. Smacker comes in, I'll take this
Nice.
one. Thank you, good night.
That was really good for the team as well. Just wait for Smacker for him to get the last hit, which is exactly what he needed. Talking about Habibi though, as Sargon mentioned, he's got the most assists in the game. And that's expected, right? Because he's just an experienced support player.
Habibi, of course, one of the old guard from the Bravado emotion, alongside Odu, the other one from the Bravado emotion. Obviously, two players you do not want to mess with. And the RP comes in, and it's the big one. They'll skewer back the Smacker. But the Astral's there. Does anyone come help? Wazoo coming in, they're lining up. They're going to shackle him up, and they're going to get themselves a taste. Oh, they know, they're not! Wazoo gets a double burrow, saves his friend, and he's going to pay the price for it almost certainly, but that is a big save. And I want to point something out here. I'm not sure where he got the burst of HP from, actually, but it looked like he was healed at some point, but he's still not finished. Doppler, he might just fall with them. They're going to get the steering chains out, and Chosen One makes it look almost clinical and easy.
Yeah, no, that was great. A good trade-off. You don't want to lose your OD once again. And yeah, that one save him at the last second. Good job for Wazoo, though. What a team player. Just going in, just like, okay, I'll die. I'll make sure my core stays alive.
Yeah. Let's take a look at the stats they're in. What do you think about this one? At the moment, Ian have a 2k net lead as well. Oh, wait, hold on. Sneaky net worth graph. I see what you did there. Sitting at about 2.5k in fact, and the experience also sitting at about 3k. So, really solid lead. Where do Energy want to be? Is this enough? Are they happy? Do they want more?
Of course, you'll never have enough. I mean, you see, this is mostly because Chelsea was so aggressive in the off lane, and that actually allowed him to get that Blink Dagger really quickly, and then rotating into mid lane, almost killed the OD, but taking the Sand King down instead. So all this gold comes from the work of Chelsea at this moment. But you really want the rest of your team to build it up as well, especially the Troll Warlord.
Well, in comparison, Darkseid is a fair amount behind. He spent a fair time in the jungle as well in this off-lane position here. So it's pretty impressive that Chelsea's done what he's done. He's had a fantastic game. Obviously, revealing that Blink Dagger, not quite paying off the way he wanted, but with this, it's going to pay off just fine. Does he want it, though? There's a very large stack here, and Chelsea eyes it out. Red Eyes definitely wants to eat it.
Yeah.
He wants it.
And he's able to get it. I mean,
this actually just a
stacking
stack,
another one.
but,
Oh, yeah, that's fair.
He should get it. Yes, he does. Just in time. Managed to get the creep spot. So that's a big stack of Ancients there that they're going to want to clear up as soon as possible. Who takes the Troll? I guess the Troll.
Yeah, it has to be.
He got the Vlads as well, so he's in a good position to do some. Get some cleave, man, and then just nom nom.
It's exactly what you want the Magnus to do, right? And also having him to stack up the jungle as well for him. It is just working out perfectly for the Troll Warlord, which is almost on 6,000 net worth in 13 minutes. It's decent. Really decent from Energy Esports.
It looks like Doppler in top lane might be in a bit of trouble. You see his Odu. Odu sees him. Going to get the Hex off. He tries to go for the tree line. This is awkward. Look what they see at the moment. As you can see, he's trying to get out of there. But more importantly, can they find him? Obviously, they do, in fact, in the end. They're going to catch him out. And then Doppler does finally get brought down. But the Burrow Strike comes in from Wazoo. He wants this. He FP's up. But he gets hexed up as well. Does get brought down to the side with the X. And now they're going to get themselves a Sand King for free. On the side of Fady wants help up. But the RP comes back in. Immediate Astral from Smack. They're buying a little bit of time. Shackles come out after him with Chelsea. Silverster still has RP. They're going to potentially just abandon Odu, who will be brought down in the end. And becomes a 1-for-1 trade. But they do bring down the Darkseid. And that's probably something they'll be pretty happy with. That's the exchange they'll take any day. Odu does his job.
Yeah. But
one less off lane to worry about. And bot lane Strike also going to town on this tier 1. So it's a really good passage of play for Energy.
Exactly. And I think I think one of Pulse winning from there is that getting Smacker another kill, so getting him some gold, making him a little bit ahead, but still they're struggling. As you said, Odu grabbing off a kill off the Darkseer is not exactly what Pulse wants, but there it is. The score is right there, 11-5 in the lead of Energy Esports so far.
So, Reigns, let's say you're Pulse, right?
Let's say I'm Pulse.
You're Pulse Gaming. You're captain of Pulse Gaming, and you feel that your side is slipping behind in this matchup. You have a disadvantage in both gold and map control. Where do you go to from here?
It's a hard one. You're going to need Smacker, just like game 1, to farm up, to make sure you're the damage dealer later in the game. I mean, you picked the Underlord once again to play in the safe lane, so he's not doing that great, or he's not doing as great as he did in the first game. He's not grabbing the early kills. He's not sustaining up to his items in time. So it's a struggle one. But I think it would have to go to a 4-protect one where Smacker just goes all out in the end.
Right, and the table's turn. You're EGE Sports. You're ahead. Chelsea looking good. What's the play?
Well, Chelsea's doing almost everything, right? Not everything, but, just initiating to the plays. You don't even need Strike at this moment. That's how good Energy Esports is right now. Just talking about Fady, I think he's going to be
in trouble.
Baited into a gang. Yeah, 3 smokes, 2 Energy players in the top lane. And I think Fady sees something fishy.
This is so he can't even LP out of this because he's got the X and the Ghost should come through. The Coco on Express is joined by Chozo in 1. And they're going to pick that one pretty easy. 4 people involved, but a valuable kill. Pulse haven't had an answer for this just yet.
Yeah, Pulse is in deep trouble. And also, Chelsea just is on his way to his Hand of Midas as well. So it is going to be huge. That Magnus will probably be the core of the play of each gang that's going to be happening from Ian's side. And also, meanwhile, I don't think the supports are doing too bad either. I mean, Odu grabbing the swap, the 1-for-1s, and then Habibi just, roaming around, making sure that it gets the X's. For example, as you said, Underlord has nowhere to escape, and that's thanks to the supports for Ian.
Yeah, it's a pretty solid response. Obviously, Kunkka won't be able to beat everybody, but he always gets to have a target on those escapes. And he's going to get a target right now. Nice time on that torrent. Catches out Dethi. Sport Kunkka, even with the troll ulti, not doing a huge amount of damage. Deathy's just kind of
separate fights.
He's okay. He's okay, but can they get the counter pressure? Wazoo, he's on the back lines here, wants to get back involved. Do see Odu and friends hiding on the tree line. Looks like they're all going to go their separate ways though. They're going to wave, say goodbye, and head back to the lanes. There's nothing more to be accomplished here. Not without at great risk.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult. Smacker trying his best though. I can see, it's like, okay, I really need to get my Hurricane Pike soon, so I'm just going to stay away and farm up, which I think it's why they didn't want to risk it fighting their own jungle. It's because if they do lose a team fight again, I don't think they can win this game.
Strike in the bottom lane, caught up by Wazoo. They're going to commit the ultimate as well. From that thing, did he bash? Did he just bash Lord Strike? Well, he should still be brought down short. Okay, this is not fair.
That's just dirty, right?
I think he actually bashed Lord. Bash Lord did? Is that what you bash Lorded somebody?
It's
Wazoo
done, yeah.
In that case, and actually stopped the epi. And that's pretty awful because he definitely would have been able to pick up that kill in the Darkseer without it. But in the end, Strike makes a good exchange under those circumstances. He also forces out the epicenter. But it must be said, Strike is very, very rich again. He is sitting at 9k net worth. That is a full 2k ahead of his opponent, Smacker. But then you got to feel like that's the comparison you want to draw here once more. It's not so much about the Ember spread, although he is going to be a massive factor, but Smacker's pretty much going toe-to-toe with Strike. Because with the Underlord, sure, he hurts, but he's more like a utility core. You can really see with the greaves up, he's going to hit, he's going to be hard, he's going to be challenging, he's going to put his own punches in, but you can't expect him to go toe-to-toe with the Ember Spirit and the Troll Warlord.
Yeah, so if this goes late, it's really difficult for Pulse to come back. We're all looking at the Sand King, right? Also, as you said, your favorite hero, but he needs the items right now, but he's going just full on supports, just hoping that, we win one team fight and from there I can get my items afterwards. But it's just really difficult for now. It's not even 20 minutes in, and Energy is on an over 4k lead in gold.
Wazoo actually did a fantastic job in the first game on his clockwork. So he would certainly love to replicate that, but as you mentioned, at the moment he's far away from being any true threat. He can't get those blink burrows in just yet, doesn't have a blink dagger up. Probably is saving for it, but nothing queued up on his screen just yet.
Hurricane's Pike's up on the OD though, so that could change something in the next fight.
Chelsea, do you want it? Do you want it? They're going to get the Hex side. You might not know what way to the surrounds. And Chelsea goes in. He's going to pull back the Darks here. They're going to help out with the global side, dropping the wall as well. Dethi very, very low. Barrow Strike comes out onto Strike. They're trying to beat him down on the sidelines. In comes the big man Smacker, still holding onto that ulti. No, in fact, using it already. Using it on the sidelines, but they still stand, and now Strike hiding behind the back line. You have Fady trying to get back involved. They're going to pick up Odu. Chosen one side, trying to back off. 4-star forward by Smack. He's got Wazoo and Sport, the Astrals there. They're surrounding what is now the corpse of Chosen One, and Habibi trying to limp out of it. Pulse once more on the front foot. Barrow Strike connects, Torrent connects, but doesn't matter. Smacker picks up another one. That is 5 for 3, and you know what? They might get some more if they're lucky. Doppler and friends.
They need to look for Strike. If they get Strike in this fight.
See Chelsea blinks over. Strike hiding. Surviving. But Chelsea beaten down by Smacker. 4 for nothing. And a tower on top of it. Pulse Strike back. It's the revenge.
Wow, you can see Wazoo like, he's got to be here somewhere, right? Strike can't.
There's no Strike to see here. Nothing else to see
here. He had no TP scrolls.
Yes, there's nothing here, Rain.
Yeah,
nothing
but
to see here.
Would you have loved to see a Smacker get a rampage right now, though?
Of course I would have, but there's nothing to see here. But there is something to see here, and that's actually that replay. So
oh, Strike actually goes down.
What?
So then no Strike was around there somewhere. I think maybe one of the two players assumed that, okay, he's got his, not the Shadow Blade, but his amulet activated somewhere over there. So he's just like, okay, throw a Firestorm. Okay, cool, I got a kill. Right. But that was great, though. Smacker was 0-2 in the beginning of the laning stage against the Ember Spirit, and now he's sitting on 6 kills. So it's a huge turnaround for Pulse, and this is the thing. Let Smacker get strong, and then win fights from there. Sorry, yes. But the situation is that Laka got baited into Wazoo's, baiting, I'm going to the tower, I'm going to try to take it off. Shadow Shaman tried to go take over it, and then, that's really 1 or 2 skills wasted.
Mm. So let's take a quick peek at the graphs, see how that affected things. Energy had a massive lead, brought down all the way beyond the 2k mark, and pretty much even now for experience. So Energy probably a little less happy with how that went than the initial laning stage. They had a really good start.
Yeah.
Reigns, now things are going back. So I guess Pulse, I mean, what are we talking about here? Pulse is the old guard. They're supposed to be, some old men with their walking sticks busy, get off my lawn. But instead, they're kicking Ian out of this tournament, potentially, right here.
Potentially. I mean, it's really even right now. By no means Pulse is leading by anything except for maybe OD, just a little bit ahead of the net worth. But otherwise, it's just unfortunate that Strike got baited into that fight, and he had no HP to do anything else but hide with the Shadow Amulet. But let's say when he gets a Shadow Blade, it would be a different story for the next few team fights. Looking forward to those.
I think as well as that, it's brought him to a point where he's actually behind Smacker net worth. So Smacker's actually ahead, and he's going to be hard to kill.
Yeah.
Blink Dagger and Hurricane Pike. So
that's OD for you, though.
Yeah, he's just mobile. He turned from a character that you can pick up with ease to a character that he astrals himself, he blinks away, he 4-stars away. They did one thing going for them, though, and that's because Chosen One is a fantastic Ember Spirit, and he's equipped at the moment. He hasn't picked up the Blink Dagger of his own, so he doesn't have that quite the chase potential we've seen in the past of Ember Spirits, but of course with Flame Remnant, he's going to be pretty mobile as you could possibly want. Top lane, Odu, in a little bit of trouble. Does back off, doesn't look like they want a piece of it. Faye does. He is just motoring it off. It gets a bit of mana. It's going to drop the Hellfire Blast as well. And now, can they bring him down? Yes, they can.
Yeah,
he is in fact in Fizz with the Glimmer Cape, but they're still running him down. Doesn't last long enough. He's going to get hasted up as well. Just the fastest Fade in the land. He gets Wazoo's support as well, the Barrow Strike. In the end, he's doing enough to finish the job.
Yeah, it's the only Fade in the land. But he was really quick. But otherwise, yeah.
So he is in fact the fastest then, right?
He is the fastest, that's true. Wazoo also got that Blink Dagger out of that as well. So it's going to work out really well if they do manage to get the combos ready. All focusing on Doppler though. I mean, a global silence, which is really, really important, by the way. Oh, might be a potential teamfight coming in at the bottom.
Yeah, the catch out Snack again. That's a big one. And they're trying to lock him down. Do get support coming in from time. Okay, hold on. That's a massive vacuum. Gets 3, and they're going to beat down Chosen One. He's brought down the Coco Run Express, though. A beautiful connection there onto both Dethi and Fady. Doppler and friends, they still want more. They're going to charge in after Habibi, but he's not out of there. He's not out of there at all. Fady beating down on him. What does he have? Has the Glimmer Cape up in a couple of seconds. Might be able to get out of this one. Bit of mana does connect. dropping the Firestorm on top with the body blocking as well. Wazoo's Barrow Strike comes in, and it's all Pulse Gaming now. Energy Esports back up against it. Pulse,
Well,
they're not supposed to win this game.
in all fairness, Energy came out really strong, right? The offlane was sorted, Strike was doing really well, and then Ember Spirit was not losing the lane at all, and that's all due to Odoo doing so much work in the mid lane with him. But, you know, within the span of, let's say, about 5 minutes, Pulse won 2 game fights, or team fights. Turned everything around.
Look at it.
Yeah.
There it is. You see that net worth?
Yeah.
If you look real close, I want everyone to lean into the screen because you'll see real close. There's a smidgen there. That's the advantage, and that advantage is to Pulse Gaming and Energy Esports have thrown their lead away. They're and it's a massive concern. But hey, Rinks, you're the analyst, you're the guys. But tell me, who has it? Who has it in the mid game? We're 25 minutes in. I feel like we've seen this story before.
Yeah, I think Pulse really got into the last teamfights confidence, and then that's even without any dust or, you know, okay, they put on 2 sentry wards, that's cool, but Habibi wasn't even near that area and still managed to kill him with the Glimmer Cape on. So, you know, I think Ian just needs to grab the confidence back. I think they can win this still, but man, they need to get those RPs and everything in without Doppler getting that ulti up, which is the global silence.
I'm pretty scared for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's 10 seconds until his ulti is off cooldown again. It's crazy.
I'm really worried that Ian are going home. I'm really worried that this is the beginning of the end.
Yeah, and it's going to be, you know, because you mentioned that, you know, you wanted Ian to go far. They're a team that's potential to these guys.
Yes, because they have Odoo and Habibi as well.
I agree with you.
Lucker and Chosen One.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of guys, you know, hope that Ian would get, you know, into the grand finals, for instance. But on a bad day, they could lose to anybody.
But here's, I mean,
Curse,
player that's
real.
least known on their team is Strike. I mean, they literally have a star lineup. There are 5 of the best individual Dota players in the country, without a fraction of a doubt. And right here, this old guard, these men from my era of competitive gaming.
Don't be sad yet. They haven't lost. Well, you can see the Pulse is going
sad.
lane.
If Pulse win this, I might just climb to one of those booths and say, boys, ready, let's go.
Nice.
Tag me in, coach.
Ian Halbert. Oh, but yeah.
Pulse Halbert, actually. That's where the real old guy. I mean,
Excuse me.
is super old though as well, to be fair. But yeah.
There you go.
Ian in the top lane is going to try bring down this tier 2 tower. Going to be an exchange though.
Yeah, but Pulse is going to get it first and going to teleport into the
Uber
shrine.
Express, ready to rumble.
There we go. Hopefully, I don't know if they're going to choose which side they're going to go for.
The shrine. They're going to find something. They're going to find Habibi.
Oh,
They're going to
no.
see Habibi. Habibi in trouble. Tries to get up. Put him out. Connects. Burrow Strike connects. Habibi gets sent home the fastest way possible.
Yeah, that's just unfortunate. He was even in range of the tower for vision as well. Strike gets the Aegis, so if Pulse decided to go towards Rosh and fight 3 heroes, I don't think they would have won the team fight. But you know, they didn't really win the team fights going towards the tier 2 top tower. But yeah, they actually gave Energy Esports. Yeah, we're gonna grab the Aegis. We're ahead in gold right now, and maybe we're gonna win the next team fight because you have to kill Troll twice.
Yeah, Reigns, that was a really smart move. We were watching the kill on Habibi. He actually drew them away from the Rosh pit as well, and someone made a beautiful call on the team. Just guys, straight for Rosh. We know we can take it.
Yeah, Habibi can just sacrifice it for us, and there we go. Losing supports right now, it's not, you know, end of the world, or, you know, half of that even. It's, you know, you sacrifice for the better reasons. Just like last game when Odoo was in front, you cast Chain Frost and then you can just die. But in this game as well, Habibi doing the same thing. We're going to go out of position on purpose, and as you said, take Roshan at the right time.
I don't even know who's ahead anymore. I mean, look at the graph. It's here and there, but there's just nothing in it. Yeah. Item-wise, I think who's got this one? We've got the Sunjin Yasha up from Strike, Shadowblade as well, pretty handy as well as the Vladimir's offering, and most importantly, the Aegis.
It's a hard one. I mean, if Wazoo gets a proper epicenter in, blink in, dust, make sure that Strike goes down first. It is going to be really tough for Oh, Chosen One, actually. I was going to say really close for energy, but Chosen One already dives
Still
in.
wants this. He's still going. Chosen One actually catches up. Death, he gets caught up by the barrier strike from Wazoo. They're still fighting. Vacuum comes in onto that wall, but the BKB is up. Chosen One trying to run down whoever he can. He's just not doing enough damage. The Kokuram Express goes wide, and now on the sidelines here, they're going to bring down Smacker, and that's a big one. They're following up over Doppler. Doppler wants out, but Energy say no, and they're going to pick up 2 there. And a boatload of creeps. And that's about it. Ian,
Sand
really
King
wanted that.
started the epicenter, and then Underlord dragged him back into the tier 1 mid tower. Oh, sorry, the tier 2 mid tower. So, worst of a skill. 90 seconds left on the cooldown. I mean, that would have changed, I think, the fight quite a bit due to Habibi being quite low on HP. Chelsea was, a bit shaky there. The 4-star was on cooldown. Blink was on cooldown, but hey, it worked out. They killed Smacker.
That is a big one as well. And importantly, gives them a bit of a lead, gives them some more map control here as they take the tier 2 tower down. They're going to drop the serpent wards as well. Now they can just literally, oh, hold on. They're going to bring out a big one, but Wazoo comes in with the save, and the vacuum is good as well.
Brilliant.
The strike as well as Chosen One have to back off. But they want more. Deathy, it's his turn to be aggressive. He says, remember me, pushes him out of his side of the map. Wazoo,
they need something. They really need something out of this, because the buyback from OD means that they want to get a kill out of that instead as exchange. But Energy knows this and backs off immediately, and also doing it really well as well. Just so timingly on the heroes. And OD the only one in trouble due to the Dire Ward just near the top lane.
OD?
Oh, Smacker actually spots him, yeah.
These guys were friends once. They won't be.
They were
much
friends.
longer.
I'm sure they are friends still.
No.
Not on this battlefield though.
But Smack is pretty, I mean, this is the most relaxed Smack I've ever seen. Finally goes and he scouts the area out, finds if there's more prey, and the prey is going to have to settle for Zodu, and Odu will be smoked or dusted up, he will be rooted up, and he will be sent home eventually. Actually taking quite a while to go down. I guess I don't know actually, they were using Arcane Orb. I guess you just didn't have many opportunities to actually hit him with the Hex as well as the Shackle, making sure that the kill went elsewhere, not to that OD.
That's also the last dust for the Sand King's going to need more, while Doppler's at the bottom lane. It's like, hey guys, maybe we should defend the tier 2, maybe not. And the end strike, yeah, just taking it down. It's also getting really strong. It's got his BKB, SNY, Shadowblade he's got for a while now, and also 2.7 gold in hand.
A very, very positive looking strike, and he is not messing around. He is, that is not your base, friend. No, your base is the other way, but I think he knows that. I think he's just very, very, and it's one.
Oh, Habibi would have died over there.
Top lane, Habibi, very, very low in fact, but Fady says it's time to leave. They are all getting,
what?
Oh no, you left Wazoo behind, friends, and Wazoo will be run down by Chosen One for your efforts. Does get the barrier strike out to delay a little bit of time, but it was the last minute steering change. Wazoo wasn't able to get into the actual Fady Pit Lord Uber Ultimates, and somebody has a complaint, but let's see betrayal. Let's see how it went down.
The definition of leaving, it has to be that one teammate, right? Because he was just forced out to behind the Radiant Tower. Just didn't work out for his supports.
Really one of those moments like, flow darkness, my old friend.
Should make a video out of this soon.
Yeah, just watch your team just be like, guys, this is not cool.
2017.
Yeah, not here, and I've been left behind. Just sad faces, little TTs, but also not a train smash. But he didn't lose on anything too huge. He has got most of his core items up already. Top lane, Energy wants to get on front of it. They want a piece of it. Troll's going to help it, and they're just going to make short work of what was once.
Wow, the towers are going down one by one, and that's all due to the one hero,
Objective
Troll
gaming,
Warlord.
baby.
Exactly, and this is exactly what Energy needed to, just stay ahead of the game, not be ahead of it, but yeah, it's tough because they don't really want to get a 5-on-5 because the potential of that lineup for Pulse is just ulti based, and it's going to be really tough for it to end.
Odu towards middle lane, going to be heading towards that Aghanim Scepter. Really, really challenging. I was trying to point this out during the last fight, but people cast stuff. They do that sometimes. But actually dropping the Serpent Wards in this area over here and focusing it down onto that tier 3 tower. As long as they keep doing that, they pretty much are consistently able to chip away at the damage, chip away at the structures of their opponents. And of course, eventually that starts wearing and tearing down your actual racks. If they can do that consistently, they'll be in a good space. And it's a very clear directive from the Ian side.
I'm just checking how far the OD is, how far away OD is from the South of Ice. It's actually really close for it. Can actually get it. It's just that, as soon as he does, he can maybe lock down the Troll Warlord for quite a bit. And it could work out really well for them, and that's only because he's quite behind of net worth right now. I mean, Troll was sitting on 90k, just broke the 19k mark, and yeah, as soon as he just keeps playing objective Dota, Pulse Gaming is just going to lose towers one by one. Oops, potential fight coming in the mid lane.
And they do in fact root out Chosen. He should be fine. Actually, pop the blade middle. He wants the pieces. Like, this is a fight that they picked, but he's saying, "Come back here. You want to be bullied? Fight this." They're going to get off the X marks the spot as well. Onto Wazoo. Once again, swing lanes, and he is going to be brought to his knees towards the top lane though. Work being done by Energy once again. There's those serpent wards. Busy going to town on the tower. Deathy shackled up at range, but they might actually bite off a little bit more than they can chew here. Odu wants out. Glimmer Capes away, will in fact be fine for the time being, but look at the damage done. Nice work there by the Energy squad, just once again chipping away at these tier 3s. Let's see how the top one. The top one's fine for now, but it's very clear what they're going to do. How do Pulse respond?
How do they respond? I mean, all they need to do is just defend right now, right? You can't really go out to one of the lanes because the rotations are so quick. You get the Magnus, get the Ember Spirit, just if you go for Kunkka, for example, the cores will always be there to protect him. Pulse is in a really dire situation right now. They're going to need to, try to, if they do initiate, try to get the Sand King to get a well-timed Burrow Strike, for example, and then just work from there, especially with the Doxia's Vacuum and Wall. But until that happens, maybe they're actually going to do for it now.
We're going to find Odu again.
Yeah.
And just vacuuming him back, nowhere to go. He's under the wards. Didn't even need to blow the dust in that case. To get a nice free Odu. Delicious treat.
Well-placed defensive wards that they have there on the Diet side, which is on Pulse. I mean, they have it on every single lane. So there's no way that if they do manage to take down or lock down Strike, that he's able to escape with the Silver Edge.
They have sentries everywhere. This is...
It's quite important.
Yeah, it certainly is a fantastic job, but it hurts the sports. It really does. It's expensive. You're wanting to find the way in, and you can actually tell it's hurting the most the Silencer. And one thing about Doppler's position here is that Silencer can actually do a great deal of work. He can start hitting hard. He can... I mean, any carry that's also a support, can hit hard at some point. Right?
Yeah.
In the grand scheme of things, if he gets, even as a support, he's able to hurt a lot if his team's on the winning side, picking up a lot of extra intel. In this case, he's already picked up 14. But if you're forced into a position where you have to buy a lot of support items, you can also be the first one eliminated. And here's the thing. That ultimate right there, Global Silence, is probably the most important ultimate in this game.
It's the kryptonite of Energy Esports at this moment. I mean, as soon as they, let's say, a blink in, Global Silence starts, you can't do anything. So Magnus falls, and then, rest of heroes, your Troll Warlord tried to go in to help the Magnus, for example, doesn't work out, and then the fight goes towards Pulse Gaming again. And that's exactly what Energy does not want. So hence, they're just going to be really passive from now, and it's like deja vu. We saw this in the first game, we're going to see this in the second game.
Yeah, and once again, it's the big man, Roshan up on the field, no one's too interested in him just yet. I already know he's keen.
Exactly. Habibi walks into Roshpit as you say that. It's like, hey, I can hear you.
No, none of that now.
No, none of that.
Just coincidental. I went there because Habibi was nearby.
I think they're waiting. They're like, okay, maybe Pulse Gaming is, they know that we're potentially going to rush. So it's like, okay, maybe we should just wait it out. Instead, we bait out a rush from Pulse Gaming, and then we take it down from there.
I just noticed something fairly horrific. Look at Strike.
Yeah.
He has 22k net worth at the moment. He's 7k above both his own Ember Spirit and Smacker's OD. He's going for Escardi, which means that he is tanky, he has BKB, he moves quickly, he is basically, by the way, 6-slotted.
Yeah, that's really scary. That's like his Gyro last game. I mean, he was just so tough. Just going to fight, I don't think he'd be scared, just walking with the Magnus, right? And then just being the RP.
He's got the Holy Grail. He's literally got 10 last hits a minute. There you go. 38 minutes into the game, 390 CS.
Yeah. Doing really well. I mean, transitioning from a support just, below 2 months ago into a carry position. It's a great change for Energy. Like, Odu's doing really well in the support as well, position. Just working really well with Habibi.
It was actually pretty interesting because to me, Odu probably was one of the single best carries we saw at the previous Masters event.
Yeah, when Death Prophet was still meta.
When Death Prophet was still meta.
Every single game. But, even now, if you pick a Death Prophet mid, it's just so strong against certain heroes. Otherwise, yeah, they're both playing, okay, not really both. Pulse playing more defensively, and then Energy, getting the X's on the teammates, try to get some information off them. They really need, 1 or 2 wards in the jungle, or in the enemy jungle maybe. Spot out 1 or 2 heroes, get the pickles.
One thing I also want to point out for Oyu is that I spoke to him at the last Masters event, and he told me, we spoke about carries, and everyone was talking about RDK, Adestam, and saying these were the best carries in the country. And he said, I'm the best carry. And he had obviously been a little quiet since he had in fact played with Bravado motion before, but I just got to say, kudos to the temperament of the man. Like, he is clearly a team player, going to opt to play the support position and give opportunities to the likes of Chosen One to pick up these more glamorous positions, head back to that the lowly life of sport. But we did say earlier, we do think that the sport positions in this tournament probably the most important. They're the guys that are creating all the space, and this is actually quite a wealthy little Odu, and he's keen. He's got the Agnum Scepter up, and he is not alone. And they're how on earth they have wards up. They actually spotted out Odu. He's up to his old tricks. That was opening with a vacuum. If I'm not mistaken, that ward is real far away. In fact, I'm so confused.
Yeah, he pushed up the lane, and Pulse Gaming expected him to stay. Odu's known to do that. Just stay up the lane, let the creeps push up. It's okay. It's going to stay behind. It's going to overextend and wait for the right moment. And I think Pulse Gaming is really used to that right now.
Yeah, we actually saw it in the last game. Odu spent a lot of time on his lich, just hanging around in the tree line, and this time they just will have none of it. But it almost feels like we're watching the same game happen again. We still have that Pit Lord. We reached 40 minutes.
Yeah.
We're almost halfway there, guys.
That's what you think.
Well, I'm just saying, just being a little bit ominous, but a strike goes in, he wants to pick a fight with Fady, gets support from Wazoo. RP comes in on 2, they're just deleting what once was. Okay, never mind. Fady, you're supposed to die here, friend. There you go. Finally, Strike brings him down. And on the sidelines, Smacker wants a piece of this. He said, don't forget me. The Coco Run Express comes through, lands onto Smacker, and now they're still battling through. They got the silence up onto that Troll Warlord, but it's Smacker versus the world right now as he brings down another Odu. He's right there. The gems on the deck, and they're going to drop the wall, the vacuum, the shackle. They bring down Smacker as well. Strike re-engages and picks up. Now that's 3 for 2. But more importantly, it's just a dark scene. The silencer. Strike once more. He follows up top and says, please, Strike, none of this. He does in fact agree and turns his attention to the top for now. But goes back in, picks up Doppler. He takes the shrine, but it's not enough. Strike takes another head. Now Energy Esports have had enough, and the racks are going to go down, and this, or are they? I think they're going down. The buybacks do come out from the Pit Lord, the Underlord, comes from Smacker as well. They have exposed the barracks though, as Odu very, very low. Will actually get away from the Wazoo Burrow Strike. He did miss it, but should still be enough to bring him down. He's chilling. Will finally go down.
Ooh, buybacks from Fady to take down Odu. I mean, okay, if you include the other heroes that died early in the fight, cool, but I don't think Smacker should have overextended that much. I mean, he got the kill he wanted, but eventually he wanted more, and that actually turned it around where Strike goes back into the fight and just bashes, and...
Yeah. Bashes.
And now we're here.
Yeah, and when we return to Bash Lord Strike, he's really strong, man. He's got that Aegis up, but he almost has 10k net worth above the OD.
Yeah.
And it's not like Smack has played a bad game. It's not like he hasn't been in a good position. He's strong. He hits hard. He's got the Scythe of Vice up. He's got the Hurricane Fight. He's got the survivability that he can get, or aggression, out of that Blink Dagger.
It's good to have a carry hero sometimes.
It is good to have a carry hero sometimes. The one thing as well is that Fady, he does have the Heaven's Halberd, best item in the game, just saying.
Yeah, that was great. So tanky, by the way. You saw that Troll Warlord was just trying to kill him. It actually gave Pulse a lot of time, but if only Smacker got there faster than he thought they would have gotten at.
So...
Do you think Habibi would have died here?
I think...
1v1, no?
I think...
Sand King's help.
Comes in help. Habibi's very, very low. But okay, Strike back in the offensive. They will drop down a bit of Maris again. Chosen One, he wants in. He's still keen. Uses up his...
He loves that.
Shield. Yeah, he is angry. Chosen One is a very... He's such a nice guy. Have you ever met Chosen? I mean, you must have met Chosen One. He's a nice guy. But then watch this. Goes in once more. They're going to get onto Wazoo here, and they're just going to beat him up, beat him down. There's a great wall coming through. The vacuum is decent as well. But Fady on the front lines, trying to do what he can. It's 2 for 1 at the moment. Just Wazoo down. On the back lines, though, Strike once more. He wants to stop, and he starts beaming down him. Going to keep him up for the time being, though. Strike turns around once more, trying to find his way back into the fight, where Chosen One has been isolated, will pop that cheese, and now managed to go for a really decent tuning change, but they get the RP off onto Smacker. Smacker still standing strong, strike very low, he's propped down for the first time. They gotta keep him up, he's got the Aegis. They're gonna drop the Fiddle Maris right on top of it. They're gonna Shadow Blade up, can they bring him down? The vacuum's really, really solid. Do they get more than that to get Chosen One? He's trying to get out, takes a lot of damage from the Orbis, but he doesn't fall, but they do manage to pick up the Troll Warlord. Strike is down. Buyback? Yes, he does. Buyback available, so no disaster just yet. RP in cooldown though, so although we do have the buyback from Lucka, can't do a huge amount, and I can't believe that I'm saying this, but I do believe Pulse are staging, I believe they call this a comeback. I feel like we've seen this story before, Reigns, because Pulse just went up the high ground. Remember, not too long ago, they were being racked.
Yeah, that was awesome play from Fady and his friends, where he just stayed in front and then just let Smacker stay at the back and just right-click, and all the way there. And yeah, nothing they could do about it.
Fady with that steering change once more. It's time to go home, says Fady. I'm not leaving anyone behind this time. Oh, are you?
So.
You're leaving yourself behind. They want more. They're following Chelsea and Chosen One in. They're silenced enough. He's trying to TP. Is he out? He's just tossed around. Fady brought down, and enough of this energy. We've seen this story before, but he just... What is going on? Will you die, sir? There we go. Finally falls. But that's absolutely... He better not buy back, by the way. Just, yeah.
Yeah.
He had the X there. You saw it, right?
Came back, yeah.
Just, you don't want to buy back now, friend.
I don't think he even has buyback. It's,
what?
Yeah, he bought back earlier for that fight to defend the tier 3 towers.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so with that, it's, you know, when they were still defending it. Yeah, it's a tough position right now. Yeah.
I mean, you said this very casually.
Your only tank is not here.
Yes, correct. And your Serpent Balls are down with your energy. And look at that ranged racks melt. Second one, melee, far more important, but the micro, a little bit, you know, not to be desired. It's fine. They get the job done, and will in fact get more than what they came for, with a little bit of extra damage put out onto the structures of the Pulse base. But just so easy. This made it look so easy. They literally arrived, and once again, when energy on the front foot, when they get that mass Serpent Wards down, sure, a little bit of farm going the way of Pulse, but look at the damage. That is a really, I mean, yeah, I was going to say, is he 25? He is not. He's got the +4 words, but will most likely go into the talent that allows him to get his Serpent Wards to have extra hits on them. It's really, really irritating to deal with.
Yeah, and wow, I must say, it's really difficult for Pulse to do anything right now. I mean, they wanted to play the slow game once again, right? Getting Fady to cast the ultimate, Uber them back into base, and then we start over again. But with that Kunkka in game for game 2 for Energy Esports, it's a whole difference to play. It's just so much harder to play the Underlord.
Ooh, strike up the no good. They go and they use the RP. It's just on the one though. They do get the Gem of Truth Sight, but that's a lot for a Darkseer.
That's, yeah.
It does have buyback, so there's no ways. There's no ways they can take this. I say this, but, you know, Cast to Cursed, etc. Maybe they do, but EN are going to take down one of the shrines. Pulse will be okay with what just happened. They have the buyback, and there's a lot used, so they can almost just sit this one out. And Energy actually have a long cooldown on their RP, 94 seconds still. Dogs will be back before the RP is available, so potentially a time to fight. Once again, net worth 20k over on the side of Energy. Experience sitting at about 7,500. But we're 47 minutes in. Surprise, surprise. Going late game. This 18k isn't what it would have been if we were in a 30-minute matchup.
It's crazy. I mean, just about 10 minutes ago, you see like a 5k net worth, and we go crazy. Oh, okay, they're going to be so ahead from this on. And right now, it's just an energy show. I mean, one more team fight, and if they win this, it's going to be an easy racks and probably go towards the end of the game as well. Serpent's Wards being passed down.
Yeah, this is just so easy for them as well. They drop the Serpent Wards, just absolutely melt structures. They're in a fantastic position out there, and they're going to go in here. They're actually going to go in on Doppler. He's got the Global Silence. He will be able to just survive for another time. If they get to racks, they just push it down. Death, he comes with a vacuum only on one though, and here's Habibi. It's just the Kunkka. So in the end, Energy, oh, okay, this is trouble. This is a lot of trouble. They're going to go onto the front lines to get this stun out. Global comes out. Habibi still standing. Smack on the back lines. He might just go down here. He's very, very low. Will be clearly caped up. The fight is chaotic and crazy, and they're going to go on Fady. Fady wants to pull somebody out. He wants to pull anybody out, but they both go down. They're going to lose Smack and the Sand King. This is GG, I think. In the end, pretty much EN stride over this one.
Wow, I mean, that was a really close game at a point. And then you saw a glimpse of hope for Pulse Gaming to come back from that, pushing in a tower, and that without the Troll Warlord even. And then the mistimed Underlord ulti with that X marks the spot just made sure that, Pulse Gaming just didn't work out.
I mean, here's the thing, right? Energy at the end of the day, they survived the onslaught. I want to point to, I was looking at the end of the game, 20k, 25k that this team is down, right? The previous matchup, they came back from a 40k deficit.
Yeah.
40,000 gold, right? That's
also
a
took
hero
longer as well.
stocked up. That's like a big net worth of a hero at the end. That's
Yeah.
like 2 net worths of a hero, right? And they came back all the way to win that one. So right now, momentum is with Energy, and Energy are very well poised to take the series now. But
Yeah.
one of these two sides is going home. So the next matchup, you don't want to miss it. You don't want to be anywhere else but here. But I think it's time that we let the panel have a little bit of a say in this one.
Yeah, there's a lot to talk about for game 2, I believe. I mean, it could have been a 2-0 for Pulse at a stage, like maybe for a 5-10 minute span. But, Energy just took over the lanes early game. They were steady. They were steady enough in the mid lane, but in the late game, it was still... It was really difficult for them to push or find out Pulse's weakness until later, or besides the Conquer X mark the spot though, because that was the pure weakness for the Underlord.
Yeah, it's pretty much been I don't know, like we saw signs of Pulse being able to do what they did in the previous matchup. They looked like they were going to pull it back, but you're right, it just seems Energy. We've seen this before. We know what you're doing, and this is how we counter. And one of the big things, once again, the Serpent Wards from the Shadow Shaman.
That's it.
It just ate through their structures. And Odu was very, very mobile around the map. He spent a lot of time in the bushes, right, or the tree line, and he found a fair amount of farm. And once he has those ags up, once he has those +4 Serpent Wards as well, you saw the damage he's able to put on the structures. And they can almost ignore the fight. They say, whatever happens now, we're going to get what we need. And in the end, they take 2 racks for free, effectively.
Yeah.
And then at the end of the fight, they end up, regardless of the outcome, ahead.
I think it would have worked well for Pulse if Fady played as well as he did in the first game. I mean, he played really well, just the kills didn't go in his favor. He died a couple of times, or Doppler died a couple of times. In a 5-minute span, he had like 3 deaths. So on the other hand, Chelsea did really well as well. I mean, as you said, he created that space, and then Strike got the farm up, and then from then, it's just, Troll Warlord show over there, all over the place.
Strike was just a monster, man.
It could have been like that for the Gyrocopter, though. I mean, the Gyrocopter was super farmed as well. He's got his Scotty, he's got his Hurricane Pike as well, and it was so strong. But otherwise, yeah, Troll Warlord, one of the heroes for Strike to play, and I think he was really brilliant.
Right, well, you've certainly heard enough of us now. We're overly excited for this one, but I do think it's only fair we reluctantly give this one back to the panel. Wilson and friends, please take it away.
Halbert, we certainly don't mind hearing your thoughts for quite some time, and...
Reluctantly.
Reluctantly, I guess, yeah. So, nobody expected that one, I think.
No,
Pulse came out of the gate swinging. They were absolutely about to plunge the game, booked and sold.
Like what they did with almost essentially an unwinnable draft, they got outdrafted heavily, was amazing to see. I mean, they almost took it. But Energy, I feel, realized, okay, let's stop fighting them. Let's play the farm game. Let's get our items up until we know we're strong enough to beat them, and that's exactly what they did. Those Serpent Wards, Aghanims, +4 as well. It's just ate through the racks. I mean, Troll didn't even have to buy back to come take it either.
Is that maybe the answer to beating Pulse here?
Yeah, just outpush them. Like, not even outpush them, because like
Outfarm. They didn't have the late
just
game.
Don't fight Pulse.
Don't
Because
fight.
like the beginning of the game, they were fighting all the time. Right? Energy was running into them, getting kills, and it was looking really good for Energy. And they lost that one fight at bottom, which went disastrously around that tier 1 tower, where Smacker got that ultra kill. And for a while, they were losing fights. And then the kill score got up to even. And then Energy was just like, why do we have to fight these guys? Let's just mod.
No, let's stop. We're just giving them something that we shouldn't.
Yeah,
so.
just stop fighting, you farm, and then you send Odu to drop ulti, to put some damage, rinse, repeat, and then you win the game.
Well, we've got plenty more to dissect out of this game, and we will be doing that. But just before we do, we've got good old Gareth on stage here. He's stolen 2 people from the crowd and has a little game to play. Gareth, over to you.
Thanks a lot, Wilson. We have another VS Gaming Challenge to give away some cool VS swag here, and I've got Charles and Sean, did I get that right? Brilliant, who are going to go head-to-head in a little bit of a VS Gaming quiz. Let's test what your gaming knowledge is. I'm going to need you to raise your hand and shout your name. Hopefully I can hear the difference between Charles and Sean. in the fury that is this general knowledge quiz. First up, who is the elven sword-wielding hero in the Legend of Zelda series? Charles. Link is correct, and he takes first blood there. Question number 2. NES, the gaming console, is short for what? Charles. Nintendo Entertainment System is correct. I worried about the before your name in case you'd forgotten what it was, but well done there. Question number 3, you're going to have to bounce back and take all 3 questions now. This is a Dota question, so I'm not sure if you guys are fans, but here we go. In Dota 2, the heroes are separated into 3 main attribute classes. Sean.
Dexterity, strength, and intelligence.
I'm going to ask you to change dexterity. Can you fix... Agility, correct, yes. Strength, agility, and intelligence. Well done. Not even waiting for the question mark at the end of the sentence. There we go. All right, we have a challenge on hand. 2-1, still to Charles. Question number 4 of 5. What is the name of the plumber hero whose mission it is to save Princess Peach? Charles? Mario, and he takes it there, 3-1. We're not going to get to a 5th question. Congratulations, Charles. You're going to get some swag. We'll be right back with you after this short ad break.
Hey, my name's Ryan Mackay. I'm standing here with Nadia, and she's going to be entering into the cosplay competition today on day 2 of the EGE LAN here at the Cape Town ICC. Nadia, give us a little bit of insight here as to which character you are cosplaying today.
I'm cosplaying as a Forsworn warrior from the game Skyrim, and yeah.
How often do you cosplay? Is this your first competition you're entering?
It's definitely the first competition today, but I have been at 4 other conventions.
So I've got a couple of questions for you quickly. So basically, which company publishes the Elder Scrolls games like Skyrim?
That I actually do not know. Oh, I'm so bad at this. I actually do not know.
All right, it's Bethesda.
Oh, okay.
Who is Mario's taller brother in the Super Mario franchise? That's it, yeah. So this is also a VS gaming event. Do you know what VS stands for?
Virtual Sport.
Very good. Well, there you guys have it. Catch Nadia later today in the cosplay competition, and catch you guys soon.
Hi there, I am here with Jordan, who's just been catching up on the Dota action here at EGE. Tell me, Jordan, are you a Dota player yourself?
Myself, no, but I know of it, and I know the basic game mechanics.
So tell me, as someone who obviously then doesn't play as much the game, how easy is it to kind of understand what's going on?
Well, I think that it's no different from any other sport. I think there's a few basic rules that you need to know to be able to enjoy it, even just a small bit. But I think once you got those basic rules down, it's a lot easier to follow. But I think even if someone is just a casual player, the more advanced tactics and mechanics and things like that, I do think that they can be very difficult to pick up.
So how important are our casters and our panelists in terms of, allowing people to understand the game a bit better?
Sorry, could you say that again?
How important are the casters and the panelists in terms of explaining the game and allowing people to enjoy it a bit more?
I definitely think it makes it easier to understand, and I think it definitely adds a level of excitement to it.
Yeah, I mean, when you hear Halberd or Jabba screaming at the top of their lungs, next time you see a rampage, that surely makes it far more entertaining. And even if you don't know what's going on, it looks really impressive.
Yes. I had a friend here, and she was saying how she knew when to clap, and she could see that something was going on, but she had no idea what was going on. So, like I said, it's the same as any other sport, I guess. There's different levels of rules, basic, intermediate, advanced, and things like that.
Well, there you have it. It's a lot like going to a music concert and knowing the lyrics to the songs. You'll just have a much better time. So the more you know, the more you'll enjoy. We're going to take a quick break.
Thanks, Gareth, and thank you, crowd. What a beautiful crowd it is. Well, people have been asking, I guess, what's happening backstage? BVD and APG are still at it. Game 2, though, has gone down, and BVD has actually taken it, so that puts them at 1-1. They're now playing out their third game, and on their third game, BVD has pulled out a little bit of a cheeky sucker punch in the form of a drow strat. Now, for those of you on stream, I'm pretty sure you know what I mean, and you can see RDK on his drow there. Not doing too badly, I'd say.
No, not at
55
all.
minutes in, the farm looks good. Look at that.
I mean, it is a draw strat, the late game. I kind of hope they lose because they lose too much to draw for me to be happy about this. But again, you have to give RDK something that he can actually rise the game with, and it seems to be working out for them.
Yep.
Like, they haven't lost just yet.
And the purpose of a draw strat is, in fact, objective space, is it not?
Of course it is, and it's also to essentially win the game as fast as you can, but in this case, I mean, it looks like APG is putting up quite a big fight to not let that happen. So by the look of the objectives, it's not really that, you know, one-sided. I mean, they've got one tower more. It's looking relatively even, actually, and actually, you can put on the 18k net worth lead on APG side, which is quite surprising. So Giles Strat not really working out that well for them, by the looks of things.
Certainly, but it does look like it's going to end up in a death pool push one way or the other. Neither team are really willing to give this game away, because that means that team will be going home, it being 1-1. And that leads me to this point. We are in the exact same situation here. Pulse versus Energy Esports, both having 1-1 game. Difficult situation for Pulse to be in, difficult situation for EN to be in. But now it comes down to the real stone, separating the chaff from the wheat.
Yep, this is now where it gets really serious, because game 1, like a long game, anything can happen in that ultra late game stages, but game 2, now it's definitely EN that has the momentum advantage. They won the game based off of their strat, based off of their draft, and they took the initiative to win that game. So how is Pulse going to respond? Now Pulse is the ones on the back foot. They're the ones that are, sure it's 1-1, but I'm sure they feel more like their lives are on the line more so than EN.
I'm just glad that Energies realized that they were making quite crucial mistakes. In the first game, they made a couple that lost in the game, but in the second game, they were kind of like taking the fight, but they shouldn't have, when they should have just been focusing on farming the late game. I'm really, really glad that they realized their mistake early enough to come back from it. In the third game, Energy need to not make those mistakes that they have been making, because it could cost them the game. I mean, Pulse are playing at their absolute best today. I've never seen Pulse play this way before. It's a different Pulse.
It's a totally
I don't know what they
different
had for breakfast this morning, but I mean,
Definitely.
jeez.
I'm blown away by their performance.
Yeah, they've been playing super well. Even with heroes that I honestly think are kind of bad, like the safe lane pit load.
Take a look at the net worth graph of game 1. The net worth graph of game 1 put EN way in the lead.
40k at a point. And that was 40k before they lost Drax. They were 40,000 gold behind. And they still won the game. And they still came back to win that.
And
even
with
in
this
game
draft,
2.
this draft, Pulse were outdrafted. They couldn't do anything, but somehow, Smacker was having a really hard time mid, and somehow they pulled it back and almost won the game. And then Energy were like, okay, hold on. What are we doing, boys? Let's not fight. Let's just play the farm game, and
Is that
eventually
maybe
winning.
the Habibi factor that we were talking about? You said that Habibi being there is a bit of an anchor, manages to reel the guys in and say, guys, keep your cool heads, don't fight in this particular occasion.
Well, I feel like Chelsea's also really good at doing that. He's also good at getting the team to go, hey, stop now. Because when we used to look at Chelsea at LANs, he was dead quiet, completely quiet. Like you never heard him say a thing. Now, in the last year or so, when you walk past you in the booth, Chelsea's actually going, hey, boys, stop. Well, hey, let's do this. He's actually got a voice now. He's more assertive.
Absolutely.
So I think he's actually playing a really big factor in this as well. I don't only acclaim it to Habibi, because I've seen it happen in other tournaments where Habibi was not part of the team yet.
So, Snare, we're about 1 minute away from draft. And this is essentially the best of one situation that we've been seeing so far. Do you expect anything coming out of the draft that's about to pop up on our screen?
I think the main thing is we know for a fact how Pulse want to play, right? They want to play in the style that keeps Smacker as the main carry of their team, and basically have 2 off lanes. So I think they probably shouldn't go for the rush for Underlord like they did. But if they do get Underlord, they need another hero that can actually do damage on the other side of the map.
It has been a popular hero, though.
Yeah, it has been a popular hero.
Why?
It works for them in the way that it allows them to take somewhat disadvantageous fights and then get out very quickly.
And look at that first ban.
Energy are like, all right.
We've had enough of this nonsense.
It might
This
be
is super annoying.
Yeah, it might be an underwhelming hero in some aspects, but my gosh, is he hard to kill. And it's you have to commit so much to killing that hero, especially in the late game. He's just so tanky, and it feels like he just doesn't die.
Yeah.
There's your first pick. It's going to be Clockwork yet again on the side of the Radiant.
I feel like
the
this
side of
was
Pulse Gaming.
as much as Pulse won with the Pit Lord in game 1 and it did a lot of work, I feel like this Clockwork was much higher impact.
Yeah.
Just overall in the 4th position than the Underlord was. So
they did in fact ban him out in game 2.
Yeah, they banned him in game 2. So this was a case of Energy picking their poison. They were like, do we play against Pit Lord or do we play against Clockwork? And they made the decision to play against Clockwork. So they have to find ways now to counter this out.
Yeah, but there's items you can build to stop a Clockwork. I mean, you can build some Force Staff, some Glimmer Capes, get some kiting heroes. You can deal with Clockwork.
Yes!
And you get the Disruptor.
I'm very happy.
Great against Clockwork.
Yeah, it really is. It really is.
One of my favorites. It's that and Witch Doctor.
And what he loves doing the most is the fountain glimpse. You TP into lane and then you just fountain glimpses you back.
Lol, bro. What
are you doing?
And in fact, wasn't it yesterday we watched the CK came in to defend?
Oh yeah, then you got glimpsed back to bottom.
Put on his illusions, he got glimpsed, they took out Rax.
So they had to trade a tier 2 for a Rax, which wasn't ideal because there's no way he could get to Rax in time to defend it. So he's like, well, let's just do what we can.
So possibly that's the thought behind.
Oh, here we go. This is what I wanted.
You mentioned the Chelsea
Legion Commander.
A hero that not even, it's fallen drastically off the pecking order.
It's still an exceptionally strong laner.
It's decent in the lane. The only concern I have is so far they don't have any damage to actually win during duels, with the exception of just zoning heroes back. But it's
coming. It's coming.
I'm willing to wait. I'm willing to wait.
No, I mean just watching a Chelsea Legion Commander is something special. It really is. He's made some insane plays on that hero, and I must commend his tanking this tournament as well.
As good as the Chelsea Axe?
I think Chidawi Axe is something to behold, but I think Chelsea's more known for the Legion Commander.
Okay.
I'm so glad nobody picks Axe.
That hero is broken.
The big angry red man. What's wrong with him?
That hero ruins Dota.
And here we have a Juggernaut.
So most likely Pulse are angling to get Rasta now if you have the Juggernaut. Or they're just trying to get a situation where you can actually leave Juggernaut in the 1v1 versus LC. LC can't actually kill Jug by herself as long as he has more than level 2. He'll have spin in the ward, so he should be fine at all stages of the game. Which means that Clockwork and whatever other support they get on Pulse Gaming are free to roam to mid. Because I think what we've seen very clearly is Smacker is the key to Pulse overall. Yeah. Smacker does well. Like we saw, the game only started going well in game 2 when Smacker started doing much better than he was in the mid lane. So do as much as you can to secure him getting not just the win in the mid lane, but the dominance over the Chosen One. So doing that, Juggernaut is a hero that allows you to do that because of how safe he is by himself in the safe lane.
They seem to be very scared of this Necro as well. I mean, it's been banned every game so far.
Actually, it has.
Necro, which is interesting.
It's not nice when you're dead for 2 minutes.
Yeah, it's also nice when you have Necro ulti every 25 seconds, but I mean, still, it's just something that I don't see them normally banning out. So I
think it's that situation where if you're playing close games, then you know that how important, we're talking about how important buybacks are, and if you die, and then when you die after you buy back, there's a death timer added onto it as well as the Necro ult timer, so you can just be dead for 200 seconds.
Well, at least you can still buy back, because that was a broken mechanic.
Yeah. We've spoken about Chelsea Legion. He has a pretty damn good track record on that hero.
Yes, he does.
Is there any hero that Energy Esports has to worry about in the hands of someone on Pulse Gaming?
I think
other than the Clockwork.
I think the Juggernaut's probably been one of their most impressive heroes for Fady so far. Okay. So, and also what I like about it is that now they don't have the situation where Fady is playing this very heavy utility hero. Now he's actually playing a hero that can do damage.
Yeah.
So even in situations where Smacker is being controlled, there's still a threat from Fady, which was missing in both game 1 and game 2. So now they actually have to worry about a lot more heroes from Smacker. Now it's not just that you're going to be worried about him getting some ultra heavy carry hero in the mid lane. Even a tempo controller can do damage. Now you have to worry about Puck, you have to worry about Green Pain, all these sorts of heroes as well. I think Puck is probably something you have to ban at some point if you're Energy or
Succubus, your take?
Oh, here we go, the support Brewmaster.
Just the support.
You had to bring a drunkard on board and the Brewmaster. Although that's a hero I have not seen played in the tournament.
It was played yesterday by Ian, in fact, against XD, and they won 44-3.
This hero is so good.
It's so good, and so few South African pro players actually play this hero.
It does require quite a lot of micromanagement.
Micromanagement, yes, and also knowing when to cast certain spells, because a lot of the problems I do have with Brewmasters, they tornado, but they don't know when to bring them down, so the full duration tornado goes on, and it's just like, well, free Yule Scepter forever. It's knowing when to use the certain skill sets that this hero has.
And the timing.
And the timing, yeah.
I actually think this hero is much easier to play than it used to be, especially in the support capacity.
It used to be a lot harder. I'm just saying most South Africans. It's like the Earth Spirit curse. Earth Spirit's such a good roamer, much better than Monkey King would ever be right now currently, but no one ever picks it because people just can't play it properly.
With Brewmaster, I think it's the same situation. All you have to do to win with Brewmaster now, just you press W on the enemy carry, you throw out the drunken haze, and Juggernaut can't farm at all. All he has to do is he can spin and farm, but that's every 20-something seconds, waste all his mana to do so, and then Brew is very happy to allow that situation to happen.
It's the same thing as throwing out Tinker Laser constantly. It makes it a lot harder to farm, or Bane Enfeeble, even though max it against it, but it
Also,
is really effective, and it's a good ganker.
The way I kind of see this hero now is kind of how Bane used to be played. So what you do is that when you go into your ultimate as Brewmaster, as a support, right, you auto remove one enemy hero for some certain duration. So you focus literally all your spells on one hero. You toss him up, you stone him, you toss him again, you stone him. Don't allow that hero to play Dota, then the rest of your team can clean up, especially if it's their hard carry like Jug.
Yeah.
So they get Sento again. This time it's actually going to be a proper... It was awfully in Sento the first time as well.
Yeah,
but
it was.
It got no farm in game 1. That was like a 79-minute ag, so super late.
It was really super
walked away
late.
with victory, so maybe the answer is to give him next to no farm. He did end up with an Agnum Scepter, and it was a 90-minute game.
Like, he got it eventually, but it was like...
He was just, it felt like what Snare's saying, it was very underwhelming when Centaurs normally are a bit more, involved in the game. They're normally more involved in the early stages of the game, so it was just weird to see him come online that late. And Veno, that's not that now. That's a mid Veno. It has to be.
It has been banned quite a lot.
It has been banned quite a lot.
Clearly the players are a little bit skittish about this hero. Maybe that's going to give Pulse something else to think about.
It's so annoying to play against this hero.
There's high-level plague wards. You try pushing into it, or you have any blink heroes like Centaur. You're going to have to use Stampede to initiate because you literally can't get anywhere into the fight to actually surprise them unless you smoke up and get them unawares. But
ideally, you want some heal versus Veno when you're playing against... Like, just a lot of these heroes right now, they have some heal in the Juggernaut, but maybe you want like a Dazzle. But I don't think they play Dazzle on the side of Pulse. They don't seem to have fun or enjoy playing these super defensive supports. They want to be able to move in and attack. That is
take
Dazzle.
the words out of your mouth.
Dazzle!
Yeah, I think that was the best pick.
They're not listening. That was incredible.
And there's no way they pick Axe now, right? No way.
They won't pick Axe. Like
because,
Energy need damage right now. They're really struggling to get that DPS going. So they have to decide where they're actually going to put their damage hero, in the safe lane or in the mid lane.
And at the moment, the lineup is very snowbally.
This is actually, the Dazzle's actually such a good pick right now. Such a good pick.
Like, Dazzle's fantastic. So they ban SF. So it looks like Energy are actually going to, Energy is, they definitely not, this is probably going to be safe lane Veno, because they're trying to angle for a better mid matchup for the Chosen one.
Possibly, but I mean, I'd rather secure Veno in the mid and get a better carry. Because I mean, you've already got the Legion Commander in the off lane. I mean, I don't see the Legion Commander going full carry. Those days are over.
Veno can carry the game. Like, Veno actually can. Like, if you get to early level 20 with the Veno and you get that bonus plus 75 damage, you can actually do a lot.
You do a lot, but I mean, you're not going to out-carry Jug.
I don't have to.
That's
Like,
the problem.
Brewmaster's just going to control Jug. It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. Or you get the Legion in time, you get Disrupted to glimpse anyone back or silence. You need to combo up perfectly, but it could work. It could work, but I don't see it going full carry. I feel like they're going to pick up something else for carry. I could be wrong. I mean, this could go either way. I mean, teams have surprised us before.
You know what would actually be super good, I think, for Energy? I doubt they'll go for it, but that game 1 Timbersaw, because this game there's even fewer ways to kill him, because game 1 they had like a lot more burst damage. Now a lot more of their damage is based on physical, which Timbersaw is extremely good against, so depending on what their last pick is for Pulse.
You know C1 loves it.
Yeah, C1, like, he really loves it. He did amazingly on it. I think if he had a better team, things would have gone differently.
Here's your Queen of Pain.
So the Pop of Pain.
Yeah, they final pick from Pulse Gaming being the Queen of Pain.
They can go for the Timbersaw, because LC is like one of the hard counters to Queen of Pain before she gets BKB or before she gets Lincoln Sphere, sorry, not BKB. So they can still make this work. And this is a hero that's very gankable to the Disruptor, moving into the mid lane, putting her back into a Static Storm.
And you can always just use, if she does get a link, just use Thunderstrike to, negate that and just glimpse her back anyway. So it's not like she's got much options. And I mean, if he does get rich, unlikely, but if Disruptor does get rich, he can literally just get an Aghanims and trigger ulti before they can do anything. It's essentially an AoE Doom. Well, if you're inside.
You know what? They have about a minute 30 to decide.
Yeah.
What I want is the casters to tell us their predictions on what that last hero should be for Energy. No analytics, just a prediction. Albert? Could you do that?
He's going to punk out. He's not going to do it.
Come on, Bruce Lee.
Let's see.
How about now? There we go.
There
we go. The thing is, you don't want me to do this, right? Because when I do it, I say things like Naga Siren, and then it all goes downhill from there. So before I do that, I'm going to save everyone a 180-minute game, and I'll make it Reigns' problem.
No, okay.
Oh, it's too late.
Say
boys.
Oh,
It's
yes!
too
It's
late.
late, baby. Anti-mage comes on through to play.
This is what happens, right? You put me in this position, we get a rat.
Well,
I blame you, Halberd.
Well, to be fair, Halberd, Nagasaran is kind of a rat as well,
Energy
but
win.
this
That's
is the
what
king
I
of
need.
rats.
Also, it was cute when you said Dazzle. You should do it again.
What? Oh, no,
Energy
no.
win, guaranteed.
Really?
Yeah, anti-mage doesn't lose.
Without
Anti-mage just doesn't lose.
I've actually never seen in my life Queen of Pain beat anti-mage, like in an even game. And I think this is an even game, so
You
I
too.
think anti-mage.
Yeah, it's an anti-mage.
I
It's
don't
an
know.
anti-mage.
After game one that Pulse pulled out of absolutely nowhere, I think I'm going to be the only one who dares to hope for Pulse. In the interim, though, this is it. One of these teams is going to be going home, and the loser will be that one. Fortunately, we have two very loud voices to bring all the action to you. Halberd, Reigns, all yours.
Hello again, friends. It is in fact time to seal the deal here. Pulse versus Energy. One team goes home, and one team progresses forward. Reigns, I like putting you on the spot. I've put you on the spot many times. You've been on a panel with me
It's your
before.
job.
So, hey,
Yeah.
it's not
What's
anymore.
up?
I don't actually get to do that anymore, but I want to do it. And I have to do it as well here.
Sure.
So, who's taking this, man? Pulse or Energy?
Energy's lineup looking really strong right now. The Queen of Pain is going to be played differently, I think, purely due to the fact that they have a Juggernaut this time and not an Underlord like the first game. But it's going to be a close one, man. But, wow, Chelsea's Legion Commander, it's going to be a close one, but I will lead it towards Ian.
All right, I think let's call it what it is, friends. Energy Esports are supposed to win this. Pulse were supposed to be on their way home already. They were not expected to be able to take this game, that first game, but the old guard want to have one more crack at it here. So I think it's only fair, after what has been over 3 hours of these teams entertaining us, we hear your support as the audience. And I don't want to hear it for one particular team. I want to hear it for both. Energy Esports and Pulse Gaming's make some noise, guys. Even more. Come on, you can do better than that. Let's go. Energy Esports and Pulse Gaming, make some noise for these two sides. What? Did you hear that in your ear, friend?
What? Something about APG beating Bravado?
Yeah, spoiler alert, but RDK and friends are out of here. I mean, that is a massive, massive upset.
That is huge. That actually means, well, potentially...
Is this real life? Is this like game 2? Are they actually gone? Production friends, can you confirm this?
We just got fed that they're out. Well, APG is potentially going to play the winner of Energy versus Pulse.
What on earth? What is going on?
What is going on,
Okay,
really?
I have to get back. You know the moment when I said that Energy are supposed to win this, Pulse are already supposed to be out? All bets are off. This Masters tournament is getting us results that we would never have anticipated. APG have been on the back foot. They've been the whipping boys of Masters for how long now? And all of a sudden, they sent back one of the teams that are on the up and up.
Exactly. That's tough, but, eventually after 3 games, one of us have to go, or one of the teams have to go. But otherwise, man, it's going to be a tough one here. C1, picking anti-mage is like, oh, is 3 hours not enough? Should we give you another 3 hours?
Well,
I'm going to farm up and make it 200 minutes.
Okay, let's do this.
Albert.
I tell you what, why not? You want to give us 300 minutes, shows one, we'll cast every last second of it. But I don't think that's what's going to happen. I think this is going to be a big one. We got the Legion Commander up. And you know what Legion Commanders mean? It means fights. There's going to be a lot of fighting, and you don't want to go anywhere. Because once again, this is the decider. One of these two wonderful teams is going home, and one of them progresses on with the hopes alive from being the VS Gaming Masters champions of 2017. Can they be the ones who upset the reigning champs, White Rabbit Gaming? Could it be one of these 10 players that has that hero moment that makes all the difference? But right now, it's game on.
It's game on indeed, with the anti-mage being picked safe lane and having disrupted it in the same lane. That actually gives Chelsea the opportunity to become more aggressive with the help of Habibi being such a tanky early game brewmaster, just making sure that the Legion Commander gets the last hits against the Juggernauts even, which is pretty tough, but it is really managed. We have a third caster somewhere. hidden in the stands.
We can cast the ID book, it's cool. I'm up for it.
Really cool. Yeah, great help there.
Smacker as well as Strike still going toe to toe. Yeah, this is an interesting one for me. The Veno mid it's toxic. Let's call it that.
It's really toxic. It really helps. Yeah, well done, Halbert, by the way. It really helps that you get heroes that create space for such a carry like Anti-Mage to, farm up, 30, 40 minutes, get some items, and if you really need to fight, sure. But if you don't, you just keep farming, get stronger and stronger, and that's the strength of Strike. Just being aggressive, transfer to the mid lane if you really need to, or play the mid hero if you really need to, but any other odd game, you'll pick a gyrocopter for him, for example, and he will just do as well.
Here's my concern though, right? So Strike has been playing these farming heavy heroes. He's put a lot of farm in. He's been the reason they won the last one, in my opinion. But this time around, this is not a hero that farms very well. I mean, it farms great, just doesn't do very well with items.
That's awesome. Just maximize his third skill. Can play defensively if he really needs to. But with the help of the likes of the Legion Commander, for example, it's really difficult to do some of the team fights. I mean, your supports are already so tanky. Yeah, wow. I think Pulse is going to have a hard one.
Yeah, we'll see how it works. I'm like, yeah, it's just Veno does things. Veno's an active hero. I feel like Strike will have to be active. Obviously, this is just, well, he's actually in a little bit of trouble here. You've got Wazoo in the back line, Wazoo on the clock, just trying to run him down, and Strike going a ring around the wards, but in the end, not enough to save him. A lot of damage. The farm rages on because you have Serpent wards, but First Blood does in fact go the way of the boys from Pulse.
That was awesome. You'll see a clock randomly going down the river. Hey.
Just very, very chilled.
Yeah, it's like Strike, okay, get the battery assault up and eventually getting that kill.
Actually, I'm not gonna lie, it was so casual that I thought it was the other way around. Like, what's this guy doing? He can't gang a Quap City. Oh
wow. Yeah. Poison versus poison-ish. Yeah, that should have been Smacker's kill as well. I think it would have worked out much better, but man, kills are kills, and it's a First Blood as well. It will help the clock work.
Of course. Habibi also been so frustrating. For those who don't know, what Habibi is doing is ruining the day of Fady right about now. Drunken Haze being cast over and over again on Fady. He's just going to miss so many losses. You can see, even though this is a safe lane Juggernaut with a Cunning Blade, so he should be lasting everything. Can't. Just mischance too much. He's actually struggling quite a bit with only 13 CFs in the safe lane.
Yeah, and also in the top lane, Disruptor did manage to take down the Centaur War Runner, and that actually gave him about 250 gold, which is quite a bit of a plus, especially for the likes of Odu, who you mentioned last game, likes to play more aggressive, likes to get into fights, and the items that he'll be getting will help him a lot, even though that he decided to just help out the team, pick up another ward for now.
This is happening again. Wazoo gets, and they're going to use the cogs as well. I don't even think that the Gale hit anything. Oh. No, that's Poison. Yeah, Gale didn't actually connect with anything either. So, in the end, just Gale of Sadness. And bottom lane, Habibi does get run down by Fady. Probably had enough of this Drunken Haze, and they have some more. Chelsea's going to start just nading from behind. And the top lane once more. It looks like the fight still rages on. Deathy wants out. Deathy will in fact go down to Chosen One. So 2 apiece here, and you got to kind of hand it Chosen One managing to get that kill. The last hit with all the neutrals around. No, that is great. So just getting your carry to get even more than just creep kills in the lane. 5 minutes into the game, it's working out really well. But Pulse needs to realize Energy needs to realize it's worth it trading the off lane for your own mid player. It's controversial there. It's just really difficult right now for Ian to, just try to get a support or two to rotate mid and then try to help out to take down Smacker at least once. This is so frustrating for Fady. Once again, just suffering for like 19 last hits. Habibi is just bullying him. The great news is that he doesn't have that much mana. But the bad news is it costs 25 mana for Drunken Haze. So you can just see Fady really throwing 19 last hits at the moment. Not where he wants to be the safe lane. Well, once again, uses Wave Fury. Try to bring down Habibi. Can he bring down Habibi? Habibi is so low, but in the end will walk out from thanks to Chelsea's press the attacks. Oh my god.
Yeah, Brewmaster's pretty quick as well. So yeah, that was awesome. Takes the Shrine there by the Ancient Shop. But here we go. The tough ones, 2-2, 6 minutes in. Smacker low on mana. I think he's waiting for the runes, which he's probably going to go towards the jungle to get. But otherwise, yeah, I don't think Strike is going to die from now. It's got level 3 Serpent wards. It's pretty defensively okay at the moment.
That's really irritating. By the way, I recall some time ago they did an actual analysis of how much damage these things do. They hurt a lot over time. There's a lot of small amount of damage. They're all hitting 31, as you can see.
Yeah.
But look how many there are, right? So that's the thing to consider. These things wreck creep waves as if they're a shadow team casting rays. Not really, but still.
Yeah, it's like that, basically.
Just slower.
It's really difficult for, let's say, Smack. He's getting the waves in, yeah, for sure, but can't really do anything beyond that.
One thing as well, I've got to say, Smacker is doing really well in this lane, considering he's up against us. The other thing to note about this, they're also pretty good design. They're going to, in fact, go in on strike one more time. Wazoo in there, going to get the cogs. Going to give it the Sonic Wave as well, because there was a TP coming from Odu. Odu does get a lot of damage from Smacker. They will, in fact, get the first, and they'll get the second as well. 2 for 2 in mid lane. Everyone dies at the end.
Yeah, that actually worked out a little bit for Strike, managing to take out Wazoo. If it was only for Smacker that was taken down by him, though, he would get his gold back. It would be much better, but, well, we'll take what you get, right? It's 5-4, 7 minutes in. A lot of kills in this game.
Chelsea also, I mean, well, we said it would be action-packed. We said these guys would fight, and they are going to fight a lot. Also, Chelsea, as well as Fady in this bottom lane, they both have almost got their level 6s. Now, once again, for those of you who are new to the scene, that just means a lot of fighty-fighty, as one of them wants to duel, the other wants to Omni-Slash, and the English version of that is they're going to battle, and one of them is going to die.
Yeah. Well,
and that's almost a certainty at this case. Like, no one, you don't walk away. There's no, oh, he gets away at the last minute. One of them dies, one of them lives. But he also doesn't have a lot of mana. He does have the mango, though, so we'll be able to mana up when he needs it.
You don't really want to cast the Omni-Slash while the Brewmaster is there as well. The Brewmaster while he's there. Yeah, it's super tanky. And Legion is not exactly weak on that hand as well. Yeah, the race for that while...
Double Down Panda's definitely picked
I don't think a Dazzle would want to walk into that. It's just dangerous with the DD.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see you. I didn't realize this was your bounty. Excuse me, I'll be on my way back to lane then.
Yeah, it's going to be a tri-lane over here, though, against a solo Chelsea. He has level 6.
He's just speeding around. He does have 6, and that is a very low Fady. He might be tempted, but Lucka's got to be careful, because once again, there are a few friends there, but BB joining the fray, just ready to smash somebody with the keg or whatever he can pull out of that panda.
Yeah, well, there is the Dazzle. I mean, you can get the duel in, and as he almost dies, just, you know, Shallow Grave.
How hard is it to avoid saying Dazzle in an animated fashion whenever you say it?
Dazzle.
Really? You just like I really just every single time I want to rock the...
Show us.
No, I'm not doing that. I'm leaving that to Succubus. Succubus can rock us with the Dazzle when she gets back on the panel later.
Yeah, well, it's, you know, getting quiet right now. It's they're both trying to, or both teams are trying to farm up as much as they can. Smacker, you mentioned it, doing a great job leading the last hit charts area.
But many last hits in mid is a lot.
It's a lot.
Against Venno.
Exactly, and the Venno, you know, he wasn't always there. He puts his wards up and tries to stack up the jungle, which is really fair, and that actually allows him to, you know, not getting any denies out of that.
But it's pretty impressive, gotta say.
It is.
We are in fact moving on to the 10-minute mark, so let's take a look at how it all weighs out. Surprise, surprise, Anti-Mage and Queen of Pain, top of the logs at the moment for last hits. In fact,
whoa,
that's
War on his third death.
Yeah. That's pretty weird. You don't see much. I don't think that's intentional.
Yeah, that's. I think
did
you
he buy
tried
out?
to.
Did he, I mean,
if you look over here,
he's got cash in.
by the bounty, just by the, I think under the secret shop, you'd see a really low neutral satire.
Even the neutrals getting kills this game, guys. Even the neutrals. So, yeah, definitely not intentional there. Yeah, we'll assume it's not intentional. So, bottom lane. Once again, do you see Fady and Habibi winding up? Any moment now, this is going to be a clash of two very, very angry players who desperately want to go through. But in fact, they're going to find out Habibi on the side, and Wazoo wants a piece of him. They will charge and after him. They're going to use the set wall run out to start the fight off. They do get the cogs down. They're going to place one right in the middle of things. So Habibi almost certainly will go down, and finally does on the back line, though. Strike wants a piece. They're going to go. Chelsea can get the duel here. Surely wants no mana afterwards. Showgrave comes out onto Wazoo. He's going to start the. No, surely not. He just literally walks out of that one thanks to the Shallow Grave. It was quite a late TP as well, so he actually bought time for his teammates. Nice work though from Pulse and make the 6-4. And Wazoo lives to fight another. He's actually been really good in the clockwork. Very, very impressive.
Yeah,
impressive play.
From game one as well.
I did want to take a look at the stats. So right now, things are looking very even. Slight advantage to any eSports as far as net worth goes. And ooh, XP is a lot though, man.
Yeah.
That's 2,000. Where is that coming from?
This is due to mostly because Strike was just getting the main EXP from the jungle, getting the stacks in, and also going back into the lane in order to get the mid creeps. And with that alone, that actually, yeah, he's ahead of, not ahead, but in line with the anti-mage's EXP as well, who's been free farming this game.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting to see. Middle lane though. Actually, let's go there. It's fine.
Yeah, it's where the action is right now. 3 die heroes there.
Yeah, so it is the hero levels are going to tell us where it is in fact the anti-mage. He's got a lot of space. That's your difference maker right there. Chosen One is the experience lead, if you would. So that's actually kind of scary. Chosen One is a scary lad. He's, like I said, if you meet him in person, you're like, oh, he's a nice guy, friendly. In game, he is a monster. He's ruthless, and he is pretty mean sometimes to come up to him in pubby. And he has gotten a beautiful start. And I think Snare said...
going bottom river.
Okay, let's take a look.
It's a potential fight coming in.
And BB as well as Zodu, they're lining up for this one. Who's going to catch up? They're going to get the Cinehor LT out. Chelsea going to be caught out in that Static Storm as well. Spady very, very low. Sonic Wave comes through, hits nothing but net. Shadow Grave up on Fady. Fady fights through. Odu brought down. It's 2 for nothing. Energy being torn apart. Fady still standing. Will finally go down Strike, but they're going to get the cross kills. And now they're still after this Panda. 1 Panda down, 2 Panda down, 3rd Panda. It's a big Panda, and this time a BB nowhere to go. Cogged up, will get the smash down. Can he bring down a cross kill? No, he cannot. 4 for 1, just the loss of the Jugger. Ian in a lot of trouble. Ian in a lot of trouble. That is not the fight they need. That is the advantage thrown.
Interesting from Energy Esports having 2 heroes rotate to the bottom river, and that is when they started to gang whoever's there already. So having the Stampede, would like to see a replay actually. I wanted to see what happened from there, where Smacker was just nonchalant, like overextending. Sure, that's cool. And then that's where the Die heroes saw that. And then from then, it just managed to fall apart.
Yeah. Production friends, can we see the replay on that bottom lane?
Yeah, so we see the rotation from Habibi and Odu, right? And that's when they stampeded in, and then they were just so out of position. Nice ulti coming in from the Queen of Pain as well, just taking it 1 by 1, and finally Fady causes the Omni Slash, and there goes Strike as well. Wow, that's, the fight just went all in favor for Pulse.
It truly has been a monumental struggle between these 2 sides, and you just see, if the graph said or look at it, just the swing back and forth all the time. Each side having their moments, having their opportunities. I just don't think anyone expected this out of Pulse. But then again, I dare to go back there. Bravado are out.
Anything can happen right now.
APG move forward.
And, surprises, surprises. We'll probably, I'm not going to say most certainly, but Bravado and Energy out.
Yeah,
the top 3.
Yeah, you see, Class Curse major swings that bot lane. Fady in a little bit of trouble here, but in the end, I heard the Centaur on ulti. I'm going crazy? Going crazy. Definitely did not hear the Centaur on ulti.
Yeah, that happened at the previous fight. Well, it's off cooldown right now, so if he needs to do it, he has to. But it's not necessary right now. Odu and C1 rotating to the top lane, tries to spot out Wazoo, finds him. I say that nice glimpse over there.
Chosen One and Wazoo. Chosen One's going to win this fight any day. We'll pick up a very easy kill in the end.
It's a great timing for his Battle Fury into his next item already, which is Manta Style, all queued up for it. I mean, his farming is great. Net worth just below the Queen of Pain, which is Smacker from Pulse, but he's not that far from it. Maybe another kill?
He's got a very timely pick up on his items. Battle Fury and Power Trades at 15 minutes. What you want on your anti-mage. Now you can just flash farm and watch the scoreboard. That anti-mage is going to get big and scary, and he's going to get big and scary fast. Obviously, easy from farm out the lane, move into jungle. Deathly forced to use a shrine here in the top lane.
Just by Habibi, the energy support. I mean, that is scary, right? Like the support is forcing you to heal up. As a Centaur, or are you going to fall apart?
I feel like you can almost come to expect these things of Habibi. Habibi and Odu just like, oh, surprise, surprise.
You could be a 6-slotted troll warlord, then you'd be taking the shrine, right? So, just in case.
I mean, why stop there? Why not? I mean, what is worse than the troll warlord? Probably like a Spectre.
Or Habibi's troll warlord.
There you go.
You don't want that, right?
There you go. So, Fady in the bot lane will once again start trying to pressure this lane. We do have a quick pause coming out. Reigns, it's been a bit of... of a quiet couple of last minutes.
Yeah.
But it does seem like Pulse on a. I mean, it's actually still so close. I mean, look at the graphs, right? You got a net worth lead on Pulse, but an experience lead on Energy.
Yeah, that's the thing. The last fight was a bit shaky for Energy. The core was great. You get, remember Habibi and his friend, I think it was, well, let me check, the disruptor, Odu, was rotating towards the bottom lane and tried to fight from behind, and that's where the Centaur stampeded. And it worked so well for Wazoo and his friends, and in the end, the Juggernaut saved his ulti for the most important hero right there in the fight, which was Strike, and then eventually taking down Chelsea as well. So it was very shaky for Energy, but it's really difficult right now to call who's going to win this. Energy is a little bit behind right now in terms of kills, in terms of net worth, but yeah, it's still early, man. It's not even 20 minutes in, and hey, what are you doing?
Yeah, it's just...
Looking at heroes.
Yeah, I'm looking here, just keeping things interesting. Look.
Yeah, Clockwork looks like he's underwater right now.
He's the Clockwork, the Submariner. But
nice.
What's your favorite? Do you want to pick a skin? I mean, this is not what I'm doing here, but if you wanna, you can pick one. Like you particularly.
If I pick a skin,
that's Juggernaut.
Oh.
He looks like the Punisher over here.
He does have an amazing skin. It's like an ultra rare. Costs like 2,800 rand.
We can investigate further if you like. Actually, take a look at the selections here. I mean, you too. I feel like there's nothing in here. I think you lied. There's a healing ward. You lied to us, Reigns.
Cool, though. Like it's one of the nicer healing wards there is out there right now.
Oh yeah, the little kitty. Everyone's going to have their own little kitty for a healing ward. So I think whilst we take this pause and we spend a moment appreciating the silence of Dota right now.
That is actually the silence, right, is what Energy and Pulse needs. I'm not sure why the pause is done, but wow. The loser of this game has to go home and, right, they're going to need to talk about it. They look like they're having a team talk.
I mean, if this was CSGO, I'd say this is attack pause. But
yeah, except you're
not CSGO. There's no such thing as attack pause.
It's still a tactical pause.
It's going to work out that way.
Yeah, the Energy guys seem really happy about the situation right now. But it's really difficult. I mean, Chelsea's doing okay. He hasn't got a kill. He hasn't won a duel yet, right?
Yeah.
But when that happens, it could go really well towards the Energy guys. But you know, Pulse's dazzle is one of the reasons why the team has been alive, winning. You know. Them, you know, not surviving the duels at least, and you know, giving them on the league for it. So, like either has no mana for a duel, or he's going to potentially lose a duel. So he has to play really safe at this moment. But then you get the other side, Chosen One. He's winning the lane, killed Centaur 2 times. He's got 2 kills.
Is scary. He's also getting ready for a man style as well. So there's that. But I do think, just since there is this pause, waiting for the game to go on, I do think it's an opportunity just to say thank you to everyone who's supporting this event right now. Don't run away. I can see some of you getting fidgety. Hunter, back in your seat, Hunter. Everyone give Hunter a cheer for going back to his seat. They're exactly how it's supposed to be. And, yeah.
Keeping with it.
Yeah, exactly. The game is going to be back any second. But I do want to say a special thank you to everyone supporting it, as well as a special shout out to VS Gaming, of course, for making this happen.
It's brilliant. Beautiful stage.
And you too can be part of VS Gaming if you enjoy our little sales pitch now. Of course, VS Gaming do run online leagues. So if you're new to this, if you're enjoying what you're seeing right now, instead of being part of the audience, someday you might actually be part of the team, part of the players, or just enjoying it across the course of the year. VS Gaming obviously run their own leagues, well, the VS Gaming League. And it is not just Dota as well. So if you're interested in some of the other titles, you should also take a look. Check out the website. For somebody will toss out a link for you at some point. I do believe it's just vsgaming.co.za. But you can check out that site with all information you may want in the future. But back onto this one.
Okay.
We're still paused up here, but let's talk about what exactly is at stake. Because of course, VS Gaming is not just for pride anymore, is it? I mean, there was a time we played for pride, but what are we playing for this time? Good old Reigns.
You have to survive the lower brackets.
If you survive the lower brackets, if you manage to beat this side, if you manage to be, I mean, and this is weird saying, but once again, if you can then beat APG.
Yeah, this happened last year as well, right? Beating Bravado, and then reach for it was lower brackets finals, which the winner of this game has to face APG at.
The difference was that APG squad, of course, very similar players. They've just lost Alastam, who of course has moved to XTC. But in that matchup, and then the last year's, at the time, DGL Masters, of course now VS Gaming Masters, we saw the very similar looking APG squad beat a very different Bravado. The, of course, Bravado emotion side, which was, at the time, unbeatable.
Yeah.
They were monstrous. And many may have speculated the best South African team we would ever see. Of course, we got taught a lesson by a little side that you may have heard of before, White Rabbit Gaming, who ended up winning that tournament, beating the monster, the dragon, as I believe Wilson likes to call it, Bravado Emotion.
Yeah.
But
the Blue Dragons. That's what they call it.
The big blue dragon?
Yeah, something like that.
I'm sure Wilson will clear it up for us later. But
yeah.
For the time being, and say that, of course, Bravado were taken down by APG. Now, APG have done again. It's a very different looking side, but I guess that's just saying that anything can happen at the Masters, anything. And that's when you have to start asking yourself some questions, right? Sinister 5, also gone home already, but they didn't look out of sorts against White Rabbit Gaming. White Rabbit Gaming, they looked happy. They looked confident when they took that win. But Sinister 5 did a lot better than we expected them to do against WRG.
Yeah.
And there are some beastly people left over. I mean, there's still the likes of XTC waiting. I mean, XTC did not look like the shattered side I expected them to be at this Masters event. They looked, I mean, Doom Bunny looked like Doom Bunny does. He looked
confident all the time.
Yeah, exactly. He just,
yeah.
He gave me a little bit of talking to, in fact, after predicting that they would finish 5th. Of course, my prediction is not looking great right about now. Personally, I did, in fact, expect XT, also a side that has gone home, to do far better in the tournament. So this is, in fact, the tournament of the underdogs to some degree. We have, of course, APG and Pulse were the sides that I think many would have expected to finish 7th and 8th. And right now we've seen APG take down Bravado, and we could see Pulse knock out NG Esports. Two sides who expected to be competitors for that grand final spot. Potentially the team that we wanted to see take on the titan that is White Rabbit Gaming. But
they have to go through energy
Pulse
right now. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe it's Pulse that gets there. Maybe it's APG. Who knows? What I do know is that you don't want to be anywhere else but right in your seats right now enjoying this. And once again, if you're watching this on the stream, if you're from Cape Town, do yourself a favor, get here. Like I said, I don't know where you're going to sit. The seat's pretty much full, but you want to see this event live and see what esports is like in South Africa right about now, because in Cape Town we don't get many opportunities to show it, to show you sport. Make sure we get we convince VS Gaming to come back to the
Smack is
mother
caught
city.
out of here by his own secret shot on the Radiant side. Chosen one. Oh, Odu getting that last hit from there. 2 versus 1, silencing, making sure that the Queen of Pain does not escape. And that is exactly what Energy needs right now.
It's not over yet though. Doppler in a bit of trouble running away. They're going to use Center War on ulti to put a little bit of distance in, but Deathy caught out here, tossing there. He's going to get the duel, and this should be the first one. But Shadow Grave comes out, and so does Wazoo. The ulti comes out from Strike. They shall bring down Deathy, but Habibi still fighting strong up against Wazoo. Will in fact go down. Strike one side. Can they interrupt the TP? Yes, they can. Strike in trouble. Ian in a lot of trouble right about now. Strike still fighting strong. Odu comes in to help out his buddy. Will they get enough damage down to Strike? Not at all. In fact, they might bring down Fady. Fady in the backline has got to be very, very careful. Strike with his tail up brings down Wazoo. Turns his attention out to Doppler. Doppler will get in range of his tower and he'll survive in the end. Juggernaut, in fact, was brought down the sidelines.
Yeah.
Fight recap. Please be kind to us.
Chosen one arriving late. Hey guys, what did I miss? But wow, that actually made the death of Queen of Pain looking even worse now. It looked better at a stage.
Oh, Doppler actually could be brought down here. Well, in fact, TPI with Shadow Grave, but sneaky Chosen One came in to join the fray. And I think that's probably the biggest problem as well. Chosen One has not been involved in these team fights just yet, and he is, in fact, sitting just shy of 10k net worth as well. He is the big boy on this map right now, and his team does have that 3k advantage, and that 3k advantage comes from Chosen One. These other fights are not indicative of what is yet to come from the Energy squad.
Yeah, the Energy squad looking really strong right now, and that also improved the whole net worth graph up towards them as well. And wow, taking down a tier 1 tower, just using the carry. I mean, arriving later to the fights and eventually taking the bottom tier 1. It just shows how, you know, how much map control they have right now.
So, a little bit of silence here. Middle lane, do you have Deathy? He's got an Invis. Ruin will start making his way over to potentially find a victim. Can he find one though? Habibi and him will cross paths, but Deathy wants no part of that one. Can actually back off and find potentially bigger prey. That bigger prey may come in the form of Lucker, the top lane. He is hiding out in the tree line though.
Yeah, he's going to need to get a kill or two anytime soon. I'm just falling behind as an offlaner for energy, but he's not doing that bad. But, you know, he could have gotten more duels, or at least that one duel, which was greatly done and greatly countered by the Dazzle.
Yeah, it just seemed like he just couldn't get a break. In fact, they do go in here, but a really great reaction speed from Lucker, going to get himself out of trouble. But Strike forced into cogs, immediately forced us back out. On the back lines, though, they're going to set up that static storm as well. Or excuse me, that static field, as we do have Deathy absolutely nowhere to go. Will use his war on LT, trying to get some sort of distance, but he is really out of luck here. Does in fact go all the way back with the glimpse to the tree line. Blocked out by a Serpent Ward. Rather, not even a Serpent, a Plague Ward. In the end, it's all to made look clumsy and delicious for Luck, who picks up his first duel of the game.
That actually may have turned Chelsea's game around. I mean, he's on his way towards his Blade Mail as well. So, you know, kills like that is what's important to pick up some heroes of Pulse. And, you know, that's number one.
Talk about the control, though. I mean, as we mentioned, we had just the work done by Odu here in this Disruptor, absolutely controlling the team fight. And we saw, even though they managed to get some distance with the Central War, and obviously the glimpse was there, and they're going to re-engage here. Strike, four staffs up the high ground. Doppler going to get some help from Smack, who comes back in with the silence of his own. Orcas and the Omni Slash coming through for Fady. Chelsea comes in to help out. Will, in fact, heal up Strike, and now Habibi on the front lines helping out their buddies. They're going to have a lot of damage on the sidelines, though. Wherezu connects with two with that hook shot, but the fight rages on as Chosen One comes into the fray. Fady low, he's brought down from the toxic ooze that is created by Strike. And now Deathy, he's going to fall. Everyone's going to fall. And the Venom from this Venomancer doing enough damage here to cause a huge collapse on the Pulse side.
Yeah, wow, that damage over time from the Venomancer himself, and then also just surviving the battery assault of Wazoo, who tried to come from behind. And then, you know, just eventually not having enough damage, and the rest of the EN team just destroyed Pulse. Man, that was the game that turned energy around.
That was the game that turned energy around?
The match, not the fight. You're confusing
You'll
me.
get there eventually, Reigns. But let's take a look and see how that all went down. If we just go in there very, very quickly before the fight breaks up.
Yeah, so the Omni Slash, wow, right? It hits every single time onto Strike, and he's still able to tank it out. Wazoo comes from behind. It does not work out so well for him, though. Nice force off to help Strike get out of the way, but meanwhile, Juggernaut falls. Dazzle falls next. It just doesn't work out, man. Tough. Sorry, not the Juggernaut, but the Clockwork.
Well, I mean, the thing as well is, as I was playing off my puns about Poison, since it seems to be the trend of this game, I got to point out that Poison Nova really was it just did so much work coming out from Chosen One. Oh, sorry, excuse me, from Strike. It's a problem because they need to save the healing ward on Fady or something. They got to keep it up because there's just so much damage that comes out from the Venomancer. Yeah. Of course, with the Veil of Discord up as well, it means he's just amplifying every little bit of damage. And Chosen One is big. Chosen One's in trouble. He's hook shot. He's caught out. Can they finish the job? He mad sells out, tries to blink. Will blink, but on the sidelines, Smacker finally gets that Orchid up onto him. He's trying to get out of this. He's so hard to bring down, but will be brought down eventually. The 5-man rotation.
What a
Tank
kill.
the gank, friend.
Yeah, that's necessary for Pulse Gaming. I mean,
How else, right?
is so ahead. He's got 13k net worth, and now you're going to need to take him down sometime. I mean, this is Dota 101, right? When you let the anti-mage farm up 50 minutes in game untouched, he's going to come back and make sure that you lose your game. But although this could be done earlier, it's still something. You need to start somewhere in the game.
If you can delay him by 2 minutes, every minute that you can delay an anti-mage is an extra minute of your life that you have not lost this game yet. And that's what it comes down to. They need to find every opportunity to just try to bring down the anti-mage. And the problem as well with that is that they don't have a huge amount of opportunity to do so, in the sense that their skills aren't great. They have the Hoof Stomp from Deathy.
Yeah.
Give them a little bit of stun. Hook Shot will buy them a mini stun already. It's what is it, 1.5 seconds? It is in fact 1.5 seconds. So they don't have a huge amount of lockdown, and they have to force out the Manta, because unless they can force out the Manta from Smacker to get down his Orchid, which we saw happen there, he can always just Manta off the silence, blink away, find himself home and free, and Strike will lap up that opportunity to split push. But the push is in fact on Deathy, holds the Hoof Stomp, does work well, but the Sonic Wave comes through on the sideline. Hook shot connects on Habibi on the backline. They are going to get the duel out as well, but a very, very low anti-mage shows one brought down once more. Dazzle and the front line's also falling, but doing his job. Smacker wants a piece of this disruptor. That Raptor in trouble. They're going to get the glimpse off onto Smacker, though, goes all the way back to the high ground. Deathy still wants more, but then he's going to have to settle for the anti-mage. In fact, they lose their clockwork as well on the backlines as Habibi does some work, and he wants out too now. Goes back into his main form. As Habibi considers re-engaging. They do re-engage. Smacker in trouble. Chelsea latches onto him. They're going to get one. Deathy wants out. They're finally going to drop the center wall on LT, but he's going to be glimpsed all the way back. And now Strike waiting with open arms to greet his old friends. Energy strike back. And Energy traded 1 for 4.
Wow. As soon as they beat the anti-mage, Pulse Gaming that is, they should have just retreated back. I mean, Legion Commander used the ulti, sure, but she's still on full HP. Strike was hungry for a fight over there, and just a little bit of a mistake from Pulse Gaming to still be in the fight. Tried to pick off Habibi, for instance, which did not work out so well, and then just giving a support skill as well. Man, fight's going towards Ian.
Yeah, Ian are looking so good right about now. 8k advantage. They have the biggest and baddest man on the map, and that is Chosen One right about now. Strike looking solid, looking strong, and putting out a lot of damage. They have an 8k net worth. The experience almost certainly in their favor, and yes it is, by a big way. In all reason, Energy are going to win this game. But, once again, this is not the first time we've seen them with the lead over Pulse. We've seen them with a bigger lead over the Pulse, a much bigger lead, and it wasn't enough to bring them down, but it must be said, this time it is quite a bit sooner. 8k at 25 minutes is significant.
Yeah, it is, and it shows that Queen of Pain is already getting the Queen of Pain is getting the blacking bar, but Chosen One already going towards the Abyssal Blade on his side, and it just shows how much ahead Energy is right now in terms of money. But, well, as you said, you can't count them out. It's Queen of Pain's items, but you have to still, Fady is still farming up.
Which enjoys some multi-farm. Venomanson's natural habitat, being 3 neutral camps at one time. Towards the top lane though, Smacker, he's invised up, he wants this so bad. They all want it so bad.
Gotta take the anti-mage down again.
Yeah, but Chosen One is out of here. He
knows.
He doesn't know, he's just too fast. He's got the Yasha up and he's able to just walk around. They can't quite get into position to engage upon him.
Oh, they're trying though.
And they know something's up because there's just been an absence of anything on the map at the moment. But Smacker once again still hungry, still looking. Chelsea actually picks up the Dazzle. Solo kill in bot lane. That's going to be a problem they're really going to have to look out for. And of course, Chelsea going to be more than happy to sort him out very, very early on. Don't underestimate Shallow Grave. A lot of people see the Dazzle support as, oh, hold on. They're going in on Strike. You're going to commit the Sonic Wave as well. Strike very, very low. He did get the poison over though. So the damage he needs to get out is in fact there. Chelsea thinks about going in. Thinks better of it and backs off, but now Habibi right in the fray, and Chosen One gets a big Banner Void out. He's done a huge amount of damage already, picking up 2, as now Chosen One goes toe-to-toe with Fady, trying to bring him down. They won't be able to do so. The Center War Runner will be able to blink away and get out of harm's way for the time being. But Energy just seem to have all the answers right now. Every clash they have just seems to be a fight where they just click a little bit better and pull a little bit further ahead.
Yeah, this is actually going great for Energy Sports, especially Chelsea, when I mentioned about 10 minutes earlier. Is struggling a bit, trying to be a little bit resistant on getting those duels in, but after getting that Blade Mail, suddenly is almost, actually getting his Shadow Blade already. So a big turn for Chelsea on that Legion Commander. Really great, and he wasn't even needed in the fight. Took the Dazzle out, and then the team fight happened in the mid lane.
And the big thing as well is when you go into Strike, he gets off the poison over, he hurts. He hurts a lot.
He does, especially with the Veiled Escort that he has right now.
I'm curious to see what he's actually going for the Shiva's God next as well. So when he picks up the Shiva's, he's going to be a little bit more tanky, but also it's a huge amount of slow. I think a lot of people underestimate how much slow does in Dota, and I know there's a lot of people on stream right now watching the game that are kind of, we all like slow, trust me, but it's actually the AoE slow I speak about more in particular. This stuff from Shiva's God that actually reduces the attack speed. There's a lot of it inside one little item, and Venomancer pulls up beautifully with it as well. So
yeah,
great selection for him here, and well, looking very, very, very strong are the boys from Energy at the moment.
And it suits him well in this game as well. I mean, you've got the heroes from the Radiant side, which is supposed to initiate into fights, like the Stampede into fights, Clockwork, hooking shots into fights, and that's when you put on the Shiva's God, right? And from there, it's going to work so well for Energy if they do maintain the fight, try to win for it, overpower Pulse, and then eventually Shiver's Guard, then they can't escape.
Well, Energy, they're wanting a big trade-off here. We do see the entire side of Pulse. They're in the top lane trying to take the tier 2, but Energy wants bigger. And they're going to be able to set up camp as well. Don't underestimate the power of those toxic or plague wards, as they are starting to be placed up on the high ground, providing both vision and irritation. They reduce healing speed. They stop you from blinking around. They are a complete nuisance. But it does look like Ian are happy to back all the time being, but they're going to catch out a big one. They're going to catch out a very big one. They've caught out Smacker, and that is a very, very critical. And I think it's about time we start looking at buyback status as well.
Yeah.
Because Smacker does not have one. And although they don't really know this, what they do know is that there's the likes of Roshan on the deck, and yeah, Chosen One once, so he's going to go straight to the Roche pit as well now. Starts taking him to task, and this does mean, of course, that it is very unlikely that we'll see Pulse respond to this. This could be the beginning of the end for Pulse. They came out strong. They've been fighting so hard. No one expected them to be here at this moment. Everyone would have called it that Pulse had gone home already. They were off watching the game from the sidelines, but they're still in it down. They're still not out. The dream is in fact alive, but Energy are ready to crush it under their heel as they pick up Roshan and set up for what could be the beginning of the end. Chelsea starting to make his way to the bottom lane Reigns.
That is a little bit tough one for Pulse to manage to maybe try to come back from this. I mean, Fady is really behind in
he just goes straight in. He's just going to milk him as well, but he's got support, of course, on the back lines. Doppler keeping those shows alive, and in fact the ult comes up from Fady. He's going to pick up Chelsea, try and TP away. Can he TP away? No, he cannot. Going to be bashed up by Chosen One. He has an Abyssal Blade.
He's got an Abyssal Blade and he's getting his Butterfly next. So it's almost 6 slotted. I mean, he's really ahead compared to the likes of the other teams. Pulse is...
Mid lane, yeah, they're going to catch out Striker. He's silent for the time being, but he will be able to give the poison over if he wants to. Nope, that's not corrected. He will not.
Something to come out of. I mean, you lose your Juggernaut, and then you destroy their Legion Commander and the mid Venomancer. Yeah. So it's something to come back from. But still, it's the anti-mage that's really the problem right now for Pulse Gaming. So we need to see another gang on him now. It seems really unlikely. Anti-mage has ages and he's on his way to get his Butterfly.
Well, they do in fact re-engage once more, and they're going to catch Smacker, this time for free. Deathy comes back in, but it's far too late, and they're going to be in a lot of trouble here as Chosen One goes down, Habib goes down. They do get the Shadow Grave off onto Deathy, but Deathy knows he's over. He's actually just trying to bring down the creep wave. The intent here was to buy a little bit of extra time for his teammates. On the top here, they are still chasing though, and the person they're chasing is Doppler. The Shadow Grave has been so irritating for them. They will in fact back off though, as now Habibi and friends will start engaging onto this team base, this team structure, this team hope, this dream of Pulse.
I thought you were going to say they're going to rotate.
Oh my word, Fady is in so much trouble. They might have to sacrifice Wazoo for he does go. Chose One and Wazoo caught the tussle within the cogs. And now it's this Rax, the meaty Rax being focused down by Chosen One. He is looking huge and violent, and he is absolutely destroying Pulse. They just don't have any sort of answer to this man. They haven't put any threat out into this man for a very long time. They're going to toss out the Dazzle ultimate as well, try and discourage any further engagement. But the damage is done, the Rax are down, and Pulse are looking like they are going home.
Are you going to ask me how Pulse is going to come back?
The only way Pulse come back here is with a miracle.
I was going to say that, but thanks.
The other options are in fact moving over to the booth beside them and unplugging things.
Yeah, that's not going to make them win. That's going to make this round last more than 4
very,
hours.
Very unhappy. That's what it's going to make.
You're never going to cost them ever again.
But here's the thing. If you had asked me in the first game, if you had asked me, do Pulse win this, I would have said it would have taken a miracle as well. So if it was any other side, I'd say now's a good time to go get a cool drink, go relax and enjoy yourselves. Maybe nice. Get ready for the next series. But the reality of the situation is that it's Pulse Gaming
gets a hook shot on her BB. Just at the jungle, actually gets his ulti from the Queen of Pen as well. Deathy rotates in and makes sure... Oh, wow, he actually gets her BB. What is that worth it though? Fady falls.
Fady was caught out as well. So it's a big one. And the double damage up on Chelsea, Laka made it very big. They're going to find more. Odu, they're trying to get out here. He's getting support from Strike, who comes in with the poison over. But of course, they do manage to pick off that one with the double edge on Deathy. Deathy going to pop the shrine. But on the backline, Smacker versus Strike. Smacker getting absolutely beaten. But Chelsea also in the fray. Do they manage to bring down Strike? Strike trying to back off, but Smacker has to also find his way out. He's abandoned
Chosen one
Deathy,
up
but
top.
here's the problem. Anti-Mage says goodbye to your axe and goodbye to your dreams. The GG is in fact called because Pulse go home and Energy Esports march on. The dream has died. Pulse, after everything, after over 100 minutes of the first game, trying, desperately battling with every last bit of their fiber and being, the old guard finally are brought to their knees and are sent home, packing by a very strong-looking Energy Esports.
Yeah, that was one of the games where you can see these two teams don't want to leave the lower brackets finals, not the finals, but one of the rounds where it's a best of 3, and one of them needs to. And they were fighting so hard for it since game 1, where it lasted 112 minutes. So they want to fight, they want to get through, but unfortunately, one of the teams needs to go home, and it's sad to see it's Pulse. But Energy played so well.
I gotta say, that's the thing, right? Like, I've said this throughout the cast, that we expected Pulse to be gone already. The fact that they're not, man, I tip my hat to them. The old guard, the guys that we've seen, previous champions. I mean, the likes of Smacker and Doppler, these are guys who have won events back in the past. They've played for sides like Iron Bashers. They've done a huge amount for the scene, but is in fact no longer their tournament anymore. This will belong to the others. Some younger players like the squad of WOG, and of course, those in EN who are still old guard themselves, but going forward. So I do think it's about time now that we've sent things away. We've had a great amount of fun casting for you guys so far. We will see you later on today for the winners bracket final. But for now, I think it's time to give Gareth an opportunity to chat. So, Mr. Woods, would you give us something interesting to chat about later?
Thanks a lot, Devin. And of course, I think the crowd needs to give you guys a congratulations for getting through what is almost 3 hours of Dota there. So if we can give a round of applause to our casters. Wow, you need some lemon and honey and tea there as you rest up for that grand final. But we have had an absolute titanic struggle there. Fortunately, Pulse Gaming not making it through, becoming a little bit of a sweetheart of the crowd, hoping that they could get that upset against Energy. But Energy, one of the tournament favorites, making their way through into that next match. But let's go to our panel to discuss what exactly happened.
Well, what a game and what a series. Such a shame that we have to wave goodbye to the boys of Pulse. They came in here, they were looking so strong, representing the old school, the old way of doing Dota. And unfortunately, just not enough.
I think it's actually kind of poetic that they lost to Anti-Mage, because Anti-Mage is one of those heroes that this is a hero you pick when you're like, all right, guys, we're losing. You either pick Anti-Mage or Drow, and you win the game.
Yeah.
Now, Bravado went out of the tournament with a Drow, and now we see that Pulse go out against an Anti-Mage. So it is still the field of Dota. It's still a very old school type of way to lose, but still not fun to lose in the way that you're used to losing still either.
And I think Albert put it absolutely perfectly. I mean, Doppler, Smacker, these two have done so much for the scene, and I mean, Energy, the likes of Energy, the players on there have been around just as long, but unfortunately, it's not their time anymore. I mean, we're making the way for new players to come into the scene and do things, and the fact that we all expected them to be placing right at the bottom, and the fact that they were here doing what they did, I mean, I did not expect to see anything remotely this brilliant coming out from Pulse today.
That was truly exceptional. But before we dissect this dead frog any further, let's go over to Gareth with a winner interview.
Thanks a lot, panel. I'm here with Darren from Energy Esports. Congratulations there, obviously, on the win. A little bit more hard fought than you guys would have hoped.
Yeah, it was. Game one was just, I don't know, we were all so tired after game one that we're almost just going to forfeit, just go home, not play anymore. But then we thought to ourselves, really don't want to come 5th or 6th, so we kept on going.
How much is that fatigue factor? A lot of guys will say that the more games you play is almost a benefit. But, I mean, with the winners bracket, for example, you can go through all the way to the final only playing about 4 games. Is it really a benefit to play more games, or is there a massive fatigue factor to playing more games?
Yeah, definitely a massive fatigue factor. I think if you're winning all your games pretty convincingly, then it's really good because then you just get on a roll and you feel good about yourselves. But I think all those games are really hard, and like props to Pulse for putting up such a hard fight.
What does it say about how competitive South African Dota is getting, that even the teams that really aren't expected to do much are taking maps off, like yourselves, like the favorites, some of the favorites in the tournaments?
I don't think I'd consider ourselves one of the favorites. We're definitely aiming for first place, but all the teams are very good here. Yeah, it's very competitive. Yeah, as you said.
What went wrong in that first map? I mean, we've only had a chance now after 3 maps to be able to dissect it. But in your mind, what exactly went wrong?
I think the draft. I think I screwed up. I picked too much magic and not enough physical, and then they just like built hoods and stuff. Yeah.
Cool. So obviously going forward into the next match, obviously in the loser bracket final. Obviously, playing these kind of last chance saloon matches, at any stage you're out of the tournament. How does that weigh on the sort of play style?
No, it's a little factor, but I think we've been here so many times that we don't mind. That's whatever, just pick and play. Yeah.
Thanks a lot for your time. Obviously, congratulations and best of luck as you go forward. We're now going to throw to Ryan, who is on the floor with some interviews.
So I'm here with Kaylee, one of our cosplay entrants into day 2 of EGE. Kaylee, I think you look amazing. Can you tell us exactly who you're cosplaying?
I'm cosplaying Merida from Brave.
Very cool. And did you make the outfit yourself?
Yes, I did.
VS Gaming. What does VS stand for?
I don't know. I feel like video something or virtual something. Virtual sports?
There we go. Very good, very good. Hey, how's this, eh? All right, cool. So, Kaylee, another question for you maybe is, what sort of games do you play?
I don't play a lot of stuff. I really like Portal and Portal 2, those kind of games.
All right, cool. And is there any place maybe on Facebook or Twitter that people can maybe follow you and maybe ask you advice or anything like that?
Yeah, I've got on Facebook K Ling Ling Cosplay.
Okay, perfect. All right, well, there you guys have it. There's Kaylee. Catch her later at the cosplay event, and best of luck. And all the best. Have a great time. Catch you guys soon.
Hi there, I'm here with Fady from Losing Team. Unfortunately, Pulse, you certainly had the crowd on your side at one stage. Then that 90-minute absolute bruiser.
Oh, that game was way too epic, actually. It was we planned on ending earlier, but I think people got a bit too stressed out. They didn't want to make mistakes, and I think we had about 4 times where we went into their high ground, but we just couldn't get ourselves to stay there. But we're glad we got that game, and we're glad we pushed EA into game 3. But unfortunately, we lost in the 3rd game. We didn't really expect the anti-mage pick. It was they threw our whole draft off a bit. We expected the Bloodseeker, but either way, we were going to struggle. So good job to the boys. They did very well.
Well, I think you'd be quite proud of how the guys performed, certainly above expectations from, I guess, the pundits. And you even had Halbert saying that this was easily one of the best games he'd ever cast. And obviously, for him to say that after a 90-minute marathon is quite something. So congratulations there. Certainly had the crowd on your side throughout most of the fight. How does one bounce back? Well, we spoke up to the guys from Energy. When you lose those big, long games, it's really draining. But obviously, you win the first game, you come into the second game, you lose it. How do you bounce back then into that 3rd game?
I think it's as long as your team is. It's very good if you're able to bounce back from those type of games. You just need to kind of look at it. We went into, even though we won game 1, we just went into the next game looking at it as a 0-0, treated it as a best of 1, because even though the losing team, they lose a lot of willpower to win the game, basically, because they all emo and everything. But you also don't want to go into the game too excited, and then you underestimate your opponent and play worse and everything. But I think we did well all 3 games. There were a few mistakes and everything, but we'll learn from here, go further as far into the LAN.
Unfortunately, we are saying goodbye to you. Very well played. Is there anything you'd like to say to the crowd who came out here to support?
Thanks everyone for supporting us, and next time we'll do better.
Well, there you have it. The Pulse guys, as much as they've achieved today, motivated to get even more next time. We're going to throw over to the panel now.
Well, Sobering words from the captain there on the side of Pulse, and words of warning and caution from the side of EN. They said they wanted to come first, but there's a little hint of something dangerous in there.
I mean, it's just realism. You know who the dragon is. You know who the you know who the big boss is, right? You know what you're gonna have to deal with to come first.
They're not looking for rabbit stew, are they?
No, they're not looking like if you can kill a rabbit, great, but it's gonna need some 500 range scope sniper. You can't do it easily.
If I'm not mistaken, they are one of the favorites to take the White Rabbit down.
Yeah, they are them and XTC. And they both have taken a game of them in the past at LAN, which is something that no other team has done before. But as you said, like Gareth asked the question, expect to see teams doing not as bad as they used to. It's because the skill cap is getting marginally smaller, where teams can compete on the same level. It's no longer like, oh, we expect these teams to go in the bottom, we expect these teams to do well. It's not like that anymore by any means necessary, because teams are getting to that level where they are all exceptionally good. There's unfortunately just one team that has always stayed above the rest, and that is White Rabbit Gaming. So I would be surprised if XTC or Energy would take it from them. It may be a game, yes, but to win this tournament against WRG is some other feat altogether.
Yeah. No, I agree with Succubus. I think it's one of those situations where the gap between the second team and the 8th team is going to be smaller than the gap between the second team and the first team. That's how far ahead WRG are. So it's not a situation where everyone else is bad. It's just that they're that much better. But even like the only 2-0 we've seen in the lower bracket so far is Energy beating XD. But even those games were kind of stomps, but they weren't like WRG or Ruffle slumps.
Yeah.
So most games have actually been comparatively close, much closer than anybody could have predicted. Like the Sin 5, now we see Bravado after they lost to APG. Even this series, like Pulse brought it to Energy. Like you would not have been able to predict how close these games would have been in advance, just looking at on paper what you would think the bracket would be like, but that's how it ended up turning out.
Yeah, and what we've seen in the last couple of months, I mean, every month it seems to be a different situation where teams are just getting better and better and better and better, and they are committing way more hours to the craft. So
teams are definitely rising as a whole.
Yeah.
But you mentioned BVD losing, and we can't just let that slide.
Yeah.
We can't just say, well, BVD lost, GG go next.
Yeah.
It's not that simple. Because BVD happened to be the home of one of the legends of South African Dota 2, who we have to wave goodbye at such an early stage. An APG, the villain responsible for taking down the legend of RDK.
It's kind of actually heartbreaking how BVD went out, because APG right now, they themselves have admitted, Bobby said that they're not in the best place that they would like to be. They're trying to find stability. So this is a team in flux, right? Whereas BVD, they made one change in order to try and get themselves back to a top pole position. But now that change hasn't materialized, and they lost to a team which they would have been expected to beat handedly. And they lost in such a way that, like, RDK didn't play terribly, right? Like, the team didn't play terribly, I don't think, on Bravado's side. It was very close games, but there was still something that they're lacking, right? There's still a barrier that they're just unable to cross over from being a very good team into a great team. And it feels like, what does RDK do now? What does he say now? Because they've changed rosters. They've changed positions. He's gone from mid, he's gone to safe lane. Changed teams, gone from Energy to XD to Bravado, and still victory has always eluded him in front of him. So now what? What's the path forward? Or do you just give up entirely?
Is this the last time we're likely to see RDK play competitively here?
I don't think the last time, but I think the time is getting shorter. It would be tragic, but I think the time is getting shorter for him. Even if you look at his performance in the last 2-3 years, he hasn't actually gotten progressively better. Like everyone else has just jumped from being average to okay to, like really good to exceptional. Whereas RDK is still stuck where he was 3 years ago, in my opinion. But he is still better than most South African carry players out there, but I think he just needs to find a home where he can shine more. And like you said, we either pick a draw strat or an anti-mage strat to, win the last best of 3, right? If it goes to a game 3. APG picked anti-mage the first time around, where they took the game off of Bravado. Bravado took the second game, and then I believe anti-mage was banned. So that option wasn't there for RDK. And you either win in 25 minutes of the draw strat, or inevitably, you have to really fight your way out. And then when we did look at the game, they were 27k net worth behind.
Absolutely.
It was almost unwinnable at that point.
Let's take a look at the side of APG. It's not like we can ignore that. Faceless Void, yet again, drafted. Yet again, in the hands of Conspiracy. Seems like that's his go-to. When the tough get going, the tough pick a faceless void, apparently.
Looks like he's getting more and more, he's getting progressively comfortable, more comfortable on the hero, actually able to, like, not like he was missing the chronos, right? But there was a lot of situations where he'd be getting chronos, but not on all the key heroes. He'd get like 1 or 2 carry heroes, which like these heroes have high net worth, but they're not the heroes that you need to win the team fight. And in the game that we saw them beat Bravado now, every single chronos hero always on consistently the heroes that are required to win the team fight.
Like Drow.
And they kept winning.
Yeah.
Yeah, he kept getting, he'd either get the Drow or the puck every single time. And especially he'd focus a lot on the puck, making sure that they don't have that counter initiation available to them.
Yeah.
So it shows that like APG actually as a whole has been evolving as the tournament goes on. They look much better now than they looked at day one.
Well,
like when they started out against Pulse, it was, I mean, they lost to Pulse. It was kind of a close game, but they didn't look that great. They didn't look that cohesive. Like even Pulse themselves didn't also look that great then, but both teams have gotten progressively better as the tournament has gone along. And the APG have found themselves in a situation where they still have the opportunity to grow with themselves. So that's what I'm looking forward to seeing from them.
That's very true. And I mean, if you look at their games yesterday versus Sinister 5, Sinister 5, the first game, it looked very shaky for them. Second game, they were still struggling. Third game, they blew it out the water. But again, very close games as well. So it's just, for me, APG just capitalized on their mistakes more. And today, with evidence, I mean, obviously something went wrong with Bravado today, and I mean, maybe some heroes are banned out. That just completely destroyed their strategy as well. So I mean, the drafting is getting better, and yes, they are getting progressively better. And as we've said before, APG are the lower bracket kings.
Yeah.
They always succeed best in the lower
And
bracket.
they've proven it yet again.
Yeah.
So they remain the kings, and we're going to be back after a very, very short break.
With me are these two lovely gentlemen. We have Trax from Sinister 5 and Bob from Aperture Gaming. Say hi, guys.
Hello. Evening.
Evening, yes. Very good, very good. Now, guys, we have all been in this space before, and as you know, it is a safe place, safe environment. So you guys can open up. Now, I know we have discussed this a little bit before. I'd like to kind of just give the audience a little bit of perspective into how you guys are feeling going into this next game. How does that sound?
We can talk about it. Yeah. Yep,
You good with that?
Yeah.
Good with that? Very good. Who would like to go first?
I would like to go first. You can give it in.
Yeah, you sure? You good? All right. All right, well then, Bob, starting off with you, I'd like to maybe just open up. How are you feeling right now going into this next match against this team right now?
We're feeling reasonably okay. We have a lot of respect for Sinister 5. What they've done in the Dota 2 scene, coming from Prem Division and all that, it's been quite inspiring from us, and us as like an MGO, APG, and myself as a team, that we kind of respect Sinister 5 a lot. So we're looking forward to the match.
Wow, those are some harsh words. Now, over to you, Trax. Do you have anything maybe remotely nice, as he just said about you, maybe?
You played well.
The competitiveness doesn't stop just at the Dota. We've got two challenges here. I've got Lee and I've got Murray, who are going to go into an epic battle of skill and very little luck, a game of Ching Chong Cha or paper, rock, scissors against each other. You guys know the rules, right? We don't have to explain. Okay, paper, rock, scissors. Let's go. In 1, 2, 3, you're going to go. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Counting's a bit off, but Rock gets it. Cool. Let's get the timing a bit right. So we're going to go. Practice, hold on. 1, 2, 3. Okay, 1 point to Lee. Let's go. Round 2. 1, 2, 3. Oh, Scissors takes a tie. Still 1-0 to Lee. Let's go. 3, 2, 1. Rock takes it. Oh, a little bit of nerves there. The Rock's shaking. 1-1. Who's going to take it? First to 3. In 1, 2, 3. Oh, Rock takes it. Seems Scissors has had its day. It's Rock time. 2-1. Lee 1 point away. Murray still needs 2 to take it for that epic swag from VS Gaming. Let's go. In 1, 2, 3. Oh, paper this time. Everyone thinking Rock is invincible. Bring out the paper. Let's see what happens in the next round. 1, 2, 3. Scissors beats paper. So well done to Lee, who is our victor. The handshake or the paper being swapped there. Well done to Lee, who takes our swag. And over back to the panel.
Thank you, Gareth, and it's always good fun. Yeah.
That kind of reminded me of like Paper being Queen of Pain,
Yeah.
and
Oh,
Scissors
my
being
word.
Battle Fury on Anti-Mage.
Are you going to liken Dota to?
Dota is everything, actually.
that's
I could do this all day. I can make some music Dota all day long.
Could mix Dota into anything.
It just says one thing. We're way too involved, man.
Yeah.
Gonna reference everything to Dota.
Yeah.
We've got a problem, but I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
Well, some people who are certainly thinking about Dota are going to be APG and EN. APG have the luxury of having had a break. EN are busy setting themselves up as we speak.
Yeah.
And he did bring up the fatigue factor in the interview.
They've played really long games. Energy started playing before APG and finished after them. Like
Yeah.
they played like almost. I think the shortest game was game 3. I think, which was like 40 minutes. And game 2 was 50. Game 1 was 112. So they've been playing for a solid almost 3 hours now. So at this point, it does require a lot of. You have to be able to center yourself as a team because you are tired, you are fatigued. It requires a lot of big match mentality to be able to center yourself even after you've gone through the slog of games to try and go through the next ones because it doesn't get any easier from here on out.
I mean, look, APG did play 3 games as well, but again, lower bracket kings, they are used to this. I mean, they're used to playing 3 different teams in a row, straight after each other, like 9 hours straight, let's go. They're used to this. Whereas Energy, yes, they're veterans and they're really well experienced, but most of them have been in winning top 3, from top 1 to 3 teams. Because they're all like from different teams originally, obviously. I mean, we've got some from Carbon, we've got some from Bravado, the old Bravado, obviously. So these guys are used to being at the top. So lower brackets, not really a thing as much as it is for APG. So for me, I feel like APG does have the edge in the lower bracket at the moment.
Well, I guess the real question here is lower bracket kings versus angry beasts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Energy's been angry for quite some time, ever since the last time we had this. That was particularly directed towards XTC, since they were the ones knocking them out of second place.
Yeah, I think the thing about how Energy likes to play Dota, you normally notice that the games, when they start winning, right, then they keep winning. It's normally the only way to generally beat Energy that I've seen. If you beat them 2-0, I think they haven't lost in they haven't lost the series where they win a game in a very long time. Normally, if they win at least one match, they end up winning the entire series.
Yeah.
So you just have to continually keep beating them. But if you give them the ability to win at least once, just one outlet, then they keep winning.
Yeah.
And now, the first game, honestly, they looked very shaky. They went to the late game, didn't look that great. But then they won the next one, and then the next one they won even faster. So if they can carry through that momentum, I think they can possibly overwhelm APG. Because APG, it's not like their games were particularly easy. They had to pull everything out of the hat in order to beat BVD.
very true.
And Energy is less likely to draft like things like draw puck in order to try and beat you in the end of the game.
Are they going to ban that stuff out? I mean,
Well, we'll see. We'll see what they end up banning. But before we do that, let's cut to a short break. Welcome back, and the team's almost ready to rock and roll, so we don't have a lot of time. If you don't know them already, they've been conquering their way through the lower brackets, as has APG. But first, let's take a quick squiz at the side of EN. Right, and that's Energy Esports. They were worried about fatigue, but they still look calm, cool, collected. Do you think they have what it takes to see it through to the end? Two of them are ex-BVD players who had to run through a similar situation.
Yeah, definitely. I think they've definitely got what it takes. And forgetting about the other veterans on it, I mean, you've got, Strike, you've got Chelsea, aka Laka. I mean, who doesn't remember Laka if you come from that era of Dota? I mean, these guys have been around for ages. So they definitely are very experienced in LANs. I just feel like because APG's had a break, they've also played 3 games, but they're also more used to being in the lower bracket. They have that edge to them. But do I think they will triumph over Energy?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
I think winning has this energizing effect. You know, you feel so good after
energizing,
you win.
is that like a pun?
Like after you win, you're like, yeah, I can play 1,000 more games like
You
this.
can do it again.
Yeah,
It's like that bad midnight Dota where you just win a really cool game. It's like, I'll do one more and then end up losing terribly. And it's like, damn, I should have gone to bed. You know?
Like as soon as you win a game, you feel awake, you feel alive. You're like, I can keep doing this forever. So I think especially when you win like
Energy Esports feels like going to bed right now.
I think they're fine. I'm sure they could play another best of 5 right now. Our 90-minute games, every game. Let's do this.
As long as it's always Hellbird casting, I'm okay with it.
I don't know. You know, sometimes Hellbird says weird things. Like he doesn't like anti-mage Dota.
And he picks a Naga Siren, those type of weird things.
Well, I can tell you one thing. We certainly don't have 90 minutes. So without any further ado, let me introduce you to APG, the lower bracket kings. Good old APG, that rash you cannot get rid of. We've called them the fallen heroes here before, but look at them. They're proud, they're hungry apparently, and they're happy. They certainly are prepared for this, and they've always managed to do this. Yeah. They've always managed to go, oh no, we're useless, we're hopeless, and then the casters follow suit, and then suddenly they just start taking team after team after team. Yeah. And does it look like Energy Esports is in their sights?
Possibly. I made the analogy earlier about them being basically under false promise.
Yeah.
So the loser bracket's always false promise for APG. Whether or not it allows them to live or not, this is what we have to determine, in the game.
Yep, the draft is already starting off.
Wow.
So Phalanx better put those chips down, buddy. Because you can't draft potatoes here. My dear girl, what do you see coming?
That was a nasty reference.
Referencing his chips. I love chips.
Yeah, ban out the Chelsea Nyx Assassin for sure. Like, you don't want to play against Chelsea Nyx Assassin. You have to ban out, of course, the Spirit Breaker, which has been picked up quite a bit by Flanks as well. He's been playing really well with that.
Well, this focus on to
keep in mind,
Chelsea.
This is still a best of 3.
Yeah.
It's still a best of 3, yes. So we are going to see more progressive Dota, but you can see APGs, they're banning out Chelsea right now. It's like, first Nyx, now the Legion Commander.
I think the way that I'm looking at the stats about how both of these teams have been playing Dota, APG have been playing extremely aggressively, trying to get as many kills as possible.
Yeah.
Energy have been doing so, but not necessarily where they want to. They've been trying to take more objectives and stuff like that. Also, major shout out to our main man Sargon, who's been collecting all of the stats for us.
Absolutely.
Like we know a lot more about this game because of him.
Up to Sargon up there.
And probably you could this Ricky. This is the first time that's actually been let through for Energy.
Oh, yeah.
It's literally been banned every single time, only against them. Whereas APG, I think they've had Rasta in the one game.
I think we all know why.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, our eyes might be a privilege to the Odoo factor on the Ricky, but Habibi also plays this hero exceptionally well.
I believe the term is the Odoo treatment when he
The
picks
Odoo
up
treatment.
a Riki.
Yeah, but I mean, it's also Habibi can play this hero outright, and now we're going to be even more privileged to seeing this puck.
Puck is... I'm really surprised at how little we've seen Puck in the first phase. I feel like he's one of the best heroes like in the mid lane right now.
Especially to control, like the mid to early game especially, and then late game it just scales so well. I mean, you get a ridiculous boost at level 25, which is not that hard for Puck to get.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just something that can scale well throughout the game, and I am surprised we haven't seen it more.
I mean, we saw what Depi could do with it on XTC. He like absolutely, like basically won a game alone versus Energy using this Puck hero. So now it's their turn to try and make use of it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, also TKC is also quite well versed in this hero.
So they probably need right now a hero on APG that can take early fights. So we've seen Sand King, Centaur. We haven't really seen a lot of Earthshaker, which is like the biggest surprise for me. But
I think
one
we
of those
might
two
see
heroes.
it. Yeah, I think we might see it. Yeah.
I hope we see it. Like it's Earthshaker is one of the best heroes versus Puck. It's basically impossible to play this hero. They're gonna get Centaur instead. So this has basically become the replacement for what we'd expect normally from the Earthshaker in this game.
Yeah, I feel like Earthshaker just contributes slightly a bit more right now in this current fighting patch. I mean, even if he doesn't do much, it takes one good Echo Slam and you win a fight. You know, it's just one. I mean, it's so good against high ground as well. It's just, for me, like it's more impactful than a Centaur Warrior. A Centaur Warrior used to be that hero. I feel like Earthshaker's taken over that role.
I think it can work though with if you have Centaur and Rasta. This is, I think, the main reason I was hoping for Earthshaker to counter Puck. But with Centaur, you can still do it because if you use the Stampede, right, and Shadow Shaman sitting in the trees, you can immediately come out and hex the Puck before he's able to get into the phase shift, and then you can guaranteed kill him, even though the Centaur Stomp is a bit long in terms of its animation cost. So I think this can still work out for them, depending on what they ban.
The Shadow Shaman's also good at controlling the Puck early as well. If he doesn't, they never stack disables in this level of Dota, but you have to remember the Riki.
Yeah.
It's going to be there to smoke cloud any combo they might have. It's going to be the annoyance in APG's life. And then Puck obviously has quite an invasive hero in herself, and she also has a silence. But if they do catch unawares, it's a pretty easy pick off on a Puck.
That faceless van, yes, that faceless void.
It's a purple.
Van.
It's a
there
purple
we go.
van.
Put a sentence together, ladies and gentlemen. From the side of Aperture Gaming is rather surprising because they've been picking it up on Conspiracy and finding wins along
I think
the way.
they're the only team to have actually made use of this hero thus far. I think it's also one of those situations where if you think a particular hero is very good up again, like just in general, then you have strats that work around that hero. You're more liable to ban a hero that you believe is good rather than what the enemy might pick. So I think it could be one of those situations. And now they remove... this is like trauma from the last game. They see Puck, they immediately ban the Draw Ranger.
Okay, but now Energy needs to either pick up or ban the Anti-Mage because now they've banned out the Void, which is Conspiracy's he's comfort hero.
Yeah.
I don't see them picking up a Jug here on the side of APG. They're banning out the Drow, so leaving that out of the equation. Don't want to play against that. Obviously, it was really hard against Bravado, even though they won that game. But do they pick up the Anti-Mage now again? Because this is the one game that they really won convincingly against Bravado was with this Anti-Mage, and it was a similar ban.
It is possible, actually, because Anti-Mage can deal with Puck fairly effectively. The only problem that I have with Anti-Mage is like it can struggle against Riki in the early game, but overall it's still
good.
Okay. And it's very good against Venom Monster as well.
Yeah.
Like pretty much all of Venom Monster's damage is nullified.
It's kind of like they have to pick it now.
I don't know if they have to. Like
I feel like they do. It's because either they're going to ban it or it's not going to be an option for them anymore.
It's an Anti-Mage into Puck, into Riki. There's plenty of silence out there that's not...
Yeah, but that's easily evaded. Early game, yes, but then once it gets to late, you don't pick Anti-Mage to win an early game. You pick Anti-Mage to win the late game. That's the thing. You pick him to rat, you pick him to do all these things, and look, he can fight early enough as well, and he's got that spell shield which helps him out. So, and he's also got a blink. It's not that thing. And then you can always pick up an Aghanim Scepter as well, evade a lot of the stuff that's happening. And we're going to see a Kunkka.
This is really good against Puck though, because like...
No, but it's classic Shadow Shaman Kunkka. I mean, when have we not seen those
We've
two
seen
together?
this tournament, right? And it kind of forces, like, whenever you pick Kunkka in against the Puck, it forces the Puck to have to choose what he's going to phase shift. You can't phase shift everything. It's either you dodge being called back by the X or you dodge where the torrent might be placed. And a good enough Kunkka is able to actually predict exactly where you are and get you in the combo no matter what you do. So I think this can still work out for APG. The thing about Venom, like, I'm just looking at this Venom now, because Centaur, I think this is one of those games he's going to have to rush the early pipe. Because all the damage right now that's coming out from Energy is primarily magic based. So if he's just able to get himself into a position where he can protect his team from that damage, it should work out for them. And they have decent tower push as well.
I mean, like, Centaurs generally go for a casual cloak anyway, but I think you're right, he has to go for that full pipe before he gets his Blink Dagger and rely on Stampede in the early stages because they're going to have to deal with this magic damage somehow. It's just a bit too much.
They still need ways to get to Venom onto though, because like
Yeah.
right now they don't have any like direct catch on top
Well-
of Sand King. All right, they're gonna get their Sand King.
Yeah, they're going to get the Sand King, but they do have catch in the form of the Kunkka. I mean, the Shadow Shaman's also pretty great with Disable, and then you've got the Saint Ultra Stampede if they really need to chase after someone. So they have like enough catch, I feel, to get to it. I mean, Venomancer, once you get on top of him, he's extremely squishy. He's easy to kill.
But they have so much team fight on energy. Like
Yeah.
if you jump Venom onto their counter initiation between Puck, Ricky, and Sand King is crazy
Yeah,
high.
it's insane. It
So
is
it's-
insane.
I don't know. Like APG, I think right now they need something that they need not necessarily more stun, but they need more team fight ability. Void would have been great for them, but they removed it themselves.
Yeah.
Like we've seen SF being banned this tournament, right? But we haven't seen it just yet.
Oh, Huskar.
Right. So what's it gonna be? Is Energy gonna ban Dazzle or Oracle?
Either way, they're in trouble.
I think Dazzle's the...
This is actually shockingly good because normally when you pick Huskar, you kind of have to pick a healing hero with it. You might not have to this game because looking at the other heroes from Energy, pretty much all their damage at this point in
Magic.
time is magic damage,
Yeah, they
which
need-
Huskar is extremely good against.
Yeah.
You could even run this, you don't have to run this Huskar mid versus Puck because I think he loses the right click damage no matter what you do, so I think you can even put this in the safe lane.
Energy's not even concerned, they're banning out a sniper.
Yeah, they know actually that this is definitely safe lane Huskar because they know that there's no way that you're going to run Huskar mid versus Puck because Huskar's going to get demolished. So you put this Huskar safe lane. So they're just looking for the more favorable mid matchup by taking out the sniper.
Okay.
And it's an ACG classic, the sniper for him. So I'm glad they banned that out.
Oh, the cheese strat is
What's
real.
their alternative here?
They need some damage now. Or a controller, yeah.
I feel like Invoker can work because if you have Invoker, you have a situation where you can actually deal damage with the Sunstrike. Pure damage onto Huskar can actually kill him.
Yeah.
And this Puck can, not very well, but it can go off lane up against this combo right now from APG and sort of survive. And then you leave Invoker in the mid against, we don't know yet, but APG have to pick their mid last. They ban out the Ursa at the very end, so they're trying to avoid being rushed over. And also Ursa is one of the best heroes versus Huskar in general. The Furious Hives absolutely destroys them.
Yeah, we can see, I mean, I normally pick something in the range of like a Windrunner when I see a Huskar, you know, just get an easy shackle into, you know, my ulti is going to kill him. But I don't see a Windrunner in this draft. We've only seen Windrunner once this tournament, and I believe it was played by Castaway mid as well. Don't see it happening here because they need something a little bit more reliable than a Windrunner to do some physical damage to this Huskar.
How do you feel about Troll Warlord?
Troll can work. Troll can work.
Because I think Troll just owns Huskar. There's nothing
Yeah.
Huskar can ever do, especially when Troll gets BKB. Then there's like very little he can deal with.
The problem is he's going to keep dying in the early stages.
Oh, they pick Invoker.
Yeah.
Right. They do pick Invoker.
So we're going to get an ACG Classic Invoker.
Yeah.
Yep.
I like the Invoker pick here.
Yeah,
Very good.
I think Energy was kind of prepared for it. As soon as they banned out the sniper, they knew that this was one of the only options remaining for them. The one Invoker on one of these comfort picks and PA.
Quick pick
nice.
on the PA for the last pick on Energy.
Well, there's your damage.
Fair amount of physical damage coming out.
This is
just
also
from
very
that
good
hero.
because Blur, one of the ways that Huskar is able to beat you, right? He needs to be able to get at least the first 3 or 4 stacks on you of his Burning Spear. So if you have PA and you can guarantee dodge at least one of those, it actually makes a huge difference.
It does
in terms
make
of
a
his
huge
damage output.
difference. And she's got her own escape mechanism as
Yeah.
well. So she's not going to have to rely heavily on support to, you know, get her out of like sticky situations. So PA is something I've been really wanting to see, especially when the Magnus pick up. I'm like, please
Right.
PA, please
Yeah.
PA, because classic PA with, you know, Empower and then Dagger applies that as well. It's disgusting. So I'm glad to see a PA here. I'm sad to, okay, I'm not really sad not to see an anti-mage, but I mean, I
Yeah.
was expecting
Yeah.
an anti-mage, especially with the bans that were happening.
Yeah. All right, so let's round it up. Quick predictions.
I'm going
Come
to
on.
stick with Ian.
Quickly.
I'm going to stick with Ian.
Okay.
Ian.
All right,
hate
there you
Huskar.
have it. Casters, take it away, Jabba and Scarpy.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and Dota players around the world. And for all of you in the venue, these two teams have been brawling the entire day to come into another best of 3. I am Jabba, joined by Scarpy. Tell me how you see this game going.
Oh man, I predict a large amount of murder to happen in this game. People are going to die. There's going to be blood on the battlefield. This is a difficult game to predict, I think. Everyone seemed pretty confident in sort of in their predictions there, but this is a tough one. I mean, if a Huskar gets out of control, it's pretty scary. You allow PA to get a little bit of space. That is scary.
Could we dub this the Colin McGregor-Mayweather fight?
Oh yeah. I suppose so. Like Conor McGregor is going to be like going out for blood. and Mayweather's going to be dancing around the ring.
Right, well, before the game does get underway, let's go around and do the introductions. For the side of the Radiant, it is going to be Energy and Chelsea going to be playing on the puck, followed up by good old O2 on the Sand King. Chosen One going to be playing the PA in the bot lane. It's going to be Strike on the Vino. And a little bit of shenanigans coming out from yours truly, Habibi, on the Ricky Maru. And that rounds it up for the side of Energy. Please do the introductions for the side of APG.
Of course, APG going to be over on the Dire side. O'Malley going to be playing over here on the Sentinel going into the off lane. ACG going to be under threat as he does take a blow or two from Habibi. He's going to be playing on that Invoker, taking a decent amount of harass here, but does get torrented up into the air by Bob Yules, who is playing over on that Kunkka going towards the top lane. Conspiracy going to be playing on that safe lane Huskar, and he's going to be assisted by Phalanx on his Shadow Shaman.
Now, a shout out to Sargon, been dealing with our stats this whole weekend through. It came and ran to us in the booth and told us, Jabba and Scarpy, I want to tell you something super interesting, is that both Ian and APG have the highest kills per team, whereas Energy has a fewer deaths to their name. So I think we dubbed them as Energy being version 2.0 of APG. So it's going to make for a really interesting matchup here.
Yeah, Kings of the lower bracket APG, but under a little bit of pressure here in the mid lane, and of course that is something that Ricky constantly brings to the laning stages. So ACG taking a decent amount of rest, was forced to use that solved pretty early on, but Bob Yules is not going to leave him alone. He's going to constantly be here to assist him out in this area, and it's actually going to force BB to rotate out as they realize, okay, there's definitely a sentry down here, so got to get himself an out.
Well, something else that Ricky brings to the match is it's going to put a lot of pressure on the supports for APG. That Invis tax, constantly having to buy those Invis wards, is really going to put Phalanx on a little bit of a back foot until he's able to afford that gem that eventually will help out in the later parts.
Yeah. Another thing, O'Malley's having a pretty difficult time here. It's 1v1 up against Strike. So the laning stage is actually looking pretty good for Energy so far. Chosen One, he's not having too terrible of a time. In the top lane, they're not doing... The Sand King is doing all right. He's now getting a little bit of assistance, giving a little bit of assistance to Chelsea over here on the puck. So I think Energy are pretty happy with the outcome of the laning stages, at least thus far.
Now, looking at the drafts, which we haven't spoken about, which is the scarier draft? You look at these and you say, wow, you've got a PA, you've got a Husker. I mean, who do you back? Which team is it that you think is going to be the ones that technically won the draft?
I don't know if this is trauma speaking, but I definitely...
Trauma.
Yeah, because every time I play against a Husker, I just hate my life. It's really difficult to deal with. Oh, mid lane, ACG actually getting dove on here. Throws out the Sunstrike. Habibi going to take a huge amount of damage. Turning around, right click's going to be enough, and that's going to be a kill for ACG. He is diving here, so C1 might be able to find the kill, but the Quas, he's going to turn around. Gets
Could
the
this be a double kill?
Oh,
That's going to be a double kill. Oh, wow. For the beginning, APG already stacking up the kills for their team. ACG God moding it there and taking down two of the EN players.
Yeah, really good turnaround from him there, realizing, okay, I'm going to just pop out the Quas and get that cold snap down, turn around, and a little bit of an overextension at least from C1, or Chosen One. So pretty rough one there for Energy, giving double kill over to an Invoker. You don't want to be in that position.
No. Let's take a look at a quick replay as the game has kind of stalled for the moment.
Yeah, so there's a sentry down. Habibi did deward, so they thought they could potentially be going for this one. But the Sunstrike, Habibi actually realized that the Sunstrike was being thrown, just got caught on the edge. One right click came through, and C1 here overextends, underestimating how much Quas can really heal. ACG was able to turn this one around very quickly and secure that kill. Double kill for him. Really solid.
No, absolutely. Just having a look at the bot lane. O'Malley trying to bring down Strike with very low HP. Does Strike turn around, bring him down, and he does. O'Malley going down, Strike just too quick there on the fingers and getting that last little right click there, bringing down good old Mr. O'Malley. But now mid lane, C1 trying to find another kill onto ACG. Cold snap is out onto Habibi. Gonna stop that onslaught there, and this D ward continues mid.
Yeah, so Habibi is constantly going to be trying to at least deward this general area, as it's the only opportunity he has to sort of put some sort of pressure. But right now, ACG's just got so much out of this lane with that unfortunate rotation of his. So it's pretty tough, but something that we didn't really bring up. PA is a very hard counter to Invoker in the mid lane. He can constantly harass him and get right up into his face. So we'll see how that's going to pan out. But Bob Yules seems to just always be by the side here. D-Wards again in the mid lane, so a bit of a tough time.
It's going to be a pain. The Torrent does actually catch. Do they decide to actually follow up with anything? They don't. We do have good old Habibi in the sidelines just waiting for his opportunity to jump in. And APG decide against it. They back off.
Yeah, and at the same time, Conspiracy is pretty happy. He did find a kill a little bit early on. Happened at the same time as the previous fight. He did bring down the Sand King, so he'll be happy about that. I think the Sand King was quite low leveled. I think he was still level 1, so he was a pretty easy target for the Huskar, who I believe had Burning Spears on level 2. So a lot of damage. You need to be very careful when you overextend into a Huskar in that sort of scenario, at least.
It seems like the most of the action of this game is going to be in the mid lane. But considering both these teams are pretty much brawlers, this patch really leans towards the brawling teams. But bot lane Strike has been X'd up. There's Torrent. Sunstrike comes in. And Strike gets taken down from afar as O'Malley does manage to bring him down with the help of ACG in the mid lane.
Yeah, so this is a bit of a concern. Level 2 X marks the spot. That means Bob Yules can utilize the tree line pretty well to use that Fog of War to secure an X marks the spot. So they need to be a little bit more aware of his rotations. But meanwhile, top lane, they are going to find a kill onto Phalanx. Odu is a little bit deep here, but Conspiracy, he's taking a decent amount of right-click damage here from Chelsea, but now trading back into him. Needs to be a bit careful as this could favor. Oh, Sunstrike off the mark. Unfortunately, they're going to look to turn this one around. Huskar will take a tumble.
And he does go down, fighting under the smoke. Odu may actually go down here, and no, at times out, he's going to be able to keep himself alive. And like we said, this is the brawling patch. These two teams are brawlers, and they are going to go blow for blow, smashing each other apart.
Yeah, Odu's going to be really happy with the outcome of that. He was struggling for levels. He's now found level 3 and about 3/4. He's going to shrine up here, so he's going to be able to keep that presence in lane. And this is one of the things about the energy draft, the fact that they can leave the Veno in this 1v1 lane. It leaves a lot of freedom for Habibi to make rotations wherever he likes, as well as the Sand King sort of keep the pressure on this Huskar for as long as possible.
It's going to allow that to take place so each lane and each hero can actually get what they need. Shadow Shaman has 64.71 pick and ban in this tournament. Absolutely been ridiculous for him. But ever since the update, being able to increase his base damage has been quite a advantage for teams that managed to get him.
Yeah. Oh, top lane here. Energy are still playing very aggressively into this Huskar, and I like this a lot. They realize, okay, he's a very big threat if we give him too much space, but they need to also keep a very good eye on these potential pulls. Oh, actually missed the kill on the bot lane.
Mr. Bob Yules and Mally may actually go down. They're going to try and deny him out and not actually completing that. And Strike does eventually get the trade-off, killing O'Malley.
Yeah, that's a little bit of an error. I'm quite sure there was
that shouldn't have happened.
Yeah, should have got a deny there. But, I mean, still a good trade. You're taking down the solo Venomancer, who's level 7. The Centaur's getting pretty good trades here. You actually wanted this lane to go favorable for the Veno if you're on the side of energy. So, didn't really expect that kill. But again, I can bring it up. Bob Yules getting level 2 into X marks the spot is making the life of the Veno a little bit impossible because he knows he's going to be left alone and rotation is more than likely not going to go his way.
Well, I mean, what's really going in favor of Ian at the moment, we got PA sitting on 60 lost hits with 19 denies. The Invoker only sitting 23 for 7. So Chosen One maybe got a couple of deaths to his name, but definitely out-farming ACG at the moment.
Yeah, and Habibi is just doing all sorts of sneaky beaky things. Going to see if he can find that career. But still hanging in the mid lane here. There's a good chance that ACG could be in trouble. I mean, we look over the last hits and C1, he's comfortably ahead. Like I said, PA does extremely well into this matchup up against the Invoker. And, oh, there's big trouble now.
X comes out, Torrents there, Sunstrike, 3 around for the side of APG. And Felix, we do have a BB there, throws down the smoke. TP's coming in from the side of Ian. Habibi in a little bit of trouble, trying to get under there, but the stun comes in from Odu, keeping Habibi alive. And there's nothing further. They're going to lose Chosen One. And that will be all, almost taking down Habibi as well. And they just couldn't get it, thanks to his teammate Odu getting that Burrow Strike on in there.
Yeah, but more importantly, they did bring down that PA, which is topping out the net with charts. He's definitely giving ACG a really tough time. Considering ACG had 2 kills right up front and the PA still ahead of him, it does show how this lane does favor the PA quite dramatically. I mean, this is a hero that ACG is not new to. It's something we see him play quite a lot and very effectively.
Well, just taking a look at the net worths really quickly. PA Vino, top of the charts, then followed by ACG on the Invoker, and Conspiracy 3.3k on his Husker. So Ian leading the charts, not by much, not much in it, but it is sitting in the favorable position for Ian at the moment.
Yeah, so it was a really nice spike that they used there. They realized, okay, O'Malley's got 6. Let's use his Stampede, find a kill. Now he actually rotated himself to the top lane, giving a bit of space for Phalanx to find his levels, and maybe going to try and find a kill here onto Chelsea if Chelsea does overextend, or once his ult is off cooldown in 2 seconds.
Well, we do have ultis up for Conspiracy as well. The torrent's not going to land. Chelsea walks away. X marks the spot. It is out onto Odu. There's the Sunstrike. It's going to catch just on the tip, and that is going to stop there. I was actually really scared they were going to decide to make a move into Chelsea. But with that phase shift, kind of not your priority target, especially if he tries to go for the life break on the Husker.
Yeah.
You'd want to go on the Sand King.
ACG needs to be careful here. The creep wave is under his tower. Going to be scattered up by Odu.
Oh, the jump comes in. And the Stampede is being used up. Smoke has been dropped. X is down as well. The TP comes in from O'Malley. 4 for the side of APG around. And they're going to lose Chosen One. But now Strike comes in, throws down the Gale. Can they bring down ACG? Not going to be enough. Conspiracy, he wants to find some action. And good old ACG TPs himself out of there. Conspiracy just toggling his way there. And nice little bring back there. Chosen One going down yet again for the side of Energy.
Oh,
but BB, he's been spotted out. There's X marks the spot. Dust has been used. And they're making it a 2-for-0 trade. Energy on the big back foot here.
Yeah,
giving away so many kills.
Yeah, APG, brilliant rotations by them. They reacting very well. They identify, oh, okay, the PA is overextending onto me here. Let's punish this very quickly. And successfully, they managed to pull it off. And it's also not...
Oh, bot lane. We got Chosen One, runs in onto O'Malley, crits him for his dagger of deaths. And O'Malley needs to do some heavy juking here. Can he actually get around? It looks like he may be able to outplay the C1, but Kunka rocks up to the party. X marks the spot, boat, torrent, Sunstrike from the sky, and that is another death for Chosen One. APG, what did you have for breakfast this morning?
Yeah, I mean, APG, they had Bravado for breakfast this morning. But, I mean, they're just doing such a great job. This Kunka is an absolute nuisance right now for Energy. Everywhere he is, he's finding kills consistently. It's a very good setup for the Sunstrike, something we probably should have brought up a little bit earlier. But all round, it's so difficult to find into this team, especially if Stampede's off cooldown. If you're trying to engage.
Bot lane Phalanx is just going to clear out the tier 1. Let's take a look at the replay in the meantime as APG is going to clear out that tower.
Yeah, so C1 dove a little bit deep here looking for O'Malley, but a really good rotation coming in from Bobules. And I mean, just such easy setup with that Xbox spot. Very easy to secure a Sunstrike. Not that ACG needs that assistance, but it does come in handy every once in a while.
So it looks like a BB may actually run into a couple of tangos over here. We've got APG doing a little bit of roaming, scouting, seeing if they can find themselves a target. And Habibi manages to avoid that, does get spotted out. There is another sentry on the map. So, I mean, as it is, it's going to be a lot of sentries and taxes for the side of APG to actually pay off here.
Yeah, Energy's got a lot of work to do here. They are feeling very unsafe. We can see that by Strike sitting inside the jungle now, farming with his wards. And I don't think C1 will want to overextend anymore. Oh, X marks the spot. I hear it.
I hear it too. Let's find out where it is. It is in the mid lane, but...
okay. Nothing.
False alarm.
Yeah, false alarm.
False alarm.
But actually in the bot lane here, they're keeping decent pressure. It's going to force Energy to either rotate, and then they're going to either go for a pick-off or find an objective, or they're just going to keep on putting pressure onto this tier 2 tower, which should be punished, or needs to be punished.
You know it's so scary though. You have a PA on your team, and I love this hero because it's all about RNG. You can jump in, get a crit, get that coup de grace, and then before you know it, you are critting people down, and you can literally dagger supports to death.
Yeah, there's a 2-man smoke here in the mid lane. They're going to see if they can catch someone overextending because they want to at least secure themselves some form of objective but it seems like the side of APG are not going to bite onto this bait.
Jabba baited, excuse my compatriot here, Scarpy, he doesn't know how to pronounce it right. It's a Jabba baited, my friend.
Yeah, of course it is, right? But again, they're still not actually able to find this tier 1 tower. The smoke failed, unfortunately, and at the same time, O'Malley's just getting pretty much a free lane here. Still feeling safe. They got a lot of vision down in the enemy's jungle, so he has a decent idea if anyone's sort of making a rotation. A circle has been drawn here. This is like, they want to control. So both teams actually warding deep in their opponent's jungle. Oh, this should be a kill.
The jump comes in, Stampede being used out, and Phalanx being saved up by Mr. O'Malley. Conspiracy gets stunned up by O2. He wants to get himself out of there as well. Bob Yule's looking for the X. Doesn't find it. Still fighting around the shrine, though. They're going to pop it. And the side of EN, they're just going to back off.
Yep.
They have got the reinforcements from APG that do not want to take that fight just yet.
These sort of situations are very scary for Energy. As soon as they believe they have an opportunity, Stampede goes off, and then you think, oh dear, the Kunka is going to be running at us now, and the Xbox is going to happen any moment. We've got to get out of here. And you can already see this is getting to Energy. They're finding themselves in the far weaker position. Mid lane, Strike.
There it comes. Sunstrike, X-Torrent, Orb, and C1 jumps in into Conspiracy. He goes down. Meatball from the sky comes in. Ship does not latch. AC GTPs himself out of there. On the backlines here, Phalanx gets caught out, and he is down as well. 2 down for the side of APG. O2 trying to find him. There comes the stun. TP cancelled. Bob Yule's in a world of trouble. And O'Malley just farming out the newts over here, but Chelsea is in a very good idea of where it is. C1 gets in there, slows down. O'Malley doesn't want to get stomped out. The Sunstrike comes in. Smoke is going to be good out from Habibi. They bring him down as well. Becomes a 4-for-0 trade for the side of EN as the side of APG start respawning. It is time to get out, lads, and they do, as the reinforcements do eventually come in bits and pieces.
Yeah, I mean, like we said, if there's going to be a lot of killing in this game. 17 kills already at 16.5 minutes. Trading blows here. Very good exchange this time for Energy, though. Identifying, okay, they overextended, let's punish them here. And successfully, they did so. And
should we have a 2 times replay on that?
I don't know. we'll keep that for a better occasion. A long drawn out fight, maybe.
Well, Conspiracy does have his armlet up, does have the Ogre Club, looks like he's going to... Well, what are we seeing?
Sorry, top lane. I thought they were actually going to dive here, but it was a retreating play from Chelsea. Apologies.
Alrighty, so that he's going to back off, looking around here. Habibi on the Ricky Maru, trying to see if he can scout out. How do you feel the game for Habibi is going at the moment? I mean, there's certain things you want to get done as a Ricky. Do you feel that he's accomplishing that for his team?
I think in the early stages he did all right, but I think the Kunka has just been a bigger nuisance than that of the Ricky. So Habibi's having a bit of a tough time, but I think his smokes are going to come into be very useful as the game does progress. We saw it in that previous fight. He utilizing the smoke just to secure his team a better sort of advantage. But in comparison to that of the Kunka being played by Bob Yules, I think he's having a little bit of a poorer performance than you would expect from him.
Mr. Bob Yules doesn't have much to his name, though, but still quite a big threat on the field. And obviously, the Sentry Wards must be taking their toll here for the supports of APG. Sitting with the Wind Lance, smoke in the inventory, a little bit of dust, boots. 18 minutes in, I wouldn't say the richest bloke in the field, sitting with a net worth of 1.8 gold.
Yeah. So this is the thing, right? It's very odd how APG are running their Kunka. Most teams run their Kunka as the greedy position, whereas Bob Yules is mostly the position 5 for his team. So he's spending a large amount of money on wars, whereas they're trying to focus a lot more gold into Phalanx on the Shadow Shaman. So I think he's definitely playing the position 4. And,
well, mid lane though, Odu jumps in, Habibi's around, they're going to make easy work of Bob Yules. They're going to keep him the poor man of the field and continue to punish him out.
Yeah, so that's pretty good for them. Again, that's 4-man mid, and they're keeping pressure on the bot lane as well. They dropped Serpent Wolves for this, so maybe Chelsea's actually going to get a lot of gold from here, but they should get a decent amount of chip damage at least to the tier 2 tower. Oh, O'Malley.
Oh, they do manage to spot him out, Habibi. O2 does have his blink. Do they decide to jump here? He's going to actually try and farm up the creeps. Habibi just taking a little bit of punishment damage here, but we get the Odu jump in. Smoke comes down. The dagger comes in from PA. 580 crit damage. Thanks for coming, baby girl.
Yeah, throws the dagger at him. Huge amount of damage. And we'll secure that kill onto the Centaur. I mean, O'Malley was maybe playing a bit too deep and farming pretty comfortably, seeing that their wards are down. It's maybe a bit of a high risk, so he does get punished for that, as he should. Shadowblade is completely on the Venomancer, just got to fly it out to himself. So Strike, this is a different build than we've seen. I don't think we've seen too many Shadowblades on Venomancer. I could be corrected, but yeah, we'll see how he's going to utilize that to effect. In fact, he's going straight for the Silver's Edge. So
the break for the Husker.
Yeah, breaks the Husker's passive.
to
So
be.
it makes a lot of sense because the magic resistance is going to be the biggest problem for them, bringing him down in the later stages.
Yeah, so I think itemization is really good. I think that's a great idea. We do have Chelsea building into he's got his Yules now as well. They're going to be picking up the eggs as well. So I mean, at least the team's starting to itemize against the Husker. It seems like they're really worried about what Conspiracy is going to be able to do to them.
Mid lane now, they're smoked up. They're looking for something.
Oh, they're going to find Chelsea. They do. Amani gets in. X is there. Torrent as well. And makes easy work there of good old Chelsea. He goes down. 4-man rotation, taking down the flying little plucker.
Yeah, they also managed to find the Reki on the backside there with a Sunstrike. So quite a good exchange here once again for APG. Having a pretty good time. The Invoker's hit level 15. That means he's got 2 Forge Spirits, so their pushing potential has grown a little bit more. And He2's got ills, so they don't really want to get in too close to ACG unless they have BKBs or something of that sort. So they're going to drop wards, secure the tier 1 tower more than likely. But playing pretty defensively here, realizing PA can burst them pretty quickly. But tier 1 secure.
T1 done and dusted. And probably looking to see what their next objective is going to be. Let's take a quick look at items at the moment. Big items up here for Chosen One. Got himself the phase boots, Deso. Chelsea got himself the blink as well as Yules. Strike did pick up his Dragon Lance, Shadowblade, we've mentioned it. Odu got his blink, and Habibi, a little bit of a poor little chappy, but looking on the other side of the field, Bob Yules also sitting kind of cheap phalanx as well, but Conspiracy got the Dragon Lance armlet, and ACG's got the Midas, Yules, and he's building in towards his Ags as well. Now, we get to the point where we say now, is Midas still worth it for Invoker players?
Yeah, absolutely. I think you still want to hit your levels very quickly. You don't really want to take the plus 30 XP because the second Forge Spirit makes a lot of sense. So to really elaborate on that, it's the ability to buff one of your abilities, or the ability to try and hit level 25 earlier and then have less impact once you do hit level 25. So Hannah Midas definitely still viable. Even though you get a little bit less out of the jungle, range creep still gives you a lot of experience with that Midas.
Right, so the boys here, considering that these two teams are heavy brawlers, been a little bit of a slowish kind of engagement. I would have expected to see a lot more jumps in from Conspiracy or the Husker especially. I feel with the Husker you need to be super aggressive. Bot lane though, that is really gone really quickly. Habibi gets caught out. And this threat from the Invoker with the Sunstrike just getting so much work done. Chosen One, big amount of trouble, but there comes the jump. We begged for it, it happened. The blink comes in, trying to get himself away. X is going to be there. Chosen One going to get clinically taken out there for the side of APG.
Yeah, this is very clinical performance coming out from APG once again. And they're going straight for the Roche Pit, realizing, okay, we've hit the spikes we need. We got the Serpent Wards online. Why not? Let's go. And they can use the Forge Press to tank it up. Of course, they got multiple of those. And should be a quick rush on here. You need to be careful about targeting your Conspiracy, but he should be fine. Don't think you'll make an error like that. And the Torrent to the top lane.
Going to be able to stop out Chelsea. Manages to phase out. He's going to try and orb out. Is it going to be enough? Can he get away? And Chelsea finding the gap, but that TP's on cooldown. Oh, Chelsea. And he's been joined by his They're going to have a quick chat. Let's have a chat here, boys. Sunstrike off the mark. But he does get picked out, and O'Malley not managing to find the strike. Chelsea needs to get away. Odie does manage to find O'Malley, gets the bow strike through. Conspiracy looking for a target. Can he find it? There comes the phase shift. Blinking out. Conspiracy left with holding a bunch of air. And I think the side of APG says, no, listen, these Oaks are too evasive. Let's just back off. Let's just retake before the rest of the team just rocks up and dominates us from this position.
Yeah,
it was.
Odu's still like a sheep dressed in wolf's clothing. I know it's the other way around, but he's still just hiding in the tree lines there. Sort of like a whack-a-mole experience there. But actually, both of them getting out of there is pretty good for them. But Aegis on hand for Conspiracy is a major concern right now. They're more than likely going to lose some sort of control over the map, as well as potentially some objectives. This is a scary situation to be in for Energy, as they're already pretty close to losing their net worth lead right now.
So it's a really close game. 2K advantage at the moment for Ian. 10 kills in their bag for themselves. APG's got 13. Let's take a quick glimpse into the future. What do you see happening here in the later part of the game?
Well, the late stages of the game, you don't really want to go too late with Husker. You want to sort of catch up. They need to catch up with this net worth very quickly. The Invoker's going to assist in that. And once the Invoker's got boots of travel, it's going to be very mobile. So I feel like APG still have a bit of a clock on themselves, whereas Succubus brought up very well. Puck does scale pretty decently if you go too late. That 25 of his is very strong.
Bot lane though. Melly gets caught out, and Strike is going to try and right click. Is it going to be enough? Tricks of the trade even being used out to make sure they bring him down. And O'Malley goes down. Let's have a shot of whiskey as we remember him and celebrate his wake.
Yeah, so he takes that tumble. But going back to my point, I feel like the side of Energy are not too concerned about going too late, and I feel like APG, they've set a clock for themselves, but it's all right. As long as they can secure majority of the Roshans, then Huskar is in a better position. But he's got BKB now, so they're more than likely going to look for a fight.
And we do see a little bit of a hunting party, ladies and gentlemen. Just hold on to your hats, as we do have the Scorpion searching for his next piece of prey. Does he find it? We do have ACG in the vicinity. Smoke gets broken. They know what's happening. He thinks it was done at the bottom. Unfortunately, ACG was chilling in the high parts.
Radiant's top tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
pretty fortunate. I mean, Odu had one of two choices there, and he unfortunately took the incorrect one. So it's a bit of a tough one to bite, but they'll be all right with this. They need to back themselves out here in the bot lane. It's going to be Abibu's in a tight position here, but no gem or anything of that sort. And Strike E2's in first.
Oh, gem's just being picked up. Bob Yules is now holding the secret card to destroy good old Mr. Habibi there. It hasn't been scouted out. He just picked it up, and maybe it will be revealed pretty soon.
Yeah, this is where you start shaking in your boots if you're a Ricky.
This is where the chat explodes. Guys, take down the Kunka now. This is your objective. Leave everyone else. Get that gem off Bob Yules, and make sure that Habibi doesn't actually lose his invis presence.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised that the side of APG have sort of reverted back to farming with this Aegis in hand, but I think it's a good opportunity for Bob Yules to go D-ward, make sure that they can shut down the vision for their opponents. They definitely know that they have the gem on the Kunka now because he just D-warded them with it. So it's all right. I think they just need to go as a pair and make sure they don't lose this gem anytime soon, because a Ricky with the gem is absolutely horrifying.
Yeah. Let's also not forget, Odu also benefits from no invis with the Sandstorm. You don't want to be able to reveal yourself if he does decide to actually Sandstorm it up. So they need to get that gem away out of the hands of APG, absolutely crucial. And here we go, a little bit of action. Torrent does come up there trying to look for their targets, but they decide to get out of there. Now, for these two teams, I mean, we witnessed this weekend APG losing, and they lost against Pulse, if I recall. Who was it, the team that they played yesterday, forcing them into the lower brackets that had to go up against BVD this morning. These guys have been brawling all day. Ian as well. These guys have had a best of 3 going the full 9 yards. That's 3 games prior to this one. That is playing Dota for 4 hours with a 20-minute lunch break in between. This has been crazy for them, but ACG spots out the 2 here for the side of Energy. Tornado comes in, EMP dropped down. C1 jumps in, just trying to avoid the EMP, but backs himself out of there. Phalanx, if a little bit quicker, could have actually hurt Chosen One quite a bit there.
Yeah, they managed to find Odu, however, on the high ground, so they're going to definitely utilize this opportunity to secure the Tier 2 tower with the mass open walls that come out from Phalanx. And they could consider going high ground because Sand King is a very big instrument in defending their high ground.
Ooh, massive crit onto Conspiracy. Oh, wow. If he had toggled at the wrong time and that dagger came out,
yeah,
that would have been a free kill, and that would have been mistakes were made, my friend.
Yeah, Aegis is also timed out. It's very odd to see them go for this aggressive play, but fortunately it worked out for them, seeing that the Aegis is down. So I think APG are going to now revert back to farming this and wait for that next Roshan, which will be, we'll know its potential respawn time in about 2 minutes' time. So maybe get the tier 1 tower here on top. I don't think Energy, it looks like they might actually set up for a defense here.
Well, we've got both teams now in the vicinity. Conspiracy wants to be on that type of HP, just to ensure that he's hitting as hard as he can. They're going to put Conspiracy in the front. They're going to be able to secure that tower. Now C1 goes in, pops the BKB just in time. Life break not working. They lose Conspiracy. They're trying to look for more, but the team decides to get out there as Rameli TPing out on the sidelines. The barrel strike comes in. Dagger going to be good. Smoke is down, and they lose Bob Buell's 2 down for the side of APG. They're looking for more, but the rest of the team has bugged out and gotten themselves away. In the mid lane, ACG just chilling. Bot lane, O'Malley got out of there trying to clear out that lane, and Phalanx went back to base, and no more tangos around for EN to slaughter.
Well, very big thing in that team fight. Gem is now in the hands of Habibi. They have absolute control of this map right now. The warding is going to be very difficult to keep sentries up. Habibi can just constantly de-ward.
Oh, ACG gets spotted out, sticking around just too long in the wrong area at the wrong time, and gets spotted out by Chosen One, Puck, and good old Sand King, and gets taken to book. Yeah. That was massive. That was a massive kill for them. ACG's down.
Oh, bot lane.
Going to be a little bit of problem. Let's have a look in the bot lane. They lose O'Malley as well. As was that a solo kill with just Strike around?
Yeah, Strike using that Silver's Edge to his advantage, and he's doing a tremendous amount of right-click damage. It's easy to underestimate how much he can actually do, seeing that he does have the Silver's Edge as well as the Hurricane Pike up right now. So even though the pipe was used from the Centaur, still managed to get solo picked off by the Venomancer, so very concerning.
He's still got his ult, still got a lot of his spells, so that was a lot of right-click damage. I'm assuming that O'Malley wasn't full HP.
Yeah, so
that would have been incredible.
So something that we can definitely pick up from that previous sort of events that occurred, they smoked up after finding 2 kills. They smoked instead of backing out. They went to roam all the way across the map to see if they can find someone overextended.
Conspiracy. I'm actually going to try and get himself out there. He got himself Hurricane Pike. And yeah, continue. Sorry, I thought it was going to be a little bit more juicy than that.
No problem. So actually, Conspiracy's got pretty decent escape as long as he can sort of maintain his health at a decent pitch, because the PA can just do such a huge amount of damage. He needs to be very careful of that. And he doesn't have an answer to that physical damage. I actually do expect to maybe see a halberd coming out here. But yeah, going back to that, I think Energy did a really nice play there. Found 2 kills, smoke up instantly, and then walk through. And the side of APG thought, okay, we can fall back. Let's farm. We lost 2 guys. Let's just go back to safe parts of the map. And little did they know, they weren't very safe at all.
No, to say the least, they weren't. Let's take a quick look at the graphs as we get a bit of an opportunity here. EN sitting with a 6k advantage in terms of experience, sitting in the reaches of 15,000 experience. I mean, that is an absolutely devastating amount here for the side of APG. For them to actually have to deal with that kind of level advantage. O'Malley jumps in, doesn't find OG, managing to swap it out, forces himself away from the tornado. Beautiful little dodge post, Cold Snap going to try and do some work, manages to dodge out, gets the TP out on Strike, but now Odu trying to see if he can also make himself pretty much disappear, and I don't think it's going to happen. He's going to get brought down. Strike does make it out, and almost beautiful effects of trying to get away from that Invoker.
Yeah, pretty close to maintaining 1 kill a minute here at least for this game. We did expect a lot of kills to be happening, and they are definitely pulling that one off. So APG, they need to scat out this Roshan. They need to sort of secure that one for themselves. That will make the Huskar a bigger threat for Energy. But Energy, they too have the ability of bringing Roshan down very quickly. They got a Desolator on the PA, as well as the potential physical burst that he can provide to that.
So they're going to pretty much let the tier 2 tower in the bot lane fall. The TP comes in from ACG, probably going to try and defend out the top lane. We do have Chelsea just making sure that that lane is taken care of, and all the lanes are looking at trying to be pushed out as they're looking for their next objective. As you said, Deso is up. We do have the Basher up as well. Probably going to translate that into the Abyssal.
Yeah, we'll see if he does opt to go that way.
Well, Sunstrike came in, they know this is happening. They know this is happening, but I don't think there's anything they can do about it.
Yeah, they're pretty far out here. In fact, ACG.
ACG wants a part of this. We got Chelsea trying to be super aggressive. Habibi snatched he snatched the Aegis, but they got it killed by O'Malley. Got the kill on the Rosh, but it got snatched. So that was essentially...
It was killed by APG.
Yes, and then snatched by Ian, but Ian was in the pit.
Yeah, it was a bit confusing for me too. I had to think about it a little bit, but really good work there.
So they still got the Aegis. They never got the kill.
They stole the cheese though. The centaur had the cheese and he consumed that. So that is probably the biggest lesson they got out of that one.
I was focused on the Chelsea jumping onto ACG. I thought that was going to be a little more interesting. In the meantime, O'Malley surprising us jumping into the pit. Let's take a look at how Mr. Ricky got that kill.
Yeah, you can see he ate the cheese right there just before he went down, and I mean it's still alright. He actually got the last hit, so he gave his team a decent amount of gold. But unfortunately, he picked up the incorrect item and got the cheese instead of the Aegis. If he picked up the Aegis there, it would have made a very big difference.
That could have been a massive loss for Ian and a massive win for APG. I don't think they were going to come in. I honestly didn't think they were going to jump into the pit. Half the team was around the map, but ACG called it, and the boys responded. And that is what you expect from your teammates. Just jump in and go.
Yeah.
Go.
Unfortunately, it wasn't really worth it. They snatched up the cheese, but they did lose O'Malley, so... and Aegis still went the way of energy.
They got the kill on Rosh.
Yeah.
Does that not make it a little bit beneficial?
I think in that instant, yeah, but in the grand scheme of things, the Aegis is going to give you far more value than that bit of gold for securing the Roshan kill.
Fair enough. But what APG did do is they didn't allow Chosen One or Strike to actually pick up the Aegis. Habibi was forced to pick up the Aegis. So unless that was their plan the whole time along, was to put the Aegis up onto Habibi. But now top lane, Odu going to get spotted out. Jamili jumps in. Sunstrike came in. A little bit of damage. They're going to use a Stampede, and Odu is going to go down. Getting caught a little bit there, and O'Malley punishing him for being in his lane far past the river.
Yeah. So ACG is pretty huge right now. He's still farming up an absolute storm, but Energy are still leading that net worth graph, at least for now. And I mean, ACG is going to start coming online pretty soon. He is going for the Shiva, so he's going to have a lot more magical impact on this game as it does proceed. But I feel like Energy, they still feel okay. As long as they don't start leaking deaths right now, they will feel pretty confident going into the later stages of this game.
Well, here comes the Ghost Walk. ACG looking for a target. He may find someone. C1 is around. The blink has decided to be used out. And the Tornado comes in, going to slow down Habibi. And they may just get themselves out of here, realizing there's just too many bandits in the area.
That was a lucky tornado because Habibi
I think he was going.
Gem.
Yeah, I think he was actually going for the other target, and then Habibi actually was just in the way.
Yeah, because Habibi had gem, so he could see the invoker.
He picked up the gem, I suppose, because he's got the Aegis. He can pick up the gem now as well, without the threat of it actually landing back on the field.
Okay, actually going back to your point about it being worth it, they actually forced Habibi to take the gem instead of maybe the PA. Oh, meanwhile, bot lane.
Oh, we're going to maybe lose Bob Yules. The coil is done. There's the orb. Sunstrike not going to latch. Habibi jumps in, drops tricks of the trade. Bob Yules tries to drop down the boat. Is it going to be good enough? Not going to latch. Bob Yules going to be able to walk away, and no deaths coming out there. Mr. Habibi going to TP himself on out, as Phalanx can't find anything, and O'Malley trying to jump in,
mid lane,
drop the stun, not going to find anything mid lane though. We do have Odu trying to find the Sun into Conspiracy. BKB's up, but there's the Abyssal going to catch him. Sunstrike comes down, going to hurt Chosen One. There's the Deafening Blast. Tornado out, doesn't actually catch onto Odu. Odu trying to see if he can actually find ACG. No more backup from the side of Yen, and they're going to just halt that onslaught. While this is all happening, 3 players here for the side of Yen. We've got them catching out Phalanx. This is going to be a big problem. Jumping comes out. Can they find the crit? He doesn't. The Yules is there. O'Malley jumps in. There's the BKB. Trying to chase him under the tier 1. He has popped it. So now he's got a big amount of... well, that's okay. So Chosen One has now used his BKB. It's on 7-second cooldown. Maybe looking for something more. Doesn't happen. EMP being used. That's striking a little bit of a problem here. doesn't actually manage to connect or combo up with that EMP. And Ian looking still good to go. All ultis available for both teams. Hold on to your hats. This is it. Game 1, APG versus Energy, which will be the first team to be able to devastate the racks of the opponent. The boat comes in. We do have the shackles coming out. We lose Odu. The poison has been thrown up by Strike, trying to right-click him down. The smoke is there. C1 has been disarmed. Conspiracy trying to find the jump. O'Malley forcing himself forward. Tornado comes in, can't find anyone. Chelsea on the sidelines drops a 3-man coil. Beautifully done. Habibi jumps in, throws out the smoke. Tricks of the trade being used out. Smoke down as well. Conspiracy trying to find his target. Jumps onto C1. So many misses happening for him and still a blink away. Coming out for the side of APG. O'Malley forcing, blinking in. Trying to hurt Chosen One. Not going to happen. Sunstrike coming in, trying to find Strike. He's still alive. He does eventually go down. And now we lose O'Malley as well. Chosen One has got his BKB. Going to try and run out. Jeremy's on the deck. X marks the spots. Not going to be latched up. Yours is just too good. They lose Chelsea. Can APG do it? For the Hurricane Park, just too strong. Conspiracy toggles through the armlets. And they wipe out the side of Energy. APG, what have you done? Devastated the side of Energy. Looking so good. And then broke the hearts of the side of Energy.
Full team wipe there. That's about a 5,000 net worth swing just from that single fight. I think APG will be very happy with that defense, and I'll probably want to relate that into something more.
Well, the replay is ready. Let's take a look.
Yeah, so we can see the tornado comes at you. Really good movement there by C1 trying to avoid that. The Dream Coil should have been probably the time for them to say, let's get out. They did get the dust over onto the Ricky, so he had to jump instantly into his ultimate for as long as possible. But it just went on for very long here, and they managed to get the shrine up as well. Conspiracy, he managed to toggle extremely well. O'Malley putting his life on the line here, but definitely securing the kill there. And they managed to just find everyone. C1 finds, yes, a kill, but in the grand scheme of things, this didn't really pay off the way he wanted to. X marks the spot, Tornado. It's a really tight position. He had to turn around and fight. There was no real opportunity, and oh man, Conspiracy is so close to death. But and again, great toggle right there at the end. So very good work by him.
And Ice Wall to boot, just to add insult to injury. APG 21-19 after 41 minutes, less than 1,000 gold in it. APG devastated the side of Ian with almost a 7,500 net worth deficit.
Yeah, it's really big, and it's only going to grow a little bit more now because they're going to manage to control a little bit extra of the map as well. They managed to find the gem back, so we must consider that as another 900 gold that they gained and 900 gold lost. So it's a big problem. So yeah, that also contributing, like you said. 1,800 is quite significant.
Who has the gem now? Is the gem up on anyone? It is. Bob Yules has retrieved back his prized possession that he picked up early in the game, but Habibi and Phalanx, they both scouting out one another. Well, it looks like they're doing the dance. They don't even realize that each other are around. He's going to be able to run to the central ward. Okay, Habibi doesn't actually follow him, so they're not going to know the location or the bearing of where Habibi is.
Isn't it crazy how they mirrored each other there?
Yeah.
You can just see Phalanx as a Ricky player, right? He just mirrored the movements of his opponent. But other than that, I think APG, they just need to sort of find some farm, wait for that Roshan to come up again, which is going to be in about another 2 minutes. Very late respawn on that Roshan. So we see Habibi go poke his head in there to see if he's up. But they're going to have to be very patient here, and they're going to have to keep their heads together, the side of APG.
Heads on a swivel as APG can approach from any side. Rosh is going to be up in the next couple of minutes, and I think that's the next objective that they're waiting for. There's 2 towers left on the field for, well, 1 tower per team. We do have the top tier 2 still remaining here for APG, and the top tier 2 remaining for the side of Energy. Pretty much all things being said, all things being equal, both these teams are pretty much neck and neck at the moment.
Yeah, and I think another big item to come is going to be Phalanx if he gets that Aghanim Sept up, which he'll be looking for. He's pretty close. He just requires enough gold for one more component, but holding on to the gold for now. until
He doesn't have buyback available just yet, but I think he was about a 300 rand short, 300 gold.
300 rand.
300 rand, I know. I wish I had 300 rand on me right now, but he's about 300 gold off of his buyback, 200 gold. So probably just making sure that he has that should he go down. I mean, you've got important skills that you need to bring to the team fight. ACG sitting with quite a chunk of gold. He can start probably finish up his Octarine core and then start absolutely meleeing into the side of EN.
So while we have a little bit of a break in battle right now, I want to bring up something that I find very important, so that we should have touched on a little bit earlier. The solo crest on this Kunka is tremendously good this game, because he's just going to throw it over onto the PA, and PA, they got true strike on PA every time. So that means the Husker is just going to be able to pummel into him and sort of make the life an absolute misery for this Phantom Assassin. So that is a very big pickup that I think he actually picked up quite a while ago on the Kunka, and is going to play a very vital role in the upcoming fights.
Well, I mean, we had a look a little bit earlier in the game. We did have Bob Buell sitting bottom of the log, and now he's earned himself some decent spots. Spot up at the top. They do lose Odu, being a really caught out of position, I would say. Maybe trying to find the kill onto O'Malley. He's a bit tanky at the moment. Got himself a Heavens Halberd. Big pickup as well against the PA as well. So, I mean, this strat that Ian has gone for, it seems like they've loaded a lot of the eggs into one basket, and that is onto the PA, that the PA could get done what it needs to get done, what she needs to get done. And it may not pay off, it may pay off.
Oh, Habibi pokes his head in there. He knows what's happening. This could be a big fight here.
Or does he steal it? Okay, we're going to wait. We can't say anything too loud, guys. We've got to whisper. The smoke comes out. Tornado is there. The boat's going to be used out. Rush is still taking a chunk of damage, and Conspiracy still manages to pick it up. We do have Chosen One. BKB's out. Sunstruck is going to come out. Life break comes in. Habibi goes down. Ooh. There's Chelsea throwing out the orb. Everyone low HP here for the side of APG. They do lose Odu, though. ACG very full. Well, still half HP. Conspiracy very, very low, but Chosen One decides this is not a fight that he wants to take. Strike, envisages himself and gets himself the hell out of there, and Chelsea going to try and get himself as far away as he can, as APG got in there, devastated the side of EN, and that was almost a perfect engagement, I would say. Majority of the side of APG was under the smoke, and just because ACG was not in the pit, was able to meteor, deafening blast, could make that impact. Let's take a look at that once again on that beautiful fight.
Yeah, so Habibi was pretty patient here, but they knew just before the Roche was going to fall, they needed to pop that dust. So they did a pretty good job. The smoke got dropped. Actually, he dropped the smoke first, so he wanted to try and secure that for himself, but the fight just went south. Bobby Buell's got that ship through, and the Coco Rum definitely assisting his team there, making sure that they could get a pretty good trade in that Roshan exchange.
So it's starting to feel that APG is taking control of this game, and that things for Ian aren't going the way they wanted it. APG playing an unbelievably amazing game. The Invoker ACG just unstoppable. Conspiracy on the Husker just getting done what he needs to. What do Ian do at this point? I mean, we're sitting 47 minutes in, another 50-minute game already, and these boys have been slogging it through this morning. How do Energy close out this game, or what needs to happen to bring a win for them? At the moment, I feel APG is in a little bit more control.
Again, I think they need to just defend this pretty well now. They need to not get picked off until that Aegis is down. Then they can really start to make those decisions as to where they're going to go from here. Until then, they actually jump onto an illusion, but they're going to realize it's an illusion very quickly. But a smoke play, as they realize most of them are in the jungle, this is the play that APG need to make, and this is something that can't be afforded by Energy.
Habibi breaks the smoke, so they know Habibi's around. They're going to call the evacuation for the side of VN. They're going to try and catch out Chelsea, but he's going to be able to get himself on. No, he doesn't. He face shifts in. O'Malley comes in, and they manage to clear out Chelsea, and Odu also getting himself out of there, but Chelsea, he got caught completely. I thought the face shift actually got him out.
ACG, man, he threw the Sunstrike exactly where he knew the puck was going to blink to. He instantly knew exactly where that puck was going, and really good play from him there. And this frees up the high ground. And another big thing is Phalanx has Ags. These Serpent Wars do a tremendous amount of damage as they do bounce off of the building. But
O2 jumps in epicenter. Yours has been used out. Smoke comes down. Boat comes in. O'Malley taking a chunk of damage. Uses Stampede. Tricks of the Trade being used out. They're going to try and bring down Strike. They do. Phalanx doing a huge amount of damage. AC drops as well. And now O'Malley been TPing himself out of there. And now they're going to see if they can find more. Bob Yours, this will be big. Gem will be on the deck when that happens. Pick up the gem, Mr. Habibi. That is your enemy, and they do. They defend. Once they had lost the Chelsea, I think he actually had to buy back there. But the boys of Ian defend. They only lose. Oh wow. Chelsea takes down Conspiracy. They lose the one lane of Rax. And the Rangers are down one. Well, at least the melee still stands, so that's going to be able to regen for a bit. But still quite a chunk of damage being done. A lot of the structural damage has been done by APG.
Man, if they got the melee racks there, I would say would have been a far better exchange. But Energy doing a very good job at defending the high ground, bringing down that Aegis very early on like that is all right for them. They're actually going to go straight for the high ground now, force buybacks potentially.
Well, 300 HP left on the melee racks in the bottom. Would have been a big win for the side of APG if they got that. And they've turned things around. They're going to try and force back one or two buybacks if they can. That would be a win for them. They're going to use out the glyph. Phalanx is back in one. He's available. Conspiracy has buyback. ACG does buyback now. Going to come try and defend. Tier 3 does go down. O'Malley in the vicinity. He's popped down the Plague Wards. Going to force staff himself out. EMP used as well as Tornado. Can they defend long enough so they don't have to use the buyback on Conspiracy? Bob Yours is going to be back in 1 second. So I think the window for pushing up high ground has just closed. And Ian going to have to back themselves out of there.
Yeah, Energy is still going to be very happy with this. They forced the buyback on the Invoker. They traded. Yes, they had to trade a Rax, but it was only a range Rax. The melee Rax is going to heal up over time, and they managed to find themselves a tier 3 tower. This opens up the shrines for them to pick up. So I think that trade, they are very happy. Like I said, they also managed to bring down the Aegis previously. But yeah, they'll be happy. Again, they still need to be concerned, though, because Phalanx has got Ags. They can't really give any sort of space to APG, because if they just get close to your high ground, they're going to do a very significant amount of damage to any sort of high ground structures.
You almost need to take fights out of the base, because if you get Phalanx anywhere near the base, you are going to suffer. I mean, Phalanx, I can imagine he's on the headset with his boys and he's saying, listen lads, you just create a path straight to the base. I'm going to drop the wards and then we get out of there.
Yeah.
And that is essentially probably what the play is going to be, or at least keep the side of EM busy long enough for those wards to actually do the structural damage that is needed. And I potentially would even say go refresh on Phalanx, and that's the way they can break down into Ian's base.
Yeah, Energy doing the right thing, but the wrong way. As they do 5-man smoke, they want to hunt. Like we said, they want to take these fights outside of base.
Well, both of them are doing the wrong thing, Mr. Scarby.
Yeah, mirroring each other once again. So I think this favors actually APG a little bit, because like we wanted to say, they want to take the fight at their opponent's base, whereas Energy want to catch him outside. So they're actually going to be pushing out this bot lane, realizing, okay, this melee Rax is taking damage, is healing up. Let's try and shut it down very quickly. They do have the Serpent Wards online. But yeah, it seems like they just can't find each other. And
well, this is going to work out really well for APG, because ACG's shown himself in lane. They're going to clear this wave. The boys from Ian need to get back into base. TP's available on pretty much everyone except Mr. Odu. Doesn't have a TP there. X marks the spot, used on himself, jumps in there, and he gets a kill! He gets the kill! Phalanx doesn't even manage to drop down the wards. He was trying to just use X marks the spot, and Bob Yules let his teammate die. They jump in. That is the call. And Melly, he's going to be the next one on the hit list. He gets brought down as well. Phalanx feeling like an absolute outplay from the side of EN, and being brought down before being able to get the ward. That was, I don't know what to say.
I don't know, he just...
X marks, they just wanted to run Phalanx in, drop the wards, and then bring him back.
Yeah.
Couldn't even happen.
Yeah, he just got deleted from the game.
Yeah,
So,
let's take a look at that. That must have been a bash first strikeout.
here's my analytical perspective. Pop.
Pop, what, 562 with strike there,
Oh,
opening up
man.
with the Silver's Edge. That was massive, absolutely needed. This is going to put the side of APG on the back foot. They do have buyback. The question is, do they want to use it? They're going to have to, and Ian are going to try and force it out. Chosen One doing a world of hurt. He's got himself the Abyssal, got himself the BKB, as well as an MKB. So he's hitting like an absolute monster at the moment. He's got himself the B-Fly busy loaded up. Sunstrike comes down, splits between three, so hardly doing any damage to the side of Ian. And I mean, maybe they'd wait for the next objective, which will be in the next
1 second. Yeah.
Boom, respawn, baby. And Habibi, he notifies it, finds it out, and
so
it has just been confirmed that the kill on Phalanx took 2 hits. The boys up at the desk confirmed it, ladies and gents. If there was money riding on that bet, it was 2 hits to bring down Phalanx.
Yeah, so Roshan now, this is a pretty big objective for them. This is going to mean they can secure high ground. They want to find Roshan and then maybe push up their bot lane and look for that high ground initiation. Potentially maybe catch a smoke, but they need to make sure that there's no way that Phalanx is dropping wards down at their base. And I mean, yeah, we saw how capable they are of doing that, so they're going to have to try and do something here. Do they have a smoke, actually? Yes, they do. They're going to smoke up and see if they can wrap around and find something.
Well, they're actually going in the wrong direction. They're actually making their way to the top part of the map, while the side of APG is sitting in the bot lane. They're actually going to TP themselves out of there. While Bob Buell's does happening in the bot lane here, Phalanx, you know what they're going to try and do? They're going to try and split push and let Phalanx push out by himself so that they can actually take down this lane of Rax. They've put Chosen One here in the bot lane. His Forge Spirit's going to try and do a little bit of chip damage here to the melee, but it does regen. So it is going to be able to be full HP by the time they're trying to throw out those shenanigans. Habibi might smell a little bit of a rat going on here, so he's going to try and see if he can actually find something. And it's going to be super interesting here if he does.
Yeah, so I think one of the bigger things is that they're buying a little bit of extra time the side of APG. They're doing a pretty good job at that. And it seems like the side of Energy, they sort of trying to find themselves the perfect scenario before they do overextend for an objective. There's cheese that has been picked up by the PA as well as them having the Aegis on hand. So we'll see what comes of that, as both teams seem to be stagnant, and APG, they'll be happy with this. The more time they can buy, the better. I like this ward placement here, sort of the Tinker ward in the top lane here.
So they are ready and prepared for any shenanigans. It seems that they need to actually mirror the same kind of warding for this sneaky little Russian. He's sitting here in the sidelines. Now, what he's probably going to wait to do is wait for them to push out, and then Phalanx is going to commit his life to dropping down that melee set of racks.
Yeah, so this is sort of to catch out Puck, because he's been doing most of the split pushing for the forward of the side of Energy. So if they can, that'll be really nice for them. But again, APG, they'll be happy as long as they don't make any sort of negative trades. They can sort of hold the high ground. But again, the clock is ticking for this Huskar. He is going for some damage items, so he's still going to scale a little bit better. He does have the Assault Curious, which is going to help his team, but sooner or later, they need to make some sort of an action, or they're going to have to rely heavily on the Invoker to sort of make the big plays.
Explain her interaction to me. Now, we've got the Lotus Orb up onto Odu, the SK. What happens when Lotus Orb is placed on an ally when Conspiracy, the Husker, jumps on that hero? What is her interaction?
Yeah, so you'll also jump on the hero, so you actually do take some damage yourself as well. So it's pretty interesting, but I think the Lotus Orb is going to be used more to sort of get rid of Cold Snap, to stop the Shadow Shaman of trying to hit you. I don't think they will really want the Husker to be losing more health and sort of dealing a lot more damage in these team fights to a certain individual, whoever it may be.
Well, gems are up on both teams. Mr. Bob Buells and Habibi got that reveal. They've got that detection. So Habibi going to have to play a little bit more carefully. Odu as well with that Sandstorm. Both teams kind of waiting for their next timings, and probably going to be on Chosen One trying to build up towards that Scotty and save for Barback as well. It does have a surplus at the moment. I think Aegis is down, if I recall. No, it is a lie. It is actually up on strike at the moment. So they are ready to rock and roll. What do you think they're waiting for? They're trying to split push it out?
I think they're still waiting, maybe if they can catch someone poking their head out, but they also want to make sure all their lanes are pushed out. Like we said, Phalanx can really punish you if you make that error, and I think he's walking around the stadium right now, because he's just, oh, there we go, he heard me, he's going to start moving. But yeah, he's cutting the waves, he's doing a pretty good job, and actually TP is coming in.
Oh, wow, here comes the punishment, boys. Here comes the hurt. The Yules comes in. Phalanx going to pay with his life. The silence is there. C1 going to try and close it out, and he does. A 1,449 crit. Thanks for coming. That is what APG are going to be dealing with now.
Yeah, when you got 50 health left and someone crits you for 1,400, you know you were supposed to die. But,
yeah, that was like guaranteed.
Yeah, so this is the opportunity they were waiting for. Now they know that Phalanx is down. Phalanx, he has got buyback, so he's more than likely going to be forced to use that. But top lane, it's actually Strike who's going to be brawling it out here with the Centaur, but it's also ACG that's come on through. He's thrown out the Tornado. This should be a catch, but they are going to have to trade high ground here, if anything. In fact, they're TPing out. They realize this.
Oh, wow. Strike almost trying to keep them back. Had nothing to stop them. They TP out. They're going to be able to defend the bot lane. And... wow, if you could have cancelled one or two of those TPs, that would have been absolutely fantastic. But the call was to actually get back. And but I think that was also a little bit of a misplay. The Stampede was used, but as the Stampede was used, we also had ACG using the Tornado, actually not letting Strike take that debuff as well.
Yeah, I think it was fine. Nothing really happened. Aegis is finished now, so APG had a very successful defense. They didn't lose too much. They still hold onto all their Raxes. As for their opponents, they have lost the range Rax that we saw a lot earlier. So they're going to have this constant pressure coming out in one of the lanes. Yes, it's just the range Rax. If it was the melee, it would have been a bigger concern. But for now, APG will just be looking for a way to get themselves close to their opponent's base, because that's where Phalanx can just absolutely demolish a base with his Serpent Wards.
Well, it looks like Ian needs to actually push out this bot lane to ensure that shenanigans doesn't happen from Phalanx. I think that when Phalanx went down, they kind of revealed the idea or the plan that they had was just to try and get close enough to drop down the wards and make that kind of play. But I kind of revealed it a little bit. They kind of said, listen, this is what we want to try and do, and revealed to Ian what's going to happen.
Yeah, so this side of Energy, they still feel okay because Odu's scaling pretty well. Habibi can scale pretty well. He is still the poorest individual on the field, which is quite surprising for a Ricky, but I suppose they have been keeping pretty good tabs on him. The PA, even though there is the Solar Crest on the opposing side, as well as the MKB going to be purchased up pretty soon on the Huskar, he's doing fine. We'll see how that MKB is going to pay off for the Huskar onto him, but for now, PA feels pretty confident going into these stages of the game. So I think Energy, they were all right with not getting any objectives with the Aegis, because they did pretty much wait it out, and I suppose there was a shot for them, and they rather took the safe play and backed themselves on out. So again, I think Roche is going to be a heavily concentrated area for the next couple of minutes.
Well, just having a look at the levels, because I'm looking at the graph, and it's almost teetered to 0, as most of the teams are on level 25, with the exception of Phalanx and Bob Yules, and with the exception of Habibi only sitting on level 21. Things are starting to level themselves out in terms of levels. It's starting to get to that point where it's now going to matter to become an issue of buybacks. Who has buyback, who's safe for buyback, and starting to get to those 7 slotted positions.
Yeah. Oh, Mally might be in a bit of a pickle here. He needs to get out. He gets hexed up on the top lane here. They're going to get the Dream Coil down on him. He's a tanky bugger to bring down, but they do have more than enough damage. And C1 will secure that one for himself.
1,400 crit damage. I don't think you're going to walk away from that.
Absolutely. So something else I want to touch on now that you're bringing up the level 25s. Puck did not opt to go for the plus 75% illusionary orb and distance. He went for the 420 GPM. Meme Lord Chelsea, but it's actually pretty viable. He managed to find the South Vice probably with that as well, so it's going to be very
He's
impactful.
He's going to buy moonshots for his entire team.
Yeah, he can do that. I mean,
that's what he's going to do. He's going to buy moonshots. Sargon, if you're listening to me, please drop us a stat of the accumulative team GPM for both teams. If you're here, let's see how this actually is going to affect the current GPM of both teams. It's going to be absolutely ridiculous if this is the type of play that we're going to see. Odu sitting in the mid lane, trying to see if he can spot out anything yet. Chelsea wrapping himself around. We may look at them trying to hold up a little bit of a defense. The big man himself is sitting here, waiting it to be disturbed. But it looks like the boys from EN may just try and keep these lanes pushed out for the moment.
Bot lane Phalanx. Oh, the Sparrow strikes off the mark, and Phalanx, he can TP out.
Oh,
there's
the Yules is there. Oh, Sunstrike coming down. The smoke has been dropped. Phalanx is not going to get out of there. Let's talk about it. I mean, Shackle's going to be good. Lotus all been brought out. 3 players for the side of Energy, making sure he goes nowhere. And once again, Phalanx, up to his no good nonsense, gets punished.
Yeah, so I think one of the big things that are happening now, all the BKBs are on very low cooldown. So the South of us on the puck is going to pay off big dividends. The PA is going to have to think twice about using his BKB preemptively, because he has to sort of use it preemptively. There is a halberd on the Centaur. If the Centaur manages to get close enough to him, halberd him up before he BKBs, then all of a sudden PA is doing nothing in these team fights. So, top lane.
Oh, here comes the X. BKP out. You're in trouble now, boys. Strike is here to fight and play. Coil being dropped down. ACG in a world of trouble. He gets brought down. O'Malley, he's in the side of the jungle trying to get found out. He's going to be able to blink forward. Habibi has got himself his own blink, trying to run forward. Can Odu find him out? He's sitting here in the side of the trees. Orb's not going to find out. O'Malley in the most perfect position. They are trying to hunt a slug, but he is in the perfect little hole, and they think that he's got an out. How O'Malley found that spot is beyond me, and that should have been one dead centaur. But that is what years and years of training and playing Dota does. It finds you those gaps, and it finds the opening here for the side of VN to try and knock to the top high ground of this tier 3. We get the buyback from ACG. O'Malley gets himself in there. 4-star send, doesn't find the stun, or rather finds the stun, but gets strike forced out. C1 jumps in, Hex out onto Conspiracy, can't do anything, has been diffused out as well. And seems like things have slowed down for a second, quite a bit of action. And don't have ulti available on strike just yet, out of mana for the moment. Let's take a quick look at buyback statuses, as this is what it's going to come down to. No buyback available for flanks just because it's short of cash, but ACG has no buybacks for the next 7 minutes 20. C1 getting a little bit of damage there from the Sunstrike. Conspiracy standing like a sentry, doesn't want to get these guys too close to the tower. And no shenanigans coming out from Phalanx as he's helping defend the top lane. I would have expected maybe some bot lane shenanigans from there. EN, GPM 222.92, APG 220 and 2051. So EN's definitely with a higher GPM, and they're trying to find the next target. Boat coming in, and it's not going to latch. Beautiful BKB from C1. He's going to be able to TP himself out of there, and no one goes down as the side of EN get themselves out of there.
Well, someone's going down, and it's the big guy, Roshan. And this was really nice for APG. They realized, okay, we chased them all back. We know they don't have TPs to come on in. Most of them are holding on to Booster Travel level 2, so they could TP onto a hero. But being that they forced them out, they're going to find this Roshan for themselves. This is very big for APG. This is going to give them a very good opportunity to get close to that high ground and potentially get those Serpent Wards down.
And they needed to put it on ACG. He has no buyback. O'Malley blinks out. They try to find O'Malley, and Habibi blinks forward, drops the smoke. The dagger comes in, tricks of the trade, burrow strike. O'Malley going to go down to the Abyssal as well. And now the big man himself, that huge amount of damage reduction is going to be a big hindrance here for the side of APG. He does have buyback. Do they force the fight? And the TPs come in. Godlike coming in for Chosen One. Phalanx being abused and used.
Yeah, so these Booster Travel 2 are paying off really big because of the split pushing attempts. And now that they've found 2 kills, even though there's Aegis up on the Invoker, they don't care. They're going to go for the high ground, see if they can maybe force out a buyback or 2. But this tower's pretty low. Any sort of offense coming from them here could potentially be the demise.
Well, they're going to jump on into Conspiracy in the mid lane. There comes out the South of us. Drop the coil. Conspiracy gets exploded. The smoke comes down. They're going to clear out the one lane of racks, or the one racks in the mid lane. And O'Malley bars back. Phalanx bars back. Conspiracy, he decides, not just yet, boys, see if he can make it happen. And the side of Ian trying to get out of there. Kind of did a little bit of a juke there, but O2's going in. The TP comes in. The Burrow strike's good. O'Malley, he's going to go down. That is a dieback, boys and girls. And Tornado comes in with the torrent. There's going to be no backup. Ian maybe tightening the noose here on the side of APG. They may just have fallen out of this game with Conspiracy not being able to get enough done, or rather the Husker falling off and the PA just hitting too hard.
3 buybacks and one of them being a dieback on top of that. This is a bit of a concern here for the side of APG, who have to now put up a great defense. If they do fail this one, it could be very costly. But Tornado, Torrent catching out the PA as well as Tornado, so they're trying to slow this down a little bit. But Energy are still looking interested in poking their head onto the high ground.
Do you know how hard this must be for Mally to be sitting behind his desk, watching what's going on and watching his team trying to defend? They jump in, deafening blast, the ship comes in, not going to do enough. Conspiracy's down. He's down for a long time. That was a buyback. Snakes have been dropped. And OCG trying to run away as C1 gets Lotus orbed up. Strike is actually fighting from the background. They're going to do a world of hurt here to Odie. Going to get netted up. He gets Jules out. Well, no, he gets... that is a Lotus orb. So there's Jules on top of him. There comes the torrent. Eventually, they brought him down. Absolutely confusing turn of events. Chosen One jumps in. Chelsea makes it out. Deafening Blast eventually does take down the puck. Instant buyback coming out from Mr. Odu. X marks the spot out onto the SK. Fighting under the Serpent Wards. Is it going to be enough? They do bring him down. And good old Bob Yules is done. ACG very low HP. Can Chosen One decide to jump back in and take him down? Jemmy's on the deck. And the grit to the face takes him down. 1,300 damage. And now potentially the Rex is open. Strike gets tornadoed up there. Has got Invis up and used. And Yule's going to keep ACG out of attack for the moment as the one melee Rex in the mid lane stands the test of times as the EN onslaught is eventually paused.
Yeah, so it's still pretty bad for APG. A lot of buybacks being forced out, and they did find multiple kills. I think Huskar's got no buyback. He was down. Unfortunately, they just don't really have an answer for sustain for themselves, and losing the Ricky as well as the puck, they decided the safe option was to back themselves in that. But right now, Energy are in the golden seat right now. 40k net worth lead just about. That is pretty comfortable for them, and it seems like APG maybe a bit of desperation here, pushing out these lanes as far as they can, but it's not a safe journey, friends.
Oh, look at this. Did you see it at the same time?
Also
we both saw it at exactly the same time. I mean, it comes to the point of the game where you just need to get as much damage out as what you can.
Yeah. Dagon's interesting, I think. I mean, it's going to help burst down the PA because the PA has now got a pretty big HP pool and his BKB's on 5 seconds, so they can sort of use it for that situation. Hibibi's being a nuisance with his now having 2 diffusal blades. Of course, he just wants the charges. It seems like they justify it as being worth their while, so I suppose it's pretty fair. But now APG desperation play, like I touched on, they don't have buybacks right now. This is a very scary movement for them, but they realize that this is do or die time, and they're going to look for this fight in the bot lane.
Well, here we go. The break does come out onto O'Malley. Tornado comes in. The good old Strike dancing in the air. The last airbender as the creeps for the side of APG or the Tires start making their way into EN. They're going to stop that onslaught as APG's hiding here on the sidelines, probably waiting for the O'Malley engage. Sunstrike trying to spot out the locations of where EN is at the moment. The all comes out. Odu jumps in, gets the burrow off, blinks back immediately, sending in the Forge Spirits, trying to reduce the armor there of that Rex. Tornado comes in, not going to find anyone. C1 throws out the dagger. Conspiracy, he's going to probably lead the charge. Sitting in the front lines, he does actually have the cheese. Odu comes in, gets the blink off. There comes the Hurricane Pike doing a little bit of damage there. Phalanx jumps in, drops down the Snake Ward. The face shift comes out from Puck. In the meantime, Conspiracy jumps in but uses the BKB up onto Chosen One. And that melee Rex taking a chunk of damage. They're going to blink out onto O'Malley on the sidelines. Chosen One finds Conspiracy. He's going to try and get himself out of there as ACG clears out their bottom melee racks. And now the fight is going to erupt. The epicenter comes in. They clean out Energy. Conspiracy is doing a world of damage. And Odu is doing what he can. We're going to lose Strike, very low HP. Habibi is down. Chosen One dead for the count, as well as Phalanx 2X marks the spots out in the field, as Lotus Orb is going to cause an absolute devastation to this team. Ultra kill coming out from ACG. Could they have it? Do they have it? Is this the part where they close out the game? Has EN just thrown where APG has pushed into the bottom ground? They're going to take down the tier 3 in the mid lane of Rax. Only buyback available for Strike and nothing left for EN. Do they watch their base be taken apart? They're doing it the old easy way. Is this going to be APG 0-1? Chelsea goes in there. Strike still inverts up. Going to get the break off. Uses the Hurricane Park. And he's going to try and right click down. Trying to defend the top lane of Rax. Is this the last stand? Conspiracy gets silenced out. Can't get much done. ACG got the BKB up and running. And Deafening Blast trying to force everyone back, but Strike got the BKB off. Not disarmed just yet. Conspiracy right-clicking, gets right-clicked down. He is down. ACG has Shadow walked up. Chelsea low HP, but he gets cleaned out. And Strike does manage to return the favor as Strike and Bob Yules, the only two team members to survive, as the mid lane of Rax has been opened here. And one tier 4 for the side of APG remain. Wow.
Man, their house was on fire there for a little while. The creep were beating away at these buildings at APG, but APG making a pretty decent trade there. They do find 2 sets of racks for themselves, but their base is also looking pretty bare right now. So they've got some defending to do. And the fact that there were just no buybacks on the side of Energy, and they're obviously identifying that, realizing multiple of them were on cooldown, was pretty scary.
Well, all things being equal, we are pretty much, I'd say APG's just a little bit further behind. They've lost.
Oh, look at Venom's bottom. Let's go.
Is it? Okay, shh.
Yeah, he's got to use this now. They're diving very deep. This is a do or die play, definitely.
All right, well, they go in, they get the bar back from ACG, and here comes the defense. This mid-tier 4 tower is super low. They're going to do it the more secure, safe way. They're going to push down this bottom lane of Rax. They got Conspiracy down for another 13 seconds. Sunstrike is there, and C1 it does get definitely blasted out. He's been disarmed, as Strike is just going to go ahead and try and right click down this tower, doing a world of hurts. Takes that down pretty easy. O2 gets the blink in, blinks, the Burrow Strike in, blinks out immediately after that. And again, the side of APG managed to defend that. Conspiracy's alive, and they're going to reset for the moment, potentially wait for this old man to come back. And as they do that, Mr. Habibi is going to make himself present in that area. Dude, we've got a big item up here. Sunstrike comes out from ACG trying to see what's going to happen. Now, let us not forget, this is game 1 of a best of 3 where APG and EN have been slogging through this morning. They had to get through BVD, APG had to get through BVD, EN had to get through Pulse, and by no means were they easy games. They both went to the best of 3s, and now taking this game to a 77-minute game with no victor in sight just yet. I mean, this is absolutely crazy.
Yeah, this is a pretty good position, I suppose, for Energy. They do a lot of damage. If they do win a fight, they're going to get ahead. And now Chosen One, his buyback is going to be off cooldown. It was on cooldown in the previous one. That's why he wasn't able to buy back for that high ground defense. But this time, it will be up. So if they do attempt something, he can definitely get himself back into this game. Now, they're going to pick up Roshan. More than likely, one a bit on Strike. Yes, they're always going to actually swap that out for his DKB, which is a pretty fair exchange there for him. Meanwhile, Ali going to try to push out the top lane and probably maybe try and get Phalanx to follow him and try and get those Serpent Wards down to get Megas. But the side of Energy are going to have none of that. They definitely want to go and try and shut this game down as soon as possible, as they do have that rapier.
Oh, Odu jumps in. The TP's come in. The Stampede's going to be used up, but the call going to hold the melee in place. C1 jumps in. Crit for 1-6. And devastation. You know what? If you can't get an Underlord on your team, bar BOTs too, and it will not matter.
Yeah, so another big item is this Bloodthorn here on the PA. So his crits, he's just going to be constantly throwing out pretty big crits in the upcoming team fights. They're now going to try to push out this top lane. Is there buyback on the Centaur? Yes, he does have. So he can potentially be back in this team fight. And a buyback on him, if they can secure a kill and get that rapier out of the hands of Strike, it will definitely be worth their while. But they're going to see if that opportunity arises first.
They've got to fight through an Aegis. They've got to fight through BKB before they can get that rapier from Strike. So, I mean, we've got Ian with a advantage of around about 35,000 gold. It was at 1.45, but still APG hold on. They still not relentless. They still not allowing Ian into the base. This has been ridiculous. I mean, these boys have been fighting non-stop.
Yeah, absolutely. So it seems like Energy, they're going to go back and sort of do some tidying up work here as the lanes have pushed in. Of course, there is a Rax down in the bot lane, whereas the Rax is still up on the opposing side. So this lane will constantly push in, and on the other hand, the top lane will do the same thing for the opposing side of APG. So, I mean, both teams got to sort of keep a good eye on where their lanes are, because I would love to see a throne race here. That would be really entertaining, yeah. But, I mean, you don't really want to race against a rapier, so I feel like APG will definitely TP back if they see that coming to fruition. So
they've also got less structures in front of the APG throne.
Yeah.
They've got a half a tier 4. I mean, that is what, like 3 hits from Strike, and the tower could literally be brought down. It's got a lot of armor, so maybe a little bit more. But seriously, the tower is going to go down really, really quickly.
Yeah, like you say, there's just no barrier anymore for this, for the Ancient. And Energy, they're setting themselves up potentially to secure this rack. Seems like they want to get those megas online, which will be pretty big for them. There is a gem online here for Habibi, so he'll be able to just clear out these wards wherever he does see them. But Energy grouping up, looking to potentially take a high ground fight here.
Well, it looks like Ian wants to be the aggressors. They're going to try and break into this. So hold on to your hats, ladies and gents. This could be the moment where Ian send home APG. There comes in the blink. They're going to find ACG. They're going to drop the smoke. Tricks of the trades going to be used out. Odu's going to hit the deck with that Dagon coming out. And now the coil being dropped down onto 3. Felix throwing out the Ether Shock. While this is all happening, they've already cleared out the 1 lane of Rex. O'Malley trying to do the defenses. As that all happens, Ian, they back off once again. Oh! Sunstrike from ACG across the map. Just missed that, but Gem is on the deck.
Yeah, that's a pretty decent defense, but pretty cheeky play there from Odu. He just dives in, he's like, kill me, and Venno just runs up the hill and just takes the racks. So one more little structure standing in the way of those giant creep 2 whilst they were in. But the fact that they got 2 kills here is pretty big for them. However, both do have buybacks, so it will be a 5v5 fight if they opt to go for the base. And
Phalanx just got caught out by the hit squad, Chelsea and Strike.
Cool.
Oh, wow. Do they actually TP back? They could actually
They
base.
have to. I think they have to here. They're not going to win the race. They didn't have the Venno with them, so this race would go very poorly for them, and also put the Venno at high risk.
Okay, well, Chelsea is trying to jump in there. Chosen One jumping onto ACG. The boat comes in, not going to land onto anyone. ACG does BKB out. Definitely Blast being used out. C1 being disarmed. And now O'Malley trying to right-click down the racks as good old Ricky Maru has been disarmed out. Going to throw out Tricks of the Trade. Hurricane Park used out onto Strike. Trying to bring down Conspiracy. They do. 3 down for the side of APG. This could very well be GG if they TP into the main base. The creeps are doing the work here on the tier 4. There's no one left on the side of here, and they have to buy back just to defend the throne. This is a disaster for APG, pushing in while top lane was doing its work.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's exactly the trade that I was talking about. As soon as you sort of leave your base, you know that the top lane is going to push in if you are APG, and the bot lane will be pushing in if you're Energy. So I think APG, it's sort of desperation plays. They know they're playing into a Rapier. Aegis, actually, the Aegis is down now, so it's only a Cheese and Rapier. So this is a scary sort of situation for them to be continuing with the Bobules. Just cheeky, walks down, Dagons him, puts himself in a peculiar position, but they can go through backdoor. Backdoor for what? As this should be an easy one for Strike to bring down, and no real response coming out from APG. Big problems here for them.
Yeah, Megas are on the deck. Tier 4's open. ACG is down. This is a 4-man defense from APG. Could this be the first game going to EN, going to send us to another game after this? The Gunsu comes out, going to sheep out Oju. The coil comes down, Sien wrecking faces. Bob Yules runs back into the base, Poke going to do nothing. Conspiracy gets stunned out. Oju getting the stun off onto Bob Yules. The poison from Strike coming out, cleans it out with a big shot from Strike. The Divine doing its work. The throne is down. EN take game 1 of this amazing 84-minute game. Oh my gosh, that was ridiculous.
Yeah, so we see a rapier get picked up. What more could we ask for? I mean, we said we were going to see a real fist fight from these two teams, and we did. We saw that exactly in this game. So I'm really keen to see how this is going to evolve going forward.
Well, ladies and gents, for those of you in the stand, go grab a drink really quickly. We'll see you shortly for game number 2. To Gareth on stage.
Well, Gareth has suddenly suffered from multiple personality disorder, and he is now split into 3 people, myself, Wilson, XXL, Snare next to me, and the lovely Lady Succubus. Well, that was one hell of a game. Similar to, actually, the first best of 3 we enjoyed earlier today, right this morning.
It's basically been the trend of the entire day. Just super long game 1, shorter game 2, and then stomp game 3. So
almost playing it as if it were the final, the one to win the 500,000 rand.
I mean, you could see the players after that game, how animated they were, how happy they were about how well that went. Even APG, who lost, they were laughing. They were like, come on. It's like 90 minutes into the game.
I think they may have been laughing at the appearance of a divine rapier.
No, I think it was to be expected at some point in that game, to be honest. It's just, I thought, I'm like, it's game now, it's game. Like Invoker said, it's game. He's like, no, it's fine. They've got 2 buybacks. I'm like, no, it has to be game now. I mean, the main guy that was preventing the push is dead. Like, there's no deafening blast, there's no tornadoes, no impedes, there's no, the Dagon. There's nothing they can do now. With Invoker dead, it was game. It's literally 1 relay racks away from Mega Creeps, and then
you know, it was weird how this game, once again, Energy 40,000 gold lead, right? And it actually didn't matter at all. Like, they were both sides were playing as if the game was dead even, because it was. And that's what happens in the late. That's why late game Dota is so exciting, because it resets the game. It all comes down to individual decisions. Who has buyback, who doesn't have buyback, how many seconds left on your BKB, like where's your gem, how many TPs you have available, how your waves are pushed out. It's just so many weird things happen in the late game that it becomes impossible to predict, even for the teams. So it's all, you can see both teams are surprised that you win the late game. You're like, oh, great, awesome. But now we have to do it again.
Yep, definitely. They're going to have to do it all over again, irrespective of either side. APG, they obviously lost this one, but there was a glimmer of hope right at the end there.
Yeah, and to some degree, yes. But like, as Snea said as well, I mean, we saw the whole game throughout. It was pretty much even. And I was like, well, when you're trading even with a Huskar, it's not why you pick a Huskar. Yeah. So I'm like, well, it started going from 1K to 1K on that side, depending on who won the team fights. And then it started on one stage where Energy was like 27K ahead, and I'm like, yeah. I'm like, Energy's going to win now. And again, they pulled it back somehow, APG. It was just like, okay, how's this happening from 27K net worth to, you know, it not mattering anymore? And that was still when it was relevant. Then it got to the super late game where, as we said before, even in the previous best of threes, when it's becoming the long game, when you get to a certain point, net worth doesn't matter anymore. It's your buybacks that count. And that's what it came to. I mean, this PA, I mean, the Centaur Warrener, she got a crit on him, RNG crit for like over 2,000. I was like, yeah. Basically made Centaur look like a creep. And I mean, this PA, this is why I love to see her, but I also used to hate playing against her. But she just deals with heroes like Huskar, like Centaur, those heroes so well, because if she gets that RNG crit on you. And I respect Flanks as well for what he was doing, creating space, like we were speaking about as well. Yet it would be more effective with a blink dagger, you know, him blinking into the tree line, trying to put those plague wards down. Plague wards, this open wards on, sneak his way forward. But problem is he had the force up, which they really relied on in the early game. So every time he would try, he would break trees, but it also forced Energy to keep coming back and dealing with this stupid Shadow Shaman. So it really did prolong the game.
Space, like I said, that glimmer of hope possibly could have been that moment when they managed to win that fight at bottom racks. They had the opportunity to go for throne instead of going for mid racks and then top. Do you think that was the wise decision, going for that mid-rax rather than going for the end of the game?
In retrospect, yeah, because I also, like at the time when I was looking at it, I was like, you could possibly win the game right now. But they knew for a fact that that Energy had at least one buyback, and they definitely had the fortifier. So if you go for the throne, right, you'll definitely take a tier 4 tower. You'll get through the second one, maybe. But by the time you're attacking the Ancient, you'll be so close to a respawn that one of them can buy back the fortifier, and then you lose the fight. And then you potentially haven't gotten a laner rax, and you're already double rax down. So you have to try and do something to equalize the game at that point because you're losing. And I think the interesting thing was how, like, they kept, as they were pushing throughout the game on the side of APG, they tried to do what Energy did to win the game beforehand, like rush in, drop Rust wards, and then get out, and just do this very slowly. And they did that successfully on the bottom lane, but Energy, having just played with the strat, knew how to defend against it, knew how to deal with it, was able to stop them. So you had to,
they just rolled the dice, and suddenly crits came.
Oh, my hat goes off to Flanks, like I said, because he prolonged the game by doing that. It's kind of it's almost the same type vibe that Santo was pulling off with the Nyx Assassin on the first day. Suicide, cool. I gain two things: information, and they have to deal with me and TP back, and then it puts them, well, for them in this situation, it prolonged the game for them to the point where they could try get some items to defend, then Invoker get absolutely, like, his ACG was huge on that Invoker.
There was one point where I actually thought that Energy was going to lose, just after the MKB got picked up on the Husker, right?
Yeah.
Like, Conspiracy went in, right? And then you could see Chosen One was like, whatever, he's been killing this Husker this entire time. Then he died in like 5 hits, and he was like, wow, okay, they wasn't expecting this. So I thought off of that, they could have maybe snowballed to victory, but Ian was able to control themselves, compose themselves, and like take the game a lot slower.
Yeah.
Like they started playing around the Husker. They never allowed PA to actually directly challenge
controlling
them.
the pace of the game, making sure that it is a slow game so that the Husker can't stop.
Yeah. And I'm pretty sure that if you told APG before this game you're going to be playing 90 minutes, right, they would not have picked Husker.
No, not a chance. Nobody ever picks a Husker is expecting to win or even come close to winning a 90-minute game. But it did happen. The other question, the follow-up as a result, is this the best APG can bring? I don't think so.
No, I don't think so, but they definitely, pitched up and played, because, I mean, this is a different APG that we've seen the entire tournament so far. Like, yeah, they did well against Bravado, but they kind of did it with the anti-mage, so we kind of want to go there. Yeah, but this game, they really did prove themselves, and like I said, I commend Flanks, because he prolonged the game to get ACG to get those ridiculous items up. Like, get the whole game reset, so they can think, okay, well, we haven't got the late game draft, what are we going to do here? And they almost won. Like, APG, literally, they were this close from winning. This close.
What's kind of concerning for me, though, is for Energy, all the games they've lost today have been in situations, with the exception of game 1, they've been playing these really long games, but they've been mostly winning their drafts. So that for me is a little bit concerning, because you would normally expect that a good enough draft win will translate into a very easy game win, and that hasn't necessarily materialized for them just yet. So what happens when they go up against a team who will draft or even outdraft them? If they get outdrafted, what's going to be the situation? And we saw in game 1 when they played earlier today, I think they kind of lost that draft, but they were also able to extend the game super long. So what happens if they really are outdrafted?
Yes.
Then we don't know exactly what's going to happen.
It's going to be a challenge, that's for sure. And there is a challenge out there in the crowd. And his name is Ryan, and he's gone looking around for some cosplayers. Let's see what he has to say.
So we're here at day 2 at EGE at the Cape Town ICC, and with me here is Ansel. So can you tell the audience quickly about your character, who you're playing, and yeah, let's start with that.
Okay, so I'm cosplaying Harajuku Ni from the game Smite by Hi-Ray Studios, and it's like a kawaii skin that they've created, and I'm doing it along with Combo Kitten. She's doing kawaii Papa Stet. So we're like a little set today.
Very cool.
Yeah.
I have a couple of gaming questions, and I'm going to refer to my phone. No pressure, no pressure.
Okay.
All right, so who is the main character in the first 3 titles of Mass Effect?
Commander Shepard.
Very good.
Mass Effect.
So do I, by the way. Yeah. So which company owns the PlayStation console?
Sony.
Very good.
I'm so scared this is a trick question. Okay, yeah.
Rockstar's most popular title is GTA.
Yeah.
What is GTA short for?
Grand Theft Auto.
Very good. And last question, how many unique game titles are available to join a league or tournament for a VS Gaming's website?
I don't know.
The answer is 13, so I'm going to ask you one more question. Okay. What does VS stand for in VS Gaming?
Versus?
That's right. And the other?
I don't know.
Virtual sports. But very good. It is versus. Very well done. Yeah. Where can people get in touch with you or follow you on Facebook or Twitter, or what are your sort of platforms that you use?
So my cosplay handle is Baka Sakura Cosplay. And I'm on Facebook, I am on Twitter, and I'm on Instagram. You can search for I am Baka Sakura.
Very cool. Well, there you have it. And so thank you very much again, and best of luck for the rest of the day, and hope you have fun.
Thank you so much.
Awesome, guys.
Yeah.
Have a good one.
Great work there, Ryan, getting out of your comfort zone with the cosplayers. I'm here with Venka, one of the guys we put out of the crowd, who's been having a great time, it seems. Like, that's how we noticed you. Not only the full red outfit, but you seem to be having a great time. You really enjoying the matches so far?
Yes, I am. I've been watching Dota and playing Dota for about maybe 3 or 4 years, so I'm still a bit of a potato, as they call it. A lot more pro players inside there, but really enjoying the atmosphere. I've had a beer, craft beer, so big ups to Cape Town craft beer. It's good. I'm enjoying it.
Are you supporting any particular team?
Well, I'm a bit of a in the middle kind of a guy, but at the moment, because Energy is playing, I'll play. I'll say they'll win. I hope they win. I'm holding thumbs that they do. Yeah.
So, what is your favorite hero?
Anti-mage.
Okay, I want to give you a prize, but I can't just give you just for asking questions like that. I'm going to give you a bit of a quiz question then on your favorite hero. So a stat came up earlier on Anti-Mage's win rate. He's had 3 games. How many times has he won today?
100%?
Of course, he's Anti-Mage, 100%. Well done. So congrats, Venka. We will have a prize for you, but we're going to throw over to the panel now.
Welcome back, and I believe the draft is already well underway, so we will be cutting over to that in the next few seconds. In the interim, though, is there anything you'd like to see come out that is different from either side?
Anti-mage more.
Well,
Honestly, 5 anti-mages. That would be different, and that would be great.
5 anti-mages.
Yeah,
I'm not sure the game permits for that.
Sadly. That's the only flaw in Dota.
Succubus?
No anti-mage, please. I don't want to see another Rice game.
Some people like Rice.
What about Alchemist?
I tell you what, why don't we wait and see as we go into the draft? Right, so there's a little bit of rice farming suggested. I'm not sure the players will agree.
So probably
especially
not
with the Knicks ban.
I'm pretty sure they're all tired by now, right? You don't want to.
You want an aggressive
home.
draft, right?
Yeah.
You want to win the game in 20 minutes so you can move on. I mean, these players have been playing. Let's think about it. 6-7 hours in a row now.
Yeah.
They have to be tired.
Certainly, the side of Energy is going to be feeling a fair amount of fatigue.
Yep, playing hour-long games in a row. It's pretty tiring.
First game was 112 minutes. Second
Yeah.
one was, correct me if I'm wrong, just over 30.
No, it was like 40-something.
It was 40-something.
Look, if you want to win a game,
those two alone.
If you want to win a game, you pick an anti-mage, of course. I mean, you secure your early game, and you definitely secure the late game with an anti-mage. There are ways of dealing with them, though. South Africans are not very good at dealing with an anti-mage. That's the only difference.
You know what's been really surprising for me this tournament?
Yes.
Oh, God. Coddle gets
Here
it.
it comes.
All right, this is like an auto-win. Like, this hero's super good. But what's been really strange for me is how Shadow Shaman's been getting through most of the time, right? And ostensibly, this is a hero that allows you to win via pushing very early on. But every game, that we've seen with Rasta this tournament has been super long. So, I don't know, maybe you need to find other answers to push with. Keeper of the Light is a really great option, though, for Energy eSports.
Okay.
Well, now we have our Odu and Chelsea heroes as well.
He's been banned every single game. This is the first time we get to see him on the field. Why are they so afraid of this hero?
So it makes your laning phase super powerful.
But he's easily countered by a Night
Yeah,
Stalker.
this is also why Night Stalker keeps getting banned. Like, so what kept happening, Coddle got picked all the time, and then Night Stalker started being picked as the counter. Then both just got banned out. But the thing about Coddle, firstly, it allows your laning phase to be super powerful with that chakra magic. So your offlane or carry hero can continually spam out their spells.
Okay.
But more than that, you can't push into the lane. There's always constant illuminate blasts that are just bearing down
Or
on you.
blinding
This is a hero,
lights.
or blinding lights. You
Yeah.
can't fight.
So annoying.
You can't, and he gets early ags, which gives you a massive vision advantage, even more so than the Night Stalker. So, but Night Stalker is also, again, you press R and you negate half his advantage immediately, and you take away his heal potential, which he comes out with when he gets the Aghanim Scepter.
And some of the biggest disadvantages of having a Night Stalker is the vision game. I mean, your ward literally gives you nothing. Don't have any information on the map, which is it's terrible to play with, especially when in this type of Dota, the aggressive type of Dota that we see now in the current meta, vision is extremely important.
Maybe in some sense, APG also picked this to deny it away from energy. Because I
Yeah.
think that you can actually run Coddle Night Soccer. It's
You
not the worst thing in the world. You just have to go for like very stun-heavy position 1 and 2 heroes. And then they take away the push on the energy side, so they don't want to allow APG to run over them with this Rasta.
Do you perchance think that there's another way of building this Keeper of the Light, given that an Agadams is severely hampered by the presence of the Night Stalk in the field?
Definitely.
Yeah, maybe buy like 4 Staff and then Glimmer Cape.
4 Staff, Glimmer Cape,
Basically,
Mix.
completely ignore the Agadams set.
Yeah, because
No,
I
you
mean,
don't, not completely. It's still, like the heal potential is still too good to like
Yeah.
completely ignore. But you just don't get it first.
it's just not.
Never
it's,
day.
it's just not as good.
Yeah.
If you didn't have a nice soccer, but there are
Okay.
other ways around it, like mechs, 4 staffs, that type of thing. You could
Sure.
be that hero, but seeing as he's probably going to be an Odoo hero, the position 5, I don't think he's going to be the one to build that. But yeah, there are ways around it. It doesn't mean Agnams is trash now just because there's a Night Stalker. Like
Personally,
you
I
said,
think one of the reasons to get Ags is beyond the heal, just to get that recoil ability like, constantly across the map is super good.
Constantly you ulti, constantly.
Yeah.
So you always have a blinding light, you always have a recall. It's just, it's still, Agnams is still good. It's not as good, sure, but it's still viable enough to pick up. Maybe not rush it, but
I think the rationale mostly behind picking up the Kotl is as a substitute to what we've been seeing with the high agility across the map, where movement is key.
Yeah.
Being able to jump from one side of the map easily without expending too many resources is absolutely essential. Keeper of the Light does assist in that in the form of his recall, as you correctly mentioned. So
Yeah.
let's see what the third pick is. It's another Clockwork.
Yeah, so this
O'Malley's
is...
going to be sad.
No O'Malley Clockwork, unfortunately, unless they swap teams.
Yeah.
Suddenly in the game.
I
This
just wanna
is a
see it.
problem for Night Stalker though, because
Yeah.
like very often what you want to be able to do when you pick a hero like this, you don't want to be in a situation where your team is the one that can be counter-initiated on.
Yeah.
So you want to be able to like dive into a lane, silence somebody, slow them, get the kill. But the support Clockwork can put a cog in those plans.
he can fly over them.
I mean, no, he actually gets pushed back. Like if you try to fly directly over.
Oh yeah,
them.
true.
Yeah.
True.
So it's
But
like it's a rough situation.
It is a rough situation, but it's kind of like,
Look at this cosmetic that they have on APG for this Night Stalker. It looks like he's cosplaying something. I don't know.
he's kind of like half an Iron
Maybe
Man.
we should ask Ryan to interview.
Oh no, shame.
So, because Earthshake is apparently not a hero this patch, and in this tournament, Sand King's banned out. No one's picked Warlock since in quite
No,
some
I mean,
time.
We've only seen the
Oh,
Earthshaker
Underlord,
twice,
right.
literally twice.
I'm actually really surprised we've only seen that hero twice. So with this Underlord coming out, it does mean that they are going to be trying to like negate some of the push potential coming out from EN. They're going to try and solidify their lanes. I think they realize that the answer to be able to deal with EN is stop their lane potential. Very often we see that EN tends to make the most amount of mistakes in the mid game. So if you can get there relatively in one piece without being too far behind, you still have a good shot at beating this team.
Yes. No, they can definitely with the draft that they have currently. It's just, for me, Underlord is one of those heroes that tend to become very underwhelming. Yes, he's extremely hard to kill, but it hasn't made what can I say, like the biggest impact so far in this tournament. I mean, there was one game where it was, amazing, but without much follow-up. Underlord really is not the greatest of heroes. Look, he's still amazing with the Fire Blast, obviously the aura, the free Uber taxi in the form of his
Just
ulti.
get the Uber.
Just the Uber Lord, yeah. No, but also the Pit of Malice is amazing for some lockdown. And the fact that it's also a root, not a stun, is also a benefit. But I just feel like there's other heroes that can accomplish that, plus a lot more.
You know what's really good against Pitlord actually in the laning phase? If they pick Weaver, they won't,
Yeah.
but
It
it
is
would be
good.
really good.
It
It's
is
also
good.
like a hero that can combo very well with the Cuddle. They could even go Cuddle Bristleback here and just like try to force the Underlord out of the lane and then get like a super hard carry for the mid lane.
Oh,
Necroforce. All right.
how did I
this
know that
is
was
really
going to
good.
happen?
Great versus Night Stalker, very great versus the Underlord as well.
They did leave him in the pool.
Yeah. This is the first time it hasn't been banned actually in the last 5-6 games.
It's been banned a lot.
Yeah.
For many games.
I'm surprised it got through. Well, a lot of things have gotten through that we haven't seen. I mean, we got the Cuddle, we've got the Night Stalker, and now the Necro as well.
I think what they need to do, like, to try and answer this Necroforce, because so far they don't have a lot of control so far on APG, but they don't actually have magical burst, and I think that's what they're trying to lean into. So get your magical burst for your mid hero, and then go physical later. So yeah, there's your magic burst. You get Queen of Pain, a hero that will definitely beat out the Necroforce in the mid lane, and it'll like dissuade Ian from going for the full ghost shot build on this hero? Because you know how much you'll just basically melt immediately
You'll
to Queen of
die.
Pain.
I mean, if she maxes Shadow Strike and you do the whole ghost shot, I mean, there's no point.
Yeah.
There really isn't. Queen of Pain is great against this, but I mean, Necro, he just needs 1 or 2 good ultis, man. He really does.
Down goes the Juggernaut, however.
Yeah.
Succubus, any particular thoughts why specifically that hero had to go for the side of Aperture Gaming? Is it a comfort pick?
I wouldn't say a comfort pick. I mean, Conspiracy's comfort pick so far. I mean, he's good on the jug, but he's more leaned towards the voids, the anti-mages, that type of thing. So he's
Void is still available.
It is still available, and it actually wouldn't be too bad here if you think about it.
I don't know, like it feels like Void gets crushed versus Necro. Like you can't
If you trap him, maybe. But I mean, there's enough burst damage to take that Necro down easily with the Queen of Pain, with the Shadow Shaman. So if you can just...
I don't know, but like, because in this game they also have, so LC is pretty good against the Void, but also the Chakra, not the Chakra Magic, the Mana Leak coming out from the Keeper of the Light. When you put it onto the Faceless Void, he can't like jump away even when he takes damage, and Clockwork can like melt away all his mana. This one is one of the few carry heroes that needs a lot of mana to actually be relevant.
I feel like once Queen of Pain gets Lincolns and that thing, he would rather use that to negate the Lincolns of the Queen of Pain rather than use it on the Void.
Just buy Yules to negate
Maybe
the
buy
Lincolns,
Yules
it's
as well, but
fine.
it's just for me, like I feel like I don't think that
It could be what we
Jug
saw
would
yesterday.
be-
Was it? I think it was.
'Cause I
them
mean,
as well.
Necro's pretty good against Jug. Think about it.
I think it's what they did yesterday, didn't they? They ran Quap and Void.
Yeah,
and
they did.
There
Yeah.
there were periods of the game where people were just trying to control the Faceless Void, and Quap was able to run free, so they
Yeah.
could try and just bait them into a bad situation
Yeah.
to force them to go on this Faceless Void.
I feel like Void for them wouldn't be a bad idea here because they have won games with him in that situation before. But I mean, like Jug's good against.
Kind of looks like they're arranged by height, I've got to be honest. So maybe a Clinks fits in the bottom.
I think you just need a diffusal carrier. Somebody's going to buy that item to deal with the Necrophos, so it could be Clinks. Clinks can sometimes build that hero, but not but not really.
I don't think so. No.
Weaver can work out as well. Faceless Void builds the diffusal. Just anything that does build that item. You could even build it on Anti-Mage. Actually, this is not a bad Anti-Mage game at all. Once you get Ags or Lincoln Sphere, you're perfectly fine.
Yeah, and it's not banned, guys.
You'll make Lord Rushford happy.
He's a man of culture. He likes Anti-Mage.
He is.
And
here he comes.
Oh!
Troll Warlord.
Yeah, diffusal builder. So
Yeah.
this is going to be the Manta diffusal build for the Troll. He's going to just run in and try and bash up this Necrophos. It is kind of... Okay, so the weird thing with Troll, right? It's either very good versus the LC, because if you throw out the Blinding Light, LC basically does nothing and is forced to farm
Yeah,
with
but
just
that's
the press the attack.
That's if you get it.
If you get it,
Before
yes.
the fact.
If you get it.
Yeah.
But at the same time, Troll, like, it's so hard to lane versus Troll as Legion Commander. So probably Keeper of the Light is going to have to stick around. Either him or Clockwork is going to have to provide some assistance in the lane. So that means Energy needs to find a somewhat independent hero for Strike in the safe lane.
But
I
I
hope they
mean,
don't
if
go Gyro.
Chelsea gets a duel off onto the Troll Warlord while he's in ulti form,
I still feel
with
like
the blade
there's very little
mail,
answer to the
that Troll's
Necrophos
going to
as
melt.
the Anti-Mage does come down.
Yes.
Anti-Mage does come down.
I guess Lord Rushford will be having a party later.
All right, so we
Just
just
invite us.
We just saw them crush and demolish a Queen of Pain with Anti-Mage.
Yeah.
They can do it again, because this game they're only like, what, 2 stuns that can actually hurt Anti-Mage, and as long as he has Manta Star, they don't really affect him that much. Maybe he gets Lincoln Sphere as well, then Rasta's entirely useless. Yeah, I'm saying Energy. Energy 2-0.
All right, madam.
100% win rate, dude.
I know that you're slightly biased towards Ian. If we put that away for one moment,
it's not a big.
do you see any glimmer of hope for APG?
I'm not biased towards EN. Let's get that fact very straight.
Okay.
It's more the fact of the hero choices in general. It's the Legion Commander, it's the Necro, it's the Anti-Mage. It's just too much for one team to deal with, I think. And
fair enough.
I don't think a Troll outcarries an Anti-Mage.
No.
Sorry, it's not happening.
All right. Not a problem. So I guess the panel is unanimous, and EN is the favorite to win game 2, putting them at 2-0. We shall see if that comes to fruition, though, as the casters are ready for us and the game is underway. Over to you, Jumps.
Thank you, panel, Wilson, Snare, and Succubus, for bringing it back here. Game number 2 underway. Welcome back. Hope you got your refreshments, because we suspect some more shenanigans, some more rapiers, and the Reaper has come out to play.
Yeah, I don't think we want to see any more clowny players coming out with such sketchy things as rapiers. It's too high risk now. These guys are going home if they lose, you know.
This is on the line now for APG. just to put it in context, if APG do not win this game, they are going home, and it is going to be devastating for the team if they do. EN trying to seal out the win for themselves and take the series to a 2-0 victory for themselves. The game has started, and let's get ready to see who will be the victors of the series.
Yeah, I think APG can definitely take this to another game, for sure. I think they've got a plan. I think Troll can fight into Anti-Mage in a sense. If he catches him, they've got pretty good routes. So Anti-Mage might be forced into a BKB here. But like they said at the panel, it's an Anti-Mage, right? He farms so quickly. A Troll can't really out-carry him. He can maybe fight him, but he can't really out-carry the hero. So that's a major issue that they're going to have to keep a constant eye on. Chosen One's going to be playing over on that Anti-Mage as well. So
30 seconds.
That is something to note. It seems like a little bit of a role swap here. C1 on the Anti-Mage in the mid lane. It's going to be well. We've got Odu on the Kotl, I'd say the old man that likes the ladies, and then Strike going to be playing the Necrophos. He's going to be playing mid. So Strike and C1 swapped roles for this game. Let's see how it turns out for the boys. Chelsea going to be playing on the Legion Commander, one of those heroes that Chelsea's known for. And in the previous Masters LAN was one of those heroes that were so highly contested, and Chelsea definitely knows his way around this hero. Let's just finish up. We've got... last but not least, we have got Habibi going to be playing that clock, and I've seen him run it as a roamer before and can really get a lot of work done. But that rounds it up for the side of the Radiant and the heroes that will be playing respectively.
Yeah, going over to the Dio, Mali is going to be going into the safe lane. This is actually something I suspected. I spoke to you about it while the panel was talking, that they actually might want to go aggressively into this Anti-Mage, and this could really pay off. We can see Bobules and Phalanx actually roaming around you, and C1's going to realize that this is not a nice place to be. There is a dual lane up against O'Malley so they can punish him, but now rotations are coming down to the bot lane here for assistance because C1 is desperately going to require that. And yeah, so this tri-lane, Habibi and them are going to have a bit of a tough time. Conspiracy, Phalanx, as well as Bobules on respective heroes, Troll, the Shadow Shaman, as well as the Night Stalker, very aggressive heroes, pretty decent in the tri-lane. But if Habibi can get these cogs down constantly, it's going to slow down their impact by removing their mana. In the mid lane, ACG is going to be going up against Strike. This should favor the Queen of Pain, I do feel. And the 1v1 matchup, O'Malley is just going to sort of want to keep Chelsea at bay. That will be pretty much his task for this game.
So now I want to jump onto the bot lane here. We've got Kotl and the Night Stalker in the same game. Now, just explain to me the interaction between the Kotl and the Night Stalker, because the Kotl was picked up, and then immediately APG respond with picking up the Night Stalker. Now, Kotl does really well during the day with Night Stalker on the field. How does that affect the side of EN?
So I think this really negatively affects energy because Kotl is pretty hard countered by the Night Stalker because he can control the time of day once he hits level 6. And that can desperately punish the Keeper of the Light. So I think that it's an unfavorable trade, but it's also going to mean that the Kotl's more than likely going to be on that pos 5. He's more than likely not going to look for Ags, but Habibi doing some shenanigans. He might be in a bit of a pickle here, but actually first blood goes onto O'Malley.
Well, Chelsea picking up the kill there. I think O'Malley being a little bit overzealous, I'd imagine, as Habibi's just causing an absolute amount of nonsense here in the dire jungle. O'Malley TP straight back in. Don't actually know what the outcome was there. Anti-Mage, 100% win rate this weekend at the VS Gaming LAN at EGE. Can Chosen keep this success rate going? That is the question that will soon be answered.
Yeah, this is probably the game that could break the back of this Anti-Mage. Just this aggressive lane is pretty good here. It's slowing down C1's farm quite dramatically, but he's actually not doing too bad. I think Habibi's movements, they bought a lot of extra time for C1 to actually find a couple of last hits, and the supports are forced out. ACG's been forced back out of lane, in fact, so he's having a bit of a tough time in the mid lane, surprisingly.
Now, there's been a couple of changes to Night Stalker. For those of you that don't know, a couple of his skill sets on the Night Stalker has actually changed. It gives him, what, a 2-second flight ability. You'll be able to jump over cliffs, mountains, and makes him really good as a ganking hero.
They find another kill. Habibi coming in, finds level 2, battery assault, secures that kill over onto the Underlord. So O'Malley having a very difficult time in this matchup. I thought this will definitely favor the Legion, but he was meant to try and keep that Legion at bay, which is not working out in his favor by any means.
No, Chelsea level 4 already. O'Malley also level 4, got 2 deaths to his name already. Trying to farm out and trying to keep him zoned as much as he can. We'll keep an eye on that top lane a little bit longer because Chelsea doing some amazing work in the top lane.
Yeah, so it seems like 4 minutes is hit now, so the Night Stalker going to look for rotation, and they are going to find the Coddle. It is night time. Kill will be secured here by Phalanx with the Ether Shock. Habibi has to rotate on in, but it's going to be to no real avail. And yeah, this is one of those things, when it hits night time, you got to sort of be weary that the Night Stalker is more than likely going to look to utilize that to his advantage.
And Habibi's sitting in the sidelines here. Maybe they can try and find something. Phalanx got no clarity at up, and already a couple of kills on the board. As we said before, these two teams love brawling, love fighting, and going to make this a really interesting and action-packed game. I don't think either of these teams want to take it to the late game. Many of they've taken to a full round this time, and Habibi goes down. A lot of neutrals being there, but Bob Yules being able to clear that out without being denied by the creeps.
Yeah, so still they haven't traded up the lanes. Legion Commander's gone and found herself back in the off lane, going up against O'Malley, and O'Malley needs to be very careful because this is not favorable trades that he's taking. But again, the anti-mage is under constant pressure. He's still finding his last hits, but not as much as he would like. He's going to have a very late timing on that Battle Fury, and it's going to hurt. It's going to hurt the side of Energy quite hard.
Do you think there's enough time for the anti-mage to come back online? I mean, anti-mage, you get that Battle Fury up, jump into the jungle, stall the game out for about 20 minutes, and before you know it, he's come back with like almost a full inventory.
Yeah, so that will just be a mistake on the side of APG if they allow something like that. But actually, Conspiracy is under a bit of pressure here. BB gets the cogs as well as the battery assault. They get the cog kill, but a lot of damage burst from the Coddle, but it's not enough. And Phalanx will make sure that he has a safe escape.
That was super close, almost losing the troll wall, and that would have been a big pickup for the side of Ian if they got that to take place. The shrine actually being used up. It is now 6 minutes in, and looks like a little bit of rotation coming here for the side of APG. Night Stalker trying to see if they can maybe get and do something here on Chelsea. We've got O'Malley trying to clarity up as Bob Yules is in the sidelines here. It is night time, so it is going to be able to slow down Chelsea, throws down those overwhelming odds. And Bob Yules going to be able to spot him out. He goes in, Chelsea, with no avail to see Bob Yules in the sidelines. The Firestorm comes down. They're going to try and chase him out, but Chelsea may just be able to get out of here. Phase Boot's being used up. Going to try and use his debuff. He's going to run around the trees. Juke the living daylights out of APG. Going to run to the top. They do spot him. Gets slowed down by Bob Yules. Got no more mana. And he's going to be able to easy TP out. No Pit of Malice available for O'Malley. And easy escapes for Chelsea.
Yeah, Chelsea just shrugs that one off. He realized, okay, Night Stalker has used his Void. He can TP now, and there's no real answer. Realizing O'Malley doesn't have Pit of Malice, or as he would have used it.
Oh, mid lane though. The Reaper comes out. Not good enough. Strike, not on point. And ACG being able to walk that one off. That was super close.
Yeah, but ACG's having a horrible time in this lane. He's really struggling up against Strike. Strike is up on CS. Has sent him back to base twice now, so I wouldn't be surprised if he's even up in XP. So this lane is pretty much won here by Strike currently. So Energy will be happy about that. Even though they didn't get the kill there, it's still quite favorable for the Necrophos.
So now in the beginning of the game, we said that Necro actually loses to a Queen of Pain. What do you think's been going wrong or not in favor of ACG?
I suppose I maybe expected some rotations to come in because the Necrophos is unable to really escape, but they weren't able to keep pressure because they needed to sort of keep that anti-mage safe. And Necro, he's fine. ACG's gone. He got 2 points into the Shadow Strike, but he can sort of maintain himself with the heal. I think ACG just had a bit of a shaky start.
He's looking at mid, a little bit of damage given out to Strike. He's going to stay alive for the moment. In the bot side of the lane, Habibi going to try and rotate around. Got himself a DD Ruin, and good old ACG can't actually fill up his bottle. One charge left, may actually be sending him back to base. no bottle currying as far as I see.
Yeah, so, I mean, ACG, he's still all right. He can catch up. His impact's going to be still pretty useful once he does get his trades online. I think he might go for the Veil. It would be pretty good. I do feel this game because he sort of can get that extra bit of magical damage down onto the Anti-Mage. But we'll see. Anti-Mage is doing a pretty decent job at sort of catching up. He's not having as bad of a time as we might have thought, and pretty close to getting those trades. So this constant pulling of the lane is a bit of an issue, and it's going to slow down Conspiracy's farm a little bit here. But we'll see how he's going to sort of deal with this, or if the side of APG are going to make some sort of rotations from here.
Well, Strike does actually have the Reaper up again, and may actually look at trying to do something against ACG. ACG having to actually back himself off, set himself back to base. Bot lane though, Phalanx on the Shadow Shaman was trying to do a little bit of a rotate around, decides against it. 3 players here for the side of EN, and Bob Bules here in the sidelines does have his phase boots at the moment, hiding behind the trees. It's not night time yet, but Habibi coming in, gets sheeped out immediately, tries to get Phalanx in the cogs, he does, and Phalanx is probably going to go down, but they're trying to turn their attentions to Odu. They do manage to take down good old Phalanx. Odu running around the trees, beautifully played there from him, and Conspiracy is in a lot of trouble, but ACG rocks up to the party. Habibi going to try and get himself out of there. Bob Yules trying to still take down Habibi. The cogs are there. And Troll getting it close enough, but he is going to be able to get the kill on our Clockwork Conspiracy, surviving with very low HP, and going to be able to walk it off. Beautiful rotation coming out from ACG, rocking up in the nick of time, and such a needed kill on him as well. He's now sitting level 8 as Strike is sitting level 9, a level that was desperately needed.
Yeah, ACG will be pretty happy with that outcome. He was struggling in lane, and now he's able to find a couple of kills for himself. Strike, this is something that a tool that he can't really utilize, is the ability to sort of rotate out of the lane. He can maybe use a scythe, but he's not very mobile like the Queen of Pain is. He did have a haster in there, so maybe could have utilized that. But actually, rotation's coming towards the mid lane here, because this tower's taking a lot of damage, and there is a siege creep nearby, so they need to make sure that that goes down before it does any more damage to the tier 1 tower.
Well, ACG returns back to the mid lane. Strike putting on some more hurt onto ACG, and I don't think ACG's got the answer here against Strike. He does have another Reaper available if he decides to jump on it. The tier 1 tower going to go down. Can they get the denial here? No, they can't. The siege engine helping out Strike and securing themselves that mid tier 1. And Necro, one of those heroes that are just impossible to kill.
He's in
Maybe
trouble, though.
Bob Bules can help out. Phalanx comes in and easily taken care of with the 3 from APG. ACG jumping in there. But Bob Bules gets the last kill and adds one of those kill counts to his name.
Yeah, Jabba. The commentator's curse coming through there. As soon as you say Necro's impossible to kill, he does. But
it's one of the things I got to put my head in my hands and just accept.
No. It's not your fault. They did rotate. They did look for that kill, and I think a bit of an overextension.
I suppose, in fairness, they heard me say that he's impossible to kill, and they realized the only way to kill him is with 3 players.
Yeah.
So I'd actually say there was a little bit of a foresight.
Yeah, I think it's still Necro's pretty difficult to kill. He's just got no mobility. That's pretty much the cost that they pay there. But now looking towards the top lane, Odu's moved his way up here. I think they're okay with Anti-Mage sort of maybe getting a bit of a later Battle Fury than usual. I think they have more than enough faith that C1 can catch up very quickly. And they haven't managed to really shut him down. He hasn't died yet. He's still found a decent amount of last hits. In fact, he's almost topping the charts with last hits. So try to not waking up.
Wow, that was a little bit crazy. Odu was there. TP's out. As Phalanx TP is in, I mean, we're talking about the mirror plays from these 2 teams. And Phalanx TP's top to no avail. No one is in the top lane except for good old Chelsea. This may actually cost him his life as Odu actually TP'd away. Let's take a little look at a bot lane. The screen, the Sonic Wave comes out. Odu still goes down to Dagger. ACG getting himself a kill there. And TPing to the bot lane was not one of the smart plays, as ACG was in the vicinity and took him down.
Yeah, so ACG trying to get the Veil of Discord up. Once he does have that, he's going to have a pretty good kill potential, as well as giving a little bit of assistance to his team to deal some damage. But again, this Anti-Mage is just doing his thing. He's farming. He's keeping up.
Oh, Habibi has got level 6, has got hook shot. So let's get ready to see. Let's see if he can find someone.
Radiant
He's
structures
going to be.
are
There's a
fortified.
ward to see him here, so they definitely know he's level 6. So they should play
Radiant's
defensively.
bottom tower is
Flare
under
comes
attack.
out. Okay, so they've scouted out the movements here for the side of APG.
Radiant's
O'Malley sitting in the
bottom tower
sidelines.
has
Habibi
fallen.
knocking at the door. They whispering secrets to one another, but they don't know who it is.
Yeah. So I think they might want to try and go on the tier 1 tower, but I think they really want to use Habibi's hook shot to secure a kill somewhere. But this ward being placed here by Phalanx in the lane definitely gave that away. So I think that's going to be a wall she wrote. The biggest story here is, again, I can't stop beating up on this one. The anti-mage is topping the net with Chos. Considering how his lane went, he's just doing his thing and hasn't actually been punished the way that APG would have liked him to have been.
No, absolutely not. What's his item progression looking like at the moment? Got
Oh,
himself the perseverance. Looking mid, they're going to try and bring down Phalanx 2 around, and Habibi bringing that down. Did they use the jewel? Didn't actually have enough mana. That would have been a nice little extra bit of 10 damage or 14 damage. Should have happened. The screen comes in. Habibi goes down really quickly. Chelsea taking a world of damage, finding another tier 1, but the overwhelming odds doing so much work. The Void doing so much damage. Can he pick up a lot of kills? C1 needs to jump forward. Can he find Bob Yules? He doesn't. He's trying to jump through the trees and he can't. Bob Yules getting out of there. So ACG going down as well though. And wow, that was super close. Conspiracy living through that as well. I mean, that Void catching out the 3 heroes there.
Radiant's
that
top
would have
tower
been
is under
beautiful.
attack.
Yeah, if there was just a little bit less mana.
If Neko was around and he just popped out his death pulse.
Yeah. Or even just a little bit less mana on the Queen of Pain and they could have been a lot more trouble. But, I mean, they still got the Scythe down on the Queen of Pain. They're shutting ACG down pretty well, and Anti-Mage being involved in the kills can also help him with experience. And his Battle Fury is going to be up in a pretty decent time considering that he was going into an aggro tri lane.
No, it's just going to be really, really good for the side of VN. The question is, do APG have the answers to deal with Ian at the moment? I mean, Chelsea, he's got himself the Blink Dagger, really good initiation at the moment. That's all he needs for this point in time. In the sidelines here, Habibi spots out Bob Yules going to fly over the trees, and Bob Yules going to get cogged out. There's the battery assault. O'Malley running in, trying to help out his teammates. The pit being faked. He's going to drop it now. We're going to lose Bob Yules to the duel from Chelsea, and now there comes out the TP. Can he actually get out? And he will. O'Malley surviving by the skin of his teeth, and APG falling apart a little bit over there. Going to open up the top tier 1 here for the side of EN. As they are starting to take objectives. Top tier 1 done and almost dusted. Mid tier 1 done.
Yeah,
and
bot lane, they dropped the wards here, but I don't think they're going to get the tower. All it's going to be is a whole bunch of gold into C1's pocket.
Radiant's
well,
middle
I mean,
tower
he's
is
really
under
close now
attack.
to Battlefield. It's a little bit late, I would say.
Has been denied.
I think, yeah, I mean, we got to consider the situation he found himself in, right?
Yeah, a little bit late, but I mean, considering that the situation I was in, it's really, really good timing still for the anti-mage.
Yeah. He went treads as also, I mean, he wasn't greedy at all, realizing he might want these stats because he realized he's got a jungle a little bit early, and that definitely helped him out. So, I mean, he's got it pretty much now, 17 minutes, that's fine. He's going to very quickly escalate his farm. Yes, it's not perfect or anything of that sort, but C1 will be happy with that. But Chelsea going to find himself yet another kill. Was that a duel? Yeah, second duel for him, finding O'Malley by the Ancients over here. Man, they definitely know there's a ward here now, surely, so that... But it's actually going to time out, so if it does come with the D-ward, it's big positives.
Oh, they're going to draw out a sentry for no reason, as that observer does go down. Chelsea does have his blink, so he's going to be quite a threat at the moment. If he starts getting those duels continuously, he's sitting on like plus 20 already. Chelsea's going to be smiling at this point in the game.
Yeah, Chelsea is... he's definitely in a pretty good position. He's was left in a 1v1 lane where he won pretty comfortably, got 2 kills over onto the Underlord. And so I just think... I feel like APG... I mean... Energy are in a pretty comfortable position right now, at least for their laning stage. They'll be happy with its outcome. And the side of APG, I mean, they went for the risky sort of, tried to shut down anti-mage. It didn't work out. They still have an opportunity to pull this back, but it's going to be a lot of work.
Now, with the Necro on the field, generally we see items like the Lotus Orb, Lincolns. How far until those items start taking effect where Strike's Reaper will start doing nothing? I mean, we're 18 minutes into the game, you generally want to go against those items that can debuff the Reaper. Do you see it being a while till it takes place?
I don't think they can really do much about Strike. Right.
Top lane, though, hookshot comes in, finds ACG trying to get away. He can't. The Reaper comes in, and ACG goes down. The Reaper South is just absolutely ridiculous. The Queen of Pain completely not allowing her to get away. But here comes the relocate in from Oju. He's going to bring in his teammate Chelsea. Chelsea rocks up to the party, and now Bob Yule's in a little bit of trouble. They don't have anything to stop him, and he's going to be able to get out of there.
Yeah, so, I mean, that's fine. Still another kill going the way of Strike. He's going to have that Rod of Atos pretty soon. So, yeah, he'll be pretty happy with that. C1's now got his Battle Fury. He's heading for that Yasha into the Manta style. And he's going to quickly run away from this Troll net with Troll still sort of keeping up with him, but that's only for now. He's going Shadowblade, or he's completed a Shadowblade, just needs to fly that out to himself. But he's heavily reliant on finding kills, and pretty much energy just need to make sure they don't give any kills away, and then Anti-Mage can easily just outscale him as the game progresses.
What kind of items are we expected to see on the Anti-Mage? You know, the normal build, Battle Fury, Manta, etc., or do we see something a little bit different to try and deal with the Troll? Maybe Basher, Abyssal, things, something like that?
I think he's still going to go Basher, Abyssal, but that will be probably after the Manta style. It's just pretty much the usual, I imagine. I can't think that he needs anything else. I mean, Ags is okay. I don't see too many massive uses of it, but bot lane actually big trouble here for the Legion Commander. Finally a kill might go their way, and ACG is going to say, you know what, I'll just take that one with that Sonic Wave. And yeah, he definitely needs it. He needs to get that Lincoln Sphere up as soon as possible, but Necro going to find himself a kill in the top lane onto O'Malley, and C1 was going to be part of that one too, so he even gets a lot out of that. He's actually finished his Yasha. He's quickly getting ahead here.
I mean, you had Chelsea being taken down in the bot lane by the enemy team. Top lane, you had O'Malley taken down. It just seems the teams are kind of splitting each other up. The root comes out from Strike and not going to be able to do anything further there. The ACG can't blink out of Strike as the Rod of Atos does hold them in place for that moment.
Yeah, so that's largely the reason for the Rod of Atos. The Rod of Atos is such a good item actually on the Necrophos. We've actually seen everyone build it. But in this game in particular, it's just so good up against the Queen of Pain. Queen of Pain just has no form of escape. He's forced to... it's also going to pop his Lincolns once he does have that online. So ACG is going to be constantly under this sort of form of pressure that he needs to be extremely aware of his surroundings.
You know, she is actually building the Lincolns, and the Rod of Atos is going to help out so much. Is this going to force another player to pick up a Lincolns so they can actually double Lincolns her? Is that potentially the play? Because, or is it BKB? Do you just go straight BKB so the Reaper does nothing?
Well, the thing is, Reaper is still going to hold you in place for that period of time. So BKB also doesn't work well up against Legion Commander. He can deal you through the BKB. It's sort of, it's really difficult decision to make for the Queen of Pain. I think the Lincoln Sphere is absolutely necessary here, but well,
that thought though, Hookshot comes out. Doesn't find Conspiracy. He does manage to go invis, and Habibi left holding, left wanting, as Conspiracy gets himself out of there.
Yeah, they had no dust there, so maybe there was a chance that he gets away. But I think now they know that Troll has Shadowblade. Dust should be on hand for the Clockwork almost instantly.
Look at the scary net worths. Anti-Mage sitting top of the charts, followed by the Troll, and then a Strike on the Necro. Things are looking pretty good for Ian at the moment. Got 2,000 gold above, and XP, same story, 6,000 advantage for Ian as well. So Ian looking pretty good at this point in time. They've got APG, got a little bit of catching up they need to do here. The question is, can they do it? I mean, we heard the panel say Troll can't go up against an anti-mage late game. Do you believe?
One of the things is Troll can still sort of fight into anti-mage. If he gets a couple of lucky bashes, he doesn't need mana for that once he's got his ulti off. and potentially gets those Berserk Rage. But, I mean, Anti-Mage is not your only concern. This Necrophos is also doing pretty well. He's got ATOS, he can control you in the fight if you don't have BKB. And Anti-Mage is more than likely not going to look to take a fight with the Troll. He's going to rather split push and do what Anti-Mages do. So I definitely think that there's a big trouble here for the Troll. I think they need a couple of fights to go their way before they can get much. But looking for the trade here, tier 2 for tier 2, I think APG will be pretty happy with that. They still got Serpent World, so if they do need to go high ground, they will, but TPing out.
Well, here comes the Uber ride. They're going to clear out the tower. They're going to get themselves top. And it's going to be enough to actually defend that tier 2 as well as Ian get themselves out of there.
Yeah, really nice work there. So they actually didn't even make a trade. They took down the town. Their tier 2 still got half HP. So APG will be happy with this, but do need to find a way to either shut down Anti-Mage or constantly get these better trades and find objectives, secure Roshan for themselves, and sort of make Anti-Mage have to push outside lanes instead of sort of maybe assist his team in finding objectives.
Conspiracy getting pinged out by Phalanx. You take him 100 gold, buddy. That sentry cost me 100 gold, and you went and you took it.
Yeah, I see multiple pings. Oh, actually, that was the enemy that pinged on him there. So they know that there's more than just one in the top lane. Yeah, BB and Chelsea. Whoops.
Oh, he jumps in, gets the jewel, uses Blade Mail. Conspiracy in a lot of trouble, throws out the Illuminate and the Reaper just to make sure that he does go down. They're jumping forward. They're trying to look for O'Malley as C1 is trying to jump forward. There comes the Mana Leak. O'Malley's going to get blinding lighted out. It's going to be stunned. There is the root. Chelsea TPing out, trying to defend the mid lane against ACG. He's going to have to get himself out of there as they lose 2 for the side of APG. And Energy on top of things, defending left, right, and middle.
Yeah, the net worth charts are going to start to spiral very quickly at this stage of the game. As now the Mantis Star is complete on the Anti-Mage, and even the Necrophos doing extremely well. Can purchase up that Blink Dagger now, and with that extra bit of mobility, he's going to be able to control up these heroes. So they're going to finally get this tier 2 tower, and yeah, Energy are definitely in the more comfortable position. Yeah,
the pound seats. Anti-Mage doing, they just, you know, it scares me with an Anti-Mage is when you get to this point, you can flash farm a jungle so quickly. It's absolutely ridiculous. And now with the jungle being upgraded, you can pretty much clear out a entire jungle within a minute, get the camps respawn, and rinse and repeat and continuously do that. And you can see the amount of gold and how it's showing. 14.5k gold for the Anti-Mage already.
Yeah, he's doing pretty well. He, like I said, he caught up extremely well. So C1, he's got the Basher flying in for him now. So now actually these fights with the Troll could potentially favor him. It's going to be heavily reliant on RNG. I think there is a better chance for the Bash on Troll. I think actually just because of his higher attack speed. So that is something we'll keep an eye on. Yeah, it's actually a higher chance on the Skull Bash if I'm correct. But yeah, we'll see. The trades are actually going to be interesting from now, and I think C1's happy with fighting here. He's so far ahead right now, and I don't think they have any answers. The only read that they can really utilize on him is Pitamalis, but big fight now.
Oh, they're going to try and catch out Chelsea. There's the net. Strike does get the kill onto Conspiracy. They do take down Chelsea, and they may be looking for more. The pings come out to try and run to the shrine, and they lose good old Chelsea, but they do take down Conspiracy. So still a worthy trade. Let's have a look at how the net worths changed. It actually went in favor of APG though, but they did lose the core for the side of APG. They're looking for more. The side of APG sitting in the sidelines, keeping themselves on out of there. And Bob Buell's flying to the back lines, and there comes out the TP.
Yeah, he should get himself on out here with no real issues, but again, they found the kill onto the Troll, so he's not farming in this period of time. They're just going to be heavily reliant on this Queen of Pain, who was forced to go for a defensive item in that of the Lincoln Sphere, so he's not really doing a tremendous amount of damage. Could potentially get a kill on Odu here, but...
Well, the hook shot is up on Habibi. Does he try it? ACG throws out the Shadow Strike. He's going to try and TP out. Does Habibi get in there? And he goes in for it, drops the cog. There's the Lincolns, and ACG is going to be able to TP out. And a couple of things going awry there for Ian. Jewel being Lincoln popped. Hook shot was good, but now it is going to be up to Chelsea to find something to break that Lincoln's to ensure that Jewel goes off.
Yeah, I wonder if they didn't realize that he had Lincoln's there, or they had nothing to pop it anyway. They had nothing to pop it, so like I suppose you just duel him. I don't know.
Pick up an urn, perhaps.
Urn doesn't pop, unfortunately. So it has to be a 4-staff or eels to really pop it. So maybe that's something Habibi can look into. 4-staff is definitely an item that.
Oh, well, sneaky shenanigans are happening. The flare comes in. They know this is happening. Can EN do anything to stop this? They can't. And Conspiracy picks up the Aegis. They're going to make their way out. And Energy a little bit too slow to find out what's exactly happening. But Conspiracy Troll does pick up the Aegis. Let us not forget that if Energy do not win this game, it's going to go to game 3. And if Energy do win, we say goodbye to APG that have fought and brawled their way to this point.
Yeah, but they're still king of the lower brackets. Here's a stat coming out. Chosen One in the tournament has amassed 108 kills, 28 deaths. Wow, that's an incredible stat.
A KD of 6.64. That is ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean, you'd have probably, with those kind of stats, you'd probably see anti-mage in every single game. Now, I mean, for the last couple of patches, anti-mage.
I think it wasn't that just Chosen One. I think Chosen One's anti-mage, right?
Was it just Chosen One's anti-mage?
Yeah, that's.
Well, still, I mean, anti-mage is absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, it truly is, and pretty scary. And Bob Yules, I don't think they're going to do this. He's got backup anyway.
He's got himself the Solar Crest, ACG in the sidelines here, but the route does come out. Shadow Shaman's been spotted out. ACG gets conked out. Battery Assault trying to work on ACG. He gets the Sonic Wave off. The Lincolns is there, but the Jewel is good. The Reaper comes out and smashes apart. Good old ACG. Now we do lose Habibi. Conspiracy still does have the Aegis. The route does come down. The Aegis is popped. Balix trying to get himself out of there. And the call is to try and get done what they can. C1 going to try and run away. He blinks away. Strike going to also blink away as APG are looking, but they're not going to find that. And voices in my ear say that was a 9.1 KDA for Chosen One on the anti-mage. So that was a general AM stat. Chosen One's anti-mage is 9.1.
Yeah.
Absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, Chosen One he's pretty comfortable on this hero, we can say, at least, from the stats that have been brought to us. But at the same time, APG, big trouble here. Duel going to be banned, and this should be the demise of the Troll at least. Yes, it's going to be a winner, but it will be the tumble of the Legion. Now, C1 looking for a little bit more, does get the bash down. O'Malley should go down, and Bob Yules is going to say, I'm having none of this, boys. I'm out of here. He is the last man standing for his team. Looking for the TP. Is there a way to cancel this? I don't. Oh! Close one, but no cigar.
Oh, that was close. Oh, baby, oh, baby. A couple of seconds on that, and that could have actually ruined Bob Yules' life. That would have been a full 5-man team wipe, Mr. Scorpion.
Yeah, that could have been a 5-man team wipe, but alas, it's not. And C1, he's comfortable. He's got Abyssal complete now. I think he just wins every fight up against Troll at this current stage. So that opportunity Troll had to sort of slow the anti-mage down and give his team a chance is the window is passing by, and buildings are going to tumble very, very quickly. Bobby's trying to keep the lanes pushed out at least. He's doing a good job at this, so they have to sort of back themselves on out, collect their creep wave before they can really look for any more objectives.
So Bob Yules forcing out the rotations from EN, forcing them back into lane. He does have himself the Solar Crest. Going to be a big, a decent item for the side of APG. A little bit of an extra arsenal or weapon in their arsenal that APG will have to use. Still a lot of threats in terms of single targeted spells. I mean, a couple of them have a rod of ATOS. We have 4 staffs. We have Abyssal Blades. Everything to go through that Lincoln's just to deal with ACG.
Yeah, that's one of the things, right? There's just no good item here for ACG to keep himself alive. It's going to be purely reliant on his positioning and making sure his team is aware of what's happening. O'Malley, TPing himself on out here. He'll get away safely, and nothing too bad going to come from that. But tier 1 tower should go down. Actually, 1 TP in here. Someone wrapping around the back, though.
Oh, they're going to try and find Odu. The dagger comes out. The Batman flies, but they're going to actually just back off. They realize that half or let's say 3/4, 4/5 of Ian's team is in the vicinity, and they're going to get themselves the hell out of there.
I like that APG went to defend this tier 1 tower. You can sort of view it as a extra glyph at the later stages of the game for their high ground. So if they can, they will have multiple glyphs. Of course, you can glyph the tier 1 tower, and then if it does fall, you have another glyph left. So if they use glyph for high ground purposes, and then the tier 1 falls, they have a secondary glyph to slow down that potential push. So this is should be an objective for the side of Energy.
Well, Chelsea, I want to take a look at Chelsea's items really quick. Gone very much utility build. He's got himself the 4-staff, Blink, Blade Mail, and now he's got the Shadow Blade ready to be purchased. Worried about the side of APG not building into those damage items, but rather a lot more mobility, sneaky, kind of James Bond kind of build?
So you touch on the Chelsea build. I just want to go on that a little bit more. The 4-staff is solely to pop the Lincolns. So if he's alone and he catches the Queen of Pain, he pops that Lincolns with the 4-staff and gets the duel off. So he should just Q command those. Looking on the side of APG, they're sort of forced into these items that they have. There is, I think Blink Dagger would have been pretty nice here for Troll, but the Silver's Edge is still quite decent. You can sort of control Anti-Mage a little bit.
Who do we break on? Troll does have Silver's Edge, so who does he open up on?
Anti-Mage.
Just for the mana break?
Yeah, just for his spell shield.
A spell shield.
And the mana break, so so that at least the Queen of Pain can get a decent amount of damage down on him. So it's pretty useful there. And then he has to hope for a bash, because then you can sort of set up for your team to do enough damage to the Anti-Mage. So we'll see if that happens, or comes to fruition at least.
There it goes. Well, a lot of responsibility is going to lie on the shoulders of Phalanx. Can he do enough to actually disable out the Anti-Mage from getting away, from running away from the onslaught of APG? Let's take a look at what Phalanx has at the moment. It's only a 4-staff, and just chilling here in the sidelines, in the trees, having a picnic.
Yeah, this is some entertaining things to watch in the top lane, though. Chelsea's hiding in the trees, constantly waiting for ACG, but ACG, I think he's aware of what might come. Ooh, he might. No, okay.
Ooh, wow.
Yeah, Chelsea realizes, okay, my team's so far away from me, I've got to get myself out of here. And fair enough.
That would have been one of those sneaky little plays, like maybe I jump on it, maybe I don't. And as an aggressive player like Chelsea, it must have taken a lot of restraint to actually not jump.
Yeah, I think he was doing a whole bunch of calculations, and it's just not worth it. I mean, they're ahead. There's no reason to just die for no reason. So,
according to my calculations, 44.26% is that I will fail.
Yeah,
that's probably what his net result was.
I think he would have taken it if that was the odds. I think he's like, my team is so far away there. Like, there's no way for him to get out. But alas, I mean, Energy, they're still pretty happy. APG doing a good job here at the bot with O'Malley to keep the lanes pushed out. The Anti-Mage is ridiculously farmed. One of the big things is just lack of vision from both teams. So both teams doing a pretty good job. There is a gem of True Sight on the Keeper of the Light to control that, and I think Nightstalker's queued his one out for himself, so they're going to look to control this vision. So I expect both teams to be pretty blind.
Well, Nightstalker has got his Ags, and like you said, picking up that gem, it's just going to increase that vision. And poor Mr. Odu going to really suffer with it constantly being nighttime or nighttime for majority of the time. If you could see the radius of the Kotl's vision during the daytime, you would actually be super sad that there's a Nightstalker in the game.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. He's still going for the Ags though. It's fun. I think the Nightstalker, unless he builds Octarine Core, which would be really... Oh, actually...
Oh, Bob Yules. He's going to find out Odu silences him up, immediately drops the ward on the higher ground.
Oh.
And what's happening here? They don't actually have any vision.
Oh, he's waiting for him to try TP. Oh, this is actually... Oh, he's actually relocating someone in? Yeah? So they realize now Odu's bringing someone in, and that's going to be C1, and they say, oh, okay, they actually had vision onto that. Nah, all right.
Radiant's bottom tower is
That
under
was
attack.
pretty cheeky, but bot lane
Radiant
actually,
structures are fortified.
they're doing a pretty good job here. The Serpent Wards have been dropped.
Oh, the hook shot comes in. Habibi finds out Phalanx. He gets sheeped out, and Phalanx going to try and do what he can. So the kill does go to C1. So getting himself a nice little kill there. And no more further kills. APG get themselves out of there, and they get themselves into a safer position.
Yeah, tier 3 tower took a lot of damage though, so Phalanx will be more than happy with trading his life for that one. Yeah, he gave away a decent amount of gold for the Serpent Wards, but I mean, the fact is Anti-Mage can farm that in the jungle, so the fact that they made this trade, I feel it's definitely worth his while. Anti-Mage has got Butterfly now, oh man. As well as the MKB flying in soon, so he's just doing a tremendous amount of damage. Identifying that there is a Solar Crest up on the Night Stalker, so it's more than likely the reasoning for building the MKB from here.
Well, something that we haven't really spoken about this weekend is, I haven't seen it too much, perhaps you have, is stacking of Ancients. I haven't really seen too much of it take place, at least in this game. In previous games, have you potentially?
Yeah, I think earlier today there were a couple of really big stacks, so that were used up. But yeah, I mean, a lot of teams are focusing on fighting and finding objectives. They're not looking to fall back and farm up items. They farm up heroes instead.
But when you've got an anti-mage, that's someone that likes to be in the jungle, the troll that likes to farm up the jungle, teams not actually getting that done.
I think this game, the fact that they had to babysit C1 for such an extended period of time, the sports didn't really have an opportunity to stack for him.
And then looking in the top lane though, Chelsea gets spotted out, the blade mail's out, he's going to try and TP out, but it gets cancelled out by Mr. Bob Buell's taking a little bit of damage here. He's probably going to go down ACG, he's not going to find the better of it. And they do get the rotation in from Odu, and Bob Buell's going to TP himself out. Not enough here for the side of Ian to stop that.
Yeah, so that's a pretty good trade. Finding the kill onto Chelsea there, who is still doing pretty well for himself. 66 damage, dual victory, apologies, won by him. So he's in a pretty cozy position, and then finding a kill onto him there will be pretty good for them. But I mean, this anti-mage is 26k net worth. Second net worth is 16k. That's a 10k difference. And that second net worth is on his team. So it's a problem. This is a big problem for them to deal with.
But just have a look at the net worths at the moment. I mean, the net worths are only sitting in the excess of 7.5, so pretty much Troll's difference is the net worth.
Yeah, I think the Legion's not really farmed. He's still got dual damage though, so we can sort of view 66 plus damage. If you transfer it into gold, he's in a pretty decent place, but he's pretty much creating space. That's really his job here for Chosen One, which I'll be very happy with. I mean, once Chosen One gets his 6th item, I think they just go high ground from there. And now finding Aegis, they might even just go high ground with this. They actually find out an illusion there, so they should know that Roche is happening. This could potentially be a fight here, or not. APG actually going to push up the lanes instead.
It's happening really quickly. There's not enough time for APG to do anything about it. Cheese is on the deck while this is all happening. APG might want to abuse the bot lane here. They do drop the Veil. And ACG just going to get himself closer to that bottom tier 3 tower. And this potentially could be the call for Ian to push up high ground. They're going to send Chelsea into the bot. Going to try and clear it out. Chelsea doesn't have BOTs. They're going to actually call for the retreat as Phalanx gets in there, drops the snakes. They may actually be able to get the tier 3. Yeah, they're going to clear out Phalanx at least, and they're going to lose the tier 3. So sacrificing a Phalanx for a tier 3.
Well, I mean, when you in this sort of position and you get a high ground objective and you trade your lowest net worth any day of the week, I'm sure they're very happy with that trade. And it also buys a lot of time for them. Mid lane.
Rod of Atos being used out. Bob Buell's in a lot of trouble. This is Gem on the deck as C1 avoids him to smithereens. And ACG and Conspiracy in the bottom lane. They do have a TP on Troll. ACG going to be able to do some work here to Habibi. Habibi is in Viz. Can he actually survive through it? And he gets blown up and he goes down.
It looks like they might even go for a little bit of a trade here. Conspiracy, they'll be very happy with this. They find a Rax Oh, good lift. But they're still going for the mid lane here. C1 will find that, but they don't really want to race into an anti-mage. Rotations have come in. Conspiracy will be able to TP himself on out. And still pretty good for energy. They found a Rax, and they lost the tier 3 while they had Aegis up. Oh, ACG.
No, really good for APG. In the meantime, ACG being spotted up by C1. They do lose Kotzel, and now ACG needs to get himself out of there. C1, does he decide to continue to run in? They do have Conspiracy and O'Malley in the backlines that can help out ACG should it be needed. They lose Odu. I think that is a gem on the deck. Did they pick it up?
Yeah, 2 gems on anti-mage right now, so I'm sure he's dropping those for his Battle Fury and his treads. But yeah, I think anti-mage, he's still more than likely got a long way to go. He's got his BKB. He still can potentially replace his Battle Fury later on if necessary. So he's 6 slotted, and we'll see where he opts to go from here. But I think they will want to maybe make use of this Aegis sometime soon.
Well, they've got, they lost Odu in that fight. They, APG did an amazing job. They took out the 1 Rax, the 1 building of the bottom Rax. I feel that APG definitely won that little engagement there, and if they continue to do that, slowly break down Ian's defenses, they could be in a little bit of trouble here.
Yeah, I can't disagree with you there. I think Energy had a poorer trade there. They got a tier 3 tower. They had Aegis up. They still have Aegis up though, so they could potentially still make use of it, but they didn't really find much there. But now looking towards the top lane, Queen of Pain, he's out of there. ACG. Spider senses, they're tingling, and he'll walk that one off.
C1 almost trying to find out ACG. Nowhere close, but still making his way out. It's going to clear out the top lane. While that's all happening, we do have Phalanx up to his shenanigans once again. We call this strat the split pushing Shadow Shaman.
Yeah, we saw this in the last game. Phalanx was sort of doing this push out a wave, hide in the trees. I think they know what he's doing, but I can see a big arrow drawn on the map here. Let's go and take this Rax, guys. Like, I've got Aegis. Let's go, go, go.
Let's just leave what's going on. They're going to leave Odu in the bot lane. No, they're going to actually TP back. They're going to defend this. I think they're going to play super aggressive here just to make sure they clear it out. Phalanx, he's now running. He knows that Ian's on the way. The blink comes in from C1. The Abyssal's down, and he has popped Manta. Phalanx needs to get himself out of there. 4 staffs out. The pings come in for ACG. The cogs are there. They clear out Phalanx. There comes the Reaper. And ACG going to be able to get himself a little bit further away. But it may not be enough. The Lincoln says pop. The blink comes in. But C1 not being able to find ACG is going to go in the tree lines and TP himself out of there. And only bringing down Phalanx, getting a full EN rotation back to the bot lane. And now these 2 boys here are going to start putting pressure here on the mid lane. Conspiracy gonna start pushing that down, put some damage on that tier 2.
Yeah, I can't emphasize this enough. Still not bad trade for Energy. Yes, they lost the Shadow Shaman, but the time ticking away on the Aegis of Immortality is going to help them, so it's going to slow down that potential push. But I mean, I don't know if having extra time is completely in their favor, but they're in such a position that any sort of good trade is going to help them out no matter what. So they're still holding on to their high ground. They haven't lost this tier 2 tower. It's going to take a decent amount of damage now. Ooh, this TP by O'Malley. No one has vision on him, fortunately. That could have been very scary if someone had a ward there, but Chelsea's in this area. Actually,
oh, they just walked straight into O'Malley. Yeah. Here comes the fire. C1's there. The jewel's there. Is it enough to bring him down? He's a tanky little beast. They do drop him. Winner, winner, chicken dinner, says Chelsea. Bob Yule's hiding on the high ground. Doesn't want to be a part of it. And Habibi, does he manage to spot him out with the flare? He's sitting here on the sidelines. Bob Yules knows exactly what's going on. The flare comes out. Do they actually manage to spot him? The pings do come out. In the meantime, Strike getting the kill onto Conspiracy. That is a decent kill. The pings come in. They've lost Troll. The buyback is available. The pings are coming in. Chosen One blinking into the mid lane. Going to try and clear down the mid lane of Rex. The TP, the buyback. Is it going to be enough? They've taken down the 1. Phalanx gets Abyssaled up. There's the BKB. He doesn't have Manta. He's going to get blown up. And Bob Yules goes down as well. They lose Habibi. There's the blinding light. And in the meantime, the Aegis is down. And Strike gets the kill on good old Phalanx. He goes down as well. 3 dead for the side of EN. Good defense from APG. They do lose the 1 Rax. They did take down the melee racks, the important racks, but the buybacks are available should the side of APG decide to push in. And all that for losing a Phalanx and a Bob Yules.
It was also a buyback on the troll though, so that's something that we should be aware of. But again, it was a good high ground defense. Aegis is now timed out, so they're going to be aware of this. And this is going to slow down the push from Energy just a little bit longer. It gives an opportunity now, at least for APG, to try and win fights, even though they may be unfavorable. If it just goes their way, it could turn things around very quickly. The game of Dota is a fickle thing, my friend. And
it's a brutal game.
Oh, yeah. But, I mean, Energy, I think Energy are not going to take too big a
C1
risk.
finds ACG. There's the Abyssal. O2's in the surrounding areas. Do they have enough?
Bash.
Does he gets the bash. ACG in a lot of trouble. Is it going to be enough to bring him down? And they smash ACG apart. That is a big kill for the side of Energy. Wow, all their split pushing potential gone to smithereens.
Oh man, that feels pretty bad when you get hit with a bash like that while you're TPing out.
You got to risk it for the biscuit.
Yeah, I think there was no other way for him to really get out. His blink was too short of a cooldown. If he maybe got to the other side of the cliff, he would have had a better chance.
That would have been a solid blink. But now, Conspiracy and Oju in the same vicinity. Conspiracy doesn't spot the leopard hunting the Conspiracy. This is where the old man Kotl is going to solo take down the Conspiracy. Let's hold us on done, see what happens.
He's going to TP someone in, right?
Yeah. There he goes. C1 jumps in. Going to smash apart Conspiracy. This is a big problem here for them. ACG does have buyback, and this may very well be an opportunity for EN to start pushing into the bot lane as Chelsea is pushing into the top.
Bot lane, O'Malley, he might be in some trouble next. First hit Bash.
Bash coming out, the pit is there. O'Malley, can he get away? C1 blinks in. Gonna get the jewel off Chelsea in the vicinity. O'Malley, you are down. Winner for Chelsea. And things are starting to fall apart for APG. Things are really looking good for EN in the mid lane though. Phalanx in trouble. There comes the Reaper. They lose the Shadow Shaman. 4 down for APG. EN looking unstoppable at this point in time. This may be the moment where we say goodbye to APG and EN getting themselves through this competition even further and meeting the other teams in the finals as Chosen One starting to hit down the racks. Strike gets in there. The Lincolns is not available for ACG. C1, can he continue up? The Sonic Stream comes in. Is there any bash available? And it's not. GG has been called. And APG will be going home. Hearts and tears out for the boys. But well played to EN.
Oh man, it's heartbreaking to see APG go. They did so well in the lower bracket, and they've done a hell of a good job at this tournament. But very sad to see them go. But Energy going through the good old Habibi and Odu. Maybe can they do this again? Find their way back.
I am so glad to see the duo play Odu and Habibi.
Yeah.
They dominated the previous MGO BVD. Now they're with Energy, and you can see the strength of what these boys are bringing to the party. Well done to Energy. They get to move on. Guys, this has been an absolute cracker of a game, cracker of a series, and it's been an absolute pleasure to cast this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I believe we have one more game to go after this into the evening. So everyone, if you just can keep your seats, you can still stay and watch the final game. So
I believe it is going to be a best of one. WRG XTC going to be one of the top 2 teams going head to head and to see who goes out next. But it is going to be goodbye from myself, Jabba and Scarpy. It has been a real honor and pleasure. But off to the panel.
Thanks, Jabba, and thank you, APG. It's been an absolute pleasure hosting you yet again, and I believe this panel and quite a few out there owe them an apology. Because having gone out now means they have, for the second time, come fourth.
Yep.
Meaning they remain still, basically, the kings of the lower bracket. And you have to go through them. So they are ultimately the gatekeepers of our South African Dota 2 scene.
Basically, yeah. I think they exemplify the idea of tier 1.5, where they're not tier 1, but they're definitely not tier 2. So you can't consider yourself a great team until you can beat them.
Until you can beat them.
You know, they are. Look, they themselves are talking about consistency. We've all been discussing the consistency of APG, but the results-wise, it's still relatively consistent. They don't look as dominant, but they're placing more or less the same, which is kind of weird to think about, where you thought they'd be winning by now.
Yeah.
It's not, but still, it's not terrible for them. So I think they did a great job this tournament.
Yeah, and I agree with you fully. My only issue with APG was seeing them a year ago to seeing them now, and seeing what they have been doing at normal conventional matches. It felt extremely inconsistent, and I just felt like this time around at this LAN, there were some teams that were just more solid than they were, and like they proved us wrong. They did what they did last event, and they came fourth. Obviously, they want to come top 3 at least, but I mean, securing 4th place from, again, fighting your way through this day wasn't easy for them.
No. And I think for me, the best part about APG was Conspiracy.
Yeah.
Looked extremely shaky in the first game.
Yeah.
But as the tournament progressed, game after game, you got better, you got more solid. Like even in this game, sure, you're playing against Anti-Major Shoal. It's a super hard job for you, but he did everything you could reasonably be expected to do with the hero. So he made, actually, I can't think of any mistakes he's made since this morning, actually. That I can say,
I mean,
all right, this was a mess up.
Yeah,
let's be honest, O'Malley's been playing a spectacular game all round.
Yeah.
There's a few errors here and there, but all round, guys.
He has been playing
You
well.
can actually see his clockwork, but he still played amazingly.
For me, my MVP, what do you think? My MVP would have been Phalanx, just because he did I think he did the feed and dive, create space for your team.
He really did create space, but I think I'd take my hat off more to Conspiracy to agree with you going back to that guy. Because, I mean, he's essentially what we would say a pub star, right? He's not known that much in the LAN scene or the professional scene in South Africa, but he is a respected player. I mean, you still don't want to face him in a pub game or a ranked game or whatever it is. But
this might be the moment we start defining him as the gatekeeper.
Like I said, there's a lot of undiscovered people sitting there playing pub games, not able to join a team yet, and Conspiracy could be one of them. This is his first time on LAN, and he has had a quite impressive showing. He made some critical mistakes. There's some things you can see is still amateur about him, but it's because it's his first time at LAN. But I think he held up really, really well.
And speaking of things impressive, we have a impressive giveaway coming up for the boys on stream, so do stay tuned. As for everybody else, I think Gareth has a few words for you.
I'm back here with Chelsea from Energy, who were a little bit happier, I think, with that performance than in the game previously. We spoke about the draft last time and the lessons you'd learned in that mistake, that game you lost. Applied a bit more in this game?
Yeah, definitely. I think the drafts in both games were okay. Although the first game, to be honest, I think I misdrafted a little bit. That caused the game to go quite long, but definitely more happier. Yeah.
Interesting enough, Anti-Mage seems to be the carry of the tournament at this stage, and certainly chosen one, putting into good use.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's the only hero he can play, so we have to pick it every game.
Okay, so you're saying if we have to counter Energy, it's basically to ban all his heroes and just charge down safe lane?
Yeah, just ban Anti-Mage. Yeah.
Just ban Anti-Mage. Okay, so obviously you're going to get to watch XTC take on White Rabbit Gaming next to see who you're going to be facing. Any hopes as to who you want to be facing?
XTC, for sure, right? Yeah.
Well, I suppose you have to beat everyone to win this tournament at the end of the day. So whether you beat a team in the lower bracket finals or in the winners bracket final doesn't really matter. Being able to rest up though and get ready for tomorrow, obviously you guys get a chance to see your opponents and take stock.
Yeah, for sure. I'm so happy we get to rest now. I think we've been playing Dota for 4 or 5 hours straight now. So yeah, so happy that we get to go and rest. Yeah.
How much is that fatigue factor in? I mean, we spoke in the last game about how it's easier almost in that winners bracket to keep going, but you guys went from that 90-minute nail biter to have to go another 2 maps and then almost instantly back in the booth against APG.
Yeah, no, definitely tough. I don't know about the rest of my team, but I have I don't know, my arm is really sore, like a mild carpal tunnel, so yeah, my right arm is killing me. Yeah.
So I'm sure we'll back to the hotel for the masseuses. I know you gave Kaz some grey hairs there, losing that 1 map, so he'll be a little bit happier with this performance, and best of luck into the finals tomorrow. Cheers. Back to our panel now.
Hello and welcome to another episode of VS Gaming Smack Talk. I'm your host Ryan Mackay, and with me here is none other than Frank. Is that right, Frank? From Bravado Gaming.
And here we have Chad from Aperture Gaming. How are you guys doing today?
Good, good.
Good?
Pretty good, yeah.
Very good. Guys, you know, we've all been in the space together, and you know, it is a safe environment for us to just, you know, talk, get stuff off our chests, and, you know, just kind of get it out there for the audience to see how we're feeling going into the next match. You guys will be facing each other in the next game, and who would like to start?
This is first.
Okay, all right. Well, there we go. What are you feeling right now?
Like a little bit upset. We were hoping Sin 5 would win, so we'd have a bit of a harder game. It's not very nice facing up a 4.8k mid player. That's partially why I left APG.
Wow. Some really harsh words there, but I mean, you know, we're talking about our feelings now. What do you have to say about that?
You know, I actually agree with them. I think if Bravado lose to us, I think they'll probably disband instantly. I think if the game's even remotely close, you're remotely close to the team and almost game dead last, and that shouldn't feel too good.
Wow. Well, guys, I think we have nothing left to do, but maybe I'm just going to take a step back. You guys know what to do from here, right? It's time to bro it. Oh, high fives are good too. Yeah, he's way bigger than I am.
I'm here with Philip from Aperture Gaming, unfortunately having been knocked out there by a fairly rampant energy. Obviously quite hard to lose those 90-minute games. It really is quite draining.
Yes, it's extremely draining, especially when you've been playing the whole day long. From the morning, our first game was about 10, 9:30ish. So after a hectic 90-minute back and forth game, it's really, really hard to reset mentally and to be at the top of the game for the next one.
One thing, you guys got knocked into the lower bracket probably earlier than you would have expected yesterday. It seemed, though, that you came out all guns firing, almost a completely new team. What kind of locker room talk happened that sort of turned it all around?
I don't think there was any locker room talk. It's almost like when we're under pressure and we know there's nothing left to lose, we're at our best.
Is that kind of the APG play style, sort of fast and loose, almost last gun saloon is the place you want to be?
Yeah, I think that's pretty accurate.
That one moment when you guys decided to go for top racks instead of perhaps pushing for throne, there was a rampant Huskar and Invoker, kind of like it just, I think, cleaned the entire energy team up. And then the decision to go top racks, regretting now, or is it pretty academic?
I think it's just always the safe option to always go for the mega creeps first before you go for the throne. But often going for the safe option can be the game losing one. So it's hard to say in hindsight, but we went for the safe option and it didn't pay out this time.
Unfortunately it didn't, and you guys are also unfortunately home. But I think the guys can be very proud of the way they performed, particularly if you consider how yesterday was maybe a little bit disappointing and then coming out today with a much better performance. So congrats to you guys, and obviously best of luck through the rest of the season. We are now back to our panel to take us through a preview of the next game.
And tired words from very tired eyes. Both the boys of APG and EN have been at it all day, but we do wave a very fond farewell to APG.
Yeah.
Right, so to the matter at hand. Next game up is going to be a best of one. Possibility for trees strats. I'm always excited.
Nah. Actually, if there's a cheese strat, it'll be WRG. Maybe they feel like everybody else has been playing cheese strats against them. So they're like, guys, we want our chance as well. We also want to pick
return
Huskar.
the favor.
Yeah. We also want to play Huskar Oracle.
What do you think?
Just no.
No, you can't just no. Come on.
Just no. I don't approve.
You do not approve?
I do not approve.
It's not great. It's like, I don't know, G-Strat Dota is not fun to watch all the time.
No, it really isn't. It doesn't show the true skill set of the team as a whole. So I really don't enjoy those type of maneuvers.
That being said, though, today we did see two attempted G-Strats. One was tried in Huskar. The game went forever. The other one was tried by BVD, in fact, when they went for draw puck. And that game also went on forever. So maybe it doesn't really matter anymore. You're like, you know you're going to play a super long game, so you might as well draft heroes and draft in a way that allows you to play that long game, because you probably won't win at the cheese. Has anyone won at the cheese strat this weekend? I don't think so.
Sinister 5 did.
Yeah.
Oh, did they? What did they win with? They had the Viper and?
I had Viper, Veno. They had the whole shebang of disgusting
Monkey
cheese
King.
strat. Monkey King, yeah. They had,
Oh yeah, the offlane Monkey King. Yeah.
they had the cheese strat of note there. So I mean, they actually did win with it, but the rest of the teams I don't believe did win with the cheese strat. I think it all kind of sunk for
I think
everyone
XCC
else.
probably came the closest, playing with offlane Monkey King themselves as well.
They
but
did.
I think this is probably like the matter we've seen so far to expect the most stable drafts. Like
Yeah.
neither of these teams are known generally for doing crazy things. They
I
do
don't know.
weird things,
I don't
but not
know.
like things that like.
I mean, on that note, I know someone who loves cheese on his pizza, and he plays
Oh no,
for
come
XTC.
on. Poor Dustin.
So there's our first contestant, and they ranked second in the previous tournament. Is it going to be a similar case here?
Well, I think Energy looked a little bit shaky today, but I think it's also due to the fatigue factor. But it was an upset initially because everyone bet Energy to become second in the last tournament, and XCC just went, "Whoop, no, it's ours. Thank you very much, goodbye." So I definitely think that they can do it again. And also XCC has actually taken a game with WRG before, not a series, a game, and this is a best of one. So they could potentially knock down WRG to the loser bracket that no one else in the country has ever done before since their time of being on top. This could happen. We could see this.
Even if they don't, I think they probably still come second anyway, right?
Yeah,
They
no,
look-
obviously. I mean,
think they've looked the
WRG.
best.
I mean, I'm not
Yeah.
betting on any other team but WRG to win this weekend, and I say that with the utmost respect for everyone here. I just don't feel like the teams are at WRG's level yet. But see,
We've
I
been
think
feeling a lot of things this weekend that haven't come true.
I think on this I can put my feet on solid ground and stay there.
I don't know, like,
No, but
before we came into the tournament, I was fairly sure that if WRG was going to lose, we were going to lose to Energy. But seeing how XCC have been
Yeah.
playing and the confidence they've been playing with, I don't know, I feel like they could also beat WRG. Like, WRG definitely has the advantage, obviously.
I
but
think they have
there's
their
a
eyes
really
set on
good possibility that XCC take them. At the very least, I don't think this will be a quick game. I think WRG is actually going to have to really sweat to beat XCC in the form they're in right now.
Look, I still feel like WRG is going to come first, but second place is very negotiable. I mean, Energy, XTC, both equally strong, amazing teams. They really, really are. And they're pretty evenly matched, I feel. But, however, when it comes to the mid with Deppy and Castaway, Deppy is the only mid player that I've seen really contest Castaway. So this could be interesting. Like I said, in a best of one situation, I think XTC could actually knock WRG down to the lower bracket, not take the entire competition, but at least do something that no other team has accomplished in South Africa yet. I'm excited for this match. I can't wait.
Certainly. And like you said, they are taking on not only the little guys and getting it to here, but also going up against the likes of WRG. So, WRG, so far, an outstanding performance here at this tournament, but we kind of expected that, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. They haven't really actually gotten a chance to really showcase what they're really made of. Like from the onset, people have been trying to outsmart them, play in a style that like pushes them back. So they've been playing actually very reactionary Dota, like very like, all right guys, we know what they're gonna do, let's do this to counter it, then we win the game. And we haven't actually seen them say, let's take the fight to them, see what they make of this, and then judging by their enemy team response, then we'll adjust our own strategies. It's been a very paint by numbers tournament thus far for WRG, but I think they'll be challenged here this game.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be a real one.
And I mean, WRG is the best in the country as it stands today. And as it stands today, XTC are the second best in the country as it stands today. If it's true, we'll see. Because I mean, Energy is definitely a very good contender for second place. But
Yeah.
they're not here to take second. They're here to take first. Can it be done? Is the question.
I think XCC plays good at playing long games as well. Like Energy's been forced into playing long games. I'm not sure if it's entirely their strength.
Yeah.
Whereas XCC is really, really good at playing these very long, drawn-out type of games. So I think if they can force WRG into a situation where they have to play into the late game, that might be a place where they can say, all right, guys, we have better experience in this category of game. I mean, WRG hasn't had to play long games such a long time.
Of course.
So it could be a good thing for them.
And they did express some concern about being overconfident. But before we wave goodbye to APG for good, we do have a few words from them, as so I hear Gareth would like to catch up with them. Apparently they've got something to say to you, the fans.
Thanks a lot, Nick. The guys from APG are obviously very thankful for the opportunity to play, and they want to thank their fans and their sponsors, Antec and Red Dragon. They've got some swag to give away to the fans in the crowd. So can the APG fans make some noise, because some of the players want to hand out some giveaways to you guys. Hope they've got their eyes open, they're spotting out who the fans are, and they will make their way to you. Awesome, thank you. No speeches from them. They are men of few words. They just want to give out some swag. So if Rick and Bob and them want to go find the guys in the crowd, make some noise. Our APG fans, thank you.
See, APG, real heroes.
I just want to say one thing, Bob Yules. Nice pajamas, bro.
Someone get a shot of that before he leaves.
I mean, that's a real man, you know, winning Dota in pajama pants and
Yeah,
flops.
right.
That's
I could see him pitching up for his flight in, you know, one of those pajamas with the butt missing, that sort of thing.
How do you know he didn't?
Maybe he probably did. You never know.
We do have one person on our crew that literally pitched up to the airport in a onesie, so I won't cast any names, but it happened, guys. It happened.
Seems to be a
trend.
favoring trend.
Yeah.
All right, so back to the matter at hand. We've seen all sorts of drafts. Some of them absolutely crazy, absolutely left field. Some of them worked, some of them didn't. Some of the strats worked, some of the strats didn't. Are we expecting anything wild here, given that it's the best of one?
I don't think so. Like Snail
You mean
said.
you mentioned WOG might come out with something.
Yeah.
I actually tend to think XTC is the more wild card here.
No, I don't think
because
so.
they've taken energy before.
No, I mean, they've taken a game off WG before, but they didn't do it with a crazy draft or crazy strat. They just literally had the better draft. And WG tend to win, irrespective of the fact if they had a better draft or not. WG have always just won games. Whereas XTC took them, the game that they took off WG in the last tournament, they did it with heroes that worked for them, comfortable heroes. So I don't feel like XTC are going to do that. Yeah, like you said, like they do crazy things, but not over the top, like whacked out cheese drafts. It's just not the XTC that I know.
I think what we should probably see from XTC and WG this particular matchup, there's going to be a lot of crossover, more so than usual in terms of the heroes that they both want to get. They both going to want to prioritize Clockwork, they both want Spirit Breaker, they both want the Jakiro. So these kind of heroes that normally XTC has like a very set style of gameplay, and then WG just like does whatever. But now the fact that they share hero pools does change how the drafting priority is going to be.
Definitely.
Yeah. And we might see like the emergence of Underlord and Centaur. I think both teams, I don't think both teams like would have, I'm not sure if they would have prepared necessarily strats for these heroes, but now that you see what they can do, you have to take it into account because we know the tournament metas change as they go along. So now that people can see how powerful Underlord can actually be, even if it hasn't won all its games, it's still been very strong. And obviously anti-mage, 100% win rate. Like it would suck to get last pick anti-mage, then you lose. You're just like, wow, that sucks. That's not fun. So probably Anti-Mage and Necro are going to be the big heroes to ban in the final
I
phase.
also feel like something they could potentially do is what they've done in the past, is draft one way and then leave, and then ban certain ways, and then making the other enemy team think, okay, well, they're not going to take this, and then sucker punch them with the last pick of the Storm Spirit or Medusa, or, you know, something that's like game breaking to WRG's draft. Because they've done that in the past, and they sucker punched so many different, like on the last pick sucker punch, and you think, okay, well, they've got their mid, they've got their carry, they've got their offlane, we don't have to worry about those heroes, that type of thing. And then they all of a sudden pick something completely out of the books that you didn't see coming. And I've seen XTC win games by doing that, by tricking the other drafter into thinking something's happening when it's not.
Yeah.
I mean, that happens more often in my experience with XTC.
Yeah, I agree. That makes sense to me. Also, like, Scarnet used to play with Chidawi way back when they played on the noob side.
Yeah.
So I think that a lot
both
of the way
looking
they
calm.
play off lane is extremely similar. Like, just seeing the way Chidawi plays, I think he plays like an upgraded version of Scarnet.
Yeah.
So most likely they will see them also talk amongst the teams which heroes they want to prioritize in that pool, like Darkseers, Sand Kings, LC. Like, neither of them, I haven't seen either play Axe in a while. But I think Darkseer is like the priority hero for both teams, right?
And I do know that WG do like their Earthshaker, so we're probably going to see that as well.
I hope so. I don't understand why it's not picked at all. It's so good. It's like, I'm sure what's going to happen is that one of these teams is going to pick it, absolutely dominate with it, and then some other teams are going to be like, well, if we picked Earthshake, we might still have been in the game.
Yeah.
Like, I'm pretty sure if Sinister 5, for example, had picked Earthshake instead of Enchantress, they would have won that game.
Yeah, that Enchantress pick.
Oh,
I'm never going to
so
live it down.
much hate.
It really
So much hate on the poor little
Look,
Enchantress.
It's
Just
that,
that one hero.
It's
I
just that one
enjoyed it.
hero. It's the
I
draft.
really enjoyed the pick.
Yeah, the draft was great. It's just that one hero that just didn't fit. It's like, don't pick Bambi.
I feel like they'll never live it down.
It's going to be, it was a Sinister pick. It happens.
Excuse the pun, guys.
We just can't keep away from them, I guess. Well, both teams are looking calm, and that says more to XTC than it does to WRG. WRG came into this feeling confident. They've said themselves overconfident. They actually raised some concerns about that.
Oh, yeah, Ryan, I'm sorry, aka Chidawi, said he feels like they're overconfident for this tournament because the last tournament we saw teams do some things to WRG that have never been done before. So, I mean, as time progresses and teams practice and practice and practice way more to beating them, their objective is to beat WRG. So as time goes on, teams are getting closer and closer and closer to that reality. So that's why being overconfident could be your downfall because you think, oh, there's no way these guys are going to beat us. We're going to win no matter what we do. We can throw the game and still come back. It can be that type of mentality that will, in the end, cost you everything.
Do you think they received a bit of a wake-up call in their first game when Sin 5 was actually looking relatively strong?
I don't think so. I think that game they were just like, yeah.
It's a cheese strat. So.
They were just like, whatever. For me, the interesting thing is going to be XTC because I was speaking to the MGO manager, and he was saying that he thinks that one of the reasons why XTC struggles so much versus WRG is the same reason why for so long we saw WRG struggle versus Bravado, where the team is actually better. But because of the mental block they have in going up against this opponent, they can't necessarily bring their full skills to fruition against that team. So, and XTC have had shades of that for a while where they look much better against other teams than against WRG. Like, objectively, they play worse against WRG than they do against everyone else. So, if that changes, and I think it has, like, the team looks much more comfortable now than they have in the past.
They are a band of mercenaries.
They're professional now. They're like, all right, guys, when we're playing, we're not just playing for friendship, we're not just playing for the love of the game, we're playing because this is what we do. This is our lives now. This is where we want to go. This is the career path that we've chosen. And when you're playing with that mentality, it changes things because now you're no longer playing with your heart as much. They're playing very much with their brains. And that can be the switch, the flick, the wake-up call that they needed to be able to actually take the game to WRG and not just play into their hands.
I suppose one could say that you're not only messing with my game, but you're also messing with my wallet.
I don't think it's so much the fact of, yes, money is nice, sure, but I think it's more of a sense of pride in their brand, in their team, in their egos. It's more of a sense of, well, we've done something that neither South African team has done before. It's more that sense of accomplishment that I think they're after.
Maybe it's the Sinister 5 thing. Like, Sinister 5 decided they're going to be here, they're here.
Yeah.
So you decide we're going to beat WRG.
And maybe you will, yeah.
If you're committed to it, you will.
Yeah.
You just have to believe as well that you can do this thing.
I've heard that so many times in games. Never works out.
Yeah. In my games, it never works.
Yeah.
Normally, when you're like 2 racks down and you say, team, believe, that does nothing.
Well, let's face it. I mean, we got player skills are completely different here. I mean, the duel of Santo and Schlinks, there's nowhere near supports like that in South Africa at the moment, except if you look at the Habibi and Odu combos.
I'm
right?
not sure. Dota and Die, I actually think Dota and Die has been my favorite support.
Dota and Die is a great support, but compared to Schlinks and Santo,
I think he's played better than both of them, actually.
Really?
Yeah. I think like they haven't had as much to do for the team. Like a lot of the wins that WRG has had,
they had to work harder. They had to work harder. But the one game Santo really did have to work.
Yeah, all he had to do was like run around and die.
Suicide. Yeah, but it's actually a lot harder than it looks because you have to be convincing in doing that. So you have to bait the enemy team into coming for you. You know, it's a lot harder than it looks. But For me, I feel like the best support duos in the country at the moment, it has to be the Odu Habibi and the Schlinks and Santo. Those guys are great. And
But what about for the side of XCC here?
well, XCC, for me, the star in XCC is Depi. Like, for me, he is, I wouldn't say better, but he can be just as good as Castaway. Like, he's the only mid to ever truly, in a professional setting at a LAN, contest Castaway. Like, he can, I mean, if you look at him, sometimes with the last hit deny mechanics, sometimes with even solo killing Castaway, like, he's above or ahead. And the only reason why Castaway sometimes will win the mid is because he supports rotate better and look after him, where Steppy supports sometimes don't look after him enough. They TP in just a little bit too late, or there's not the accurate amount of vision, or there's not enough information on the map for him to make a judgment call. So for me, that's why.
They could probably address that though in the draft.
They could,
just, like,
and
pick DK
they are
every
aware
game.
of those things. So let's see if they can correct those simple little mechanics.
Yeah.
I feel like they can. I mean, XTC as a team as a whole, they are brilliant players. I'm not trying to undermine them at all. I just purely, like, I really do feel that WRG are on the next level. But as you say as well, you keep telling yourself, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this, and eventually you'll do it. I mean, that's how WRG inevitably beat Bravado. Half a decade, they dominated lands, and eventually they did it. And they knocked the big, well, as Wilson called them, the big blue dragon.
Yeah.
They knocked them down, and now they've dominated the scene for an entire year, and not quite like any other team's ever done so. No one in South Africa has dominated the way WRG has.
Yeah, no, definitely not.
No one's taken a series off of them in a year. When has that ever been done? Even in the international scene, when has that ever been done?
I think the closest to that was like Navi, Alliance, and maybe Team Secret.
Yeah.
That also had like long stretches of utter domination.
Yeah.
The thing about WRG though that I do like is how they haven't yet stopped taking everybody else around them super. They haven't started joking in their games. They still they don't meme about it. They still play serious Dota.
Of course they do. It's
XCC plays the same kind of serious Dota.
It's not like it's easy for them either, yeah, because the skill cap is getting smaller and smaller, where teams can start to contest them. But like 6 months ago, no one could do anything about them. Now it's different. Now, like I said, this is a very possible fact that we can witness some history in the making here, where XTC could be the first team in South Africa to knock down WRG into the lower bracket, just purely because it is a best of one. I know they've taken a game with them before in a LAN setting. They could do it.
Yeah.
I do believe.
I also think like if XCC have a lot of incentive for this, right? Because you win this, you're in the grand finals with a 1-game advantage, so it's a lot easier to win the entire tournament. So
yeah,
it's very likely that the team that wins this just wins the entire tournament. It creates so much more difficulty when you have to go down to the loser bracket, play that out, and then come back and win another 3 games. So having to only win 2 games to win an entire tournament, this basically, like I feel like this is actually part of the grand final, the winner bracket final. So winning this 1 game sets you up so much and puts you that much closer to becoming the final Masters of the Year victory.
Yeah. And I believe we're also doing the game in hand situation. So you literally only have to win 2 games in the grand final, where normally you have to win 3. Because it is a best of 5 after all. That means the losing team, the team that comes down from the lower bracket, has to win 3 games, not just 2. And in a row, because not in a row, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
They just win 2 and they're fine, they're even. But it is a lot harder sitting in that position. But I feel like if anyone could do that, WRG could, especially in that type of setting. I mean, they've played the best of 5 final, and they had to play all 5 games. They were 2 up, and then Bravado came back, beat them 3-2.
They were utterly crushed.
It was just demoralizing to watch, and it was an exciting final. It made for amazing Dota, but just imagine how they must have felt.
Yeah, not fun.
It's really not fun to lose in that fashion.
Apart from it not being fun, it actually looked like they were going to finally break
Bravado,
the back of the dragon, so to speak. But this is ancient history, and now the title of that dragon has moved well on.
Yeah.
What hasn't moved on, though, is our dear MC, Gareth, who's sitting with someone rather special. Take a look.
Someone special indeed. I managed to pick out of the crowd a caster named Congo Kyle. How are you doing, sir?
Well, man, thanks for grabbing me.
Congo still is a caster, but more in the CSGO scene. And I was actually just wondering, obviously as a CSGO fan here watching Dota, you used to play Dota back in the day, right?
Yeah, I must be honest, every time I watch these kind of events and I watch TI, which is coming up soon, I get this like inkling, like I want to I want to get back into Dota. I want to play Dota again. I don't know if casting Dota, but just playing again. But then, yeah, obviously CS just keeps me busy as well, as much as it has for the last few weeks. So, yeah, I want to get back into Dota, and more matches like this, and definitely more events like this, it makes me like really, really keen to get back to Dota. So far, it's won me over.
So obviously you're an ex-Dota player, and it's maybe easy to get that addiction back. But how cool are events like this for drawing in brand new players who maybe have never even heard of the game?
I think it's awesome. I mean, Dota 2 it's a tough game to sort of understand. You have to have I'd say a very brief understanding of the game to really enjoy what's to offer here. But I think for a lot of people, there are some people in the crowd, people who sit here don't know Dota. And there's a lot of people, gamers, players in the crowd who will happily explain to them sort of what's going on. And it's great for, I mean, not only the players, they see the guys on stage, see the casters, and these are people that started in their bedrooms, with mom bringing them tea between each game. So it's great for them to be on stage and be, in the booths and pretty much have a feel for everything that's going on. It's pretty much inclusive for everybody in the gaming industry right now, not only limited to the players, and it's open for anyone, really.
Thanks for that, Carl. I think that's a key message, is the fact that to get here all starts in the same place, and that's the guys signing up for whatever league. You yourself can sign up for the VS Gaming leagues, climb the ranks, get through second div, first div, prem, and be one of these masters teams fighting for over R500,000. Just a reminder to the guys who are here at the expo though, we are now about to close as it's just past 6 o'clock, but if you're here to watch the rest of the Dota, you're welcome to stay, and obviously if you're in the comfort of your room watching on the stream, please do enjoy, and otherwise we will see you here tomorrow for both the loser finals and of course our grand finals.
Thanks, Gareth, and thank you, Kyle. I never realized you like being grabbed. Maybe next time I'll grab you.
Oh my.
Demon Eater Arcana. Quick reminder, that is going to be up for grabs on stream. One lucky winner will be walking away with that. Right, so back to the business.
I like what what Congo was saying. I thought talking about like grinding from the beginning, right?
Oh yeah.
Because I actually remember when WRG, when they're still just called Noob, it was Chidawi, 225, Scarnet, and I forget who was. It was a long time ago, but I remember being in the open div group, them crushing everybody every game. It was great. And then I lost many times to Chidawi on the road to him being here now. There was once a point where anybody could be this WRG team. All it takes is a few years of dedication, lots of game time, and having fun.
And a damn good draft, which is exactly where we are sitting now. Succubus, any predictions on who's going to carry who, where?
Well, give it us some comfort here. Give him something like an Ursa, Juggernaut, that type of thing. Please don't give him a Gyro, boys.
What's Daston's signature heroes?
Basically, like
Just
fighting carries. Ursa, you give him Ursa, you give him Juggernauts, you could give him Troll. He is pretty good on Troll as well. It used to be like the Lunas, that type of thing. He's pretty proficient on Morphling, but not like he doesn't pick it as much as you would see in RDK or Morphling, because like he's known for that hero. But give him the Ursa, the Juggernauts. Go for those vibes.
I think his favorite hero is Sven.
Yeah, that as well,
position,
but it hasn't.
banned.
Yeah, it is usually banned, especially when people play up against. I didn't even mention that because it's not going to happen. They're not going to give him Sven.
Yeah, it hasn't even been mentioned once in this entire tournament, if I'm not mistaken.
People aren't going to let him play it, and it's also just such a good hero in this meta, especially since you can now stack the jungle every minute, so you can just create so much space on the map for Sven now.
So, thank goodness.
Earthshaker's
been
been banned.
And taken out that Earthshaker, Nightstalker to boot. And on the opposite side of the coin, from the side of XTC, that Nyx Assassin, which is also seeing quite a lot of bans these days. Why is that?
It gives too much information to your team. Like you can, as soon as you hit level 6, suddenly the whole map is open to you. You have effectively a mobile ward platform that can just run around, scout people out. The Mono Burn is very good against the majority of the mid-tempo controlling mids that exist right now. Also messes up the gameplay of a lot of offlane heroes. And they ban these clockworks, so they're gambling if they're going to give away Coddle or Spirit Breaker. What's it going to be?
Spirit Breaker.
All right.
Yeah.
So
we knew
card.
Someone was going to pick it. We knew it.
I'm not sure.
No,
like WRG sometimes doesn't really care about Cuddle. Although Sanso's really good at it.
He is, but I mean, I don't think they're gonna pick it. My issue here is the Spirit Breaker now. I mean, okay, the Nyx Assassin is missing, but I mean, if there's very few heroes like a Nyx Assassin that can first of all, engage and disengage in fights, or stop and gank altogether. So, I mean, he's got the Spike Carapace, he's got that mini Ravage, and of course he's got the Invis Impale, so to speak. So he's one of those very versatile heroes in the matchup. So I'm worried what they're going to pick in. And there we go. There's your answer, Tusk.
There's a hero we haven't
Santo Tusk.
Santo Tusk. And here's another hero that accomplishes pretty much what a Nexus Assassin does, just not as sneaky.
This is one of the specials, though, from WRG.
Yeah.
They often pick this hero. They win quite a lot with it. Like, we've only seen this hero once, this tournament, but one of the things that Tusk does allow you to do, like, the roaming potential, even from an earlier level than the Nexus Assassin, you're basically never safe. It's sort of like a shorter range version of the Spirit Breaker that also has the ability to block you off. And then they go for AA. So this is actually kind of rare, the fact that WRG went for their support duo, like, right off the bat.
Yeah, well, it's a safe thing to do, is get your supports out the way, so you don't reveal too much about your mid and, of course, your carry, which you don't want them to start counter-picking straight away. So it doesn't reveal that much about your draft, but it also leaves options open for them to pick whatever they want, because they know, okay, well, this is bad against this, AA is bad against that, we can't really pick this into a Tusk, or, you know, that type of thing. So they've got also a little bit more flexibility.
Probably the reason they do this, though, is to preempt XCC possibly picking up Necro at some point.
Yeah, they could. I mean, AA negates any type of healing hero,
Yeah.
so it is kind of like. But do they think they care about that though? I mean,
I think possibly.
Necro is nice with the heal, but you do
they
pick
definitely won't pick it into AA.
Yeah, they won't pick it into AA, but they could potentially do it if they don't care about that. Because I mean, you can still use Necro's ulti. I mean, AA ulti is up like. There's very short cooldowns, but it's not going to always be up. So you can still use Necro, but I don't think they would pick it into it either.
So now XCC need to decide if they're also going to reveal their first two supports. The one thing is what they were able to do in the second phase is just ban out all the core heroes they definitely don't want to play against. They don't have to worry about supports anymore, which is nice for them. So now they go for this Lich. All right, so both teams go for their support pickups early. They both really don't want to reveal what they want to do. I think XCC is, so far, they're definitely drafting more reactively to what WRG is trying to do. I think they're trying to wait to see one of the first core picks of WRG before thinking about where to go in their own direction in their draft. What this Lich does give them the ability to do, it's not very defensive in that they can't really TP somewhere and guarantee a save. But what they can do is like put you down. This is going to be one of those bad shit out again. It's not going to enjoy life in this lane.
No.
We've seen a Lich once before in this tournament. Didn't really have that much effect.
Actually, it
I
had-
mean, the ultis were well placed. He was doing everything right.
The game was just too long.
Yeah, it really was. Like, Lich really does fall off towards late game. I mean, the super late game. Late game is he's okay. I mean, the Ice Arm is always
When he
useful.
gets-
The ulti is always useful, especially when BKB's on 5 seconds. And
He has some of the best talents in the game, but
he really does. And he auto-wins you a lane, essentially, because of, the sacrifice, creep mechanic, and obviously the Ice Armor. But the best thing about Lich is he makes everyone in a fight split up, where you can zone out and pick off a certain hero. Because it literally, you can't 5-on-5 with a Lich, because as soon as that ulti drops, you have to separate from each other.
You have to do the delta split.
And then the most mobile heroes of the enemy team is going to jump and get you on your own. So Lich is incredibly great at doing that. But super late game, like we were saying, like he really just fell off. But it did make a difference though, because when the Lich wasn't around, it was a lot easier for them to take towers because Ice Arm is no longer there.
Do you perchance think that this is going to be Castaway's worst nightmare, as he's described it to us? A tri-lane mid. You could just park the Lich mid and
that's
keep
what,
zapping
honestly,
away
I feel like
creeps, that
nowadays,
sort of
if you want to win Dota at a very high level, you will effectively end up doing dual or tri-lanes mid anyway. You just have one hero there just parking, sitting out. Like, that's probably, like, Lich might just decide to do that. Just sit around mid, deny all the experience, make life difficult for Castaway. Speaking of, I'm actually really glad that they banned Necro on the side of XCC, because as good as AA is against Necroforce, it is amazing with Necro.
Yeah.
Like, if you find yourself in the middle of a team fight, there's an Ice Blast on you, and there's a Neck running after you with Hot Stopper or as well as Jet Pulses, it's really awful.
Because it's
Like,
both percentage based as well.
It's kind of like playing against Warlock and the Venom Monster, and they go for Puck, a hero that actually it wasn't banned, really? Oh, okay, so Castaway Puck. So now you kind of have to pick like Queen of Pain. You can't go for melee hero versus Puck. You can't go Necro, that's been banned out.
But how is Deppy's not afraid? That's the only answer here. They didn't really go nuts with mid heroes here in terms of banning. So Deppy not afraid of Castaway?
Should be afraid of Puck, man. This hero is very scary. This is a terrifying hero.
Do you know they used to back in the day they used to call Puck the better version of Quap.
Yeah.
They used I don't know how relevant that is anymore, because I mean Pop has gotten some significant buffs over the last couple of years, and it is pretty evasive. But for me, in most situations, a puck is better. It is just so much better because it's got that lockdown ulti, but it cancels TPs, all those great things. It's got the silence, it's got an amazing nuke, and of course it scales exceptionally well late game, and its farm can just start to explode as well. So it can build whatever it wants to build. At level 25, you mean, so what is it, plus 400 and something gold, plus 420 gold per minute? That's insane. And we get a Void. So Lich Void.
Somebody other than APG.
This is
drafts a Void.
Usually XCC when they pick Void is for Skynet. He's been playing this hero for a very long time. I would go as far as say it's probably a signature hero.
Yeah.
So this is a hero that can actually be very good against the puck, decent enough versus Tusk. I think it's actually good against. Wait, I'm not sure with the interaction with AA. When you time walk, does it remove the Ice Blast? I don't think you recover the health. That's one. No, I'm pretty sure. So it's actually AA counters this.
Yeah,
it
does, but you can also at least lock down the puck. It's something to lock down the enemy team and have that initiation as well. Plus, I mean, classic Lich Void. Ding, 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 ding.
Yeah,
come on.
like they both have super long cooldowns. Yeah, so
it
like,
does
you
have
can
super long
actually do that.
cooldowns, but I mean, Lich's ulti doesn't have a massive cooldown as it scales into the late game. Void, you can have your ulti up every minute. Yeah. Batrider, finally.
Yes.
We haven't
Was it
seen
just
this.
me, or is there a loser bracket draft and then a winner bracket draft?
So this Batrider hero hasn't been coming up whatsoever,
And we
I don't
thought we
understand
would
why.
see it.
It's been banned twice, I think, but it's so Batrider. One of the best things about this hero is it makes it incredibly hard for you to just pick any standard safe lane hero because you can leave Batrider alone in the 1v1, and if Tusk rotates onto you, let's say you've already got like 3 or 4 napalm stacks, and then suddenly there's a snowball with ice onto you, you will die. There'll
Of course
definitely
you will.
not enough
You're
time
done.
for you to escape.
There's nothing
So this
you
might-
can really do.
Yeah, I think this pick actually makes the WRG's laning phase super strong right now.
Of course it does, and it also can single out a hero that you really don't want in the fight, and I think they've got enough burst damage to take care of it. So I mean, Batrider, Blink in, Lasso, Forstaff in, and Weaver. These are all heroes that we've been expecting to see, but haven't yet, because it's not.
It's rather squishy, isn't it?
It is rather squishy, but it's also extremely evasive.
They needed a hero which could match up versus the Batrider
Yeah.
by himself without having to constantly have Lich's
Yeah.
Spirit Breaker be the babysitter. It's still actually kind of rough for Weaver because what often ends up happening, you get like napalm 3 times and then your turn rate as Weaver is not very high. So you have to run yourself like in a very weird pattern to get out of the Batrider's initiation, but it's still doable though. It's
And
like
it's
a lot
still very
less
doable.
chance of dying outright.
And it can lane quite efficiently against it as well. But another thing to point out is those bugs. Those bugs cancel out blink daggers if placed properly, and you want to scout out where the heroes are. So the swarm is really good for that, especially when you're trying to push a lane.
Yeah.
So it's for me like a Weaver is an excellent pick here. It's risky. It's risky as well, but.
Well, maybe the final bans can give us a clue on as to what they're thinking for their final picks.
They need like some super good mid hero here for like XTC. Like Viper's gone, Gyro's gone as well. So I don't know. XTC at this point in the game, I think they're probably going to be forced to go for like some burst damage, like Quaps, SF,
And we're gonna
TA,
have
or
an
Ember
Ember,
Spirit.
yeah.
Right. So I don't know about Ember Spirit though. Ember Spirit like really can get dumpstered by puck, but at the same time, if you get to the first 2 waves, fine. And the block is okay. And also Lich can help you out by denying the range creep from your wave. You can actually get to level 3 before the puck, and by that time you have a higher level in the Flame Guard
Yeah, but-
before the puck is actually able to burst you down with the illusion orb.
Yeah, but the root is really great against Puck as well.
Puck
it's
doesn't
like-
care too much though. You can just like phase shift out of it. Like you throw the orb, you phase shift, and then it's like it's fine. But then at the same time, there's a lot more damage that can come in from the rest of the team while you're rooted. So that can be a kite around you.
And for me, like the roots these days, you literally can't do anything about it. You can't blink out of it. You can't escape. I'm not talking about a ATOS route. I'm talking about skill set routes like Crystal Maiden or Ember. You literally can't do anything about it. So for me, it really is great against Puck. Like Ember does well, and he also deals with her magic burst pretty well with the Flame Guard. So
No,
for me,
either
it
way-
is a great mid pick for them.
Either way, I think the concern is over the laning stage here.
Maybe Sven for WRG. Sven Troll. I don't know. They need a hero that can
the
actually
irony.
beat
They pick up a
Faceless
Sven
Void.
and
Oh
the
wait,
Dastan doesn't.
anti-mage is here. Anti-mage is free.
Oh no, not again!
They can actually this is a free game for anti-mage. The only
Please
way that they
no.
can stop anti-mage is if he gets Chronosphered, and then there's root from Ember Spirit, but then he can get out of it. Morphling as well. It's one of those. I think Morphling fits the same bill. Heroes that you need a ton of lockdown to deal with. Lockdown and burst damage that they just do not have.
Yeah, but even if he gets chronoed, I mean,
Yeah, they can't kill him.
they can't kill him. I mean, if
Yeah.
he just strength morphs, but What is great is that now it reveals why they wanted to pick the AA, because AA is such a good hero against the Morphling, because think about it, the more you strength the Morph, the more HP you're losing, which means you die so fast. It's like the old strategies like with when people used to pick Morphling, they used to pick Pugner and just, put a ward down, and then he couldn't do anything.
And suddenly
you just lose your HP. But AA is the number one, like support-wise, number one counter-picker against Morphling. So maybe, I was thinking about a Morphling in the back of my mind, but I didn't want to say it because I was like, when do WG ever pick Morphling?
All right. Right, we need to round this up because the draft is done, the players are ready, the casters are waiting. Final predictions.
Morphling. So WRG only because of Morphling.
I think XTC could do this, but
they won't.
I just feel like on draft alone, it's set in stone. But you never know.
WRG and WRG. That's the predictions, casters. Do you agree? If you don't, c'est la vie.
Do you agree?
I agree that Puck is going to win this game.
I'll go with Halbert as well. WRG's lineup pretty solid so far with the Puck. I mean, Spirit Breaker easily to handle, and then it's just difficult. As you said earlier, Weaver is also one of the weak heroes against Puck.
I find it so weird. I mean, you get the Puck who basically comes equipped with Silence, right? And what is Silence good against Reigns? Well, it's good against heroes that use flash spells like, let's say, Alive, like Astam Weaver, who's pretty weak.
You just asked me
burnt down
what's
by
good against Silence. Or what Silence is good against.
Yeah. Because what's
About
good
everything?
against is good against Weaver, right?
Yeah.
You know what else is good against? Good against Ember Spirit.
Especially Ember Spirit, yeah. And then
yeah.
the Weaver, Ember Spirit, the
You know
core
what else
is
is good
actually...
against? Faceless Void. I mean, sure, most of these people, in fact, have they're going to go BKB or they're going to go Man Style, but they have a lot of heroes that rely on mobility, and what you will use for mobility, use Silence against mobility, and Castaway could potentially just run over this game in a big way.
Yeah, they actually had this sorted in with the third pick as well. I think that actually gave XSC a few question marks after picking up the Spirit Breaker first, and that's realizing, oh, okay, I can't really charge mid because he's most likely going to have phase shift by level 2, level 3, and then from there it's going to be a pretty difficult one because you can't really rely on the Tusk, not the Tusk, but Doom Bunny to rotate mid and try to take on Castaway 2 versus 1. So difficult lane mid for XTC, but otherwise, wow, I don't know, it's going to be a tough one, but yeah, leading towards WRG.
Hey, Reigns.
What's up?
Do you know what's good against Morphling?
What is good against Morphling, Halbert?
Silence. You know what XTC don't have?
Are you still on this, dude?
Yeah, I'm still on this because that's a Deppy hero as well. I just feel like they should just politely agree to swap heroes around. I mean, also, Castaways are pretty solid Ember Spirit as well, so
yeah,
it just feels like if these were swapped around, this would make a lot more sense, but it's not. And I think Castaway is in a position to just win this game for his team. But let's see if let's get a charge coming onto said Castaway, and he's just going to be irritated by Dota and Die for the time being. Let's go over to the other side. But this is a very tanky, irritating sport.
It's for now. I mean, this is before Castaway gets his phase shift, right? So Dota and Die also acknowledging that he doesn't have phase shift for now, so might as well harassing while he's still level 1.
Yep. Top lane's also going to be interesting because Batrider is quite a difficult solo hero to go up against. Adestam obviously has a lot of mobility in the Weaver, which helps out. Keeps you from dying to the Batrider, per se, but also kind of hard to kill a Batrider since he can make your life pretty challenging just with enough stacks of sticky napalm, drop Firefly when he's in trouble. You can't really run over it as the Weaver, and you sort of want to because you want to be on top of him to get the maximum out of your Tsukushi.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, Chidawi also, he's been around, like, I've remembered a few years back, can't remember what game because it's been so long, but when the Batrider was still in the meta, where it had been picked like almost every single competitive game.
So it's forever, basically, excluding one patch.
Yeah.
I mean, Batrider has just been one of those broken. I mean, it's one of those broken heroes. But towards the top room, do you have a little shuffling? Santo and Don't Die having a little dance. Looks like Don't Die gets the better of that for the time being. But Santo does actually want a piece of the mid lane. And Deppy, he's in danger here, right? Because you use the Flame Guard. Probably lose that to enough damage up it from Castaway immediately. But also, just with the Tusk potentially going in before he's level 6, could be in a lot of trouble. Anyways, enough about me. What do you think about these lanes so far, Ains?
Well, it's really early into the game right now. I mean, they're both teams are playing defensively. You get, WAP just farming up. It's got 5 last hits right now, by the way, being pushed back quite a bit. But, it's consistently okay. I mean, it's still early. I'm sure he can get it back later. I mean, he's still just focusing on his morph right now.
So he's actually only 7 for 1 at the moment. Middle lane actually Deppy engages onto Castaway. The charge is also there, so Castaway got to be a little bit careful. Does he want this? DotA2 still going forward, but he decides against it. Of course, phase shift available with Castaway now. He is level 3. But a good exchange from Deppy. That's pretty nice work from him all the same. Bottom lane, do you see a shuffle? Not at all.
Well, it's very slow paced right now. And we've got Weaver, which actually has the most last hits right now, going in to the jungle, making sure that he steals some of Chidawi's creeps over here. So just making sure that he gets all these last hits in. And I think he's doing well as a solo. Meanwhile, mid.
They have in fact spent a lot of time on Castaway. You have the and the 17% it comes out. Castaway will get the silence out as well as Illusory Orb away. But that is really good. You can see the pressure they're putting on Castaway is pretty insane at the moment. I can't imagine a better thing to do. You have the Castaway, arguably one of the best, well, arguably the best player in South Africa, and he's on a hero that could literally take the game away from you, and they're putting a lot of pressure on him, which is the exact response that XTC need.
Yeah, here comes Santo though, just making sure that he's going to be okay, but also has the... I don't think he's gotten off his career with his bottle yet. Well, not now, but soon. But meanwhile, just trying to bait out Deppy or the Spirit Breaker, for instance, with Santo at the back ready to roll in whenever the Spirit Breaker does overextend.
Top lane as well, we haven't spoken too much about it for a while. Chidawi versus Aristam. Pretty much a 1v1 lane at the moment. Aristam actually having a pretty good time of it. He's got a significant last hit lead, getting the farm he needs for his team. It'll be interesting to see what build he goes for in the end. He doesn't have anything queued up just yet. But obviously, he actually goes onto Chidawi here. So Chidawi going to do exactly what I expected. Tosses out the Firefly, gets a couple of stacks of sticky nape on him up, will back off.
No, Santo just rotated top lane as well, just in case. But yeah, Chidawi is pretty safe so far. I wouldn't say it's... I think he would have survived anyway without Santo's rotation. But meanwhile, Aristam also pretty low on mana. So Sukichi is a problem if he does get ganked from now.
He does a 51 charge though. That's one issue that the Bat Rider is happy to solve is mana. And you can see immediately 51 charges, full mana, out of trouble entirely. Or in fact, even going for the deny. Cheeky. But every little one helps. Bottom lane, we do have a tussle there. It's going to be DotA2 charging back in. Schlinks is okay. Scarnet also going to have to back off with the Time Walk. Not too keen to engage, but so far XCC have a minor little lead here. Brains, where do you think you are? If you're XCC, where do you want to find yourself in the next 5 minutes?
I think they're pretty steady okay. I mean, right now, Scarnet just getting the last hits also. I mean, it's not that much behind, let's say, compared to the Morphling at this moment. But meanwhile, when you're Aristam and you're getting those last hits in, you're pretty okay. And also, Deppy doing fine in Ember Spirit mid against Castaway so far.
See the eyes
lighting up. Lots of stacks going there, yeah.
Yeah, DotA2, he's seeing things. He's eyeing out. I mean, it's great. Well, I really enjoy casting Spirit Breakers, but they always lose when I cast them, by the way. That's the Hellbird curse. If DotA2 can break that. The only team who's been able to do so far is White Rabbit Gaming themselves.
Yeah, well, so far, I mean, 0 kills for both teams, and then it's almost 6 minutes in already. Scarnet wants it differently, though, while being charged in by the Spirit Breaker, and Scarnet's just trying to right-click him down as much as he can.
Yeah, we actually, in the other lane, it is actually brought down, but while trying to morph through this, will survive for the time being. Teleportation coming in from Santo. Does he opt for it here? Then actually he had mana. No, he did not. So unable to do much about it. But I'm not sure what happened there. Was that just Castaway solo kill on the Ember Spirit?
Yeah, it looks like it. Doesn't look like any other heroes were affected by him. But yeah, I think when you check Ember Spirit, he's also died at the river as well.
Well, it's actually reasonable to see scoreboard. Oh, then he assists. There is an assist from Santo actually. Santo also involved. So there was actually 2-on-1, then Santo just made his way to the bottom lane tile. So being very, very active. And I think that's one thing we've got to say, that the WRG sports are fantastic. Santo, not surprising, around the map quite a bit already having his impact felt.
Yeah, and also rotating the bottom just in case the Morphling gets in trouble again, because Spirit Breaker hasn't been seen after that charge, and DotA2 is just looking for something. We're pretty hungry for a Doombound. Is also with him in the bottom lane, so they do need him. And also Scarnet's just being more aggressive here, taking the enemy jungle creeps. Stacks, by the way.
More charge coming in from DotA2 into the middle lane here. Castaway, hard target to bring down. In fact, he's so far back, and that was natural, by the way. That was just because the lane had been pushed up. A lot of creeps underneath tower, Castaway dragging them back, and not a fight they wanted, but towards bottom lane once more. You do see the Morphling going up. He's trying to get onto BNB, and Lich is going down here almost certainly. They're committing to the Santa. Once piece, one more hit, but the tree line in his favor gets that ranged attack on the melee hero, and Santa will pay for it with his life though. So one piece. Well, actually one of the void, but I think he went slightly wide there.
Yeah.
So he actually missed the waveform, and that was enough to keep the Faceless Void alive, or at least stop him from being under any threat. Do they have the Shrine available? If they do, so they may actually couple up. They have XDC, Dota, and Die on the side as well, who might also appreciate some mana. He can't even charge at the moment.
Yeah, that was really close with Morphling Wave as well. I mean, I don't think it's enough damage, but a right click would have been done as well. But otherwise, surviving that after the tier 1 tower, I don't think it would have worked out for well. So, yeah, good choice just to go back after missing that the waveform.
So that's going to be a Chrono Field almost certainly. Whelp in the bottom lane, do they commit it? No. Swan doesn't want it.
It's super safe.
I thought they would go for it actually, because they did have the Chrono wind up.
Yeah, and Morphling didn't have enough mana.
Yeah, and Dota and Die can't really add a huge amount of value to this right now. But I guess they expected the TP rotation, didn't get it, so maybe hung on to it. But I think Whelp may be a little bit lucky to be alive here. Maybe they hadn't checked his mana before going in, but I'm a little bit surprised, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, or maybe they thought that Santo would have been in the jungle. I'm just checking top here. Chidawi being more aggressive this time. But otherwise, Adestan just taking those last hits once again.
Yeah, Shidawi actually getting a little bit low there because he did go in underneath the Firefly. And Shidawi wants to run down. He doesn't have a huge amount of mana himself. Does have 8 magic 1 charges, so he can get back into the fray. But like I said, really difficult for him to be a true threat to Adestan.
So charge coming in for Castaway from Spirit Breaker in the top river, passing Roshan.
Oh, they're lining up Depi. Depi hunting for this. The Courier, maybe.
Santo caught him out.
Yeah, Don't Die actually takes the Dreamcrawler as well. Depi can't do a huge amount to help out his buddy, but he does want to bring down Schlings. And a nice little bit of work there, using the Remnant to go first onto the Ancient Apparition, then back to safety. So nice work there by Depi, showing some skill of his own, bringing things to 3-2 for the time being here. Pretty decently contested game of Dota so far.
Yeah, swapping a support for a support. It's not too bad. At least you gave your core mid player a kill over there. But yeah, he's getting his boots of travel pretty soon, the Ember Spirit. So it's quite timely for that.
I mean, that's pretty decent timing.
That's really good.
Oh, you think getting ready for it? I was like, what? 10 minutes? That's pretty good. Castaway takes quite a bit of damage here, but it will actually lose your orb over to the rune. Does he get the good luck? No, does he? No, he doesn't. Hates Rune at the bottom lane. Fight breaks out once more. Skarn in a bit of trouble. You will, in fact, Chrono for this, but that's only to escape. A lot of sticky napalm stacks on him. But I think he'll be able to walk this one off okay in the end.
Yeah, they just didn't have enough supports with him. I mean, Spirit Breaker, I think it was just far away, and then with Castaway rotating the bottom lane as well. Don't think you want to lose to that. Not at this moment, Albert.
not at this moment, indeed. So Santo is lining up towards the bottom of Skarnet will be the center of attention, but I don't know if that's the target they want. Pretty hard to bring down right now. I'm interested in him.
Yeah.
He's also a big hero to look at. When he starts looking at that Blink Dagger, 4-star, interesting to see what build he actually goes for. But obviously, a very, very potent hero. Being able to pick up the Ember Spirit itself and the Weaver early on. We expect the Weaver will in fact go into Lincoln's at some point. But really nice for him to engage on both Depi and the Weaver. Castaway goes the other way. Depi gets stranded on the other side of the tower, but towards bottom lane once more the battle rages on. DMB Lich gets stunned out, should be brought down, tosses up Chain Thrust, gets some support from Don't Die, but the Chain Thrust doing so much work. Santo lives on, but not long enough. Skarnet wants a piece more, will in fact go in after Shidawi. Shidawi says, I just want out, leave me alone. Remnant's coming through, not quite in time as Depi. And then there's going to be exchanged to Lich for the Tusk so far.
I think that was a good trade. I mean, Tusk, I think expected to die over there, but with the Lich falling to that, after getting the Chain Frost out, it's a pretty fair one.
Let's take a quick peek and watch it all again, since it has been a bit of a quiet game. Off to the replays we go.
Yeah, it's happening. Yep, this rotation coming in from... No, I thought they were going from behind. I think Santo might catch out the Spirit Breaker over here at the bottom jungle. Actually, Chidawi spots him out. He needs to charge away, but where to?
Are they going to actually commit to Dota Die here? He is a Spirit Breaker, and the race is on! The race is on, but the snowball connects and Dota Die going to be brought down here, slowed up by the ancient Aperture as well, and does fall. Probably wishes that was a level 3 charge.
Yeah, that was a free kill for Chidawi once again. He's actually on 2 kills. I mean, sorry, that was 1 kill. There was 1 assist earlier from Chidawi, but he's, so far so good. I mean, just getting the free kill over there by the Spirit Breaker, it's something nice to have for WRG right now.
So, let's chat a little about Whelp. In fact, let's chat a little about stats, because I think it's a bit overdue now. So net worth at the moment, we do have the, I want to say Deppy, but it's Castaway. Castaway Puck, sitting at 5.2k, he's leading the charge at the moment. But he's also getting charged himself, so let's see if they can decide to make anything of this. He did pretty low in mana, but he is also very far away.
He's got 7 charges as well in his wand.
Yes, that is
okay.
not a Dota Die successful kill, so he's going to back off. But as I was saying, it's good to chat a little bit about the stats. At the moment, fairly decent lead to XTC. You don't see that every day, sitting at about 2.7k, and the experience also is close to 3k. So XTC is looking pretty good here, Reigns.
Yeah, XTC is, I mean, they've got 2 kills less than WRG right now, but that doesn't show at all. While Whelp is trying to get his last hits though. I mean, he's struggling as a Morphling in the early game, but I think he can still catch up pretty soon. Just leveled his waveform to level 4. So, yeah, I think the catch-up is going to be, not now, the next few minutes, but they really need to slow Addistam down. Like, WRG needs to just get the cores in and try to, gang with Castaway, especially with that puck.
So the puck going to certainly be a problem as well. They actually going to commit to mid. He gets a silence up, but the AA blast doesn't connect. That's a big deal. Walrus punch goes through. Not enough damage to bring down Deppy. If that AA LT had connected, we may have seen a different story, but in the end, not enough. Whelp in the bottom lane though, he's backing off as he does have some attention from Scarnet. In the end, once more, neither of these sides able to pick up the kill they're looking for. They're actually really, really well poised, is XTC, for this early game stage. They have everything. They've pretty much, I wouldn't say won the lane phase, but because I mean it's pretty close. It's not like a distinctive lead at least, but they have come out on top.
Yeah, it's extremely close. So we see almost getting 100 last hits on that puck. Actually fighting Deppy, got him on silence right now. Deppy might be in trouble with the AA ulti not connecting to Deppy though. So he is going to just teleport back to base.
And not quite the timing they need. In fact, I take it back. Actually, I've just looked over the net worth, and XTC have won this laning phase. As scary as it sounds, they're actually of the top 4 net worth in the game. They have 3 of those. So certainly would be pretty happy with this. And against a side like WG, they'll take it with open hands towards the mid lane though. They are going to go once again onto Deppy, but what? Castaway went back in. He found everybody, gets a dream pull down, but he's in a lot of trouble. Takes his chain frost to the face. Root comes out, and they're going to pick up Castaway. That is a big one. That puts Castaway into 2nd place as far as net worth goes. But top lane, the fights rage on, and they're going to go in snowboarding off the Scarnet. Don't think he can get much of this. Addistam still in as well. A is going to toss through his ulti. Won't actually connect onto Addistam. These A blasts just keep missing. Scarnet, he wants a piece now, and the charge is on. Coming from the side. Don't die. Santo in a lot of trouble. He gets Nether Bast as well. Nether Strike, excuse me, and he's out of this one. WRG actually 2k behind here. XTC with their tails up, Reigns.
Yeah, it all started with the mistake from Castaway. I mean, getting the Illusion Orb up and then try to blink back, realizing that there are 2 other Gaia heroes waiting for him. And then it continued to Sanso overextending, and it just didn't work out. And that is all thanks to the work of the Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, he has been everywhere. Don't die. It really had an interesting history as a South African Dota player. He used to be considered, and I say it used to be considered, I used to say this a lot about him, and I felt a little bit bad about it, but he was...
Oh, it's ALT coming in, making sure Scarnet gets the death over their top lane.
Oh, totally missed it. Sorry about that one. I was saying, don't die. For me, been a pick of the XTC players so far, just been absolutely everywhere. He is a Spirit Breaker, you would kind of expect it, but he's been effective. I think that's the easiest way to say it. 3 of the 6 kills has been partially part of him, but of course he's also been applying a lot of pressure on all these lanes. The thing I wanted to say though is, that man as a player, used to be a solo mid, had a similar hero pool, 2 Castaway himself, and he changed, I believe, first to off lane, and now more so running that support role at the moment. He's been, in my opinion, something he's grown as a player with potential to someone who's really, really good, and sometimes doesn't get the love he deserves.
Yeah, well, he's been very versatile. It's only been a year or something even, so he's been switched to multiple roles, doing excellent work at that.
In fact, you were there, right? There was actually TEDx event. Top lane though, Santo, he's going to engage him, does get the snowball up, but he's heading back towards the lich. Deviant gets tossed in the air thanks to Santo's punch, but now trying to get through, tosses out the ice shards, not going to be enough to save him, will buy him a little bit of time, but in the end, nice searing chains coming through from Deppy, going to lock him down and ensure the kill. So 6-7 at the moment, still XTC lead.
Yeah, that was a certain kill of Santo over there. I don't think the ALT would have done anything as well, so that was just pure overextension, and well played so far to XTC. I mean, just keeping the lead there. Adestam actually leading the net worth graph right now with 7.1k.
This is, you know, as this game goes by, watching WG, in fact, watching Dota and Die, he's going forward, he's going to get that charge off onto Castaway. Can he survive when they strike everything onto him? But will Castaway be brought down? Does in fact survive for the time being, but still in there. Castaway finally, no, the man survives, and in fact, they turn it around, they pick up the Lich, they pick up the Ember, they pick up the Spirit Breaker.
Now that's
and
an ALT that you want to see, right? It just worked out so well.
You want to see. Castaway is still alive, the man survives, and a big turn of events here. In fact, that reduces the lead quite significantly. In fact, will probably be completely diminished by the time the dust has settled. But I wanted to say, up until that point, it looked like XTC really were in control of this game.
You were worried a little bit there, right? That Castaway's puck was almost going to die.
I was literally in the statement that was saying, at some point you have to worry if WG actually loses, because you don't expect them to lose it. You as a caster, you cast these games and you don't want to get too excited when another side does well, because it's WG. They just inevitably come back, and we sort of saw it there. They cancelled the last moment actually, and that's an interesting choice. I guess I didn't see too much of the field. I mean, if we take a look at their vision, they have pretty much no vision on anybody, so they opted against it. But as the bird's eye can tell, actually had quite a bit of space there to operate in the end.
Yeah, well, Warp is also catching up over there slowly though. His last hit's on 110, just 17 below his fellow puck. So doing okay. I mean, he started off rough, right? Getting the Festus Void, overextending, in trouble. Adestam trying to get some information in the enemy jungle.
Doesn't back scout both Santo as well as Castaway. Tosses through the swarm. Doesn't actually connect with anybody. They're going to toss through Illusion Orb as well. Will in fact hit Adestam.
Better
He's
than
got his
anything.
Lincoln Sphere up. He's actually doing really well. Can I just point out he is being farming very, very nicely. Take a look at his net. His last hit is 122. But does put in second place. They will connect with the ALT though. The sidelines though, they're going to find Santo, and Santo should be brought down here for free. That's a nice pick-off. Just the support did come at the cost of their Spirit Break LT. So a little bit less lockdown available, but maybe enough to secure this tower. On the sidelines, they will in fact see Shidawi. He's got that Blink Dagger up, primed and ready. Would love a big tasty target like that Faceless Void, like that Weaver. Of course, he's got enough setup with Castaway able to just, he surely has, yeah, he's got a Blink Dagger up. He can go and initiate pretty readily.
Yeah, Morphling tried to rotate top to get the tower while that fight happened, and DP just timely used his BOTs to teleport up top and defended just on the tower. It's really low at this moment. I mean, I think Welp could have taken it really easily, but a good spot there by DP to defend it. Getting that Rosh towers, the Rosh pit as well.
Going for this one, I'm gonna, this is a live event. Some of the audience that I trust, I see you over there wanting to make some noise, so we'll just quietly sit on this side of the map, enjoy WRG up to no good at the moment. They're smoked up themselves and they're going to know exactly what's going on.
Yeah.
They know exactly what's going on. They're going to go in there, a nice Astral goes through, and now a lot of damage coming out. So much damage going. Adestam, last man standing in the pit. Chainfrost going to connect with Cosmo in the sidelines there. Adestam still in the trade, but Shidawi picks up the Aegis, snatched it out from underneath the XTC's nose. The fight rages on. They're going to potentially pick up Schlings, should pick up Schlings and do so. Shidawi very, very low. Deppy wants a piece of him. He himself has got to be careful, uses a sleight of fist to keep himself alive for the time being, but Adestam so low, has to back out, gets caught up by that silence, and now Deppy tries to TP away and does manage to do so. But the difference breaker there, difference maker, I think I was right at that time, it wasn't like a breaker, was the fact that they managed to steal the Aegis, and I think of all the opportunities now, I really hope that we can see that again, because that snatch was so important.
Yeah, that was brilliant. Shidawi just made sure that he kept attacking Adestam, so it forced him to get the ultimate there, right? And then as soon as he go back to full HP, Adestam stayed at position, tried to snatch the Aegis, but no. Shidawi blinks in, made sure.
Yeah, it was one of those awkward fights, right? You expected it to be a little bit better for WG. Like they obviously knew what happened. They were heading past the Roach pit, their smoke popped, and they ended up with a really nice ice shard that went in first. But then it wasn't quite as neat and tidy as they may have hoped.
Things didn't connect over there. I mean, yeah, I think Tusk just got ready a little bit too early and didn't wait for the teammates to be there on time. But Chidawi did make it there, and that snatch on the edges is pretty important.
So in fact, it won them the fight, put them in the lead. But I think we can see. Oh, okay, this is going to end badly, and this is going to be held with curse right now. But see people tipping away. It should be safe. Can we please see that replay play again, production friends?
Just going to wait for an answer there.
Yeah, I'm just like hinting strongly for the replay.
They're just going to probably ignore
friends.
you. That's not going to happen, boys. Yeah, so ALT right onto Skynet, and Castaway jumps straight into it with the Dream Coil, and Chidawi manages to get the kill secure.
That charge coming through from Don't Die as well into that top lane. We'll see Whelp and decide better of it. He also has his Lincoln Sphere complete.
And then it ends. Yeah, but the Faceless Void kill was pretty important as well, and they just made sure. ALT did everything.
So WG 2k ahead, but so let's ask the question. You got the Morphling pretty much locked and loaded here with his Lincoln Sphere, not his Aegis at all. And of course heading towards that shotgun build from Whelp.
It's inevitable, right?
Yeah.
When you play a carry morph, you have to go for it. I mean, it's so fun as well.
It is so fun, I think that's the thing.
It's like a sweet, sweet feeling of one-shotting enemies.
And he's still a net worth as well, so he's certainly not having a hard time just yet. Had a lot of space created for him by his team. One of the more, I wouldn't say passive, but one of the more whole top lane. We do have an engagement here. It's going to be that last Sue onto this Weaver, and Adestam just absolutely eaten up alive here. And once again, WG have the answer. I wanted to say back in the previous fight to actually Castaway, we saw how influential he was. He's getting off these silences, getting off these decent dream calls, providing so much team fight power for his team. I'm really surprised that they picked the heroes they did into this Puck.
I think as soon as they third pick Puck, XTC was realizing, oh, okay, this is possibly maybe going towards a Chidawi offlane Puck. But yeah, in the end, it just worked so well for WRG. Even though the Spirit Break and everything, it doesn't work. It doesn't work, especially when you go towards the mid game where Puck can just escape from pretty much anything.
And Weaver can't. And he in fact, with that Lincoln's up, we saw it was ineffective. He got caught up by the lasso all the same from this Batrider. I'm not actually sure what popped it. Maybe used the Force Staff on him. Is there anything I can think of? Any way he could have gone in there. But
to getting quicker into the team fights?
No. I mean, I'm curious to know how they actually popped the Weaver's Lincoln Sphere, because they had the lasso on him, and I doubt you're going to get your Santo. Maybe a snowball. Maybe with the silence was able to actually snowball and break it, or just actually use the snowball to break it.
Yeah, but actually that gave WRG quite a bit of lead there, almost sitting on 3k, and you know it was so tight right now. Oh, there might be a fight.
Lane. Yeah, they're actually going to catch out a very important Puck. In fact, the one we've been talking about, Castaway, takes everything from that neutral. Thanks a bunch, says DMBN. We're very, very happy with that pickup there. There was actually another WG player in this round, Chidawi, who may feel a little bit fortuitous that he wasn't caught out instead. The Castaway is in fact the biggest target on the map at the moment with the highest net worth. They'll be very pleased about that. But more concerning, second highest on the map is in fact Whelp.
Yeah, not too concerning for XTC right now. I mean, they're getting the map control. They're almost everywhere all the time. And then the Castaway almost got picked up over there. Chidawi though gets the last one, Don't Die, managed to kill Whelp. Getting the second one, Depi is going to run away around time. And Chidawi, though, sitting very low at a stem, managing to get that kill.
Yeah, they're still going forward. Santo will be the next corpse to fall on the back lines. They'll even finish off his little summoned friend. But XTC, with the tails up here, pick up, in fact, 3. If you consider the fact they, in fact, picked up Puck early on in the fight.
Yeah, that Castaway pick-off was pretty important for XTC to manage to take some space for them. I mean, they've already got the space, now they have even more. And that ulti,
beautiful.
Imagine it got Depi in there as well.
Got enough. In fact, they caught out Depi on the edge of it. Didn't take the damage. It was affected by the debuff. Now,
still something, right?
Castaway doesn't want any part of this. Scarnet very keen to find out his little pucky friend. Scarnet going to have no problem getting away from that cold defeat.
Castaway was just pretty persistent to, try to deny the tier 2 tower at least. So he was pretty persistent about that, but good choice to just back off there just on time. Really scary from the Void to just time walk in.
Shidawi though, really, but I'm quite interested. I'm not sure if he's probably carrying a dust. So hence why we do see the wind lace absent. But no, he's in fact got, other the wind lace is absent. Obviously Bravado keen on as much speed as possible. Hastags will be careful in this bot lane. He does have friends, going to spot out Whelp. Starts moving into the jungle, but he sees a lot of scary.
Yeah.
A lot of scary is in fact going to do a respect time lapse. That's still in trouble here. Gets caught up by that silence once again. The friendship comes in the form of Scarnet, but it's a bad friendship because he caught in the chrono as well. They're going to commit onto Shidawi, try to bring him down. Whelp just going down the back line. Will start hammering away on Scarnet with that waveform. The snowball's going through on Don't Die. He gets knocked up into the air by good old Santo. And now WG with their tails up. They've actually picked up 3 for 3 for the time being. Deppy wants out. Starts backing off. Whelp still keen on picking up this Lich, and Castaway even more so. They're going to head up towards the shrine. They do connect with it, but Castaway deep inside. The Deppy versus Castaway in the backline. Whelp still challenging for this Lich kill. Pretty much abandoned his puck. I think his puck might just die. I think that's a more important kill to watch. And Deppy, he's just sitting on top of this. Does he have the ability to do so? The silent comes out. He does have the round up.
Wow.
The Castaway will pick up the haste route instead and back off. Castaway survives. Whelp picks up the Lich kill. In the end, it's 2-4-4.
So
sorry, in fact, 3 for 4.
Yeah, very well played for WRG, especially that puck escape. I mean, that was just excellent there. I mean, it's like, okay, don't worry, Whelp. I am just going to survive by myself, and you can go grab that Lich kill. It's all right.
Are they just going to casually kill Deppy here as well? Deppy.
He's in trouble.
Deppy. He gets hit. He gets tagged. Is he down? Deppy just survives. That was real close, friends.
That was super, super close. Some teleports here on the Radiant Shrine. I think they want to hunt for somebody over here. The question is who. Meanwhile, the Dire side does have a ward there by the bottom side of the river, so they're going to be okay. They still have a little bit of control.
So let's take a quick view of the items. Oh, there's an item for you. Was that up in the last one? I don't feel like Aperture was up in the last fight. Am I crazy?
It was probably there afterwards, after he took the Lich kill.
So that's really the biggest one. I think biggest piece of information you can get. But another piece of information you can get is they are in fact going to find Hastags again, and they're going to connect everything onto him. And Hastags says goodnight. So he sits on the bench for another 61 seconds.
What did you say earlier? The friendship in the form of Scarnet.
Yeah, it was bad friendship though.
That didn't happen this time.
It didn't happen this time or last time. Last time Scarnet in fact put his friends in a bubble, and it didn't work out so well for him. But
and now it goes on with with Hastags down. Could be big trouble over here. I mean, WRG could take this tier 2 tower up top for free. Got ulti on the Dream Coils available. I mean, the only thing that's not is Batrider's Lasso, but that's okay. You just want your tier 2 and you're going to get out of here. Which they are. They're going to try to defend their tier 2 tower at the bottom lane for the Radiant side.
yeah, nice air ulti coming through as well, connecting with a couple of the XTC players. This tier 2 taking quite a bit of damage. Deppy has been really good, but he gets silenced up again, and he's in trouble. There's nobody to help him out. Are they just going to get this for free? Deppy once more able to get to the top lane, the mid lane, excuse me. Gotta be careful that the AA blast, probably not too far of cooldown, 30 seconds, should be fine.
That was a bit disappointing. I mean, if Chidawi had that lasso, he would have went towards Deppy, but just because he hasn't, he had to hunt for other heroes such as the supports. But they have rotated back already, and what could have been the kill for WRG just didn't make it work.
Santo, bottom lane, doing a little bit of farming. He's going to get a surprise if he's not careful, and it's coming in the form of DotA2, charging through, connects there, and there's a lot there going to connect with the Nether Strike as well. Santo brought down for free.
Another free kill for Hastags. I mean, it's not so bad. He died 4 times, but still keeping up with the net worth, except that you can't really let the Morphling run away with that. I mean, it's almost on 16k net worth, and that shotgun is not going anywhere.
So I just want to say how big this game is, right? WG are the team that we expect to win this tournament. They've been described as unbeatable. They are the better Bravado emotion, if you would. And here's the thing. XTC, if they win this, they get I'll double check this, but I believe they do in fact get a 1-game advantage in the grand finals. That is absolutely huge.
Yeah,
one of the hardest things to do is to beat WG 3 out of 4 times. But if they win this, 2 out of 4 times sounds a lot better.
It does. I mean, with the 1 game advantage, it really goes towards the winner for this round. So it is highly possible right now as well. I mean, they need to somehow close down the Morphling, right? Need to find a way.
Well, they're going to punish Shadawi instead. They're going to hit the Swarm on him. They charge over to him as well. Shadawi does self-heals. They're by the shrine. They've got to be careful. Shadawi running over to it. No one from WG reacts. They're not going to force that fight. They are technically ahead, just 1k, but also, and more scarily so, Whelp is pretty much on fire at the moment. He's got the most net worth in the game.
Yeah.
Finishing with that man style as well. F-Blade already up and running. It's going to be very, very challenging to bring down. But it looks like they're going to go after something else. We're going to respect the fact that this is a LAN environment. The players are...
Oh, so ALT coming in as well, so...
Right, okay, so never mind then.
They do know.
They know exactly what's going on, in fact, and XTC back off immediately. Santo also hunting around that area. They're going to spot out Depp. He's actually caught in a very awkward spot here with those ice shards.
Yeah, and Deppy could actually catch up with a net worth graph as well if he manages to take 2 or 3 heroes out of that fight. But after Chidawi going down, I don't think WRG is going to risk taking down the Roche pit. But no, they disagree with me. Chidawi's back and they're strong.
Oh, they're going to get the lasso onto that Don't Die Spirit Break. They bring him down. It's not the biggest target, but at the same time, it is a reliable source of stun and a good disable that they can use to bring down one of the bigger targets on the WG lineup. Whelp, though, standing strong, going to get the Chain Frost to the face. He's got to morph into strength to try to survive this. He's not able to. That is a very big kill on the sidelines, though. They're going to get down the Chronosphere. Santo fighting strong up against Scarnet. He gets a cold feet, though. Should be brought down. One more hit comes in from Castaway on the sidelines. Now Deppy still once more. Can he catch up Santo? Santo starts steeping out. They may want bigger fish, though, but there's no bigger fish available. Castaway does manage to get away on the other side. Roshan up for grabs. XTC, 4 men standing up against 2. It's really whatever objective they want at this point, and we might be seeing one of the single biggest upsets. I mean, what, since
this year?
Since the DGL Masters last year's?
Yeah, I would like to see a replay for that as well. So you have the initiations there, and then that was a big, big kill for Deppy. So he had about a 3,000 net worth deficit, but after that, he's pretty much leading the net worth graph. Yeah.
Still going at it. We're going to go back live, I think, right? Please back live. They get a huge AA blast as well. Castaway in the thick of things, trying to force back. Oh, they catch everyone with the Dream Coil. He pops 2, he pops another potentially as Deppy. He gets caught by the lasso, dragged back in. WRG say no, shut that door. And they're going to toss up the Lich into the air with the Yule as well. DBM, he falls well, 4 for nothing this time around. They in fact are still respawning, and now it's their turn. What objective do they want? Well, I think says he wants Roshan, and he's probably going to get it as well. He head back towards it.
Well, that was a good call from you, Halbert. I mean, we were just talking about how Ember Spirit was just so far behind, or 3,000 net worth behind the Morphling. He was ahead, and then you called for the final fight, and then he's back again on 2nd place. But so close right now, and Deppy definitely keeping up with the Morphling at this moment.
I'm not sure why XTC decided to go for the push. I feel like maybe trying to force the buybacks when it didn't happen, they thought they had a chance for it. But Schlings, it's a massive AL, he was brilliant.
Yeah.
And then they pick up
the Dream
beautiful
Coil as well.
Dream Coil. That's one they will remember as the 550,000 Rand Dream Coil from Castaway. And then they pick up an Aegis on top of it. So, you know, it was like a really awful time. XTC are going to be kicking themselves for this, because this may be the moment that they regret most in this matchup. They should have gone for Roshan, man.
Yeah, so what they should have done wasn't, and now Castaway and his friends taking over or getting the advantage out of this. 27 to 22, 30 minutes in, or 36 minutes in, excuse me. That's a lot of kills. 49 kills in 36 minutes.
Well, XTC have some work to do. Claw their way back into it. Don't die though. He's going to start things up. They're getting a charge up in the top lane. There is Castaway there. They're going to try connect. Nice self-fuels comes in from Castaway. Can he survive this one? The blink's there. Castaway's going to live through it. It's so frustrating trying to bring down a puck. You commit a huge amount to him. In fact, they commit the Chronosphere to that. Not enough damage to bring down Castaway.
Chidawi looking for someone as well. Actually spots out Adestam, but ult is away. I don't think it's going to be okay with it though.
Though. They still have the lasso. There was the forced off use, so still an opportunity. Adestam wants out, and he will get out this time.
And ulti wasted, but if you're a Weaver, it's okay. It's what, like 30-second cooldown on that ulti?
Yeah,
it's alright.
Certainly better than the lasso cooldown.
Yeah, well, miles better.
Like 60 seconds. Twice.
Yeah, well, that's what
Like the cheater would say, it's an
Sure.
age of man in this kind of fight. Probably. I see.
Twice the time is still a lot, though.
Yeah. So, WG smoked up over here, trying to find something. Well, he's happy just to keep farming. As it looks like XTC have retired to their base for the time being. I think they're just waiting out this chronosphere. They don't want to be involved in any sort of clash without that available. It's so imperative that they use that to bring down the likes of Castaway and the likes of Whelp. But Whelp is huge right about now.
It's really difficult to take down Whelp. I mean, you already have
Well,
Whelp
hold
to
on.
worry
I hear
about.
Batrider is less used. In fact, they pick up the Weaver, they pick up Hastags, they want more. Santa goes in, they pick up the Lich. Whelp, very, very low. Skarnet trying to bring him down, but he's going to back off now. He's got Castaway on top of him, doing a lot of magic damage. Skarnet went up, will time lapse away. Deppy actually following the illusion of the Batrider. And now Whelp tosses out a little bit of damage to Skarnet. That's just to disrupt any further Flame Guard damage, but it's 4 for nothing. WG on the front foot. Deppy trying desperately to hold out. What's the buyback status like? Do they have anything? Nothing on the Spirit Breaker, nothing on the Lich, nothing on the Faces Void, and nothing
Weaver.
on the Weaver.
What?
It is Deppy versus the world. XTC may just tap out, because they are losing this Rax, and it may be enough. Deppy still wants more, goes in, he gets caught out here, knocked into the air by Santo, brought down by Castaway, and friends, as WRG march on to take the first Rax, and potentially this game, this series, and a road to the grand finals.
Just 5 minutes ago, we just saw them try to take down Whelp, and they did. And then suddenly, it is now Puck sitting on top of the net with Whelp. It's insane at this moment.
Buyback comes out from Deppy now. They've got to keep these racks up. Deppy goes into Whelp, doesn't quite find what he's looking for. Whelp still managed to survive this one and gets all the way to the side, but he got caught up by Skarnet in the process. Santo comes to help. Chain Frost bouncing through. Isn't enough. Santo low. It's not enough to bring him down though. They still need to find Whelp. They have to get this kill for any sort of chance. On the back lines, Lich being torn apart by this mad star illusion. They will finally find something in the form of the Batrider, but the fight is just not good enough. They use buybacks, and WG are finding their way out. In fact, they even lost 2. They lost the Spirit Breaker, they lost the Faceless Void, and they're trying to bring down Castaway. Castaway heading for the hills, gets away from the Swarm. They don't know where he is. They don't have the best division right now. He's going to pick up a regenerate and be A-okay. WG 20k ahead, and XTC in a very, very poor spot.
In the span of taking down the bottom racks and also half of the mid racks, and also Castaway just doing his things, and then also with Morphling escaping on such low HP, it just shows that everything is going towards the Radiant side right now, and it doesn't look so good for XTC to win this BO1.
Okay, so let's say this much. In this tournament, we've seen a 40,000 gold lead. I wouldn't say wasted, but defeated by Pulse. But 20,000 gold against WOG, it's worth 100,000, man. They are that good. They are some scary people. And XTC, I mean, individually brilliant, but as a team, can they bring back that sort of deficit against WOG?
It's a really difficult one, yeah. I mean, Weaver is an item behind, Ember Spirit's an item behind, and now Castaway and Whelp are just, you know, as core is just doing everything.
Oh, they're going to catch
Chidawi
up somebody big. They're going to catch on Hatastam punched up in there. Good night. And potentially good night to the XTC dreams of making it all the way through this winning bracket to the grand finals. Because WG are on a roll and they are absolutely smashing XTC all of a sudden. Let's watch it. Let's enjoy the moment again.
Chidawi just initiating at what's over there. I mean, he's already prepared for this, right? He's got his duck over there just in case. And then pop goes the Weaver.
Pop goes the Weaver. There we go. WG on the front foot on this high ground. Once again beating down the XTC racks. Can they make magic? Can Skarnet get the hero moment? No. Only catches Castaway and destroyed. But he managed to get some of his HP back with the time. Chain Frost going through. AL going through. Whelp on the front lines. I want some more as he gets knocked around by Don't Die. 70%. But strength more too strong. Don't Die getting smashed down by the entire WG lineup. And I think, ladies and gentlemen, I think that's good night. Because there is nothing left in the tank. As XTC break, Deppy still fighting on, still wants a piece of tossed up into there, used up, but the GG is called, and WRG make their way to yet another grand finals, and XTC will meet a new challenger, that they've met maybe
The lower
once or
bracket
twice in the
finals.
past.
Yeah, well, I think XTC had a glimpse of, a hope of victory in the mid game. And then where you mentioned, like, why did they push up in the taking the mid racks or trying to do it? And then that's where AA Ulti came in, right?
Yeah.
And then Castaway just, easily took down 4 people in the Dream Coil, making sure that they win that fight.
We could have been telling another story, but I tell you one thing, does mean that WG are not unbeatable. They are potentially unbreakable, but they can bleed, and you can potentially find a way in. And perhaps XTC showed a little bit of that today, but in the end, surprise, surprise, WG make it all the way. But I think from our side, we're going to start wrapping things up. I just wondering, do you have any final thoughts before we toss over to Gareth?
I think XTC can still, assuming it's Ian, that they're going to play in the lower brackets finals, it's going to be a tough one. But if it goes like what it was during May, it is going to probably be a WRG XTC Grand Finals.
Great. Well, that's it from us. And thanks very much, Reigns. Thanks very much for all the audience that has stayed with us this late evening. And it's actually not that late. We've been pretty good, 7 p.m. But enough from us. Gareth, I'm sure you have something interesting to tell us. Please take it away.
Thanks a lot, casters. There we have it, WRG marching through the final as expected, although a little bit of a hiccup perhaps shown by XTC, giving them a little bit to think about as they go forward into that final. To give us a full analysis of the game, let's hear what our panel has to say.
Thanks, Gareth. And, well, that's kind of the play we expected from WRG, to be entirely honest.
Not as expected. That game was a lot harder than it needed to be from their side. One of the things that XTC did really good job of fighting the entire time. They never allowed WRG space to rest. Like constantly you would see, for example, like Chidawi, the timing on his Blink Dagger was a little bit behind because he constantly had to rotate towards mid knowing that there'd be a fight there. And they got quite a lot of kills, but there was so much action happening across the map that everyone was busy, which, not that it loses you the game, but it derails you and it doesn't allow WRG to play that same standard side of Dota that they play.
Do you agree?
I agree. But it's also like, I felt like, WRG didn't exactly ruffle stomp like we expected them to. I mean, honestly, it was extremely even, like right throughout, even like towards the mid game. It went 1K this side, 1K that side, 3 kills ahead, 3 kills behind. It was just like constant tit for tat type of Dota until Morphling came online.
Because, I mean, XTC won that rather convincingly in the end.
WRG.
Sorry, WRG. Maybe only be 7 o'clock, but it's late enough for me, apparently.
I think what happened was that they got to that point in the game where, like, you don't have the damage to kill Morphling. Like, what was that last fight? He was on half HP for maybe like 2-3 minutes, and they kept trying to bring him down, and it's just, you can't. What are you supposed to do against this hero? You don't have the burst damage, and that's, we often talk about what happens when you have this last X factor pick, and a lot of the games in the tournament we've seen be won by this hero that you pick last, that the enemy has 0 way to counter.
Exactly.
We saw Energy, we saw Bravado lose a win with a Morphling. We've seen Energy win with the Sniper. We've seen anti-mages come out. So sometimes this last pick that the enemy just like, well,
I've got no answer.
I have 0 answer. Like they just did not have the burst damage, and even the Ember Spirit's build, he was forced to try and build into like the early Maelstrom, try to get more damage, but just couldn't get there.
Yeah. Do you agree? Is that something that's been a considerable factor in your book as well?
I mean, I even stated before.
What's wrong with this panel? They're always agreeing.
No, but well,
you're allowed to disagree.
We have actually a few occasions. No, honestly, I do agree with saying. I also stated in the beginning, before they started, that we'll likely see some pocket strats. Something, like you kind of bait them into a certain type of draft and ban phase, and then they have no answer for your last pick. It's a sucker punch pick. It's happened at least 4 to 5 times in this tournament with very good success rates. I think only once did it fail, and that was earlier with Bravado and their draw strat.
Yeah. Well, speaking of sucker punches, XTC has just suffered one, and from what I hear, a little birdie is telling me that Gareth is ready with one of them for a brief interview.
Thanks a lot, Wilson. Indeed, you are correct. I'm here with Dota and Die, who are obviously disappointed to have not gone a little bit closer against WRG. What is it going to take to bring these guys down?
Well, it was a great game, firstly. They surprised us with one specific pick. We overlooked it, and it was our mistake. But I think it looked really good for us in the beginning. I think we showed major potential. What it takes to beat them, they're definitely beatable. But they're a great team. It's going to be a challenge. We're just going to do some homework tonight. Tomorrow we're going to go in, we're going to stick to what we did last time. We're going to beat Energy, and then we're going to take White Rabbit on, but we'll be far more prepared.
Do you want to elaborate on that pick that perhaps kind of sideswiped you a bit? Are you referring to the puck that you thought might have been an offlane?
Okay, we definitely expected the puck. We didn't want Castaway to get it. He's a bit of a monster on it. But then the Ancient Apparition pick kind of threw us off early. We thought they were like trying to pull out some weird stuff, Necro or something crazy. So then that took up one of our bans, and then the puck slipped through. But it's okay, we won't let it happen again. We're going to be more ready next time.
So you say you go to the drawing board and you kind of analyze the games. Where does one start in that sort of process?
You definitely start at the draft. I think the draft is where we went wrong. I definitely think it could have been a much different game if you didn't have the puck. 80% of our gangs would have worked out better. The whole game would have been different. But yeah, I know we'll probably go have a look at the replay. There were a couple of mistakes on the board. We'll figure it out and we'll just correct it.
Awesome. Well, I don't want you to reveal too much about tomorrow's drafts. Obviously, you've got the energy to get through first, and that's going to be a significant match as it is. I mean, they've had a long game against APG and showed their mettle and their experience, really. Thoughts about that game tomorrow?
Yeah, we've been sticking with the same strategy for the past 2 tournaments, just stay in the winners bracket, and it's worked out well for us so far. And no, we're ready to take energy on. We've consistently beaten them in the past couple of tournaments. We know how to play against them. Our style sort of clashes with theirs in a good way. And yeah, we're not too worried about it. We'll obviously take it seriously. We'll try our best. They are a good opponent, but I think we're better.
Awesome. There you have it. The guys from Energy, if you're listening, the challenge has been laid down. They respect you, but they don't think they have anything to fear. But we will see tomorrow when we kick off with that loser bracket final. But we're going to take a break quick before we have an interview with our winning team, WRG.
Hello and welcome to another episode of VS Gaming Smack Talk. I'm your host, Ryan Mackay, and with me we have
Dota and Die
from Ecstasy Gaming, and on my right we have
Charles Palmes
from White Rabbit Gaming. Good to have you boys with us. How are you all doing today?
I'm doing pretty well.
Very good?
Doing great, yeah.
Very good. So you guys are definitely going to be facing each other in the next match. And as you know that this is a safe environment, and we'd just like to talk a little bit about our feelings, perhaps towards each other as individuals, or as, you know, a collective team.
So for today, I think we feel quite confident in winning today. We've done a lot of preparation, but I think our opponents are also really good. So I'm looking forward to an entertaining match.
Wow. I think these guys are coming around. That was amazing.
Thank you.
Very good. Well, do you have anything to say to that?
Yeah, well, White Rabbit are a pretty good side. I think we have a lot of respect for them. I think it's going to be some good games, and yeah, best of luck to them.
Well, there you have it. There you have it. Wow.
We can go first.
Very good. I'm so proud of you guys.
Thank you.
You've really come a long way. Like, honestly. Like...
I'm here with the man who somehow turns the cute little puck fairy dragon into, as Dota and Die was saying, an absolute monster. An absolute ripper of a game there. You must have been quite stoked with the way things went.
Yeah, I'm very happy with how things turned out. We all played pretty well. A few touch-and-go moments, but that is the lovely game we play. So I'm just glad it worked out in the end.
Obviously, earning yourself a one-map advantage as you go into the final. That's obviously something that you'll enjoy and have obviously earned. A question, though, when we spoke to Dota and Die, he said that they got a little bit sidelined with the AA pick. Did you guys kind of shift your draft up midway through, or was it a case of that was the draft you wanted from the beginning of the draft?
Pretty straightforward. I think we knew exactly what we wanted to do. We really like playing around the AA, very strong hero, and yeah, we've been doing similar things in our scrims and ESL, so it's worked out before and it works out here as well.
You guys have been playing a lot of matches overseas. I mean, we saw your recent success coming third in that ESL tournament. How is playing against European teams adapting your kind of play style?
It definitely makes us more clinical.
because you can't get away with these small things that you might on SA or in ranked games. So definitely it just sharpens up your play in all aspects, and yeah, it makes you a better team and better individuals.
Awesome. Well, obviously you guys can rest up and get ready for tomorrow. Obviously we'll be watching Energy versus XTC to see who you're facing. Any preferred opponent?
I want to play Energy again. I haven't played them in a while. It's been a lot of XTC Grand Finals, and they're a very fun team to play against. So yeah, Energy definitely.
Well, there you have it, folks. Travis Castaway hoping that Energy make it through for what he's hoping is going to be a fun Grand Finals. But best of luck to you. We're going to close off the stream shortly. I'm going to throw to the panel first, but just to remind everyone that we'll be kicking off early tomorrow again at about 9:30 with our first match going live at 10. I've been Gareth Woods. It's been a great pleasure being your stage host, and now over to the panel.
Thank you, Gareth. As always, an absolute pleasure. So, here we are. That was the interview with the winner from White Rabbit Gaming. However, we have been hearing a lot from another winner, and that winner is sitting on stream. His name is Justin Fenner Moorcraft. Congratulations, you are the proud winner of the Demon Eater Arcana up for grabs today. I'm sure that will be on its way to you shortly. And the warmest regards from both myself, Wilson, Triple XL, and Succubus, since we happen to have you on our friends list. Well, nonetheless, it's come to that time where we have to round up the day. And it's been a very, very big day.
Yeah.
Some might say a tragic day.
We've said goodbye to a lot of big names, a lot of... We've also said goodbye to teams that we would have hoped to go deeper.
And we've also said goodbye to teams who we thought wouldn't get this far.
Yeah. APG, they're the team that came the furthest that we did not think would come this far. A lot of us had them pegged as the 7th, 8th, but instead they proved consistently that they are still the gatekeeper team, and they kept themselves here.
Yeah.
Bravado, we hoped for more from the RDK squad, but didn't get it. They fell to the gatekeepers. They couldn't actually push past their own barrier right now, their barrier to winning.
Yeah. And Pulse?
Pulse
You've got one sentence.
The most exciting team to watch
Pulse.
for this weekend.
Most exciting
most exciting team to watch.
They were definitely the team that I wasn't expecting as much as I did see come out of them. They just blew my mind with their plays, what they did. I mean, we normally think of Pulse okay, second, third, last team, that type of vibe. But they really outdid themselves this weekend.
Okay, APG?
APG, I felt, has been inconsistent in the past couple of months, but yet again, proving that when it matters, when it comes to the nitty-gritty of it, they are consistent as ever, and they do still thrive in that lower bracket. Hence why we do call them the lower bracket kings.
Okay, and finally, BVD, the last guys we said goodbye to.
I'm sad. I wanted to see, my boys, man. No, but honestly, BVD for me, they were disappointing. I expected much more out of them. I've been hearing some really good things. Also, a little bit of inconsistency, but they've been doing a lot better in the recent couple of weeks. And we didn't see them at the last LAN for some reason. But for me, I really did expect more to come out of Bravado. And I mean, when they faced XD as well, sorry, not when they faced XD. When they faced now APG, I did not expect them to lose that badly. It was just...
Well, it's a day filled with turmoil and filled with excitement. We've certainly seen our fair share, and we hope you have enjoyed the show here tonight. Unfortunately, it is time for us to pack it in for the evening. Don't you worry, though. We will be back tomorrow with even more exciting games. From all of us here on the panel, the casting crew, and the boys from VS Gaming, we wish all of you, in the interim, till tomorrow, damn good night.
Give me reasons to doubt, try to keep me down, but I'll put the flame out, you can't get to me. Throw your sticks and your stones, go break all of my bones, you won't ache my soul, you can't get to me. And there is no barricade that I can tear away. Shoot me down, but fire away, away. But I'm a heavyweight, I'm a heavyweight. me down to the ground. What goes around comes around. You won't put the flame out, you can't get to me. Say what you wanna say, go take it all away, but I'm here to stay. No, you can't get to me. And there is no barricade.